Everybody to day 2 of the Dota one-win spring series. I'm going to be joined by Hurry Freak and Milan this morning. Boys, how are you doing today?
Oh, doing great. You can see that we are fresh, we are ready, we are here. Milan, are you fresh? Yeah, okay, your hair is fine.
Okay,
My hair is worse. Just look at it without the headset.
You should first ask if
It's
we
actually
want
quite
to.
good.
We don't want to look at it, but it's fine.
Yeah,
You'll
you
live through
need
it.
to get it. We can't see anything. You need to, let it all hang out as well. Because that's what we're here for. We're here to hang out in a day full of Dota. We have 4 best of 1s as well as 2 best of 3s coming up today. We are going to be saying goodbye to a couple of teams though, so it might be a little bit of a sad day as we do have to say goodbye, but still some great Dota to come. And the matches, we're going to be able to run through those. It's going to be VP versus Liquid, Liga versus PSG Quest, Entity MOUZ, and one win versus Team Spirit. And we are going to be able to get through a long day of Dota, a great day of Dota here. But unfortunately, like I say, we have to say goodbye to 2 teams. And starting off the day, I do believe it is going to be Liga versus PSG Quest. So looking at this match, boys, we saw yesterday that VP would able to take the win over Liga, and Liquid got that 1-0 and a great turnaround up against PSG Quest. So what are we expecting here from this first series?
Might be the most one-sided game of the day. That's how I feel. The mismatch here is the biggest. Even though Liga has solid names on it, I just didn't see the quality coming out from them in this tournament yesterday, but it's only a best of 1, but in some previous tournaments as well.
I agree with Harry. The Liga is clearly the weakest team in this tournament. I already mentioned it yesterday. And just their players are kind of, high rank, recognizable names, either from past, like Ramses, or public matchmaking like 1J or BB3 Peaks, I think. But their team cohesion is lacking. Even though they have some good starts, even yesterday, Ramses and his Sven had a lot of farm, Watson not. Their position 4 was playing great, but they just cannot at some point they always fail in these games. I watched them during the other qualifiers or whatnot. At some point they just break down and they don't have what it takes to win these games. They have what it takes to play against these teams, but they need some time to build the cohesion, and I think this game will be one-sided. Agree.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's how it's going to go down. Yeah, I think Liga myself, that looking at it, that they do need that type. You had talked about yesterday about getting 1 or 2 players in. You do go through that honeymoon period, but it feels like it is a completely new roster. A couple of the players have been playing together in other qualifiers, but it does feel like there is synergy issues there. So hopefully we are going to be able to see them over the course of maybe even hopefully today, but over the course of the run, you'll get to the point where they can play together, like you say, close out those games. And Milan, you're looking at PSG Quest as well. They took a great game up against Liquid yesterday. It was only the last couple of fights that Liquid were able to turn it around, get themselves back into it. So how do you rebound from that, as a player? How do you get back into the mentality of, okay, we're going to reset, we're going to come into this best of 1, and we're going to try and rock it as best we can?
It's individual for every player, but it's just you need to individually be ready for a new game. Dota is that type of a game that last game you just take what you can to learn, and as we will see in the schedule, Liga Team versus Quest, and right after we'll have Liquid VP, both best of 1s, which actually excites me. This best of 1 format, I think One Win Series is doing very good job with it, and it's actually very exciting. Even these lower tier teams get a chance, or teams have to be on their best right now. There's no first game excuses. You need to shine right now, and for that, Quest needs to come in fresh. They need to be okay, we gave a good fight to a Liquid, one of the best teams in the world. Now we're gonna play against the lower tier teams. We just need to do things we did yesterday. Good. We need to repeat them. Things we slacked a little bit. We need to make it better. But to be honest, they played great yesterday, Quest. Just Liquid was just better, and you just take it like that and move on.
Yeah.
You know what, Rob? This is Milan talking from the analyst and caster perspective. From the player perspective, if it was a best of one, he'd be like, "No, I don't like this format. It's not good. I don't want to play a best of one." Because really, for the teams, it is a tough one.
It's only the scared guys say this. Like, you know how I say, like the guys that know how to do it, they know how to do it under the water, not only in the best of one. You know, you come to Nisha and you say, you know, he's not gonna say to you it's best of one. Oh my god, he's gonna say, we can play best of half. I'll beat you 10 times out of 10 times, because these guys know how to do it. And don't find excuses, guys. Accept the reality and fight it. That's what I would tell to my team.
Okay, fair enough. We get the insight of a pro player here, you know, just being able to take a glimpse into the mind of how you do respond to that. And yeah, that's fair enough, because I suppose you can't come in scared, because if you come in scared, you've already lost half the battle here. But Hurry, we're looking through the rest of the teams as well. You know, we've got that matchup Liga versus PSG Quest, and then they are going to be playing for survival, so a little bit on their shoulders. But in the winners bracket, we've got VP versus Liquid. Like Milan says, you know, you're coming into that one a little bit more relaxed. You do have that second chance, but is there going to be any expectations on Liquid to try and pull it out the bag again? Because VP, like I said, TI, you know, all the run last year, they've looked fairly amazing. So do you think the pressure's off them and piling on Liquid just a little bit more?
Maybe if they put it in that way, like we have more fans, which might not actually be the case. Virtus Pro is a big org in the Eastern European region, but overall, I think both teams are just gonna be gunning for the victory here, because it makes your life so much easier. Imagine if you're Liquid or VP, you win this one game and it's over. You go and sleep until tomorrow, until the best of threes in the playoffs. So I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be giving it their all from minute one and not even thinking about the idea of there is a second chance. Of course there is, and it can alleviate the pressure, but I think they might put it on themselves in general on purpose, just to be able to win as fast as possible.
Okay, and yeah, it is, like I say, best of one still here, so it's an anything can happen match. And Milan, again, the best of ones, but the pressure is off here. So you're looking at this matchup for VP versus Liquid. How, as a player, again, are you approaching this one? Are you looking to bring in something of a cheese draft? You know, we saw Liquid picking up the Huskar yesterday. Do you think there's going to be more surprises up the sleeve?
Huskar, for me, for a very long time, it's not considered cheese anymore. You have a 24 pick, you pick a Ember, you pick some melee hero that's punishable in lineups. Like, for me, same if you counter it with the DP, with the Necro, with the Huskar. Like, you need to be ready to get counter like this. These players play it all the time. Like, it's not anymore like unknown. And like, if there is a position or opportunity to do it, I think both teams will do it. I mean, Squadix probably doesn't play Huskar, so he will not do it. But Nisha, put him in the same spot where he can last pick it with the Oracle, he'll do it. Because these guys just pick what's best for the moment. In this tournament, I don't think it's too much pressure. Like, they will not drop out of tournament if they lose this game. Even the whole tournament as a whole is kind of relaxing in a way. It is a 3-day tournament. It's a big prize pool. Maybe not for them, but their eyes are on some bigger tournaments, and this is just like it will be very nice to win it. But if they lose it or drop top 4, they'll just shrug it off and move on with their lives. Okay,
so I don't know. I've seen the Blitz tweets again after Liquid failed to get into the top 2-3. You know, I've seen those tweets, so maybe Liquid, the pressure is on with Blitz, maybe marching behind them. They're taking a couple of lessons from Puppy, and you know, we'll see how that is going to play out for the day. On the other side of the bracket here as well, we have One Win versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit being taken down yesterday by MOUZ, and it was a good showing from MOUZ. But do you think Team Spirit, as we are going to be able to take a look at some of the replays here as well, do you think that Team Spirit were a little bit surprised there going into that best of one?
No, I don't think so. Like, getting into the game, I don't think... Okay, this is where Ramses was stuck. That was very unfortunate.
Is it Ramses? Is it Arteezy? You never know.
You're not sure.
Well, there were no cliffs, so maybe not
There
Arteezy.
were trees. He's the clay for a tree.
Every cast, every panel, Arteezy somehow finds his way here with us, Rob. I don't know how Milan does it, but it just happens. But overall, Spirit, they might not have gotten into that series as serious as they should have, and that is no excuse, and of course doesn't take away from the victory of MOUZ. But you really need to put it into another gear. Now it's elimination on the line, and that's where usually we see the best Spirit.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are going to be able to rise to the occasion here. Just looking at the replays, you can see, again, a couple of fights where you talked about it, that Liga just weren't able to close it out, started getting a little bit behind, and just not being able to fight back onto that one. So yeah, just hopefully again today Liga are going to be able to come back into this. And again, the final matchup, Entity versus MOUZ. Again, I think everyone a little bit surprised that MOUZ did get through into that winners bracket, but coming up against Entity, maybe the team's a little bit closer in quality than people expected. So what are we looking at for this match? Do you think this is going to be the closest series of the day here, Milan?
They played the other day against each other. I'm just gonna go find it right now. MOUZ versus Entity, right? It was 0-2, and it was fairly one-sided game. So that was 5 days ago. So I think Entity is a favorite, but MOUZ, I think I agree with Harry saying like Spirit underestimated MOUZ, what's or not, but MOUZ they did play fast yesterday. They did play good, and like if they play fast like that, they have their chances. So I would say like maybe 60-40 for Entity, not as it was 5 days ago. So Entity a favorite, but MOUZ has their chance.
Yeah, and we have been seeing MOUZ playing in other runs as well. We're going to get some more replays coming through here. Liquid versus Quest. And yeah, just the chase down early on, you could see that Quest were being put a little bit under pressure by Liquid, but they were able to recover. And what do you think about this match here, Harry? How did Liquid just find it in them to turn it around at the very end?
I mean, it was the best match of the day. There were a lot of parts of the map that got turned into the favor of the other team, which should be the case when both teams are playing great Dota. There's just timings of certain heroes that should allow the game to go their way. It just so happens that the Luna nowadays is a hero that is actually really strong in the ultra late game, which was not the case before she got this shard, before the level 20 talent was actually introduced in this way. So it is just that ultra late game timing Luna trumped the lifestealer, even though the late game lifestealer was starting to gobble everybody up. So that's how they won in the end. But basically, this was two teams that both knew what they were doing, making minimal mistakes, and in the end, the small differences actually made the huge difference, or actually gave the win to Liquid.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, but also like so many fights we just saw Bo3 and 3-3 like fighting 2v5, and like just the game understanding of Liquid in these sequences was like insane. Not many teams stay like 2v5 and they're like, oh, let's turn it around. And I think they just at the end had a little bit better heroes and pressed balance a little bit better, and it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and so do you think you give away that Tiny to Liquid here again? Because it felt like every time he tried to get that Avalanche out, he was hitting 2, 3, 4, even 5-man Avalanches coming through. Is that, I mean, we know the Tiny's a strong hero anyway, but it just felt like Liquid were able to play that on another level.
I think if a Tiny is a hero of comfort for a team, you should not be giving it away, because it's a very unique hero in a sense that no other hero right now in the meta can replicate what he does. Like if you ban attackies, people can pick a Hoodwink, or they can pick a Batrider, whatever, strong laner, +4, but like the Earthshaker is not popular, Tuskar is not popular, Earth Spirit, Nyx, whatever. All these heroes don't do even a half job what Tiny does. So just if team is very comfortable with this hero, remove him and play against something else. And Bo3 showed, I think Bo3 and especially 3-3, like with Saksa before, like they showed they're like masters of this double melee offlanes. And like I'm pretty sure like after some time, like Neta not really taught Bo3, but like they got on the same page, and now he's very good Tiny, and you should remove it. And we're gonna go to the most interesting game, I would say. That was the hypest game of yesterday, the quest liquid, but this one was the most interesting. And this is what we said yesterday. This is the first big throw. 3k ahead, minute 17, with the Void, Phoenix, and you're just going, pressing all your spells, dying on all heroes on the tier 2 tower. This was just pure... I don't want to go very out of line saying disrespect, but like Spirit was very cocky. I don't think they would... Maybe they would do the same against some other opponents. Let's put it that way. But they were very cocky yesterday.
I think they would, right? Because one of the reasons I remember the tournament name was Snow Sweet Snow. It was before Spirit won their first TI. And the way that they played and why they had so much potential to get better is because they did go for these risky plays. And from these risky plays, you actually come to some conclusions. So I think in the same environment, in the same tournament, when you do have a second chance like they will have, they would be playing this aggressively as well. Of course, at this point in the game, it was already getting kind of late. I think this was the last fight where Spirit were winning, but it didn't even go their way because they couldn't finish off Force. This, for me, was one of the more deciding fights of the game in general.
Yeah, they just break their combination. The Blink and the Primal Onslaught, they just kill the egg. If that egg explodes, it's completely different story. They win this fight very hard, and then it might go completely other way. But with losing this fight, from then on, there was all MOUZ.
Yeah, and do you think it was maybe a lack of scouts in here as well, just letting Force get that Primal Beast, because he has been playing it in other events and looking fairly amazing on the hero. And I know they did ban out the IO and the Leshrac, I think it was there as well, that MOUZ do like to run, but I feel like the Primal Beast is a much bigger threat here on the side of MOUZ.
I think it's not the heroes. It's almost never the heroes. As we just discussed and saw, if they play a little bit better or Spirit, they would win, but could it be a little bit easier if they don't give them the extra comfort heroes? Sure. But can they beat them with their 5 comfort heroes? 100%. So, yeah, it's always a little bit about that, but it's mostly Spirit just needs to come fully focused, not throw the games, play first 15 minutes as they did, get the 3k lead with the Faceless Void. Like, just out of 100 games where Spirit has a 3k lead with a Faceless Void and a Phoenix at minute 15, they'll win 97 of them.
Okay,
so
I'll bet everything.
I mean, you want to let the enemies have their best thing. That's how you get better as a team. Remember that same TI, the first one they won. How did Spirit win that TI? Because they found a way to remedy a Lycan and the Tiny. Nobody could beat those two, and they found a way to do it with the Magnus, right? And all of the outplays in the late game against a couple of teams. So this is how you get better in general. You let the guys that are the best or close to the best on the hero have it. You have some idea in your head of how you're going to be dealing with it, and you try to execute. And if you get to a solution, then you are going to be a better team.
Also Yatoro played 17 different heroes in the playoff and made Rampage on 7 of them, so that also helped
a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. So you're saying Team Spirit, you know, the go the Rock Lee method, they try and take the fight. If not, the training weights come off, you know, and they get themselves up to the top levels and try and rock it that way. Okay, I'm in for that. And yeah, looking at this one, I mean, again, it is going to be a knockout match, but Team Spirit coming up against 1win. Team Spirit, like you say, probably going to be on their best, and 1win. They have been taking some good matches. They've been looking really good in terms of the teams that they've been playing up against. But yeah, maybe this is where Team Spirit, like I say, turn it up that other notch, and it is going to be a little bit of a challenge here for 1win. So you're looking at all these matches here. I think everyone is kind of on the same page. You know, we saw the predictions yesterday. You know, there's okay, some have one more prediction than others, so there might have been a little bit of risk coming through.
Not today, Rob. Not today, Rob. Today, some people have copied the homework of some other people in a very smart way. So they are probably going to be doing a lot better in the prediction department.
Yeah, okay. So everyone's copied me, right? We've all got MOUZ to win.
I think you're alone in that.
Oh, can we get the prediction graphics on so we can see it?
I think they're only going to let us have it before the game.
Yeah.
They won't allow it.
I needed to take the risk, right? I need to get that point back on everybody. So you've got to take that risk, and I think we are going to be able to take a look to see how everyone has predicted here coming into day number 2. So the first match, it's only going to be DK Truman here going for Liga. He is a believer here, but everyone else, rocking up to PSG Quest, and I think, like we've already talked about, I think they are going to be the favourites coming into this one. So no surprises there, I don't believe.
Yeah. But this, as we mentioned so many times, is the most one-sided matchup in this tournament today, and I don't know. It's just anything happen. You can win a lot out of gambling on Liga, but 9 out of times I think Quest will win. But we'll see.
Yeah, and just to run through it again today, if anyone's not familiar how this goes. We had best of ones yesterday to decide who went into the winners matches, who went into the losers matches, and today we'll be having winners and losers matches. Winners, they move on. Losers will move down into the winners of the losers match, will move on to a decider match, and the losers of the winning match will also move through into that decider match. The loser of the losers match is just straight up out, and then from the decider match it is going to be best of 3s to decide who moves on and who else will be going out. So we are going to be losing teams today, and we're going to be getting our teams to go through into the playoffs tomorrow, and that will be 2 best of 3s coming up tomorrow, and then on the final day it will be a best of 3 and a best of 5 to decide who gets first place, who's going to be going back in second. And quickly running through the prizes, $50,000 there for first place, $30,000 for second, $15,000 for third, and $5,000 for fourth. Fifth downwards don't get anything here, so you want to be getting that fourth place. You want to be getting yourself through comfortably, and that is something that the winners are going to be able to do here today, and we'll see who is going to be going through and who is going to be going home. And I don't think that we're going to be two off the board in terms of predictions. I do believe in MOUZ, but I think everybody else is going to be rocking Entity there, but I think everybody else is on the board here in terms of what we're going to be seeing going forward for the rest of the day.
Overall, though, it is, as far as I saw, it is a single elimination playoff, right? So we actually have a third place match. That's what's going to be happening on the last day. A best of 3 will be a third place match, so it's not like it's a it's double elimination. So actually seeding in the group might be very, very important here, though. Maybe some people would want to dodge Spirit, right, as they are going to be a very tough opponent, and they're definitely not going to be the first in the group.
No, it is going to be them coming down from the quote-unquote losers bracket. Yeah, they have to go through the losers match and then the best of 3 in the decider match here as well. So maybe they are going to be able to get that rematch against MOUZ, or maybe get some revenge from yesterday. And we'll see how that one is going to play out. And again, on the other side, VP Liquid, Liga versus PSG. So Liga versus PSG, the loser will be out. The winner moves through to play up against the loser of VP Liquid. And we have, it's going to be a long day today, great day of Dota coming through. So I hope everybody's geared up. Are you ready? Hurry. Are you belted in for the long day of Dota?
I don't have a seat belt on, but I'm gonna be installing it after what you have just said, because we do need to be belted in for some of these games.
Yeah, and looking through again, we don't have with Liga being a new team. We don't have a lot of data coming into this one, but from the matches yesterday, Liga, they got that Centaur, they got the Sven, the Invoker came out, Hoodwink, Crystal Maiden there as well in the lineup for the full 5, and there are some really strong heroes at the minute, just weren't able to close the game out. So, Milan, again, what do you do here as a new team when you've just formed to try and get that synergy quick? What is the response here from Liga, do you think?
I don't think they will be able to fix their issues for this tournament. It's just a lot of CIS teams take this overnight approach, as I say. Like, they just try to keep changing players and try to guess the right combinations. And we'll see first the Quest on our screen. We see the Kales. But this is a good example. Quest did change one player, and they changed the coach, but they changed one player. The 3 other players played together for so long, and then the Malik joined, who was standing, and then on the break a little bit, then played again for so long that shows their team cohesion shows and they changed one player, and this guy can mix in really fast into. He just needs to how do you say, to adjust to them. Where Ramses is basically a one-man army. Even before this tournament, we saw him. He's like Liga is Ramses and 4 empty slots to be determined. And like you just cannot in this day and age of Dota expect to do what I don't know what some teams did 5-6 years ago, just form a team and just go all in, because teams are even the lower tier teams are much better like if they play together for a longer time. And I think they need to find the structure they want to build around. Okay, Ramses, 1J, I don't know, BB3 picks. Okay, this is it. We're gonna keep these 3 guys for 1 year. We might change 1-2 guy and like work around them with the same coach and like get there. We cannot just change, lose 1 qualifier, change again, change again, change again. It's not gonna lead anywhere.
We did see Liga, though they are on bootcamp, right? We saw it on their cameras that they're all together. So that could help, though, as Milan said, probably not for this tournament. You need at least 10 days of bootcamp for it to matter somewhat. You're not going to be getting better in a day or 2. So I'm hoping they do better today, but I have my doubts.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. Maybe we are going to be surprised here coming through, because again, everybody but DK Truman has PSG Quest, and maybe that is going to be the thing. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday here as well, that we're not sure who is captaining, if it is Ramses, because, I mean...
We are sure. It is Ramses.
We're sure it's Ramses. Okay. How does that affect the team? Because usually a lot of teams do go for the supports early on. I guess the shot call later on, where it's dive the base, or we're going to be getting this objective. But how does that affect the team being the carry, being the captain from the very get-go of the match?
It's not how it goes. Dota is not a game where one guy is commanding everything. Like the captain means he decides the most important things, not all the things.
Right.
That's the captain. It's not that he says where support go or whatever. These guys are great players, individual. They need to know it on their own. His role comes into just like deciding basically, do they contest the rush or not? Do they go high ground or not? Or like some of these things. What do they draft? What do they need to worry about? And like things like this. All other small things are just like, they're just obligations of each individual role.
His word is the last. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
right?
That's a good way to sum it.
Okay, and don't forget, everybody, you can subscribe to the One Win Series social media as well. Use that QR code that's just appeared on the screen to get notifications whenever there's a One Win event, anything that they're going to be doing going forward in the future. I'm sure there's going to be more Dota events, but more esports events there in the future as well. So use that QR code there to make sure you are subscribed to the One Win Series social medias and get those notifications going forward. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do for the rest of the year. But right now, we are going to be focused on the One Win Spring Series, and again, it is going to be for the next 3 days, so we'll see how that is going to break down. I do believe we're going to be getting into the match soon, so I'm getting excited. I always get a little bit excited here when we get ready for a match, and yeah, just a little. I mean, you've got to get excited when the match actually starts off as well. So keep the composure while the draft's going on, and then you can get super hyped when the match is actually going.
But we're gonna be gone.
On the panel. Yeah, we're not gonna be here, Rob. What the hell? We have to get excited.
I'm excited
now.
right now.
Yeah, that is true. We are through the panel, so we are gonna have talent to bring in as casters. And I'm sure they're gonna be just as hype. And we have to do it here on our own just before the match starts, I guess, and through the match as well. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing how today's gonna go. Like you say, I think everyone's predictions are in. We do have the best of 3 predictions to come a little bit later on as well. So we see how that's gonna break down. And who are you looking forward to the most, Harry, here? Which match are you looking forward to the most coming through in these 4 that we've already got on the schedule?
I want to say the Liquid VP match, but it is a best of 1. I'm probably looking forward the most to the decider matches. Those are going to be fun because we're finally going to be seeing the best of 3s. But if it is the best of 1s, then it's probably Liquid VP, because I really don't know what's going to be happening in that match. In the other ones, I'm fairly certain I have a favorite. In the Liquid VP, I'm still torn.
Okay. I think that's going to be again a fairly close match, especially being that best of one. And Milan, is there any other match you're looking forward to today?
I need to check the matches. I'm sorry, but this one, not like super hype about any of them. All are great in their own sense, but maybe one win versus Spirit, because the Spirit in the elimination game. So I like that. And one win, I like to see these guys play whenever I have a chance.
Yeah, and again, it is a new team coming through here. One win that a few months ago they were just starting out in the tier 2. They're going through. I think we did a little bit of casting on them through the DPC, right, Harry? We got some towards the end. I have to check this now because I'm pretty sure that's where I started noticing just how well the guys were doing.
When they were Klim Sanic, when they were...
they did not play DPC under Klim Sanic.
No, that wasn't DPC, but we did cast them. I just can't remember where. But yeah, I do remember them. They were looking pretty solid. There was a qualifier. Not 100% certain what it was.
Yeah, that's it. Just because that was one of the things. It was before. What was it, about October, November, that I was thinking that these guys were going to go far, as long as there were events for them to play in. And they have kind of proved it, they've gotten to the finals of a lot of qualified. They've made some momentum here as well. So, yeah, the one-win guys, I'm looking forward to seeing how far they're going to be able to go this year, keeping an eye on just what they're going to be able to do. And, of course, we all know what Team Spirit can do. They're probably going to be looking for that third title here at the end of the year. The first team to do it, get themselves on the board. So the quality of the teams moving through the event, it is getting closer and closer. It feels like the tier 2 isn't too far off the tier 1, the tippy top of the scene, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to move forward here.
Everybody knows how to move around the map nowadays, or most of the teams do know. So early mid game, which used to be a big problem to some of the teams, has been fixed. People are getting much better at the game, but it just means that we're getting those little things matter all that much, so, or even more than they used to. So that's why the tier 2 scene is getting closer to the tier 1 scene. But the tier 1 teams, they still have infrastructure that allows them to always stay at the top, whilst the tier 2 teams, they fall apart. They don't have a coach, they don't have an analyst, and really all of that does matter in the end.
Yeah, it is a big thing to ask for here. So hopefully, I know the one-win guys, they're going to be getting all the support they need. And it's just nice when you see teams like, again, the orgs like MOUZ coming back into the scene as well. That's going to offer that support to teams like Team Tickles, where they were before they got picked up by MOUZ. So, yeah, like I said, just being able to improve the quality. And there's going to be plenty of Dota again this year for them to be able to show off their stuff. And we'll see what they're going to be able to do. But Milan, coming through onto this one now as well, that you do have these orgs picking up. How do you kind of approach this at picking up the coach as well? What's the you've got your team together. How do you then go out and find a coach that synergizes as well with the team?
You just trial them. You find a guy that you think that has what it takes by his results or whatnot, and you just go with him. You can put him on trial. Just put him trust in him. I mean, it's a very hard thing, as we saw in traditional sports, to get a right coach for your squad. So, I mean, that's just about it.
Okay.
I have a question for Milan. So you were recently in both a player and a coach role. Which is more stressful, playing the game or watching your guys play the game and it being a close match?
I think it's more stressful to watch. At least I think it's individual, but from my perspective, it's more stressful to just watch. Because when I watched TI qualify, when I coached ITB, like, it was just so stressful to not be able to impact beyond the draft or whatnot. But when you're a player, everything is in your hands. You're just playing. Like, at the end of the day, most of the players are just playing. And that's not so stressful. It's in the moments, like, you have to jump rush at a certain time, like all the clutchness. But besides that, you just go into the flow where you're just playing. Dota is just going on. There's no worrying beyond that. Like, you're just doing the calculations. But when you're watching, you're like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Is this guy gonna do this? Are we gonna make it in time? are we gonna notice rushes spawning in 10 seconds? Stuff like that.
I actually noticed Milan lost a lot of weight when he was coaching into the breach, so that has to be it, right? It was the stress.
It's the stress.
Yeah,
you can make a meme out of it, you know, the guy, 55 years old, or how is it, 25 years old, not stressed at all, and then there's a grandpa picture.
Yeah, I can see that aging you up quite a bit. I guess it's the other one, right, where you're just kind of like sitting around, you're down in the bottom of the swimming pool waiting for the match to go on, because you can't actually affect that match outside of, like you say, that draft. And how much cramming do you try and do in that draft as well, just outside of picking the heroes, but obviously offering that advice as well to the players? Is it just purely on the hero picks, or are you kind of like, do you have reams and reams of notes that you're trying to fit into that like 5-minute 10-minute draft there as well?
Hey, it's usually you do all the prep, depends from the coach to coach. Some coaches don't draft for their teams. I draft for all my teams. I do all the prep, then do the draft with the team, like make sure we get both best out of the heroes out of meta and heroes we're comfortable with, and the heroes against the enemy heroes. And then after that, in the strategy time, you have 1 to 2 minutes just to pitch in the most important things that you think, like, they're gonna play through this hero, you gotta worry about this guy is gonna be active, this make sure you play on this side because they want to farm this side, in the team fights focus this guy, blah blah blah. On the start of the game they usually do this smoke or that smoke, and like some real small things that you try to fit into 1 minute. Just in your head you try to separate what's most important, select the priority, and then just say that in 1 minute. Good luck, bye bye. That's about it.
Okay. And just to tempt fate a little bit, because I think we're all waiting for it, as a coach, how do you approach a new patch? You know, like a big patch where the map expanded, like we just had. Well, I say just had, but we've had for a while now. How do you approach that with the players? Is it about getting everybody together to run through it, or do you just get together with the captain, you know, to try and see how best to approach, you know, adjusting as a team?
I just have a little bit of a question before you answer. Are we waiting for a new patch? I didn't know that.
No, I don't think anyone, no one's expecting that. You know, Reddit is just super chill at the minute. You know, I think we're all.
So you're just
it's going to be months
in general.
away.
You're asking
just in general,
okay.
for no particular reason.
I mean, the patch is coming. Valve said patch is coming. It's gonna be in the January. They said it.
Yeah, and we all know Valve time, you know, you've got to add about 3 or 4 months to that. So around June, July, maybe October-ish, we'll be seeing the Ringmaster come through.
Just before TI.
the day before TI, we'll get the new hero and the new patch. You know, they'll add the 6th man to every team. So the day before, teams will have to scramble to fly in new players as well to fulfill the rosters.
Just bring in the coach, man. It's going to be simple. I forgot your question, but thanks, Carrie. No, I have to answer a question less.
No problem.
It's about the patch. It's about the patch. It's every player reads a patch individually. Then we gather up and talk it through. Try to give our ideas. Like, should play more greedy heroes because map is bigger. We should play through the lanes because if you gain advantage in this patch, it's very hard to lose it. You can just play through it. Blah blah blah. But right now, Liga team first pick. PSG quest, second pick. We don't know priority. I wasn't in the lobby. Maybe next game, Harry can join the lobby and tell us the priority choice. Make himself useful.
Okay. It's early morning. You know, everyone's still waking up. So
no, I'm gonna explain this to you. To you, Rob. So me and Milan were like an hour drive from each other, but now I moved an hour and a half away more, so that's why he's feeling so strong, right? So it's the distance that actually made him so cheeky.
We have a long distance relationship, to put it simple.
Fair enough. So yeah, you're not expecting the driver to knock at your door within the next hour. So okay, I get it. Maybe not online, you know, we can actually resolve these issues, resolve the differences, and I'll stand between you two while you discuss it, you know, quietly. But yeah, we are going to be getting ourselves into the draft. It's going to be the Dragon Knight, the Chen, as well as the Battler, Doom being banned out here from PSG Quest. On the other side, Liga, they take out the Timbersaw, the Shadow Demon here, looking for their third ban, so no big surprises. It looks like it is back to these meta hero bans, and we'll see if Liga, if there's going to be anything up the sleeve, because I think PSG Quest, you were talking yesterday, Milan, was it PSG you were talking about that play the IO Marcy combo?
Yeah, I mean, it's very different than yesterday. Liquid had the second pick, so they had first phase 4 bans, and they banned IO Marcy, Naga plus Chen. This time, Liga team will only ban Naga, where Quest will ban Chen, so both Kotal and IO will make it through. They didn't ban Marcy, they just ban IO, Kotal, and Naga. And the Chen, right? So now I think we should be expecting to see either IO or Kotal for Quest. Maybe not on this exact slot, but one of these two heroes should be coming out.
I think you can ban out Marcy and Kotal though in the second phase. So I'm thinking if you want the Kotal now, you pick it. The IO probably wouldn't be good because then you would lose the Marcy, and that's probably not something that you want to go for without it. So I think if they want it, they're just gonna get the Kotal now.
Okay, and we see that Liga, they've got that Primal Beast there as well. Again, a hero that's coming back into the meta that teams are starting to see how powerful it is. And we'll see if PSG Quest, where they do want to go in for that Keeper Light, going to take some time. Just going to go for that Crystal Maiden first. Okay, so revealing nothing here, PSG Quest on that draft, just picking up the first support. And we'll see how Liga are going to respond here with these next couple of bans.
The CM is the second best, like pos 5 versus the Primal Beast. Shadow Demon being first one. The CM is just very annoying to play against. There is ways to go around it, but it's just pretty uncomfortable.
I have seen Grimstroke as a response to a Primal Beast, which actually isn't half bad because you have a Purge from minute 15. But for me, it's gonna be interesting to see if Liga want to play this on the mid lane or if Yerk, their off laner, is gonna be picking it up.
How do you call him? That's very, very funny.
Yerk. Yeah, that's it is not easy to pronounce. Rob, at some point in our cast, he just gave up. He's like, nope, he's BB. Like, I don't care.
BB.
It is Yerk.
It's BB.
Yeah? Okay. I will definitely remember that. I will absolutely remember that, and I won't need
he definitely made it up. Definitely. 100%. Sometimes we're just talking, he makes things up. I'm fine with it. He can have his BB3 picks. Played 3 games in last 7 days of Primal Beast and lost 2 of them. But Rabel is kind of like, if he has to play an active hero, that's like he has like 2 hero pool. It's TA and Lina, and there's some heroes that he likes, like maybe a Primal is there. But usually every game he's either playing TA or Lina. So see if this game they go back to those 2 heroes or they put him in Primal, depending on what's left for the noob.
Yeah. Poor Rabel. He got reduced here to 2 heroes on the panel, and actually when I go through his profile on the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, I think he has the most
You found him on Pro Tracker?
Yeah.
How's he called? I cannot find him.
RE1BL.
1. He has 1 in his name.
Yeah, Rabel. It's not I, it's 1. RE1BL.
Oh, that's why I couldn't find him. Well, makes...
Okay. It's good that we're both prepared here on the panel for the cast today, as we do see a techies. So PSG Quest, they go with 2 supports. I like this. You have 2 supports which are both laning dominators. One of them is solid in teamfight, being the CM, and then you have a burst guy on the techies. Plus, they don't need their level 6s to really be impactful.
Yeah, they both bring a lot of, like, they're just good for a current meta of a lot of brawling and stacking. They both stack a lot, they both can clear the stacks, they bring some control. Like, okay, Puck could be a very good 18 pick for Rabel, that he played 3 games in the last 7 days. And they don't bring a control against heroes like Puck, but against some Ember, Storm, Pango, and the Grimstroke. I really like this pick. I think I think this is a great way. This is what we used to do when I played with Copy on Ninja Penguins. When we faced CM, we would just give Grimstroke to the Primal. So like mid-game, Primal, they would try to stop him with their roots, and the Grimstroke would just solve everything. And not to talk about their their Pulverize plus Soulbind combination. The thing is scary.
Yeah, it does feel like a disgusting combination, even in the lane, being able to get that charge in with the Inkswell. Even if the Frostbite comes out, you can instantly pop that Inkswell, just wait out the Frostbite timeout and carry on with the trample damage there as well. So the Crystal Maiden here, it could be reduced to icicles, fairly often in the early part of the game, but we're going to see the Pugna coming out for Liga as well. Hurry, how much do you like this? Because it's not really an in-meta hero at the minute.
It's still there from time to time, right?
Yeah.
When you see the Grimstroke and the Primal Beast, you want the map to be somewhat open, because once you have the blink on the Primal Beast, you want to be able to catch these supports. If all of the towers are up, that's not going to be easy. Pugna gives you that little bit of a chance to get down the towers without much commitment, and in general it is a good laning here. You have a lot of movement speed, your spells do solid amount of damage, so it's not bad either way.
Yeah, the strength lies in the laning. Is one of the strongest laners of supports in the game because of the long range and the AoE nuke, and then tower pushing, and later on just the conceptual nature of the Crepify makes a lot of carries need to buy Nullifier that they don't really want to, can heal up resources of any teammate to keep them going, to make everyone play fast, and last but not least, as the carry said, like taking the towers. Not many post 5 heroes can just take the tower. Like level 7 Pugna, you come into a fog, you start nuking, they need to bring 2-3 heroes to try and kill you, and if you have a ward you can just walk away. It's a hero that creates a lot of problems, and it's a post 5, so that already makes him good.
Pugna and Grimstroke are making me a little bit nostalgic. When Pugna was being played as a core, of course that was years ago, Grimstroke was actually one of the better supports to go with it, as the double decrep with the life drain was so popular and strong. But unfortunately nowadays core Pugnas are not really a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
I mean, there are some people that could bring it off. It's who is it? It's Thompson and the guy that plays in Rest Farmers right now. Played in Lunga Galaxy last year. The British mid laner. Help me out. Atlantic. He's a famous Pugna mid player, no? He's like level 30 or something.
Rob should know that. He should. Rob, do you follow your country's players? Like, are you
definitely.
a fan?
Country's player, there's like 2 of them.
There's like more of them. There's Symmetrical, Ari, Atlantic, Bill. That's just on top of my head. T-Governor. We can already make a team.
Yeah, we can nearly put a full squad together. Awesome. No, to be fair, that is actually awesome, because coming through the years when it was only like we had Ryan popping up every so often, and then we had Tana. So yeah, hearing that there is more
from the high school.
Tana, yeah. Meep, as everyone in the UK knew him before he decided to go cool with his name. But
Back to the
draft. We see the Sven coming out. Lifesteal was banned out from PSG Quest, so it does open up the Sven here for Liga. Meanwhile, on the side of PSG Quest, we see that Wind Ranger coming through. Can be flexed between the carry and the mid lane, but coming out here, up against, you expect the Primal Beast Grimstroke off lane. Do you like that Wind Ranger in the 1 here, Hurry, or would you like to see it in the mid?
I mean, it doesn't matter what I would like. I think it's a TA 2000 hero, like 99%. I don't remember ever seeing Noob playing it.
Yeah, and he didn't play it he played 1 game in last 7 days and won, and he had a okay impact. And it was I mean, the thing is, it's a good flex, and it's a very, very good laner with CM. I don't know who we casted, or maybe I watched some other game. It was CM plus Wind Ranger. Just the lane combination is great and should limit the impact of Primal Beast in the lane. Maybe even punish him a little bit. And it's a hero that doesn't mind buying Nullifier, has a lot of magic damage, and a TA 2000 specialist. But we see Liga get the Sven, which was a hero that made the most impact yesterday in their game. So no surprise they get it. It's a good combination with Grimstroke too. So I think both teams kind of getting what they want in this draft so far. But keep in mind, this is where Liga should be winning the draft so far. Because with the last pick coming out, Quest should turn out. I think they slightly are, but not enough.
Okay. Okay, because
For
Sven
the-
with the Aghanim Scepter, he still does purge off the Wind Run, and that is something
Not during
that you're gonna
BKB.
have to think. Yeah, not during BKB. That is the
And they
case, but still.
usually as soon as you see Aghanis on him, you buy a Blink Dagger, so he can
Okay.
never stand you. So I saw this matchup. I don't know who played. I think Liga team versus 9 Pandas in the other qualifier. I saw this matchup and I just saw the carry on the 9 Pandas Dark Lord. I think he just insta buys the Blink Dagger and solves this issue.
Okay, and we're coming through here to last picks, potentially mid laners for both sides. The Liga do ban out that Faceless Void just to cover the bases. Gonna be the MOUZ coming out. Okay, so Primal mid then, I guess, and MOUZ in the off lane?
I like this.
Probably.
I like this swap out. I think Primal mid is a better hero here, or maybe even just it's a very good Mars game. We see in the previous tournament, Dream League season 22, the Mars was almost the first pick. Yeah, Amar kinda inflated the win rate of the Mars. Let's be honest, like the freaking Amar, he just won almost every game. But what does Noob play versus Primal? I'm looking Earthshaker, DP. He played DP this morning, guys. One game he played to get hot for this series. It was the Death Prophet against
Did he win?
Ducalis, and he won.
Oh, okay. So that might be a good sign here for PSG Quest coming into this one. So both drafts are going to be on the board.
Sorry, 8, 0, and 9.
Damn, so yeah, he really won that one. Okay. Great performance here. We'll see if that's going to translate into the actual match. And one last chance before we get into it to change the predictions here. You know, are you feeling more comfortable on the PSG Quest draft here, Hurry? Or has Liga kind of caught your eye?
I actually think that Liga has caught my eye. I think there's a big discrepancy in skill, but if I would have to say I'd go Liga. I'm not that big of a fan of the last pick DP. It's good that there is no magical burst on the other side, but Sven is generally a burst hero later on in the game. Plus, you have no saves for the DP. So Sven, for me, is a hero that's good versus both the DP and the Wind Ranger, which could pose to be a problem later on in the game.
I agree with the Harry. I think Liga has a better draft, but I'll stay with my prediction. But Liga has a better draft.
Okay, well, we'll see. That's how our analysts feel, but we'll see how the casters are going to feel, because we are going to be able to jump over to Ares and Bowie and get ourselves into the first game of the day. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Yep. Well, we heard what the panel had to say. You're favoring the Liga draft. Overall, they feel like you're potentially the team that they're going up against in PSG Quest are just a little bit stronger. But at least for Liga in this game one, and the only game as well being a best of one, they feel like they have the favored draft. Would you agree heading into this?
Really feel like it's that's strong. I think he gets bursted. Harry said there's no magical burst damage this game, but this Primal Beast being the mid lane, I think alongside the Grimstroke, they have more than enough damage. There's no save in Quest. I have my doubts here. Noob's gonna have to play out of his mind. If he does get a lot of farm, right, eventually you get a Death Shroud, Eternal Shroud, you get MOUZ Scepter, and might be able to handle Liga. But this seems like in a game where you can quickly snowball off of the lanes.
Yeah, I wonder what the build is going to be for Noob on the Death Prophet as well. We're seeing, I think this is also a hero currently that people aren't too happy with the current item build. Like, they haven't particularly worked out what the best route is to go for. And in the game that Milan was mentioning about Noob playing the Death Prophet earlier today, going 8-0, he went for some like Eternal Shroud, Witchblade, Halberd, Blink build. So yeah, so that's one I have been seeing a little bit more even before like Prasma got really strong, where it was someone in China that was attempting, and actually I think maybe Setsu was going for like Treads, Witchblade into like Scepter, Moonshard like later on, and if you needed an armor item like Shiva's. So it just, yeah, that was before Prasma though, so people were still already attempting, you know, that with the high attack speed with the Scepter to work around it. But I don't know. I thought this hero would be kind of strong with how good Eternal Shroud looked and Shiva's, but we didn't really get a lot of Death Prophet in that patch.
Yeah, that's true. I think the problem with Eternal Shroud is that it's kind of a second item type thing, and Death Prophet is a really squishy hero, right? So from most EPs I've seen in this patch, they rush you Scepter first and then they got something else. And there's value in you Scepter this game, but I feel like it still keeps you really squishy against all of the burst damage, the Pugna Amplify. I'm very curious to see what Noob's gonna do. If maybe you just rush a Kaya Sanji instead. Whatever he goes for, I think you can't really lose your lanes too hard on Quest, or you might really be in trouble. You only rely on the Stampede as a safe for you.
And well, that Stampede is going to be kind of nullified thanks to the arena that you have here for the MOUZ. So really going to have to look to see how the offlane is going to be able to play for Liga and how much impact we get out of him. And I mean, there's so much value out of the Inkswell this game as well. You know, with 3 initiating heroes on Dire.
And the Dispel as well, the Silence, the Frostbite. Obviously, the Shackle and the Hoof Stomp's not going to be removed, but there's still the Shard on 1J is going to be really important. Probably something he gets minute 15. And yeah, as you said, I wonder if this is the game where you really go for a faster blink on Var, because it has so much value to stop what the Stampede's supposed to do.
Now, what do we feel like are some of the upsides that Quest have? Because, again, we heard the panel saying, you mentioned that you feel like this Liga draft is your favorite here in the best of 1, but what are some of the advantages that Quest 5-man can bring to the table?
I think first of all, they just have a little bit of faster tempo in taking towers. The only real hero can attempt that is the Pugna on Liga, and it's a position 5. So just Death Prophet, they might be able to get the first towers on PSG Quest. Minute 8, probably use the first exorcism. Minute 10, do it again. This could open up the map and kind of pressure the areas where the Sven can farm, right? There we go. Yeah, and I think that's really, like, if you can actually get fast tempo, contest the ancient stacks that Liga probably wants to build for Ramses, that's how you can utilize this Quest lineup to just never give Sven the time to get those initial items.
Okay. So that first blood's definitely going to help Ramses. Is on one of his better heroes as well, I think, in recent time. We brought up the Alchemist yesterday when we were watching Liga, and of course we got to see him play the Sven yesterday too. So unfortunately wasn't able to get that victory on the board. It'll put you now in a position when you're in this you're in the losers match. So actually a win will at least give you the opportunity to play in a best of 3 later today. But you'd love to be able to make it to the playoffs, and we've got to keep in mind 50,000 for that first place. So we'll see. They set themselves up well though currently with the lanes. Everything looking pretty solid for Liga.
Yeah, for sure. That game it was already night and day, because I think Ramses had first blood. This game he gets it. They do have a fair amount of burst damage, but Sven pretty tanky. I think the hero that kinda should be more careful here is Quantum. He can definitely die if he's out of position. But Sven, as long as you keep your HP full, you're healthy. You don't really care too much. Yeah, like looking at the lanes, the first thing that is kind of noticeable is Ver struggling a little bit CS wise, but it's not like TA2000 is doing that hot either. I would say that the laning stage change is even probably favors Liga. I do feel like Quest wants to be ahead. They have honestly pretty scary lanes. You're supposed to probably feed off of that. The fact that it gets the first blood, pretty good for you. Well, speaking of lane,
Yeah, maybe bottom lane as well. 1J
ooh,
will be chased down to Carlos with a long-range Frostbite. This spell just does so much damage, even level 1. I mean, this Crystal Maiden. Some of the... it is interesting, though. Dekalis didn't go for that Arcane Aura level 2, which we are seeing a lot of the CMs do currently, so we will see a bit of a lack of mana. I mean, he's got a huge creep wave, though, so level 3 is going to be picked up shortly, I suppose.
I think it was Milan talked about how the mana cost changed a little bit with the hero. But yeah, if you can actually just get those early mangoes and abuse the 2 spells, it is so much damage. Most supports can withstand that. I'm impressed that Noob is actually making this lane really hard for Rebel. He is actually falling behind significantly here. Almost a 10 CF gap, but kind of a rotation here. Maybe they can find something.
They need to do it now before this Exorcism is online for the Death Prophet. And I mean, with the combo like this, Inkspell charge into the middle. Rabel easily going to be able to secure the first kill. Now, tier 2000, he's still going to be able to fight back, though. Even on MOUZ, going to look to try and TP, but the blast-off does connect. In a couple seconds, they're going to have another round of the power shot. Actually, nice sidestep. Yeah, they're going to be able to miss out some of the damage here for the Wind Ranger. Actually considering about going back around, because Rabel hasn't left the area just yet, and with the slam of the shield, they're going to guarantee another kill.
I'm surprised Rebel when he initiated there. He could have probably killed TA 2000. He had the Inkwell, but he just ended up going for a full duration for the Callis. But no, just it doesn't matter that much. They still get 2 kills, but the mid tower now with the catapult. Oh, and they also lost Malik. This is a lot of damage being done to the mid tower.
I like this from 1J a lot. Okay, no man. It was looking to try and drag the next creep wave. Would have been really important to try and keep this tower alive, but unfortunately not the case. And this is the big thing about the Primal Beast rotating out of the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the ability to do it before Noob hit level 6, but unfortunately you're stuck around for that extra kill, which might be a bit of a question to ask on, was it worth that kill? Because then you left the tower, you didn't have resources to go back and defend it. And our first Exorcism for Noob is able to convert onto a pretty big objective, and they're even considering about going for Rabel as well. Frostbite's going to be able to stop the onslaught away. Have they got the damage though before he gets back to the safety of the T2 tower? They're going to be able to cut him down from afar, so with a triple range PSG quest, find an Olympic kill to really enable Noob.
Yeah, pretty sure the rotation isn't worth it to give away your tower like this. I mean, it was very beautifully done by Noob. He was tanking a lot of the tower hits. He used his Spirit Stifle to really make sure he was like as close as possible to the tower. You rarely see Exorcism being able to take a full tower like that. Ever since they nerfed the damage, right? Because it was bugged for a long time. The last time DP was really popular, it dealt like 75% extra damage for some reason. So yeah, maybe, I don't know if he was just like close range to the tower the entire time, but he dealt an absurd amount of damage for level 1 Exorcism.
I think it definitely helped that it was a catapult wave and he tanked the tower for a little bit of time to keep that Cardi alive as well. So gonna see Noob is actually going Atos this game as well, so a bit of a different switch in regards to the item build. And how do we feel about it with the long range catch? Do you feel like that is something that is required out of them, as we will see Noob actually top the invis?
Yeah, I just feel like catch is a little bit of a problem. We're gonna need that Blink Dagger on Malik, and just in general, DP loves the tankiness, right? We were talking about something that allows him to soak more damage. So it's an interesting balance here between catch and HP. I don't have any problem with it. I wouldn't say DPs are here that likes upgrading it to Gleipnir though. It's kind of wonky to have this item. It also doesn't give you mana regen, which is another big problem of the hero. But they are honestly snowballing so fast off of this that I don't think it matters.
Maybe that mana regen is going to... the issue is going to be fixed thanks to having the Crystal Maiden as well, so that potentially can free up a bit of the item build here for Noob. So we'll see. This second EXO of the game, and doesn't look like Liga are really considering about bringing anyone nearby. Medic still...
You're right. They're so weak right now. This Primal, like, doesn't even have phase boots. I kind of agree that they don't defend this tower, but it's like... this is honestly faster than expected. I thought they're going to get the first tower minute 8, maybe the second tower minute 10. Then it's already like, he's farmed, but this map's going to shrink pretty quick.
Trying to see what we can get out of Liga here coming up shortly. I mean, Ramses at least is getting his farm, but gonna be a while away for the Blink Dagger on the MOUZ. Again, like we brought up earlier, Grimstroke is going to be a pivotal reason of why they can get killers in this game. So 1J needs to get some experience. Maybe he'd love gold as well, so he can buy the shard a little bit earlier than the Tormentor, but he's really struggling to find any bit of farm.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to go for stacks as well, but 1J, he did miss the last couple of stacks he ended up going for. Now they're trying to occupy the top area here. There's already some vision from Quest. I don't think they're going to be able to do much. Well, they find Malik.
I don't know. He's it's not easy. 12-1 charges, healing Lotus as well. 2 supports playing behind him, so it looks like someone's pinging. I don't know if that was actually PSG Quest that were pinging or if it was Dire anticipating that ward location. They are going to think about going through the portal though, but no one's currently bottom, and they do actually see Tier 2000 underneath this cliff ward, so maybe they might be able to actually convert on the kill. Nice scan though.
Oh, so perfectly done, damn. Yeah, this is not gonna work. And in fact, they are smoking to try and combat this, so the Wind Ranger is still away from the ward vision, but will have allies. Oh, they're by themselves though.
It's an Arcane Rune Death Prophet. This is a fight that Noob wants to be involved in, and Liga, they recognize it. You're instantly looking to try and dip out. Noob is getting to a stage where he is going to be an issue. He's actually shied away from this Atos, so is going down the Eternal Shroud build, so really looking to tank up early on and not going down the a little bit more catch route that he was initially thinking about.
I do like this more. I think you solve the mana region just because of the active effect of the item, and it is such a good item on DP. You get the HP, you get the magic resistance. Pretty much all of the early damage there is magical. And now they're gonna go for the next tower. They somehow still have a catapult bottom here. I'm not sure why. Maybe I think they ended up going for a pull or something. But yeah, once again, no response. This Primal Beast doesn't even have a Blade Mail. He's actually so poor in Rebel. Damn. I didn't expect this matchup to be this one-sided. And I'm questioning if Noob just played it really well or if it really is that hard for the Primal.
Gotta say though, like for a Death Prophet to have success in a game, the fact that your first 3 exorcisms of this game you convert onto objectives, like that is the most ideal position for you to be in. To the Shackle from Tier 2000, just a little short to connect.
Yeah, well, the burst aspect that we were scared of is still doing really well. Ramses didn't die. He's 2-0-0. He's actually extremely farmed. It's all going to be down on Liga finding a good fight where, you know, whether it's going to be a Blink Dagger or a BKB that Ramses has, allows them to kill Noob. You cannot allow him to keep on getting towers like this with every EXO. Hopefully they're not going to fight with this hate in the UNDP though, because then it's probably impossible to ever kill Noob.
Pentiment? It's up to just some shenanigans of the Pugna trying to kill the tower. Actually, will get in his may even live as well. So it's nice for them. They're able to open up the map finally. This is something that the panel was bringing up with the advantage that the Pugna is able to bring towards a draft. We are seeing this game stall out a little bit. Like you said, I mean, Sven's getting incredibly farmed, but that is the only core that is having a good time currently. I mean, you're halfway to Blink on the MOUZ. Again, the Primal Beast is very much struggling as well for Rabel, so... And we could be looking at a pretty early Roche as well if you really want to for PSG Quest. Maybe you might want to wait for that second level in the Exorcism, but you might even still be able to just go for it before that.
Yeah, true. I think they can definitely go for it. So far, it feels like their plan is to use this Haste Exo to get a kill, and they might just find Rebel if they're lucky. No, because he actually should be fine. Yeah, the big timing that's gonna come for Liga is going to be this. It's going to be the BKB on the Sven. So if you're going to wait for that, you probably have to give away another tower because Noob, yeah, already using the Exo mid here.
Little bit premature from Noob. And I guess you're going to be able to get some damage into the tier 2 tower. You'll occupy this area, the jungle as well, so taking some of the farm away, but this is... sometimes you're going to have one Exo that doesn't work out, right?
True. I mean, what it does, it forces everyone back besides the Sven, so now you're sure that everyone's not farming, and you are actually taking a lot of the Dire farm at the same time with the rest of your heroes, so it's not that much of a waste. At the same time, though, with this Blink Dagger about to be finished on MOUZ, I think it does open up a window if, you know, if Ramses is willing to fight without his BKB being finished. In fact, never mind. He's actually about to finish it as well. This is a huge timing for Liga if they can use it.
And their lanes are in a pretty good position as well. 1J actually has bottom getting shoved out.
Yeah, true. Like, he can disassemble the Echo. Alright, so it's BKB and Blink flying out to Liga. As long as you deal with these wards, these aggressive wards they were able to place, so that you smoke without them having vision of you, this could still be pretty ideal. It's a 70-second. Oh, yeah, you're right. And they don't do ward, actually.
Well, bottom lane, who are they on? Looks like 1J. Getting chased down from Malik with Omar nearby as well. I was going to say this was all lining up perfectly as well, because I was looking to see like where they try and make a play on the map as mid, actually. Hang on, Frostbite out, Ducalis, the chain control, make sure there is no escape for Rabel's Primal Beast, and the timings that we were wanting out of Liga, they were there, but you just get picked off a couple times across the map. Now, by the time you're back alive, this Exo is going to be ready for Noob.
Exactly. Yeah, very unfortunate. I'm not sure why they were not willing to fight, because as I said, all the timings were there. They were even together in the map. It's not like Ramses was too far away from the team. Maybe just some miscommunication there. And what's gonna allow is that the next fight will have Exo. We will also have an amplified damage DP that might have level 2 OT as well.
Top lane, who have they found? All right, Pantomim. I still pick me up, but let's see if they do Roche off the back of that.
Right, they will deep ward the big jungle ward here. Oh, will they? Oh, it's off mark.
Oh no.
Oh, it's so close.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is actually like a pixel away.
Did he? Okay, so did Ramses didn't disassemble the Echo?
Yeah. Yeah, when
Interesting.
When the Primal died, I think he just decided to keep on farming, so he never actually he never actually finished it out. They are smoking without him though on the top part. I wonder how Ramses can connect to that.
I don't know if you can. Maybe you TP to the outpost, but
Yeah, maybe that's a good play, right? If you actually can sneak Roshan yourself with this. Oh well. Yeah, weird play. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing. Ramses. Okay, finally he runs towards his team.
is it not obvious? Like, look at the mid wave.
Yeah, it is pretty obvious.
You still have this ward too again, so you're seeing two camps that no one's been farming. And you see Malik's current position, tier 2000's farming like very defensively under this top tier 1 tower. Bit of a awkward smoke from Liga.
Yeah, Ramses decides to equalize mid, but once again, it's really hard for him to connect if a fight starts. He doesn't have blink still. I mean, the gold advantage is still pretty even, right? So it's not like... I feel like the later... So, yeah, it's weird. The later it goes up until like 40 minutes, I feel like this actually benefits Liga. It felt at the beginning that Quest was gonna snowball this harder than they actually have. But I think if it goes past 40 minutes, then you kind of get the advantage again for Quest. And in fact, they will get that rush we're talking about. Just took them a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was a little bit surprised they weren't forcing Roche, but maybe they were just waiting for the BKB on tier 2000 and the Witchblade as well for Noob, just in case if a fight did break out. They don't even need to use the Axo though, so this is a big thing. You're still going to have this one online. Let's see if they give the Aegis to. We'll be tier 2000. Wind Ranger having that second life to work with. And now what is the call for Liga? You're already a little bit worried about fighting. I mean, you tried to take something, but weren't able to catch anyone out on the map, and now as a result you kind of missed that little bit of a window you had where your power spike was a bit further ahead than Quest, and now you have to go up to this big Aegis advantage. Meanwhile, mid lane should be able to run into 1J, and we've got the MOUZ standing nearby, but the spear comes out too late, and now MOUZ as well he's praying for some assistance. Ramses jump over the top with the God Strength damage. They get rid of Noob. That's a big kill for them to find. Quest, though, Still looking for the turnaround. Tier 2000 playing the outskirts of the team fight. Blinks at the ready though. MOUZ gonna try and find an angle. It's actually up to Rabel to get the jump in. Now they still have the arena to catch up to Malik. Ramses again finds the angle. Starts to slam away the health of Malik. And that is the team fight that we've been waiting for on Liga.
All right. Yeah, that was really good. It felt like, you know, it was only going to be a 1J death, but because Ramses just got his Blink Dagger, they're able to connect. And that's the weird thing. Even though DP is not necessarily the Aegis hero you want, I feel like you cannot fight with Quest if the DP is dead. Because, you know, Wind Ranger, her OT is a focus fire. You know, it's a single target spell. You're only going to get 1 kill, even if you have the Aegis. So it's kind of a tough position. I think this is why I didn't like the DP pick too much. It's a weird last pick. I don't think he gave them what they needed. I think you needed something that is high tempo like DP, but maybe doesn't have the cooldowns that DP has. I feel like as soon as you get it once, it's hard to kind of force your position to get into the tier 2s, and this definitely allowed Liga to bounce back. You still might scale better than them. What happened?
I don't know if you're watching mid lane. Malik, they were smoked up and he... It's a classic, you stun before blink sometimes, so...
They did get a shard onto Varro, actually. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Double spear.
Is under attack.
Too bad of a neutral item as well with the bullet. They're going to help out a lot with the movement speed. A little bit with positioning for the MOUZ to find those angles, but still... They've got this Aegis on PSG Quest and they're still feeling relatively strong. All their ultimates back online. Tier 2 tower under siege. Liga looking to try and set up a formation, though they currently don't have Ramses.
Yeah, he does have a TP and they're gonna glyph, so there's definitely a chance for a fight here. They're gonna smoke around. He could TP to the tier 2 tower. No scan on the Radiant side, but they are aware.
He needs to be there straight away, though.
Yeah.
If he TP's late, it's going to be difficult for them.
Ooh,
And
no.
they're going to miss the spear as well. Meanwhile as well, Malik finds a double initiation over to the northern side, but finally Ramses shows up and it's a lot of damage. They'll cut down Noob, and now Ramses can turn to the rest of the heroes. What can they do on the response from Quest? Tier 2000 so has the BKB to protect him.
The crap.
But have fun with your focus fire when the decrep is going to be there. Ramses deals with the backline support. And now the cause, they're in a lot of danger. Rabel's going to be able to chase down this Wind Ranger. Looks like Malik is fine as well. Ramses came in the nick of time.
Ooh, wow.
Oh, they got him. Oh, they got him. All right, Liga. Add a 5th to the tally. Centaur's going to go down as well.
I don't know how you itemize this DP to survive these fights. Like, you even have some armor for the Witchblade. You're supposed to be really tanky, but Sven, like, 4 shots to DP. There's no time for that Siphon to really give him enough time. I don't know. It feels like these team fights are impossible. Like, that's the best case scenario. The smoke breaks, they miss the smoke, they have a high ground ward. Ramses is honestly pretty late, and they still take that fight super convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, your initiation doesn't go the way you're hoping for on Liga. With that arena, you're able to react in time, but it didn't matter in the end. I mean, very impressive. I really was a bit concerned on like Ramses if he came just a couple seconds too late to the fight, where Quest would already have a numbers advantage by then, but it was not the case at all. Came again at the perfect timing, exactly when they needed him, and this is up to a 6,000 net worth lead now, where really this strong start that Noob had on the Death Prophet, we're not feeling it, and I don't know when we're going to now. He's going BKB next item, but it's not particularly going to help you against a lot of the issues you have currently with the Sven.
Yeah, I really don't like this BKB. To me, the reason he's dying is he gets pulverized. There's like the only way to cancel the pulverize is either a shackle shot or a hoof stomp. Both spells pretty hard to land like in the heat of a fight where most of the spells were already used. And you're still gonna be pulverized through BKB, and the physical damage of the Sven is still gonna be there. So I don't know. I don't think there's necessarily an easy choice that you can go for on the DP, and that's why I dislike this pick. I think it's just you're not mobile enough to withstand this, Sven. Maybe, you know, a puck or a quap would be able to blink out in time and not die, but for the DP, there's nothing that you can really do. It's only the stampede, but they're using it aggressively most of the fights, not for the DP to, you know, reposition.
He's got Bloodthorn now.
Yeah.
He's so farmed. Like, what is this net worth?
He is gigantic.
Radiant's
They're
top
gonna
tower
smoke.
is under attack. Radiant
Alright.
are scanning.
Oh, if they find Noob again, that could be...
It's a bit of a odd smoke though. They thought that potentially Quest was starting to transition towards the top side of the map. They went the opposite direction. Maybe they thought they were, you know, trying to bait this creep wave at the front of the T1 tower. No one was showing there as well. So there's a lot of time that Liga are currently wasting.
Yeah, if they smoke in a pretty repeated pattern as well. It's always the 4 heroes Ramses shows in the lane, and then he joins. So he likes to, you know, give vision, kind of make it less obvious, but at the same time, I wouldn't say their smokes were smooth this game. Some of them were pretty obvious. They are going to try and invade here. No Wisdom Rune, or they only have this Catapult Wave.
Really first time we've seen them invade though. A lot of the fights have been on their half of the map.
Yeah. BKB on Rebel now. He definitely recovered from that terrible laning stage. Even has a gem.
Radiant are scanning.
They're coming with the wraparound. Ishi Quest.
Oh, that Radiant scan. Really odd, right?
Yeah, maybe thinking they may have TP'd back.
Oh, hello.
2000 miss on the initiation once again. And now they're able to get on top of Ramses. That's going to stop the blink dagger.
Oh,
Shackle
no.
as well. It's perfect. TA2000 locking Ramses into place. They've been able to retreat back up to the high ground. And you see how hesitant Quest are. Both sides committed to big ultimates. Ramses actually wants to find an angle to reinitiate. Did they see him pop the God Strength? I'm not quite sure if they did.
I don't think they did. Yeah, there's only a Dire Ward in the high ground, but they were still... yeah, I guess it's probably better safe than sorry, right? You already pop your OT. It's like half duration. Might as well be thankful that nothing worse came out of that fight. Their Rosh respawn timer will not punish them from using Exo that way. It's everyone's gonna have a chance to have all spells, and it might... It's gonna be real close to the Radiant side, but there's gonna be like a window on the top area.
But Eric on the MOUZ is having a little bit of difficulty with being able to find some of these arenas that they're requiring out of in some of these team fights. So let's see how he's going to be able to perform in this kind of second half of the game.
Radiant's
It is a lot of the control that they have on Liga.
Yeah, they... I mean, the initiations they're trying for are very risky too. Like, there's no vision. It's nighttime. So I don't really blame him for missing the initiations. I think the idea behind it is probably the wrong part. Like, you're trying to initiate at nighttime like that against a very mobile hero like Wind Ranger. It's not going to be an easy job. But they do get control over the Rosh area here. I wonder if Quest is going to try. Like, they have a lot of mines in their triangle. So they just committed a lot of resources to control it. But it's not necessarily where you want to fight now. You really don't want to give Rosh away for Liga.
Seems like Quest again are going to use his time just to
Dire's middle
farm
tower
up
is under
the
attack.
opposite side of the map. You've got Malik getting relatively close to Shivas, and it's still a pretty hefty recipe cost. Noob is working on the Blink Dagger, tier 2000. Nullifying next item for him. He does have this Nemesis Curse, so increased in damage output, but also, of course, the Glass Cannon.
Dire are scanning.
Bottom lane, they're actually setting up onto Malik. So at the front of the T2 tower, Rainbow's got perfect chain control, but the rest of the team just slightly too late with the teleports. Ramses, though, comes from the opposite direction. He's a little bit hesitant, though.
Middle tower is under attack.
Alright, good slow with the power shot. Ramses didn't really want to commit BKB to kill that techies. There's gonna be a nullifier kind of soon on TA2000. That's huge for the armor on this Ven, and even the Decrepify from the Pugna.
It's so important that Radiant are able to get set up first with the Techies mines. Raven's going to try and pop some of them. Have they got a ward to place down as well? Pantomim, no vision. What about Quest 2? They're actually going to try and path back to their own observe ward up on this cliff. So this could be scary. Let's see. If Ramses commits God Strength, then PSG Quest might be able to take the fight after Roche goes down. There's probably a big reason why Ramses is not using the ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. But he is gonna lose some HP here. Ducali smokes breaks. He finds Ver. Yeah, they know this is happening.
They need the power shot to scout.
There we go.
There it is.
Gonna get vision. Now Ramses does get the healing. Not even using the Blowthorn. So calm here.
I mean, eyes on MOUZ. This is
he
where
has
he can
blink.
potentially come back to the game and help the boys. He's going to be able to get the stun first. Now Ramses blows up the Centaur. And now Rabel as well is on the secondary heroes. That's a better arena. You're locked down one, forcing a preemptive BKB from TA2000 as this will convert a team fight into Roshan for Liga. They're hoping to get more. Fortunately, Omar will be able to TP out. Looks like everyone else on Quest survives as well.
That was, to me, pretty much the summary of how Liga played this game. So patient, so chill. Like, you go Roshan as 5, you don't use your Blowthorn, you don't use your Hammer, you don't use your OT. They're just like, no, we're gonna bait them here, and we will eventually get the upper hand. And, like, when they actually wanted to jump, perfect usage of the Phantom's Embrace so that Roche stops attacking Ramses, he gets his Blink Dagger cooldown, they find the best target on that Centaur because he's the only initiator. You don't really want to have the Death Prophet be first point of contact. The fight is over right there. You can't really fight if you don't have Stampede anymore.
This would be so crazy as well for PSG Quest to potentially be knocked out in this fashion. You've got to keep in mind yesterday, like, they were ahead of Liquid, and they were you're against the Husker lineup where you avoided like the most difficult stage of that game, and in the end you lost to like 4 buybacks on Liquid into them getting Aegis into one rapier fight, and then the game just ending from there. And now you're up against a team which, I mean, pretty much everyone but one. Was it you actually who said Liga?
It was,
I think it was DK
DK
Truman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who said Liga? So you know, we're all favoring PSG Quest. I'm sure a lot of people as well are. And then now down 7,000 gold. This is a best of one. You lose this, you are out.
Yeah, and I mean, at least in the Liquid game, I think you could give them an argument. Like, they actually they played really well. Liquid, I'm not sure Liquid's supposed to win that game. But in this one, I think their draft definitely struggled a bit more. It was not as good of a draft as they had. And I'm very surprised by Liga. They are playing absolutely pitch perfect here. They didn't really get too scared, right? They didn't defend their towers. They're like, all right, guys. Oh, hello.
Whoa. Ramses. All right. It was a bit sick just to see him posturing there for too long.
I was gonna say they're playing very calm, but then he definitely amps up a little bit. But yeah, there's a tier 2 mid. This is not over for sure. You still have 3 minutes of Aegis, but I don't think Liga can even, unless something crazy happens here, PSG Quest, they should still be able to fight after the Aegis is over.
Look
What?
For them. Look at the mines.
They're gonna fight in the mines.
Oh no! No way! Just the mine setup. The field they have to run through actually gives PSG Quest an opportunity to find 2, and they instantly pounce on that. The read from them just to TP in multiple members, recognizing like they cannot escape. The supports were stuck. They didn't know where to run. They had to run back towards like PSG Quest side of the map for them to actually then find another angle out. So almost like I'm gonna remine this area up.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that's what they want to do, and already Omar gets back into mine duty here. Yeah, this is great. It's gonna waste a little bit of that Aegis duration. They're only gonna have one fighting Liga, and because their tier 2 towers bottom and mid, I think their barracks are safe, at least for the recent future here in Quest.
But still, does this game get any easier though for PSG Quest?
I think it does, honestly. I feel like you get to a point where DP has enough armor and HP where the Sven can't really burst you as he was doing in those fights. The Wind Ranger finishes the Nullifier, although she did stop for a Dragon Lance, so it does slow that timing a little bit. I definitely feel like Sven can fall off this game. So he's also really, really farmed. So one fight where Quest gets a lead, this Wind Ranger, oh, there you go, finds like 4,000 gold, and you kind of get closer in net worth. Things can change, but Liga, they're not really making many mistakes. So it's on Quest to force them or just play out of their minds.
They're still feeling quite strong down the ages advantage. Quest were considering about setting up a little bit of a trap around this high ground observer ward. Might be a bit more difficult now. They're pinging like they want to stick around. Noob did kind of leave the team. It's a good scan from Liga though.
Yeah.
Ramses has that 25 talent too.
They do have a lot of vision here though. It is, but they're moving away from the vision into rare vision.
Uh-oh. T2000 leading the charge to give them this information. We'll start with the Gleipnir. The follow-up's going to be there from Melik as well, but the Centaur holding down too. Look at the focus fire damage, but a great arena stops TO2000 from continuing to beat onto Ramses, and he's on the outskirts of the team fight. Ramsey's getting kited at the moment. The focus fire is still online at TO2000 finally. They'll be able to kill the Sven, but that was the God Strength committed. And on the respawn, he will have nothing left in the tank as PSG Quest take an incredible team fight down at the south of the map.
Wow. I mean, honestly, the first big mistake from Liga, they think they can fight without their Grimstroke. He only got to the fight now because he was dead. I don't think they had any business taking that fight. There was nothing to gain. They're still tier 2 towers up. But really good initiation from the Wind Ranger, right? They get the Gleipnir. He aligns the Shackle perfect. Obviously, the Focus Fire wasn't enough to kill Ramses, but that when he's using God Strength in that first life, it's when they can commit to the fight. And, you know, once you're back up, you don't really have anything. So, very nice maneuver from Quest. I was afraid that they were fighting away from the vision they had, but they had the numbers, so that was more than enough.
We see how different the fights can look as well when it's actually Quest initiating, and especially onto the Sven too. So,
like they shackled the Primo and the Sven, right? Those are the two big ones for Liga.
And seeing that replay back as well, that fight could have been so much worse if the MOUZ didn't spear the techies on the blast off. Like,
sure.
I didn't notice that in the middle of the fight. If he wasn't able to land that spear, you potentially get the stun onto 2 to follow up with that double shackle initiation. And now we are dead even. I mean, yeah, okay, you've got a full set of barracks top, but you know, how much is that really going to play a factor? This net worth lead is minimally on Radiant's side now.
Yeah, that's a game where the Sven is already maxed out. Ideally, the only thing he can buy is a full Aghanim's Blessing and an upgraded Blink. Like, these are very expensive items that don't really give you the return of the other items he already has. Whereas when you look at the Quest heroes, Wind Ranger did finish the Nullifier. That's the big fight we were talking about. The difference now only 5k. This DP, way tankier, has a side of Vice as well. So the initiation on Quest is even more reliable too.
Let's see, both sides need to be discussing how they are going to take this next Roche fight. Potential for it to spawn up top though. Will be still a window nonetheless where it could be bottom. It's going to depend on how fast of a Roche spawn it is.
And they have very close wards here. Radiant has a ward in that cliff, and Liga has a ward close to the Watcher. So both teams are going to be playing around, trying to bait each other in their own vision. But it looks like Quest actually not even considering this fight anymore. They do break formation. Yeah, ideally you want to fight in your big jungle. Look at how many mines they have there. You want to drag Liga and make sure that those mines do their job.
It's a long Roche spawn, so it will be top. 2 minutes until that next one is up. And, I mean, you were just highlighting the point of PSG Quest wanting to fight with their mines are currently set up. So let's see if they're going to go to top early on, or if they're still going to You try and hold out for a little bit of time to potentially take a fight down bottom where they do have these mines, or if they feel like it's more important to get set up around this next Roche fight.
Yeah, I mean, because this is going to be so long, we did see Liga, for the first ages at least, waiting a fair amount, eventually just giving up and going for a fight. This could happen again. It's still a pretty long respawn timer, and we realize the Roche is nowhere to be seen yet.
Bottom, sorry. Silly.
Yeah. I knew what you meant. Okay, so Sven has Swift Blink now. No buyback. So they're going to fight. They're going to try and just go full YOLO. All of their heroes, honestly, don't have buybacks besides the supports.
They use the banner on Dial? I don't... Might have expired. I only bring that up because top's getting shoved out. This could be a nice time to use the banner, especially with the threat of next Roshan up. Pudding's going to take a little bit of damage if the creeps are able to get in.
Smoke on smoke.
Look at the MOUZ's position. Inside the lane with the Observer Ward. They might go this long way around though in Quest, so potentially avoiding the current setup that Liga have.
Yeah, and they're going to have us scanning 10 seconds, so that's huge for Quest. You might even wait a little bit in your initiation to make sure you know where they are.
Nice scan.
They know they're not in the
read.
pit.
Carlos wants to give them the vision.
Oh, those wards though.
They didn't see it. And now Malik once again is going to find the opening. A quick and easy kill into the support. Now they'll look for more as well. Where's Ramses? Now he's going to jump into the middle. They've been able to isolate the Wind Ranger with the damage from Ramses. TA2000. He's going to be forced to buy back if they can try and make him into the team fight. He'll be coming back shortly thanks to the Radiant Outpost. Now Ramses is in some danger. Wants to stand strong. They turn. Hang on a second. They got the Soul Bond on the Wind Ranger. Ramses recognizes his job. Gets the die back. And the tip in the middle of the team fight as well. It's just a question of can they get out with their own lives because the car.
Freezing field.
Look at the freezing field. It's still going. He's going to be rewarded, or will he? Ramses turns for the Satanic. There's no way. There's no way he can live through it all. The Hex is out, stopping some of the bonus health from coming back, but here comes the Dino, back from the grave, giving Ramses some moments of peace to be able to escape to the northern side. They'll lose the MOUZ, but Ramses, he's ready to go in a couple of seconds. Doesn't need the Satanic now to stand strong. He's going to be close. So Malik has got a decent amount of damage, and Malik does actually get the kill into the Centaur, but the damage is dealt. Liga. What an incredible team fight for them down at the bottom side of the map once again.
How many heroes even died? 4 buybacks total, so that's like 12 heroes dead in this fight. And no one's gonna be victorious. It's only the offlaners alive. They're still fighting, by the way.
Yeah, and I think Ray will probably win. Okay, Malik's up BKB, he's fine. Is he?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Okay,
attack.
so
And look at the base as well. I mean, tier 4 tower's gone down with all this going on as well, so you damage the buyback statuses, a lot of kills, and also an objective.
So when you look at Liga, they have 2 50-second timers here. I wonder if they actually fix this top lane. If you can just brute force with Focus Fire Roshan, because you do have the TPs in much easier in that area. I wonder if that's something they're gonna try and do. Because if you don't do that, I feel like taking another fight like that probably still benefits Liga. You could see that that Wind Ranger doesn't even have a buyback, so giving her the ages is also super important. Yeah, there you go. They're gonna TP. VAR's coming though.
And they are coming. Unfortunately, you're not going to have all 3 current members alive to be able to stall out this Roche.
Oh, this is gonna be close. This is gonna be close.
They'll get it. They'll get it. Not everyone's there fast enough. You really needed those current members alive to be able to stall it out with maybe a couple spells getting spammed, but unfortunately, tier 2000 gets that all-important ages off the buyback from that previous team fight. That was 3rd Roche as well, so Malik also holding the refresher shard for the Centaur. Might give it over to Noob, who is 25.
Yeah, I think so. He even has the extra Exorcism Spirits. That fight was so tough on TA 2000. He got vised by the Mars into the spear, so he never got to wind run. Then he buys back and he got held by the soul binds. He just he never really had a chance to do damage or to even hold himself against the Sven. But with the Aegis, I do feel like, especially if Quest has the initiation, they should have the advantage now with the Vise on the DP, with this Nullifier on the Wind Ranger.
His DP damage output is going to be very high if she's able to have a prolonged team fight. Prizme,
All right.
I really wonder if Scepter is something you're considering next for Noob.
Yeah, it's a really good Scepter game. But Prizme is also nice. He does have that Witchblade, right? And you don't need another slot. Oh, there you go. He actually did buy it. So, will Ramses buy his shard to allow Warcry to be undispellable, or is he a greedy little carry?
He's got it.
Oh, he just bought. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there you go. It's really good against the Nullifier.
A little bit of value versus the Death Prophet as well. Oh, a lot of mines.
Okay, they're gonna get the top tier 2 tower. Showing TA 2000 there. Also has eggs on the Wind Ranger. So, I mean, honestly surprised it didn't came earlier, but at 45% physical reduction makes things much harder for Ramses now. I think that is the big thing that kind of turns this matchup around.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're coming back for Pants, man.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He pretty much got
Just
this
the first
by
TP.
himself. Oh,
See him? No, is he actually gonna get out? Oh, that's so
lucky.
much space. That's so much space, dude. Takes a tier 3 tower. You TP 3 heroes down bottom as well, and you're continuing to waste the Aegis, which is going to be down in 2 minutes 10 now.
yeah. I mean, it's tough though, right? Because going high ground when you don't have buyback on TA is still very risky. But yeah, I think this, if you really want to play safe, and if their read is that they have the better late game, it's probably better to just chill and wait your buyback out. At best, you go for a tier 2 tower, you go for a fight that you have more numbers. But going for a 5 versus 5 can be really risky.
Do you agree with the current probability at the moment from Dota Plus? It's saying 58% for Liga at this stage in the game.
I think so. I think most because there's on TA 2000, but once that resets, I would assume Quest is even slightly ahead. And I think that's still gonna, like, if the gold advantage stays similar, I would assume they're gonna slowly get higher and higher. I think this Wind Ranger becomes a big problem with this Focus Fire being such a low cooldown now, having the Nullifier, having these Lincolns as well, so even the eggs that Sven has, it's not gonna matter. You have to use the Blowthorn to break the Lincolns to potentially dispel the Wind Run, but as Milan said, BKB also doesn't allow that to happen.
We are seeing, though, PSG Quest having some difficulties with their side lanes. When Phantom having this ninja gear, really enabling the Pugna to be a bit of an issue. Might even, off the back of that, get a bit of a free kill onto Carlos. And yeah, it's going to reveal that the rest of Liga was smoked outside the base, so it is unfortunately smoke for Dire where they don't really convert on too much. This is going to be an opportunity for Melik now to reshove out that top side. You get mid also pushed in from tier 2000.
So the thing is, Aegis is going to expire in a couple of seconds, and they know this Crystal Maiden doesn't have a buyback for like 50 seconds. I wonder if Liga is considering to at least poke this high ground, right? You don't need to use God Strength, but you can slowly use the Nether Blast. Is that the plan here?
You got to hope that the timers are perfect, because the Wind Ranger is going to be down for a little bit. I mean, by the time she potentially dies again, it'll be back up, but
yeah, they're slowly going for it. Maybe get a range barracks. I like this. You force everyone back. You make sure, like, you already have the lane advantage because of the barrack stop. So you have a lot to gain from just staying here. I guess that's enough for them. They're gonna go for another Vise on the Primal here, so the initiation already really scary with the Vise on Vor, and he pretty much has a refresher. If he wants to commit for this, he can. Just needs to give up on the Soul Ring.
What's his neutral item? Tricks up. I was gonna say if he needed some mana, but
Yeah,
Soul Ring should be fine.
it's not ideal.
The lanes are in a very good position currently for Dire, so they can continue to posture pretty aggressively on the map.
Do they have all of their shards already on Liga? They do. So even Tormentor doesn't necessarily benefit them that much. And on Quest, they still need the Wind Ranger one. And I mean, DP's. I'm surprised DP doesn't have her shard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
it's
just saving for
definitely not
buyback here. Yeah.
Alright, 50 minutes in. Haven't seen a big team fight recently. 6,000 net worth lead for Liga. You are going to buy out on the MOUZ. Bottom lane, alright, Pantomime. Exo is going to get committed for Noob as well. A pretty heavy investment considering even Stampede was committed from the Centaur, so a couple of ultimates down the drain.
Yeah, I want... is this some sort of plan here? Do you sell your bottle, buy a refresher, and bait another fight with a smoke? He's not there just yet, I think.
They gave him the refresher shot though, at least.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does make sense then. If Liga tries to force this, you can still surprise them. Although his lots are lacking, right? You don't have the Blink Dagger. I guess you can always just backpack it and initiate.
Alright, looks like we are going the distance. I mean, both sides not wanting to try and eke out a slight advantage. I say that though, Quest gonna try and smoke outside the base.
Okay. We try and use that refresher. Still holding on to it though. They want to make sure they have the perfect fight until Noobs commits the item. Roche, 8 seconds.
Radiant
We'll
are
see if it's going to benefit Liga here and they're gonna force this refresher shard, or if they'll gonna be able to have time to wait. Oh, that's the longest Roche possible.
MZ's. Alex
Oh,
is
hello?
just gonna jump in aggressively, blindly gets the Sven. But where's the rest of the team to be able to follow up on the initiation? T2000 trying to deal with Pantomime's gonna run through the arena. Can the rest of the team follow though? This Wind Ranger out at BKB duration. They're gonna have a second round of the arena. Ramses is gonna love this opportunity just to beat onto the carry. The buyback is out, the counter is there. Melik with the double stun, and Anubis just freely right-clicking. This DP's damage late game is something that Liga had to fear. They didn't respect it. Noob will punish them, and Rabel's gonna die in the pit as well.
I was so terrified for TA2000 in that fight. He just dove, he crossed the arena to kill the Bugna, was totally out of position, but it allowed Noob to get all of his spells off, and you can see, like, once this Wind Ranger and this Death Prophet are tankier, and obviously Ramses' damage isn't scaling for a long time now because he's been 6 slaughtered for a while, you do start to gain an advantage in the fights. I feel like he invested a lot in control with the Vise and Refresher, even Vise on Primal, but they need more damage now. Pantomime? Hello?
Yes, yeah, we can speak about live. He's on trying to just stall this game out as much as he can.
Yep.
I mean, we saw what happened in that team fight. You take a spot in the deep corner of the right bottom side of the map, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough in the end. Noob just goes completely uncontested. An incredible team fight from Death Prophet. We really get to see how much damage she's truly able to do. And so back why we see Pantomime is dead. I mean, he did a great job to cut the wave. Unfortunately, that's his dieback. I mean, well, the Primal Beast has still got his dieback death timer from when he brought back at that previous Roche fight. So he's still down for another 50 seconds. This will be a full set of barracks bottom, probably a full set of barracks mid lane as well. They might even push it for T4s.
I mean, Click Rebel, he's 100 gold away. Honestly, if this Pugna just gets the bounties there, maybe that was a better play than cutting the wave. Look how many bounties there is on the Dire side.
Maybe MOUZ will get it, or Grim, someone definitely. You have to be communicating that.
You really do. But I mean, your buildings are gonna fall fast. That is a 16-second focus fire here. They will commit their first glyph. They still have another one. So maybe this isn't as bad as it looks, but you definitely won't have Pugna for whatever fight. Oh, they don't even force this. Okay. Maybe they feel like there is buyback on Primal.
Dire are scanning.
It definitely is now.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be. Unfortunately, Roche is not up as well. They will have a bit of a window where it's going to be a 4v5.
Would definitely be a dire Roche. So Liga does have a slight edge now. And yeah, Ramses can still eat his eggs. I guess he sold his boots, but he's gonna have to eat the eggs and get this Daedalus. That's his last like power spike. And even then, if he gets the Aegis, you're not gonna be able to carry all of the items. He's gonna have to probably backpack the BKB.
And it is going to be a concern on if he gets kited inside the team fights. That is where the Daedalus might potentially counter that, because he could just blow someone up, but...
Are they late?
Unfortunately for Liga, yeah, they're too late. I think. 1J, they're gonna run it.
Oh, the spear misses.
Miss on the spear. They'll still be able to get the kill. Rainbow tries to go in with the Aegis. It's still on the deck. Someone needs to pick it up. Who's gonna get it?
He got it. He got it.
Randomly, he got it. No way.
What?
No way. Rainbow got that Aegis. Have they got vision though for Noob? Ducking under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. He's gonna be able to escape down to the south. Ramses though finds a Carlos, not TH2000, stuck inside the arena. Are you serious? That's a dieback on TH2000. They're gonna lose their death prophet. They're crumbling, Bowie. They are crumbling. Everyone's caught. One last hope of the potential buyback out of Noob, but is Malik even going to be able to survive? He's not. Rabel, the man of the team fight, gets the Aegis, stops the Centaur, TP at the buzzer. No
TH2000
way.
misclicked the cheese, so he couldn't pick up the Aegis, and somehow this Primal picks the Aegis 5 seconds after Roshan falls. Even though like the fight initiated so poorly for Liga, they missed the spear. It felt like there's nothing there left for them. But yeah, no buyback on this Windranger, and this is a 4-minute buyback. This could be the end here for Quest. There is Glyph, but their second Glyph was already used, so
Look at this, look at this.
Megas.
They're going to try and force a fight before they actually get set up with the formation. A heavy investment to try and jump Ramses, who didn't get the buyback with the BKB, still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Ramses though, he can try and turn with the Satanic. He's not right-clicking at the moment. The Frostbite stopping him from getting that health back. But the important thing is they used everything for the Primal Beast. And now once they go in off the respawn, PSG Quest will not be able to do it 3v5s. And there is something about Roche fights for this team. Back-to-back games where they are unable to take a successful Roche fight in the late stage of the game, and as a result, they will be knocked out of the tournament.
All right, against all odds, Liga, they, not even the analysts believed in them, but I gotta say, they played this game really, really well. I didn't believe it was possible for them to win the game this late, especially after so many turnarounds for PSG. I think they were doing pretty well, but as you said, it feels like those final clutch fights are still something they're struggling a lot with. Just small mistakes here and there costing them so much. They're out.
Yeah, crazy to expect, because I was really hoping for a lot from this team, and potentially that honeymoon phase with Carlos joining them as well. This is the call they wanted to make. You get rid of Kaori, who was, I think, a pivotal reason on why they had a lot of success with their previous roster. They felt like it was the right decision to make. Unfortunately, with the top 15 member on the rank leaderboards, Carlos was not enough to be able to assist them in the two best ones they had. Just that's all it can take in this tournament. You lose the Liquid, and now you lose the Liga as well, and you are going to be eliminated. And that means that Liga, they're going to move on, so they will get to at least your replay again later today in a best of 3. So potentially a rematch versus Virtus Pro, or potentially a match versus Liquid as well. But we are going to be done here for our first series of the night. We're going to be able to see what the panel has to say about this one. So let's send it back over to them.
Yeah, and it just seems Liga, Roshan is just making things happen here in the game, and Liga being able to turn that fight. What is it about Roshan that makes it PSG's kryptonite here, Hurry?
Well, I don't want to say that it's their kryptonite. It's just that on Roche, usually the big fights are gonna happen. This is where you're gonna be able to force out an engagement. And when the Roche was on the Radiant side, Liga put themselves in a very uncomfortable position. They're back behind the pit. Here, they had a little bit of a more open area where they didn't get clumped up, get shackled, and brought down. So it was just an easier fight for them to take.
Okay, and Milan, how would you then look at this one? Because it was a lot back and forth, and it seemed like Quest, all they needed to do was outlast the damage coming out from the Sven, like Ares and Bao was saying, was build up that armor, build up the damage reduction coming out, but in the end, Liga were able to take that one. So how did they swing those last couple of fights in their favor?
It was just... it's hard to put it simply in the words. There was just a few major things that happened. One is that Roche was very late spawn, that made them go for the Roche as the Dire team already respawned. The other one is he misclicked the cheese for the Aegis. The third one is they just committed all into this Roche. They just committed all their position, all their items. Like last fight, if you look back, like Windranger has like 2 major items in the backpack, rocking this Aghanim's Blessing on himself. Already he has Aghanim's, rocking the cheese that he didn't use, and most importantly, he didn't have buyback last fight. He used it previous fight to win. They bought back maybe 1 hero, they killed 5, they did everything they needed, they were in control. They just, I don't know, they just, it seems like their issues that they had before removing Kari for Ducalis remain. Not saying this loss is again, same story for Liga. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
Like Rabel struggling a lot, but Ramses, it was all Ramses for most of this game. Besides this fight, like Ramses was top 1 effort by far on his Sven, and eventually he prevailed.
Yep, and he really used the Blink Dagger nicely, right? We thought he was going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter, and it is the way to go, especially when playing versus a Windranger. But he decided to go for this Blink to be able to surprise the opponents, and actually used it quite well. I have to say, TA2000, his shackles in this game were amazing, and they were one of the reasons that Quest actually stayed in the game. We saw multiple 2-man shackles in the game overall, but yeah, Ramses was definitely the MVP. He was kind of doing it all on his own for the majority of it.
Yeah, being able to find those jumps in, like you say, and there was the fight.
This is the biggest comeback they made, like this fight. Just all-inning the Ramses, and Ramses without the Daedalus, only Bloodthorn has 0 damage versus BKB, the DP. And we see here, Primal, Pulverize, and Ramses trying to hit, doesn't even bring half HP during his BKB, and after that, he cannot hit a single time. He's just gonna get freeze to that. And this is where I thought, okay, 6-second BKB on the Sven, they threw a 8k lead, everything should be fine. But PSG manages to throw this game guy.
And this fight as well, for me, when it started off, you had the jump in from Malik. He took that leap of faith onto the high ground with the twin gate that, he got the engagement onto the Sven. But it was able, just the buybacks coming through here as well, just throwing bodies at it. And I think Bowie said, it was something like 12 deaths across the 2 teams. So it was a massive brawl coming up between the 2 teams. They were ready, they were engaged to get the fights out. And it just seemed like, neither side wanted to let, anyone get the advantage out of this one. But you can see the lockdowns coming onto Ramses here as well. It just felt like in the end, like you said, that BKB, 6-second BKB, he was maybe getting a little bit kited out, but they were able to drag it back, even with the Pugna being dead there in that last fight, and close out the game.
This fight in general, Ramses went back and died. But what it seemed to me was like both teams were just 100% committing every single time in the fight, which, yeah, for sure, you have a Sven, he has a transformation hero, and you have a DP, he has the exorcism as well, so you use those spells you want to go in. But they really pushed it, both of the teams, and that's why we saw this back and forth, right? Quest, they got back into the game before that fight, and then they're just like, fight, go, 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 even though they are not in the right position to do so, and Liga did that a couple of times as well.
Yeah, and it felt like here you know, we saw a couple of times Wind Ranger diving right through, getting out of position, like I said, getting caught out into the pulverized arena come through as well, with the teammates nowhere nearby, and it just felt like Liga's target priority coming into these fights, especially this fight, the last fight around the Roche pit as well, they were just definitely on point. The communication is going to be there. Maybe they stayed up all night working on some team building activities after that last game, but it does really seem that at least here for Liga, they were able to really coordinate and pick up out the targets and find these great fights.
And here we see we'll look at the Wind Ranger. He's just struggling with the item slots. She just doesn't know what to do. She eats the eggs at the end, and I don't know. She's just having. It was just super messy. And Liga's Starbuck, they did improve their gameplay, but this loss is definitely on Quest PSG. I'll 100% put it on them. Like, they had this game in their hands before this fight. Everything was due to them, and they just gave it away.
Do you think then, with the late respawn on Roshan here in this last fight, would you rather them have stuck into the high ground on the Twin Gate? Because it was more than likely that Liga were going to contest into this. Would you rather them have waited, taken that fight, and then tried to take the Roshan after the potentially won that fight?
Yeah, of course. I mean, just take a normal fight. Don't kill yourself onto the Roshan. Even if give the Roshan, even like this Sven, the Rush doesn't do anything to him. He's 7 slotted. He's not getting any stronger. Last 5 fights, he didn't do anything. I'm over exaggerating. Last 2 fights, he didn't do anything. So just let him be. Let him be. Maybe this Aghanim's will be cool or whatnot, but I don't know. You just don't kill yourself like that there.
Yeah, we're coming back to the fact that both teams were always committing to whatever they were going for, right? Nobody in this game, I don't know what it is. Is this the first game of the day? Though I know Milan hates excuses, but you cannot just blindly and headlessly run into whatever objective or team fight you think you can go in. You need to prepare
Harry,
properly.
This is like how it goes. They're just like, they're not gonna make it in time. Like some guys saying they're not gonna make it time. It's a judgment call and it's a wrong one. It's not like these guys are like whatever. Like, these guys are humans. They make mistakes, and somebody make a judgment call because they were like, they're not like we're going to rush and then we're gonna fight them. No, they're like we're gonna kill the rush before they come in time because Pagna was respawning or whatever, and then we're gonna fight them with all the items from the rush, or we're gonna TP out. It doesn't matter. But someone made the judgment call that they're not making it time. He was wrong, and it costed them their tournament life.
And yeah, you can see there as well, like you said, they threw everything into Roshan. I think the focus fire was coming out in there at the end, so there were tools that they just weren't able to use. And like you say, the techies was the early warning system. He was the scout. He got taken down, but it was fully committed onto Roshan, and Rabel just being able to get that dive in. Late game problems, you don't have the slot to pick up the Aegis, you're panicking, and it was just a bit of a mess. A proper mosh pit coming out around that Roshan fight. That means that Liga will be moving through, and unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to PSG Quest. So Liga, they get themselves in that decider match. They're going to be waiting up against the losers of VP versus Liquid. But yeah, surprising everybody in their predictions, because only DK Truman, he knew something everybody else didn't. So it is going to be, if we take a look at these, just points on the board here for DK, and everybody else, unfortunately, we're going to be staying where we are.
I wish I didn't copy. I wish I didn't copy Harry. Oh my god.
Yeah, you wish so. Though, coming back to that Roche fight, when the Aegis drops, it's always on top of the Roche. If you're spamming on the Roche, you should always pick up the Aegis first. So I was very surprised that he got another item. That should almost never happen.
Yes, that's what the Neta from Liquid, the next series, Neta taught me, that it's not about who clicks the fastest, it's about who stands at the right place. So you just need to stand on top of the Roche, and you're most of the time, because people just try to right click, try to get Aegis, and he always just moves all the way into the Roshan, and then always kind of gets it. And as Harry said, that if he did it on tier 2000, he would get the Aegis and maybe potentially be still in this tournament. But as Rob said, there is just so much tension there, so much panic. You want to avoid these situations in Dota.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the first series, but we're going to take a quick break. Be back with Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid after this. We'll see you for the second game.
And we're still here.
Yeah. There we go. Welcome back in, everyone. We're going to start with the second series quite soon. It's going to be Virtus.pro versus Team Liquid. Loser will drop down to face up against Team Liga in a best of 3 for survival. Winner moves on, I think, to the first of our playoff slots. So that is going to be how this is going to break down. And getting into it, first of all, Virtus.pro, looking fairly strong yesterday up against Liga, being able to knock those down in the best of 1. And Liquid being able to turn it around in the end up against PSG. So both teams making a move here for the playoffs, looking quite good coming into this one. But Hurry, who are you favouring coming into this match?
I put Liquid today with my predictions, but I just think that they're more stable. What we saw yesterday from Virtus.pro is that they can move around the map super fast, but it also sometimes means that they make a couple of mistakes which can be punished. So I'd say if Virtus.pro bring their A game, like their very best, that they're probably gonna win, but Liquid in most of the cases should be taking it.
Okay, and yeah, like I say, we'll see the winner moving through into the playoffs. Loser drops down up against Liga and Milan. As we are going to be able to take a look at the standings for the next match here. Again, best of 1, anything can happen. So, what are you expecting here from both sides? Draft-wise, are you just looking for them to stick to the guns and get through in the most comfortable position possible for this match?
Yeah, exactly. I think these teams are known for their identities, like picking heroes that they like to play, especially in Kiritich and Squadex for the VP, and then the Liquid, the Neda 3-3 is going to play his heroes for the most of the time, and now we see even Insania getting his heroes. So yeah, it's going to be a clash of two ideas, which is always very exciting, and we'll see who has a better idea. Hopefully both teams execute.
Yeah, hopefully I'm looking forward to it. And as well, the Virtus.pro, like you say, they have something a little bit different up the sleeve. Yesterday they went for the Monkey King, so they were able to pull that out against League. You know, it did work quite well, and we're going to be able to see a look at the predictions, a little bit more split, okay, even across the board here between the two teams. And this will be a nice one for the prediction contest, you know, just to see some moving up, maybe some being left behind. But yeah, even split, so I'm not surprised. I think this is going to be, again, between the four series that we have today, one of the more close series that we're going to be watching.
It's going to be between this panel and everybody else.
If we lose, like, do we lose our credibility, or are we just we're gonna tell production not to show the predictions if Virtus Pro wins? That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, it's we'll come to it in the end. And I mean, on the final day, it's going to be you and Milan casting the finals, so you won't have to, if you are behind on the prediction contest, you won't have to sit through the misery of it being rubbed in your face. But yeah, we're going to be able to take a look at the two-team rosters here. Team Liquid, Insania, Nisha, Boxy, 33, and Mickey coming through from them, and we're seeing how they're going to be playing up today. Great team, you know, synergized as well. We've already talked about the Dream League curse. They don't believe that they're in a bit of a funk. You know, they just wrote off Dream League as soon as they came into it, because they're just like, yeah, that's not our event, you know, we'll get them on the next one, and this is the next one, so we'll see how they're going to perform here.
Dude, I don't know if you noticed, like, I know Nisha has been working out, but his neck is like super thick. It's like
the neck game.
Literally, yeah, like Mike Tyson, literally.
Well, that's it, right? When you're carrying your teammates, you know, shoulders, neck, that's what you're working out the most. So he's just, you know, he's getting into shape. That's where he's concentrating at the minute, and that's it. It seems to be paying off. He's getting the gains in there. You know, he's doing really well. But yeah, it's, as we say, it's not that just Nisha, you know. I mean, maybe it is, because Milan said yesterday, if Liquid lose, it's not on Nisha, you know, it's the rest of his team dragging him down. So, Milan, you think he's going to be here for the carry today? Is he ready to go? Is he roaring for this match?
Is he born for this match? I'm gonna check. He didn't play a pub before this game. I think we should talk a little bit about the logistics of this match.
Okay.
The CIS teams, or for this matter, VP, who is currently, I think, based in Russia, has advantage because of their time zone. The game for them, I think it's +2 hours. So right now it's about 20 minutes till 2 o'clock. Where for the European teams, it's kind of early in the morning. So I took liberty to check everybody's profile on Pro Tracker, and all the VP players played a game, a public matchmaking before this, and none of Liquid players did.
How much does that, you know, keep you warmed up coming into it? Is that something that players want to do before they get into a pro match?
Yeah, you most definitely want to do it, because it's kind of part of the routine. But I want to put up a disclaimer too, because the site, the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, I'm checking the games, that sometimes doesn't instantly update the game for your profile. So maybe some Liquid players did actually play a pub before this.
But in general, the Eastern European guys, they wake up early anyways. You're gonna be seeing the Western European players, they're playing from 5 until early in the morning. And if you wake up very early in the morning, let's say you want to play in 6, 7, everybody almost is speaking Russian, right? So of course they have the time zone, but overall they are, it seems that they wake up earlier than the guys in the Western Europe.
Yeah, absolute Dota fiends, and it's surprising to me, because a lot of the Dota gamers that I know, you know, it's okay, we're gonna stay till, you know, we'll sleep till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then that's when we're gonna get up and game. But the Eastern Europeans, I guess, doing the opposite. You know, they want to be getting up, like say, early risers, you know, getting up there at 5 o'clock in the morning, getting those games in. So yeah, okay, maybe that's why when I get into my games, you know, there's a lot of Russian speakers going, because they're all there for it. And I guess I'm the outlier as well in Western Europe because I'm up early, straight into my games there as well. And okay, maybe that's what I need to do. Learn the other language so I can communicate in my early games, and then get myself into the English-speaking games a little bit later on in the afternoon.
I don't know, you wake up at 4 o'clock, you take a cold shower, you go to the gym, you work on your business, and then you play Dota, and then you know that you're going to be super successful.
And then you become Jeff Bezos.
The Jeff Bezos of Dota. But you say 4 o'clock? Yeah, I assume they're 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
Okay. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong then. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm just down in the 2K MMR. But yeah, we will be able to see how this is going to go. And don't forget, guys, if you want to follow along, make sure you follow along the OneWin social media. You can use that QR code there in the corner. Scan that, follow all of the OneWin social media accounts to make sure that you're up to date on any events coming up from OneWin in the future. We are on the spring series now, but I'm sure there's going to be more Dota to come. Definitely more esports to come from OneWin in the rest of the year. So scan that QR code and get yourself there, follow along, so you can see what is going to be coming up. And yeah, we are going to be getting ready to get into this draft here between the two teams. So I'm looking forward to it, seeing who's going to be going where. And again, it is a bit of a lifeline match here. There is no instant knockout, so it's not like PSG will good of saying goodbye. Winners will move on, losers drop down to play up against Liga in a best of 3. And we are going to be seeing the first best of 3 today. So how much does that differ, the attitude of a best of 1 to a best of 3? Because it's not just your one life on the line here. Do you think it's a little bit more relaxing, or is every game as on edge no matter best of 1 or best of 3 here in Milan?
I mean, every game is the most. Every next game is the most important game, and that's how a lot of these streams are treating it. They're just full focused on the next beat, best of 1, beat best of 3. You come all into each of the games. Prepare for draft, play the game, play it out. Works out or not, but I don't think they're like we have a lifeline, we don't care. Maybe subconsciously a little bit, but overall it's just always full try hard. These are trained professionals, as I like to say.
Yeah,
and
but
paid.
The little bit less trained professionals, when they start losing a best of 1 or an elimination game, they're gonna try to do things that their heroes are actually not capable of, and then even more mistakes are gonna come in. I think that's where the pressure of the elimination match comes through more so than from the very start of it.
Yeah, and we will be getting into the draft, seeing again ban-wise Batrider Chen as well as the Timbersaw Nature's Prophet being taken out. So no surprises for either side, and we'll see who when the first pick comes out, where they want to be going with this one. And Virtus.pro, not a little bit, they're not shy of going for something a little bit different. So we'll see if it's going to be reflected in the bans. They're just sticking for now for the same one, so they are going to get the 4th bans. Team Liquid get the 3. And what are you expecting here? Harry, anything for first pick wise? Do you think they just stick to the common heroes like that Centaur, the Crystal Maiden now coming out a little bit more popular, heroes like this that we're seeing, even the Primal Beast, they ban out the Alchemist, so still a risk of the Primal Beast getting through here?
Well, it's not, I guess Primal Beast for me isn't that big of a first pick hero in general in every series. So I don't mind it going through, right? That's completely fine from my side. Definitely
not for Liquid. Liquid, it's not a hero for them. Liquid will not play Primal Beast. 3-3 doesn't play that at all, and Nisha is Nisha, so he can play any hero in Dota, but it's not a hero they're looking at.
Okay, and we'll see what the first pick is going to be. The Razor Band coming out here as well. So, again, one of those heroes that Virtus.pro like to specialize in, and not going to be seeing that one here today. Team Liquid coming through. Any predictions on this first pick then for Liquid? Do you think they want to get in just one of the supports, not give anything away in the draft?
I think you go per role, and you go from the carry. There's not going to be any carry picked up. Mid lane, they might pick up something like Lash and Flexit, and the off lane, there's a Brewmaster, so yeah, there's gonna be a Lash that we said. I think it's a hero that Nisha really likes, and Boxy, no games, and Insania has one game 3 days ago he played +5, but it's more like a deny pick because FNG has 27 games in last 7 days on the Lash, and he has 73% win rate. So you wanna keep it out of his hands.
Okay. I wasn't expecting the win rate to be that. I mean, I wasn't expecting 27 games either. But we've already said that, you know, the Virtus.pro players, they are those Dota fiends. They want to be getting as many games as possible. But yeah, Lesh going to be taken away here. Team Liquid Virtus.pro. We'll see what the first pick is going to be as well. Whether they want to go for something just a little bit different here on the board, which they are no strangers to. Hurry, anything you're expecting here though from Virtus.pro?
I would like something that can provide burst damage, right? So it doesn't have to be on this pick, but in general, when you see a Lesh, you don't want to allow this guy to run around the fight full HP. So you want to be able to, at the very start of the fight, get his HP low. So we're talking, you know, Lions and Queens of Pains. Of course, Kunkka, we talked about him quite a lot yesterday. He got banned, I think, almost every game, and the one that he didn't, he got picked up. The hero is just way too good nowadays.
Yeah, Kunkka for either Nodist or Squadix, they both play this hero. Squadix a little bit more success, but it's a hero that we talk very good about. For the lack of the better word, we always praise it because he has one of the best abilities in Dota 2. He has a Torrent Storm, and that ability is very strong, very good against. And pro players look at his ability, he's just a chain lockdown. So even these tanky heroes like Flash, you get caught by one torrent, suddenly you cannot pop BKB, Bloodstone, or anything for 7 seconds unless there's a save. So you gotta be very careful.
But it's not the European Disneyland, right? That one doesn't have a water park. It has to be the American one, or at least if nothing has changed in the recent years, though. I do like though that Lesh is the type of hero that can buy a Yules, and that is like the item to defend you from the Kunkka, because when you're pushing towers, you're definitely gonna get X'd, so the Yules might be the first item on the Lesh in this game.
Yeah, but Torrent Storm is a dangerous part. That's what I said. Like, yes, Yules makes you kind of X out of the combo, but if you get caught by some random Torrent Storm, you're not pressing the Yules, you're not pressing the BKB, so you need to like preemptively Yules wherever. It's much harder for Lesh to execute than for the guy to press one Torrent Storm button and hope for the best. And they're gonna ban Techies and the Shadow Demon. I like the Shadow Demon ban because they're not gonna have the next pick. I thought maybe Virtus.pro will go with a hero like Shadow Demon for themselves instead of a Kunkka, but I think they can find like substitutes for this, where for the Kunkka there's not many heroes that do exact same job. And they're gonna have the next pick, and it's gonna be Seush or FNG hero, like some casual Crystal Maiden, or we're gonna be seeing maybe some Seush, Gyro. Yeah, let's see him.
I would like a Purge on Liquid, so either Oracle or Grimstroke to go onto the Lesh. And okay, they're gonna go for the Rubik. That's a boxy hero, but I don't know if Insania has played it recently. I know he does play it.
It's his most famous hero. It's used to, like, a few years ago, 5-6 years ago, when we played against this guy could only play Rubik, and it's gonna be a Rubik for the boxy Insania Undying. And this Rubik is also a good deny pick. I think if Seyush was more comfortable on the Rubik, they might just steal it, because stealing the Splitter is maybe one of the best abilities in Dota to steal. Improve Splitter, it's amazing. And now I think we will see some Kiritage hero, some like bulletproof Kiritage hero like Monkey or Alchemist, or we might see a Pango coming for Squadix. And for Seyush, it's just gonna be Gyro or Shadow Shaman. Like, looking at his profile, it's just gonna be one of these two heroes, 100%.
Maybe Hoodwink. Like, when you see an Undying, you just want to be able to run around him in the lane. But
one game in last 8 days and he lost it. It's not gonna be Hoodwink.
Well, yeah, not a great statistic there. Virtus.pro as well. Do you expect any? So no Snapfire there. You know, nothing. No supports. It's going to be the Tombstone hitter to try and get that away in these team fights.
Gyro is the one. He doesn't kill the Tombstone, but he kills all the boys. And the Shadow Shaman, yeah, because I mean, the other one, I think it's definitely like if we're going into the mid lane route, it's some Pango. If we're going to a carry route and keeping the Kunkka flex, it's where is the Kiritage? I mean, Monkey, maybe a Weaver,
Yeah.
and of course this Alchemist is banned first phase against Neta, so not gonna be Alchemist. Oh, it's gonna be Pagna. It's gonna be Kirito Gyro.
Okay, okay. And how much do you like this then? Because we've seen a couple of gyrocopters recently. They've been doing quite well. But do you think he gets put under pressure here from Team Liquid, or do you think this gyrocopter should have a comfortable start to this game?
I mean, the start of the gyro CM lane is always nice because you have so much kill potential. Nobody really wants to go on you, as you just probably die going on them. They do way too much damage and are pretty speedy to run you down as well. But I don't see no buffs for the gyro, and this is what you want on this hero. You want to have something to buff him up. Other than some heals from the Pugna, you don't have anything to buff up his damage, to buff up his movement speed, and that is something I dislike about him.
Okay, and just being informed now that it is going to be a tomato standing actually for Liquid, so it's not going to be Mickey playing as we get the Doom on the board, so maybe this shakes things up for Team Liquid just a little bit, and it looks like they are going to be last picking out that carry here for Tomato, so we'll see, you know, if that's actually going to shake up the Team Liquid game plan, and maybe if Virtus Pro are even aware of this as well. Well, they would have seen them in the lobby, so yeah.
Probably, but it's just very bad fate to not inform the enemy team, at least as much as you know upfront. And Mika not playing is definitely a handicap, but Timador, especially in a recent stint with OG, showed that he's a very, very capable player. So he brings his own qualities. And to just follow up on the CM gyro lane, this is one of the most obnoxious lanes to play against in Dota, because they just press the buttons and push the lane and harass you to oblivion. But the Doom, especially treated Doom, is a good response. Like, he's just gonna farm his items, and later on, whoever gets Doomed, there's heals are not gonna work. Satanics, Pagna heal is not gonna save you, and you might just be dead.
And there's something I've noticed about 33 in general, is that his lanes almost always go well. He doesn't give away a random kill to the enemy. So I think he knows how to play versus a gyro CM. It is an annoying lane, it can run you down, but Doom is a pretty speedy hero. You can eat the speed creep if you find him, the Cobalt Foreman, and then with the Scorched Earth you can actually outrun them even with the CM slows.
Yeah, I watched on a YouTube reel on Liquid content. 33 said 3 tips to win a game with a Doom. To eat, which 3 creeps to eat with a Doom? And he said, just get a boots, wind lace, and a speed creep, and you're never dying in a lane. That's what he said.
Yeah, no, I guess no one's ever going to escape you there as well if you are going to be able to chase them down like that. We're looking at the last set of bans now. Virtus Pro taking away the Morphin and the Luna. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, they are banning out the Pangolier, so maybe potentially thinking this is going to be the Kunkka in the off lane, just trying to ban out these mids, or just spreading around the bans at least. But if you're looking at this Virtus Pro lineup here, Harry, is there anything you think that completes it here, you know, that you want to be looking out to draft in for this final pick?
They do have the last pick, so they're probably just going to be responding to the carry of Liquid. And considering that Tomato came into play, I'm thinking Troll or even Arc Warden could be a possibility for them.
Troll, though? Really? Troll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like versus the
Heroes,
Gyro,
Troll.
Aghanim Scepter versus the Pugna, great as well. Good versus the CM too, because you remove the Frostbite from yourself. It's pretty much a perfect pick.
I think one more hero is Zereza that he plays in OG.
Well, that'd be nice, but they ban it out in the 3rd pick there for Liquid.
The Razor is banned? Yeah, they banned it.
So you need to pay attention.
I'm paying more attention to the Timada heroes. I mean, Arc
it,
Warden
no.
is not the greatest Arc Warden game, but it can definitely work. He's one of his favorite heroes, but maybe more into a standard route of some Sven, or even a I'm checking out TB.
Yeah, Terrorblade is still there if they want to go for that one. I mean, they're burning through this reserve time here. Team Liquid maybe just discussing this final pick here for Tomato, seeing what he is comfortable on, and it will be, like I say, that last pick here. Virtus Pro having that response, and I would believe in any other hero apart from the Troll Warlord, because Troll and Perfect Pick just don't belong together.
You're just a hater. You're just a hater, Rob.
I'm a troll hater. Yeah, I hate it. It's awful. And we get the Lina coming out here for Virtus.
That's
Pro,
a fast Lina
so...
pick. I mean, it's a Squadix signature, and it's a very good laner into a Lash. Like, he does very well. And as a viewer specialist, I really don't like playing as Lina. I don't like playing as versus the cores that have a stun. That might disrupt me playing on the edge, playing on this time lapse, like some random Lina LSA, and I might get bursted. And Kunkka, Lina, these are cores that do very well against the Weaver, but Weaver Undying. That's a scary lane. That might be one of the strongest lanes in Dota.
So, last chance, final time to flip. Are you going to be sticking with Liquid, or are you twisting off here to VP?
I'm twisting, actually. I really love the Lina last pick. It's good versus Lesh, gives burst damage. It's good versus the Tombstone. It can be a problem for the Weaver. I think Virtus Pro are better prepared.
I'm gonna stick with the Liquid. I think the Weaver is a perfect hero for a stand-in. Like Timada is a hero he knows how to play, and a hero he can just play on his own. Doesn't really go mess with the team dynamics. He just does his own thing. And I like the Rubik for Bo3. I think if he gets one of the Lina, maybe a Lina stun or here and there, maybe some CM spells, he can do a lot work this game.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go. And finally, before we jump off, just to throw it in there, the Disney Florida water park is Blizzard Beach, so maybe that's what we're going to be seeing here with the Crystal Maidens and the Kunkkas flying out. But we are going to throw it once again over to Aries and Bowie to get into this game, so we'll see how this one's going to go. Boys, take it away.
Yep, thank you, Rob. We're ready to go. So let's see how this series is going to shape up. The previous one, very exciting, going the distance and some crazy team fights we saw yesterday as well. Liquid taking some very, very difficult team fights. They were able to execute and get that victory. Of course, we saw Virtus Pro as well look very solid in their previous game. Now, Bowie, how do we feel about this though? Because we've heard the panel. They're a little bit mixed opinions overall. Does seem like though both Milan and Harry Freak really liking this last pick Lina overall. Are you in agreement? Do you feel like it's a strong enough last pick to be able to get VP over the finish line?
I think so. I think it really solves all of their problems. The stun that Milan said, just having the egg so you can press it before you get Doom, having the magic resistance against the Leshrac. It sounds really good. And to be honest, I feel like, well, first of all, Liquid is playing with a standing. No hate to Timado, but it's still a standing. And I kind of feel like they won. I don't think they should have won that game. Like, they played really well to win it. But considering the caliber of the team they were playing, I feel like Liquid should have taken it. So I still feel like they are in this adaptation phase. I still feel like they are getting better. And honestly, VP surprised. I'm all VP this game. I think they're gonna showcase that Eastern European Dota for us.
All right, well, let's see if VP are going to be able to do just that. I think a couple of things we did also hear in the panel that I'd love to get your insight on is the fact that I feel like both sides have very strong safe lanes where Milan was saying, the Crystal Maiden and the Pugna, sorry, not Pugna, Crystal Maiden Gyro is very obnoxious. And then also further along saying that he feels like this is probably one of the best lanes with the Weaver and the Undying. So what do you do if you're the off laners for either side? Like, how are you just going to eke out a little bit in these lanes?
Oh, so you hear what the panel says. I usually just mute when they're talking. But yeah, I do like this lane. I think Rubik used to be much stronger, right? They nerf a lot what the Fate Bolt does in the laning stage. Very curious to see how 33 is gonna play the Doom, because in, let's say, the past 2 months, when Shivas was super buffed and Veil was super buffed, the build with Doom was pretty much, I'm gonna run you down. I'll only get 1 point of Devour. But from the recent games that I've been watching, it feels like people are kind of ignoring that style a bit more, just going for Devour and Midas. And 33 is a notoriously greedy player, so very curious to see what exactly he's gonna do. I would prefer for him to play the aggressive route, but I just kind of have a feeling he might just get a Midas. Level 2 here, very close in the bottom lane. I think if they can get it before Bo3, they could potentially go for a dive.
Really
So
see those
close.
boots and win list queued up for 33, so maybe he gets that speed creep as well. Maybe he's going to be able to utilize some of those tips he gave out.
I mean, no tips. It's just it's kind of funny how, because like Doom didn't necessarily get huge nerfs, right? A lot of people were like, yeah, those 4 seconds are not enough, blah 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 blah. But the items that he used to build got nerfed a lot, and sometimes I think people thought that Doom was strong because of the changes that the hero had, and I really feel like the Veil Shivas thing was, to me, one of the biggest parts. So if you are changing the skill build, if you're changing the items you go for, it probably changes the hero more than the nerfs have changed Doom themselves. But yeah, very curious to see how he's gonna play out. Very unique player.
Yes.
Here, taking a lot of harass here.
Yeah, definitely one of the offlaners that brings a completely different style, just mentality to how to play Dota as a whole. So
Yeah.
see what he's going to look up for. Keeping kind of tabs on mid lane. I think this is the one nice thing about the Leshrac that Lina is not like you don't lose any lanes. In fact, I feel like almost every single lane you're at least going to bare minimum trade even. So your Nisha, maybe once the levels get a bit higher in the Dragon Slave, it could be a bit more favored for the Lina, but it does seem like with 2 points in Lightning Storm, he's still having a great time at the moment.
I think Leshrac he's not as oppressive as Lina, but he can definitely hold his own against so many heroes. I don't think you care too much. You just gotta be careful not to be LSA'd, but in this lane, Squadix didn't even get it. He's saving the skill point and just also maximizing his farm. Oh, hello. That's FNG getting first blood.
Almost a return kill for 33. Fortunately, Kiritich and FNG are able to duck back to the tower. Like you said, it's going to be first blood picked up here onto the Rubik.
This game's gonna be pretty interesting because I feel like both mid laners have very, not the players, but the heroes have very distinct playstyles. Lina is not a hero that wants to rotate early, right? You want to farm your travels or Aetherlands, whatever it is this Lina's going to pick up as a first item. Whereas Leshrac, like, especially from the, he's going to max Edict, I believe, and just run people down. So these first couple of rotations from Leshrac can make or break this game. I feel like a lot of times Lina is out of resources because you're just maximizing, taking everything out of the jungle, and you don't really have a way to really stop what Nisha might be doing in the side lanes. And they have a fair amount of rundown or control in the side lanes. You have this Doom and this Weaver, both very quick heroes. See how VP is going to try and mount a defense, or if they're just going to ignore it like we saw in the game one, just ignore the first aggression. FNG.
33 this time, almost going down. Boxy's going to be able to fight back. Are they even going to look for the kill into Kiritich?
Grenade.
He's got a ability up pretty surely here with the Rocket Barrage. Boxy doesn't have the creep wave to tank it, but he'll still get the kill regardless. Boxy outplaying Virtus Pro in this bottom lane.
Dude, that's perfect. He actually gets the kill. He denies himself. And 33, unfortunately, he's afraid of showing the lane, so he doesn't go for the CS, but still very happy that they killed both heroes there.
So what do we want with the item build out of the lane? I know I brought up before, Boots to travel Aetherlands. I feel like we were seeing some laners go for this magic build for a little bit, and then recently they've started to go back for the right click, but I don't know if that's a possibility with a gyrocopter on your team.
Yeah, I prefer the X build this game on Lina. I think just having the way to cross terrain. Oh, another kill there from Kiritich. Having the ability to cross terrain against Leshrac, against Doom, against Weaver, all of those heroes that kind of want to get close on you is huge. The magic resistance as well. So the order sometimes changes, but I would love travels. I feel like Lina, now that you can't really rush the Arcane Boost to disassemble it for the lens anymore, travel seems like the straightforward build for me, but we'll see, I think this is a game where the Leshrac's going to be very active, so the travels could be a way to kind of mirror all of the moves Nisha might go for.
Okay. So far, of course, expected though, but the stand-in Tomato having a very good lane. The Undying. I will say also, I'm a bit surprised at how much farm Notice has actually been able to get on the Conquer into the lane from Liquid. So there's something I mean, again, we heard the panel say, and something you probably wouldn't expect with Undying into a strength hero and a lane dominator like the Weaver. So you'd have to say Nodus is quite happy with the start that he's gotten. I think a lot of this was due to the fact they did a great job at continuing to block the small camp, so they didn't have that pull to reset a lot of the equilibrium.
True. We looked a lot of bottom, but that is definitely a lane that Liquid probably thinks should have gone better. Wisdom Rune is going to be in even trade here. And that's when the Leshrac now gets his 6. He's going to finish his Arcane Boots, probably with the Mina 8 rune if he picks it up. That's when we can start seeing rotations. It's unfortunate he didn't get the first rune. That was an Arcane. That would be so good for Nisha. Instead, he doesn't really have the resources to go to the side lanes.
Awkward of a timing there for FNG to come through the portal. I think just as soon as Insane Yusakari was actually over the area, so we'll scout out that the Crystal Maiden was looking to make her first movement. They're going to be able to avoid it. They are kind of thinking about doing something down bottom. Cooldown, perfect placement from Kirotic. And as a result, they should be able to get the kill into Boxy. He's thinking about going through the portal, but Kirotic would be able to catch up too fast. And with 3 points in the Rocket Barrage, we're truly seeing how much damage this Gyrocopter is able to dish out.
Nisha gets the amplified damage. Very nice for him. I think he, considering how decent of a lane he had, would have probably liked to have a rune minute 6, but minute 8 isn't bad. And Squad X is actually going for the Maelstrom, so no travels here. He will go for that DPS route. Very interesting. I mean, you cannot dispel Fiery Soul, right? So even if you're doomed, you can technically still just hit the doom. It's not what I was expecting, but it means they're gonna scale a lot with both the Gyro and Delina. But it also means they don't have a lot of playmaking capabilities. It's just gonna be kind of 2 carries farming.
They need this kill. 2,000 deficit for Liquid. And Kirotic is off to far too good of a start. And they're going to try and shut that down, and they should be able to do it without the Doom. And they have this now for the extra rotations. Lena's instantly going to cancel hers as soon as Doom phase checks the tower. And meanwhile, over to the right side, FNG is not going to be able to slip away. So Nisha gets that power and utilizes it straight away. And now with the maxed out Edict, this tower should go down as a result.
Look at the mid tower as well. Pretty much an even trade here, because Skydix has 4 points in his passive.
They want to fight bottom though. Okay.
Still has to.
33's got the ultimate. They're going to cast all their spells though. So not really the greatest target for him to use it on now. And now Nisha looking for the TP out. If they got to stun FNG. Wow, very close from getting a range with a Frostbite. That could have been disastrous.
I mean, still pretty bad, right? You lose your mid tower, the Doom dies. They really wanted to utilize that spell, and as you said, Noah still having a pretty good time. He's free farming top.
Yeah, this is gonna be. He's actually gone Blade Mail first item, so I mean, I guess makes a lot of sense with especially the Leshrac this game. Speaking of Lesh, I also want to go back on your point about the Lino. Previously, when this hero was very strong, we saw a lot of heroes, the ranged, like high agi, right-clicking heroes that deal with the Leshrac, because he can kind of have difficulty with gap closing, and has also got a bit of an armor issue. You know, we've seen like Drow Rangers in the past, so maybe this is a bit of a reason why Squad X is wanting to go down this route.
Yeah, I feel like that's also a little bit on Doom not being a hero that can take that tower early. So in a way, they're like, okay, we did really well in our lanes. We can actually just sit down and farm every single lane, and that's what's happening. You see Kirti shading creeps bottom. You see Squad X farming the triangle, like farming some big stacks, mind you. And notice, like, you cannot kill this guy unless you bring a lot of heroes, but most of Liquids are bottom. So it's going to be awkward. It's going to be too obvious to bring a large number of people to the top lane.
Do you feel like Tomato needs to actually think about even making a movement down to bottom? Because Liquid once again are going to try and butt their heads on the tower.
Yeah, I think Gyro's the easiest hero to kill. And this Lina, as we said, we will usually be low on resources. I think Squadis has been doing a pretty good job with his mana management. There's also a CM, which makes this a bit easier for him. And they're running to the Gyro here. Yeah, this is a kill.
I mean, he's going to be able to get the
Stolen
kill into
rock
Boxy,
barrage.
but... Oh, will he actually? Never mind. Doesn't even get the kill into Boxy, so that's a big one. Second death in a row, and in fact, he's going to add the tally up to 3 now from Kiritid, so still second in net worth, but Liquid continuing to slow down the Gyro's game. Now, they are thinking about top, though. Notice and Squad X in combination together, wanting to try and deal with the bug.
Yeah, wow, they killed the second carry. What about the first carry? This Lina, 6,000 gold, minute 12. Totally, like 0, 0, and 0, 121 creeps, 10 CS a minute. That's honestly the dream for any Lina player. I feel like there are games, if the enemy can like easily rotate on you, you feel pretty scared as a Lina, because it's obvious what you're doing. But I don't think Undyne really is good at that. In fact, the Undyne didn't win his lane. Can they kill Notice though?
Noticed? Yeah, they should be able to. Oh, Nisha clips the boat, not gonna matter though. Notice gonna get run down. Another nice fight for Liquid to get, because Conquer, I mean, was 500 net worth ahead of 33, who again, we're really expecting the Conquer to struggle more than what he did in the lane, so we're gonna get another big kill onto the map here for Liquid, add 6 to the tally.
Interesting build. Look at this build from 33. He's going Soaring, so he can sustain the mana of the Purge creep he has. I guess this is really good against the Frostbite, really good against the Decrepify. Usually as a Doom, you don't really have the mana to sustain it. You don't see this creep being picked very often, but I think it's a good choice this game. Nisha will finish his Kaya.
And actually wanting BKB next item. I'll hold that, because Notice again, top lane. It's going to be fine. We'll be able to get some separation before Nisha's really able to get in range. But yeah, Nisha going second item BKB very early this game.
Yeah, and it will not really help against that physical damage aspect you were talking about. In fact, Squadix is probably going to finish his BKB Maelstrom if he just keeps farming like this. Minute 15. That's going to be a ridiculously strong Lina. You can just brute force Roshan if you want. There's so many things that they might be able to do. As oh, Stolen Dragon Slave, level 4.
One of the better ones for Boxy to be able to steal this game. Squad X is actually starting to level up LSA, which I'm a bit surprised by.
True. You don't usually actually when you see carry Linas, they only get 1 point in Dragon Slave. But I guess because he's mid and because he does have that extra mana regen from the CM, feels like he can still sustain this cooldown. Wow.
I thought another of it was just a big reason of the Rubik in the game.
Yeah. It feels really good to have that extra stun duration, right? It scales so much. Like 1.3 to 2.2. It's the Rubik has a lot of spells he wants to steal, yeah. Like Bolt is awesome. Stealing, the freezing field is great. So as long as you're constantly using the Dragon's Lay after the Light Strike array, you should probably be okay.
And when do we feel like Tomato's in a position to leave top? I'm just very intrigued on like currently the carry positioning across the map. We see Tomato has not left, and Kiritid, he also hasn't left bottom. You know, this is also partially due to the fact that you've got a greedy mid laner in the Lina who wants to farm the triangle, but did you like the current farming split that we're seeing out of Liquid with Tomato staying top?
I think this benefits VP greatly. Like all the heroes of VP farm faster and scale more, so... Well, I guess you could argue Doom scales better than Kunkka, but in general, both the position...
He's got a shield rune. Is this realistic? I mean, Squad X going to reveal himself. They get the telekinesis back. He's going to be in some trouble, especially with a Doom, and there is the stolen LSA. A guaranteed kill, and now Tomato's looking to come in as well. With all the spells used, the Weaver doesn't have much to fear. Going to be a little bit cautious at FNG, but Boxy once again, it's another beautiful stun. It was a big reason why they were able to get the victory yesterday, and it looks like he's continuing with that strong performance. They'll catch up to Notice under the tier 2 tower, as Liquid should get him, right? They're not going to.
Yeah, that extra armor from the Spark of Courage. Very good neutral item, 7 armor. But a big mistake from VP. The Lina was so close to the BKB, and they got baited by that ward. As you said, there was a shield rune on the Lash. Just they catch if the Kunkka is not initiating, and it becomes... It felt like Liquid didn't really had any means to be aggressive in these fights, and they were kind of accepting that they were not going to farm as much as VP, but when you play like that, you just give... I think this was the first Doom of the game, and it allowed 33 to actually utilize his spells, and he is also going for a BKB, so it's going to be a... they're going to go for 3 BKBs as their second items, both every core on Liquid.
It's so scary though for the net worth that they're able to get off the back of that fight. I mean, Bo3 just gets so much out of it. We've spoken a lot about how good of a Rubik game it is, and he's got Blink and building into yours, so he can have a lot of impact if he's able to find that farm. And I think Liquid, like, if once you get these BKBs, maybe you can force, a pretty big fight, but you're going to be looking at Roshan pretty shortly. You can take it quite fast with the Tombstone and Undying Ultimate, especially with the Weaver as well, so I think that's going to be an objective on their mind pretty shortly.
Yeah, and Liquid, even though they don't necessarily farm as fast, there's huge stacks on the Ancients, and they're actually very good at spread damage. There's also stacks on the right side that they were able to do. So they are, especially that one fight, they are mitigating. I mean, BKB now ready on the Nisha, and they have this Gleipnir on Timada. Both teams may be willing to fight. Oh, they're gonna try brute force Roshan. Looks like Liquid is aware even.
I don't want to commit for it. I feel like taking a fight inside the pit's going to be a little bit too difficult for Virtus.pro.
Oh, the courier, they know exactly where they are.
Smoke's going to pop. FNG. Trying to give them a little bit of information. He's going to go down to start the fight. And now with the Gleipnir, he's going to clip all 3 on the backline as well. Forces a preemptive BKB out of Squad X. Meanwhile, Kiritich, though, he doesn't have this defensive capability. And now 33 is going to be able to enter him with the Doom as well. Squad X tried to stand his ground, but to no avail, and Liquid find a triple, and into Roche they go.
Liquid read this perfectly, and they honestly played all of their cards to be ready to fight when this Roshan came about. All of their timings came. I was kind of scared for them. It felt like they were playing a bit too passive, but they don't really have the heroes or the items to just force those fights. I guess they're gonna get a consolation prize on Bo3 bottom, but I mean, not even that, honestly. He's level 12. He's the same level as Notice just because of the obnoxious amount of stacks he was able to put off. Like, he's level 12. How is this possible?
What is this glitch? Oh, bug. Okay, never mind.
He's like 1 level behind Kiritich, and he's been like farming the entire game.
Do you see the X down bottom as well? At the front of the Dire T1 tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't work the way you think it would. It's very frustrating. Because instead of returning you to the second X, it just... Honestly, I can't even explain it, but you would expect that if you use X on you after Kunkka uses it on you, he would bring you back, but you would go back to yours. But it doesn't work that way. It's... I don't know, the coders didn't really get that one perfectly right. Or maybe it's intended, I don't know.
Another lovely game of Dota that it is. It's a nice rune as well for Nisha DD now. Another one for him, and he's closing in on Bloodstone. He's got a great neutral item. I mean, he had some of the best for the Leshrac Fairy's Trinket at the tier 1. Whisper of the Dread at the tier 2 as well. And now they want to try and crack mid. But he's like, what's going on? What's going on with the X? I thought this is how it worked.
And imagine if the new hero Zoti is really what people are saying it is, and you can control someone. So Kunkka can use his X, and then you take control of Kunkka, get another X, Rubik steals it, you have a third one, maybe there's a Morphling in the game. Who knows what's gonna happen. As look, another stack for Bo3. He's really competing here in levels and gold.
This is the one that's been able to pick that gold up, though, importantly, is Notice with the Scepter.
Yeah.
So he has that all-important item in the Torrent Storm inside the fights, but of course we have seen Liquid trying to address this with their BKBs, so we're going to have to pay attention to how the BKBs come into play, if they're used before or during that Torrent Storm.
I mean, this, to me, once VP loses those initial fights, even with the BKB timing they try to pick up for Squad X, this is a game you probably want to take very late. I felt like if Scottics ended up going for the magic build, they would have a pretty strong timing fighting. But I still feel like they scale more. I feel like they are going to outrange the Lash, as you said, with the Lina and the Gyro. Kanka, oh, speaking of him.
Trying to make the Gauntlet notice. Of course, they still have the Aegis, but he might just get blown up on the first life.
All right.
This is giving Liquid time to react, and they had to actually use the Torrent Storm as well, so probably not looking to take a fight off the back of the respawn. It's getting a little bit messy, though, for Liquid to at least be able to catch up to some of these heroes. But once Bo3 gets in range, maybe can offer some of that control that they're lacking. It's actually not going to matter in the end. FNG is able to get back to the T2 tower, so you lose the Aegis. It had about 1:50 left on it, so there was still some time for Liquid to use it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Liquid still get a tower. You know you force both, you force a couple of spells. You're still getting decent control of the map. They even get the top tower as well. But the Gyro, very close to his BKB, and I think with the Aegis being over and Kirch having this BKB, there might be an opening here for Virtus.pro to take a fight. It's just that their initiation heavily relies on Kanka because of the build that Lina ended up going for. And there's 3 BKBs on Liquid's course, so you can only go for the supports. And even that might be tricky, right? There's a Glimmer on the Rubik. There's, I guess, Shard on Undying is also going to prevent that if he ever finishes it.
Liquid actually trying to look to take a fight. They got a pretty good ward down bottom. Southern side of the map that Scouting Node is farming. He's going to be able to progress further back to his own territory, though. They've also got a creep wave that maybe Notice is going to farm, but Nisha shows up before he pops out into the lane. Let's see if he still sticks around, though. 33 with a blink at the ready. You'd love to be able to get that ultimate onto Notice to take his Torrent Storm out of the equation. He's going to look to TP out. If they got a stun, Nisha just gets there in time.
All right, I think this is the right call. Gyro's so close to the BKB. You really don't want to force this fight, but they might still go for Sayush here.
Tomato's going to do so much damage versus the Pug now. And FNG?
Oh, no.
FNG? Hang on. I mean, Squad X over on the right side, Kiritich as well. Is this a fight they're going to be able to take? They'll till the Tombstone afterwards. Can they get the supports? In fact, it just looked like Liquid will cut their losses at both Bo3 and Insania.
Okay, not too shabby. I don't think you mind that the supports died on VP. The cores actually benefit from a couple of kills, and this is a pretty even trade. Liquid even got a tier 2 bottom, so slightly better for Liquid, but not too shabby for VP, especially now that the BKB is up. Roche still pretty far away. But that's the thing. I feel like VP, they're going to be farming for a long time because they don't have a natural way to start these fights. It's, unless you're fighting for an objective like a tower or a Roshan, getting a pickoff is pretty much impossible. So you're pretty much just banking that your heroes are just going to be inherently stronger than the ones on Liquid, which might be a good read.
Okay.
I still feel like Liquid is going to be able to pressure all of those towers, and once all the tier 2s are down, maybe this plan of farming.
Wait, Squad X bottom lane. Okay.
Ooh.
That's something. You get your BKB forced out for him. And simultaneously on the opposite side of the map, though, VP, they're going for their own smoke.
Oh, no BKB on 33. This is a good timing if they find him.
Notice does show in the lane. Let's see if that maybe gives a bit of a signal. 33 is still going to go for the creep wave, but Sayush shows himself for a second. I think they got a glimpse at Bo3, maybe. FNG pathing like he's sniffing out the Rubik's position. We'll duck out of the trees now. Bo3, what? Oh, he got the blink. Wait, still the how?
What? That was crazy.
Okay. So this is a fight where Lina will not have BKB if she does come up to it. The only issue is Tomato's going to have a really difficult time at connecting. He doesn't have a teleport, and he has to go through the twin gate.
Okay, so he's gonna go through the twin gate. There is a ward, so maybe I think he's second guessing it. There's definitely vision.
So before you were kind of mentioning about the scaling for the Lina and the Gyro, what about the Conquer though? Like, how does he scale in this game where VP feel like they can match the late game? Is actually hold that, because speaking of Notice, mid lane is going to try and get the run buff up, but the damage from Nisha just comes in far too quick.
I think he's gonna scale in being that team fight slash tank hero that they need. Like, you want this hero to be your first point of contact because the supports are squish. You have 2 glass cannons as your meters and your carry. So you want these BKBs on Liquid to become shorter and shorter, so that your Octarine, your Refresher, your Eggs allows you to take these later fights. It's just that they are slowly being choked here by Liquid. In fact, Squadix. Oh, he gets so lucky. Or does
They're
he?
also a little bit disconnected from 33. I mean, the damage from SquadX, is it actually going to be enough? 33, the crits, they're not going to bring him down now with the reinforcement. SquadX forced to TP out. He'll be okay, but Sayush, well, he will not have the same fate without a doubt. So Liquid, they get some big kills and they should be able to control around this Roche area. Maybe even get the T2 tower as well before they back up.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, Squadix isn't dying as much, but the amount of BKB TPs he was forced to go for this game is crazy. I think he's already had... Yeah, his BKB is at 6 seconds. Wait a second. Oh, he goes in!
An aggressive jumping because they recognize the BKB's on cooldown currently for SquadX. Nisha's getting ripped apart. Look at the damage from Kiritich. Nisha
Daedalus
falling low, trying to duck into the trees, but the Daedalus from the gyro. It was not expecting the raw damage output that the carry could have from Virtus Pro.
Oh, it was so close, but that run buff from Kanka and just the sheer damage from Kiritich shreds this Leshrac apart. Only 12 armor, as you said, has a lot of damage amp, but couldn't stand his ground.
That might be Roche now, though, as a result.
Yeah, it's gonna
These
spawn.
2 heroes.
As they get there, they have 2 wards, so really hard for Liquid to invade. Ooh! Okay. That's pretty much pitch perfect.
And just, they do scan. Is this a fight you're willing to take, though? No Doom.
Oh, this is too
This
fast.
is really the big one.
You have to buy back the Lash if you want to take this.
They're going to be able to use the bugs to give them some information. They're going to see them TPing out, so they should try and catch up to everyone. Kiritich, so TP's on cooldown.
Oh, he missed the Gleipnir.
already used. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, he missed it. He threw it in the Roche pit, but he was just a tad to the left. If they actually found him there, it would have been awful for VP. You get the Aegis and you just lose your carry twice anyways.
Alright, well,
so-
this game is like... I mean, this is huge for Virtus Pro. And we've really been harping on the fact that this team's going to feel strong going into the late game. Now you get that second Aegis to just slow down the game a little bit, and if you want, wait for that next item.
Yeah, I think this is, as long as they... I think this is pretty much a farming Aegis for them. It's still really hard to take a fight on against Liquid. The BKB on Kanka is not ready just yet. So all you want to do is make sure this Lina gets closer and closer to that 25. That's when this hero becomes absurd. The Gyrocopter is already really, really strong, but you probably want to be able to tank up a bit more that Skadi.
Oxy, you're so annoying, actually. I mean, he's going to reveal the Clifford FNG looking for the D1. But he won't be able to join the team. Foxy just, you know, he sees the full TP duration to the outpost. He's going to, you know, think he'll escape. 5 seconds, use it all last second before he escapes. Just use that telekinesis, get the kill. Everyone else comes to join him. Now a bit of a 4v5 for some time.
At least they get a tower for a VP for the Crystal Maiden kill. Wisdom Rune is also there. This could even be a tier 2, but considering how Liquid has been pretty swift to react, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to defend this tier 2.
It's quite big though. They just Kiritich showed the Wisdom Room, and they got the Tormentor as well for Sayush. So definitely the Pugna shot is not the most impactful one, but you're happy with at least taking some of the objectives away.
Yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I think getting it's extra cast range on the Nether Ward as well, right?
Yep. They're common.
Yeah.
They want to fight this Liquid?
Do they want to bait the Tormentor?
33 is
low
not
HP.
here. This is really risky, and yeah, okay, they're gonna back off.
Alright.
I mean, maybe like that's such a difficult fight to take nonetheless, so especially without the Doom and into the Aegis. You do get that big item though for Nisha. Shiva's online, so at least he has some armor to be able to stand his ground.
Very important against the Lina and the Gyro. But notice with his BKB, I think the fights are now actually hard for Liquid. If it's the Kunkka being the first point of contact, he will get his spells off. Unless you doom him, but then there's going to be a Jar and a Lina free to roam around. So 2 minutes for the Aegis. This could be a tier 2 tower attempt here for BP. They still have a fair amount of time.
I wonder if they're actually going to go through the portal as well, though. This could be an angle for them, because they do have this really nice cliff ward that's potentially going to scout out Tomato if he goes to the south. And even if he doesn't, they'll have a pretty good idea that he's going to be farming the camps above that ward then instead. So
I think
it's also maybe something.
Really hard to kill him, though. I think it's a low probability play. If there's any core you can kill, honestly, I don't know. Like, you have no instant spells on no instant stuns. Like, I would rather see them just posturing for a tower, even if they don't necessarily want to take it. It would be nice to like force Liquid go to them. I think that's how you're going to be able to take a good fight.
I guess that's, you know, this big thing about the Hex for Notice, right? I mean,
yeah,
like you're just saying that the difficulty for them to actually be able to catch one person. So yeah, no, 100% agree. That's a really good call.
Squadix is not there. He's the one that needs to connect. No travels just yet, so he's gonna have to move himself to this top part.
Might be able to intercept Insane here though when he's trying to get towards the team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They take the shield rune, and you might see it. Again, Tomato.
Oh, they bait him!
Nisha. Okay, just BKB TP up. Have they got the damage though with Squad X here? I don't think he had any passive stacks in the Fiery Soul, and yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, and that Shiva's now giving him extra armor, no crits from Kiritich. Got lucky.
Boxy up to.
But now there's no BKB. Still a minute here.
What's Boxy up to?
He's dead.
Just Boxy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly nice because if you can delay these Aegis, if you can delay the BKB timing on Nisha, then you might still take a good fight. Like, they're gonna smoke here on VP, but if they don't go for any towers, you probably can only find Leshrac because his BKB is on cooldown. They might just get him.
They will get him. Oh, nice blink.
Yeah,
Tomato,
he
though.
played on the ward.
Tomato's just running in. Tomato.
What?
I feel like strong enough to be able to take the fight without the rest of the team there instantly. Now 33 with the Doom as well. Taking the Conqueror out of the equation. Going to look to TP out. He'll be successful without the stuns through the BKB. So a crazy read from Liquid. They still feel like that's a fight they were able to take, you know, without the Leshrac there to start. And yeah, I mean, in the end, you get a bit of a kill into the Crystal Maiden, but you waste the Aegis still.
Perfect Doom. Kunkka is the hero you want here. They have no control besides that. The Leshrac also playing around that cliff ward. He was able to... Because there's no instant stun, he knows he can always blink away. And yeah, really good read from Liquid. Now, doesn't change the status quo that much. I'm not sure Liquid will be keen on trying to take a fight still. And that still benefits VP. Oh,
Nisha?
Hello, Nisha. Let's say misses. Rapier here, queued up for Kiritich.
Really? Do you feel like this is as dire as what maybe this item makes it seem?
I'm not sure if it's... They just... Because they have no control, they need overwhelming damage. And, you know, that's what the Rapier provides. You might be able to kill people through these BKB TPs. It feels like this game has been... 50% of it has been BKB TPs. Either running away from the Doom or running away from whatever it is VP wants to do, because they have no control. So I guess I like it. He'll probably want to time that with the Aegis, though. You know you're going to get Roshan, you buy the Rapier, and you try to take a fight, just like Liquid did last time. I'll be surprised if he buys the Rapier, you know, just buys it with no Aegis, no... Yeah, like nothing to keep him alive.
I'm trying to think if we can go for some like wonky build where like Hex is even considered, or... you know, late game Gyro Basher or something. Yeah, I don't like it just... You know, we've seen it in the past, at least in regards to some some carries going Hex. I mean, Gyro hasn't particularly been one of them, though.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, if this... You have so much damage with the Lina.
You know what we haven't seen that kind of fits Gyro? Now that you don't spend mana with your... what's the name? With Brooch? You could technically get Brooch on Gyro as well. Oh, Kirtich.
Not a bad start if they get a freebie onto the Rubik. Nisha wants to try and be a nuisance onto SquadX, but of course there's always going to be an opportunity for him to play with the BKB. It's now on cooldown in 33. Wants to take the Lina out, but that means Notice is going to have all the spells inside the team fight. They're trying to catch up to Lina, but the Skadi slope prevents Liquid, and now they have overcommitted, and this is where Kiritich will shine. How can you address the Gyrocopter when he has free reign inside the team fight? That was one with a DD on the Weaver as well, but Tomato... Maybe now once they're in the choke point, this Tombstone still lay it down. Tomato's got the BKB, turns to Squad X, but the cheese is there in the nick of time. Time lapse still on cooldown, and crits come raining out as well as Virtus Pro. All they lose is FNG.
Yeah, I mean, very bold of 33 to Doom Squad X. As long as the Kunkka can drop the bolt right after it, the damage reduction is way too much. He just didn't have enough in the tank. You obviously don't dispel the Fiery Soul. Attacks on Lina, so she's really hard to keep up with. Gets into the base, survives the whole thing, and yeah, I mean, VP, their read is slowly getting to where they want, where everyone does so much damage on those cores that you just don't have enough. Like, this Undying from Insania, unfortunately, just really poor, doesn't really do that much in the fights. They can just disengage from the Tombstone. Whereas I feel like the supports on VP as well, they're going to scale much more. Ozzy, the CM, ended up going for a pretty selfless build here on the Vlads, but just that extra 20% damage on everyone, it's insane. I mean,
the buffs that you're going to be able to provide here is like the Jar and the Lina. You're definitely going to take that.
Yeah.
Quite an interesting item here for the CM, but FNG, of course, with a lot of his experience, is able to recognize what items required for him to have the most impact.
And that Rapier getting so close for Kirich here. If you sell this Falcon Blade, you're pretty much already there. And Roshan only 1 minute away, so we might be approaching that Rapier territory. Both ways, right? If you get the Aegis you want it, if they get it, you might also need it.
Let's see, Liquid. Attempt another smoke. 33. Who does he want to doom these fights? We've seen previously it's been the Conquer. That last time in the Lina was not good enough for Liquid. As he changed back to the original target, it's going to come down to who he sees first.
Rubik doesn't have a good spell.
Really good scan. VP somehow know the pathing. A lot of information that Nisha's going to be able to provide them. There's the Doom as well. But Squad X is free currently, standing strong. Gleipnir getting casted out. 33 somehow able to slip down to the south, and Liquid. No casualties, but importantly, they do use a lot.
Yeah, they committed so much. And that's the thing, you have to doom the Kunkka, but you also need to have a way to do damage to their heroes, because he just disengaged because he has 3k HP. And now this rush is gonna spawn in 4 seconds. If VP just, oh no, be more patient. Oh my god. It's literally there. They're gonna break formation, man.
Might not expect this though. Oh. And back in. Not everyone is TP'd back though on Virtus Pro. Nisha thinking about charging in. We'll reevaluate that decision. They've got a decent ward that's scouting Liquid on the retreat, but no one's kind of close enough to help out. Gleipnir's still on cooldown.
Oh.
So comes up back up though. Squad X going to be able to catch up to Insania. So 4v5 now, 60 seconds with Roshan. I mean, you just have to like maybe rat or something. I mean, you have this bottom wave shoved out. It really seems like Liquid are starting to struggle with these 5v5s.
Yeah, Redding is not a bad option. They still are lacking the control that we talked about. The Vice, though, close for notice, but he did lose his courier. It's going to be awkward for him to finish this in the next 2 minutes. Kirtich is actually he's moving his courier, possibly for the Rapier.
FNG is in a great spot to pop the smoke. And Tomato's going to lead him
What
forward,
if
but he just
Tomato?
eats an LSA to the face, so they're going to be able to blow him up from 4-0. Tomato pops a BKB, they're going to turn Doom onto Squad X, but Alina is just going to try and dump as much damage as she possibly can before she gets sent in the grave. They'll guarantee a kill, but it's a successful team fight nonetheless. Liquid, though, they still have some valuable members. Tomato and Nisha hand in hand. Nisha, no BKB is going to prove to be a drastic issue, especially with the control that Notice can provide and the buyback from Squad X as well. So Nisha will go down, and this should more than likely guarantee the ages for Virtus Pro.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's the thing. Radiant advantage. Even though the Doom was good, even though you kill Squad X, they can just buy back, instantly TP. And Liquid seems to be way more reliant on cooldowns than VP are. Like, once your Doom is on cooldown, once the Tombstone is used, also especially the BKBs, it's really hard for Liquid to keep poking, because you're going to be axed, you're going to be frostbitten, and you just cannot withstand the damage that the Lina and the Kanka and the Jara are able to output. Also, I think that Rapier is on the way. Falcon Blade backpacked here on the Gyro.
Who needs a card by yourself? Oh, that's boring. That's boring.
Come on.
Who needs a swift blink? What's this?
Bro. We were hyping this up for so long. He's going for a Vice though. Look at his items.
Alright. I was just about to mention the Lina going for it with this Blink Hex, but... Alright, Curtage.
Yeah, I guess you eat your eggs and you can get the Vice. I mean, he already has... I kind of like it because this Lina is literally playing second carry, so you're not going to feel as if you lack damage just because you have two different cores. And that's the other thing, right? In general, when you think of what Doom's supposed to do, he's supposed to take one hero out of the game. Usually the carry or the mid, but because they have so much DPS in both heroes, it's kind of awkward for 33 to choose who he wants to Doom, because there's still going to be damage left. He was choosing the Kanka, which I think is definitely the right play. But now he also has the Vice, has a Refresher even. The next fight is really hard for Liquid.
33. Can he escape with a BKB TP out? Stun's a little bit too slow, and he'll be fine. Is the X? It's perfect timing. Drag back, he body heals! No!
Oh!
No way!
What?
No way! That is...
Yeah.
How is he so good at Dota?
I am...
What is that?
Speechless.
What?
Oh my... Yeah.
No way!
I don't remember ever seeing this, but this was awesome.
Oh my god. It does have to be said that puts you really far behind in your Refresher, which I was going to say, I feel like team fights look very difficult for Liquid without Refresher double Doom. So you're going for the Yules, like, it is going to put you behind now, but that play was really cool.
Yeah, it also puts him of buybacks. So if he possibly gets killed in this high ground push, he's not gonna have it 600 gold away. But yeah, looks like for now they're not gonna.
How does he know where yours is? Like, unless he has, but Doom
Maybe
is not like a yours buyer. No, he have Refresher queued up.
Oh, okay.
Like, where is yours? Like, I feel like Doom's
the Matrix,
not a yours buyer. Oh,
He's connected to his PC.
so crazy. Oh my god. Well, this ages. It's a minute 50 left for Virtus Pro. This net worth lead is still so even. Probability, in fact, I'm quite surprised it's 60% for Liquid, but it just really feels like all momentum is completely not on Liquid's side. Like, these last team fights for them have looked so difficult to execute.
Yeah, it really feels... Oh, and they do have that play. Just use the X, poke high ground, force them back. Notice.
This might be a decent opportunity. Notice just jumps in, gives him a free Doom target. No one else was really in a position to continue to chase. He might still actually die through the Doom damage. Is it going to be enough at will? They'll get him.
All right. That's a... He doesn't even have... I thought he had the Sacred Relic, I'm sorry, what's the name of the... Yeah, Timeless Relic, but no. Just normal Doom damage, standard.
Oh, Boxy, smoke pop, squad X.
No buyback on Kunkka, they're gonna
Really
take
good ward on the high
fight.
ground. It's going to give them the information they need to potentially come out on top of Kiritich with the aggressive jump in. They want to turn to trying to address the Tombstone. Then they can go back for the heroes and look at the flat cannon damage. Oh my god, the physical from Virtus Pro, but Tomato, he's showcasing his own damage as well, but he has to be so cautious. And he got revealed. Ooh, as soon as he left Sakuchi, the mark, no way.
They get vision.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Time lapse up in 15. Where are the blinks? Kiritich has his shortly. He's got to guess correctly as well. The control again is just a big thing lacking. They're still going to be able to at least get the missile. Squad X finds him in the trees. The action biting Tomato in the back.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I mean, that call from VP, I think a lot of teams wouldn't have taken that call.
Who'd they
33
get?
though.
Wait,
Is he
33?
dead?
No, he's killing Kiritich. He's not dead. 33 knows his limits. And also, he gets out before anyone else comes over, so... 33 is doing... He's doing 33 stuff this game. I mean, he's trying to get the boys over the finish line.
By the way,
what is this CM bug?
Yeah, does Crystal Maiden look like a mountain of snow?
What? What am I looking at?
She's so huge.
It's like some like T2 glacier or some crap.
Yeah.
What is this?
It's like, well, they get one barrier, but I feel like if they don't get the duo on the gyro, that's like 2, possibly 3. Like, this is Timado dead for 40 with no buyback. Huge place. Is this a refresher? No, but he does have gold on 33 to pick it if he wants to.
Wind Waker, okay.
Alright.
I guess there will be some extra value with the Eels this game. He's going to try and build that to the upgraded version.
Looks like Kiritich gave up on the Vice now. Wants a Satanic. Interesting because you don't get the lifesteal if you get Doom, but is there any spells here that are good? Not really,
really?
right? Yeah. Huh, okay.
What would you prefer still, instead? Or what are some other
Honestly,
options?
I like the Vice. I really like the Vice. Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of other items he could have gone for. There is the magical damage route we talked about, but it's not really tested on Gyro. Maybe because you don't crit with your flat cannon, it doesn't make that much sense to go for it.
Yeah, let's see, maybe if you're 33, because eventually he will have 2 Dooms, right? We've seen so far it's kind of Conker, Lina, and potentially Gyrocopter. Like, who do we think, if he has 2 Dooms and the potential to use it on anyone, is like the primary targets for 33?
I feel like go for Notice first. It's probably Notice and Kiritich because you can't really stop the Fiery Soul, so that Lina is still feeling pretty comfortable last hitting, like attacking if you doom her. But you know, the Gyro is not going to be able to use Call Down, it's not going to be able to use Homing Missile. I feel like that, in that order, is probably Kankalina as Roshan. 2 minutes.
Will spawn. So we'll actually then be down at this bottom side of the map. Do you see Virtus Pro already starting to hedge their bets and go towards this side before Liquid are able to get set up?
They're gonna find Lash. Vision.
Oh, refresh. Boxy. See Boxy.
Oh, good
So
wards from
Squad X.
Boxy.
Did they see Boxy? Oh, they have this high ground ward.
It doesn't, it's nighttime.
Kiritich got hit by the Shivers. Where the Gyro is positioned, they don't know this ward on the high ground. It could be disastrous for Liquid 33. Silence from the Mindbreaker. Has to disengage, but meanwhile, Tomato standing strong. Will get the initial kill into FNG.
Alright, they did use the BKB on Squad X, but Kiritich still holding his. There is buyback, and we saw them actually take a fight exactly here where they had the buybacks, they had the advantage.
33.
Oh,
And Nisha's going to jump in as well. Are they going to actually be able to blow the gyrocopter up? No way, what is the damage output? Kiritich forced the buyback to start the fight. Torrent Storm stolen as well from Bo3.
oh my.
Is this going to be able to turn the tides? They've got the control at the moment onto Tomato, who doesn't have a buyback to be able to rejoin the boys, and unfortunately the doom onto Kiritich is just not enough from 33. They needed more. The Torrent Storm, it was almost there, but now Nisha as well, controlled at the mouth of the pit. They'll also, oh no, Bo3, they won't get him with the Gleipnir. Nice use of the Glimmer Cape. He's going to be able to survive, but another really clutch buyback from Virtus Pro for these Roche fights.
Yeah, it is exactly the same thing. They take the fight on the Radiant side. They have the buybacks. There's only one Doom. You know, at the end of the day, that lack of refresher does make things a bit harder for Liquid. And they just have too much damage. Even when you Doom Kiritich, he's doing this obnoxious amount with through his Aghanim Scepter. The Lina is crazy farm. Oh, level 29. Oh, hello.
Oh, double buyback. Squad X is in the base.
Oh, Vise.
Actually get him. I mean, is the greediness going to pay off? You didn't go for Roche. But importantly, Tomato's still dead. So it's very difficult for Liquid to be able to contest this. And a Rapier actually picked up from Kiritich as well.
Scanning.
I love it. I really like. Now the question is, you probably need to give him the Aegis as well, because he did buyback in that fight. So I think the gold from Roche might just give him enough for the Aghanim's Blessing. Then you eat the eggs and you keep the Rapier.
Did they use their other refresher shot, or they still got it? Oh, I think they used it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's still
So
on
I
cooldown
see.
for notice,
Yeah,
so
used it
yeah,
in
they
that
must have
fight.
just used it.
All right. This game is so tense, dude. Every game this tournament seems to be so tense. Like, we barely had any games that lasted less than 35 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting some good ones. We're getting lucky. To the rest of the games today are just as entertaining, because there is still a lot of games yet to be played. Day 2 here.
Interestingly enough, Squad X spot a Lincoln's he doesn't have an inventory slot for, so maybe when you're going high ground, you swap the Blink for it. Oh, he swapped the Vise, actually. Okay.
What's a buyback status looking like? Just Insania, the only one for Liquid, whereas Radiant, it's going to be the Lina, Conquer, along with the Pugna with buyback. So not only do they have this Aegis advantage, but the buybacks are also favoring them.
Yeah, they only use that one gold advantage. Very substantial here. Still, only 69% probability for
Kiritich.
Kiritich.
Oh, nice axe, okay.
Yeah, that U Scepter. You have to be so careful. They have 2 on the side of Liquid.
It's a frustrating Netherward placement as well. Just gonna go in again. Gotta keep an eye on the Yules for 33 though.
Pretty much need to like bring him back like in 1 second, or else you might give it an open here for this U Scepter to put Kiritich in a terrible spot. He has a Rapier, so gotta be extra careful.
Tomato's also got a Rapier queued up, so... I mean, let's see. Let's see if he's going to be able to get to that stage. It will still need a little bit of time. And it's a question if he wants to hold the buyback as well, because he just got enough gold for it. But Virtus Pro seem like... at least feel like this is going to be a difficult siege without a pick-off. They will continue to play this one a little bit safer.
They still have a decent amount here of Aegis duration. Everyone on Liquid forced in the base. They are being out-farmed. They're being totally pinned down. And there's no timing that's going to come soon enough, or at least not in the Aegis duration, to change things. Refresher really far away for 33. Rapier just not in Timado's grasp right now. This shard, though, makes things really hard. This slash shard is... I think maybe you go bottom? Like... Oh, they forced him in!
The rest of the team is starting to come nearby, but look at the crits raining through from Tomato. Kiritich getting his health back thanks to the Pugna. Tomato is still trying to deal with the first life. They're just lacking the damage. Kiritich is okay. Someone needs to address the medic on the back line. Maybe that's where 33 can come into play. Seeing an opening, unfortunately unable to capitalize. Great reactions out of Virtus Pro.
I don't even know how Bo3 had vision for the Force Staff. Was there a creep there? Because that's a Radiant Ward in the ground, right? So just clutch, really clutch Force Staff for him regardless.
I'm not sure. I was checking to see if maybe a ward got dewarded inside that fight, but...
Yeah, there is... Yeah, I honestly don't know, but it was close. He was 10% HP. Obviously, you only have one Doom, so they didn't commit for it since he has the Aegis. But this does buy much time from these Aegis and allows Liquid to keep their barracks.
Get a little bit closer towards this Rapier as well for Tomato. So it looks like we're actually going to be in a position where they... I mean, you're probably still going to need to hole up inside your base for a little bit of time. We really do have to keep in mind that those big buybacks were used prior from the Leshrac along with the Doom. So this is still something else we're looking for. Even with the Ages expiring pretty shortly, they have to play team fights very cautiously.
Yeah, and both sides honestly don't have buybacks. Kiritich, he bought a Satanic he can even carry. This definitely should signal for Liquid that he is out of buyback mode. If they can somehow get a smoke after the Ages expires. No buyback in dropping a Rapier? This is exactly how Liquid came back from that other series.
Another crazy position we're in there. VP 65% probability. We are a couple minutes away from tier 5 and honestly it looks like we're going to get there and go to this patch feels like it is very difficult for teams to be able to end games. We've seen games go longer and longer.
And when you look at VP's heroes, you would expect them to be really good at going high ground, right? And still... Oh, Kiritich just going for some YOLO plays bottom. So what are the tier 5s that really make a difference here? Would you make an argument for what's the name of for Unwavering Condition on VP? Like this Crystal Maiden, for instance. The one that sets your HP and gives you 95% magic resistance? Probably not worth it, right? Not enough magic damage.
You might get 3 here by Tomato. I'd be worried. Especially Rapier now on the Weaver.
Ooh.
I would kind of... I mean, I definitely... Your Giant String, I think, on the Weaver and the Doom are things you'd probably be pretty happy to get. I think Weaver just for the position-based aspect. Doom as well, just to help with his initiation. Of course, you know, maybe some of the better ones here for Tomato. Desolator 2 could be definitely something you're hoping for in regards to raw damage output, Apex.
Yeah, you could probably... Seer Stone for the Rubik's never bad.
Well, Lena would love Pirate Hat too, right? I mean, that's another one. Squad X also has his own Rapier queued up, so like, let's just all go Rapiers apparently.
Yeah, he's so farmed. I guess you could buy Moon Shards. There's no Moon Shard yet on VP. Now for the Kunkka, what is the best one? Because you probably, like, depending on the drop, Timeless Relic might be better than most tier 5s that he can get.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm trying to think actually.
Maybe Seer Stone? I'm not even sure if it's that good.
That's what I was thinking at first, just the cast range. But yeah, I'm not quite sure if there would be another better item for the Kunkka.
Because Arcanist Armor, you know, it's okay if you have it, but it doesn't seem like that type of aura that you really take it no matter what. So, yeah. I mean, we're gonna get it. 5 seconds away. Let's go. Get some stacks going. Oh, there you go. They're gonna stack it.
And he bought Rapier on Squad X. I think actually Assembled's already had it out, so... How many? Alright, this quick Rapier check. What do we got?
Kunkka has one.
So Kunkka's got one.
Force Boots.
Wait, Kunkka's a Rapier? Okay, oh, you meant T5 token. I thought he bought a Rapier as well.
Jairus
Very short on
not
Tomato.
sure.
I wonder what his other options were.
Yeah.
Look, there's so many hexes this game. Like, and you have this rapier. You don't really have defensive items minus the BKB. So I completely understand.
Yeah, there's Lincoln's on the Lina, but the Skunka can definitely screw him over if he just jump side-vises this Weaver. Especially because so far I'm not sure they're aware of this mirror shield. Do we have any other ones? Rubik has one, but Boxy has to pick it from the base. Boxy, really fast fingers here. He actually got it before all the other cores. He's like, nope, I'm gonna get one for me.
Dire's bottom tower
Wait,
has fallen.
did he give it to someone else? Oh yeah, he gave it
should
to
have, yeah.
33.
Oh,
He has
maybe
one
not.
now.
Yeah, I don't know. They both got one too. All right. Well, we do have Roche back up, but again, importantly, these buybacks for Liquid are online. You're just lacking the gold for Tomato. Him buying out. So it does look like Liquid are not going to be in a position to contest this Roche. Apparently, there's a gem actually inside the pit too. So
Liquid are being very
Shard,
cautious
Aegis, and Banner.
with their choices here. Okay,
Sihan
they
did
finally
go
picked
for
him.
it.
Lashrak is holding on his. He actually prefers the Timeless Relic, apparently. And Book of Shadows for Rubik, but he's keeping it in the backpack.
You were right about the FNG on wavering condition.
Okay.
95% magic resistance. What is that?
98% with the base. Okay.
I've not seen this before, actually. So.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it either. Okay, let's... he actually, yeah, he loses pretty little HP. I think he had 2200. This might pay off.
33 still hasn't chosen his either. Nisha. So let's see.
Oh, Desolator level 2 on Lina with the Rapier.
So much damage with another blast. Kiritich. Just, what? He's a Boxy. He's... Oh my god! Tombstone at the last second from Insidia. What is a gyro damage, man? He's got ages. He's fine. Couple force boots. Look at the retreat. Oh, it's so clean.
He does so
late
much
game done.
damage. And, I mean, he didn't even get, like, a right-click item on Gyro. It's just a mirror shield.
You actually might have to fight out of the base on Liquid before they get set up.
Yeah. And they're
It
gonna smoke.
seems... AP are kind of back on their side.
You really can't, I think, because if you kill this Gyro, he has a second life. If you kill the Lina, Boots of Travel level 2, you're not gonna be able to keep your barracks. Like, they can brute force these Megas if they really want to.
It seems like they know, though. This read's pretty solid from VP. Wow, well done.
Yeah, they definitely go.
Nisha did also... The fact that he chose Book of the Dead, I really wish we got to see what some of the options were. He must have had some... Not the greatest ones for him to go for this.
No, there's
Another
Liquid.
smoke. How are you going to be able to win a fight into double
Wait.
life on Kiritich Squad X? Smoke pops. Nisha actually wanting to jump in, play aggressively. VP's able to duck in the trees. It's all up to 33. That's the primary hero. First Doom's going to be out. Meanwhile, look at Nisha's health pool. Squad X is just killing them all. 5 hits is all they need for Nisha. 1600 crit as well. Kills off the Doom. Buybacks are the only thing that stand in between VP and taking this game. And they might not even be enough for Liquid. Running to the left, running to the right. They're going to be able to catch up to the Undying. It's an ultra kill for Squad X. Meanwhile, the rest of Liquid, they'll make it inside the base, but isn't everyone buying back but Tomato?
They got nothing out of that. No Aegis, no kills. They just... yeah, they just don't have enough. Notice with that Force Boots, he doesn't care about being doomed. Because, I guess, I don't know, you do get broken now, right? So, I think it was someone else's Force Boots. Yeah. Yeah, Pugna can actually Force Boots him.
Oh, Boxy. Ooh.
They
how
do
could
have
you-
Glyph, but you probably want to save it for tier 4s, right? Do you even Glyph this
yeah.
melee barracks?
I think you let it go. At least Tomato still has Rapier, but if you couldn't win a fight previously with 4 buybacks,
Yeah.
how are you going to win it now?
They're gonna get Doom again. Like, their cooldowns are coming back. Tombstone is ready. But this still looks so hard.
They have a
Ages.
really good ward outside the base. At least that is something.
True.
What?
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 Oh, the Brooch! The
Rapier!
Brooch crit!
Oh my god!
What?
Alright, there's a bit of a win condition now.
Yeah, they have to use these Aegis. You have to brute force this. There you go.
And they're gonna try. Kiritich jumps in. Who's gonna be able to win the man fight? They get at least the Megas. 33, a little bit off the mark though with his initiation. And he just makes it into the base with the Cyclone. Oh my god.
That's so scary, that Brooch crit. I mean, I guess the CM doesn't care about it, but the other heroes have to be very careful.
Oh dude, what does late game Dota come to? It's just so dumb.
I honestly want to see. I guess you can always turn off the Brooch if you're hitting the CM, but if he forgets about it, the damage is gonna be so fun. Like, he's gonna be attacking really fast, doing 0 damage to FNG.
And just to, I mean, keep in mind about the stakes as well. A win here from either side puts them straight into the playoffs, and a loss means they have to play in a best of 3 straight after this first Liga. So you're getting mentally taxed trying to find a way back in for Liquid, and if you go down, you've still got to play another series. Tomato, actually Boxy, an aggressive jump in because they're going to be able to find FNG stuck on the cliff.
He doesn't die.
There's Delina though inside the middle of the team fight. Finally, they're going to be able to try and jump in, get that damage out Shabush. She hasn't shown up just yet. Squad X very
still alive.
hesitant. And you see Tomato waiting until the Lina reveals herself. Now she's going to jump in. Hex pops to Lincoln's. Tomato, the Book of Shadows from Insania keeps him alive, but only for a couple extra seconds. Squad X now has double Rapier. And with that, the hopes of finding a way back in should be done and dusted. Tomato will still go for one last ditch attempt, but double Rapier damage is far too much. I didn't even know they called it, to be honest.
I'm speechless. This game was crazy, but I think VP they showed a lot of resilience that I was not expecting against a team like Liquid. Liquid, known for being very like they know when to strike, they know when to be patient. In this game, I think they were, but their draft just didn't allow for this game to go that late. Like, how do you honestly deal with those two heroes? You needed Ags refresher on the Doom, and they didn't have space to farm at all. I think the supports, I think Boxy played really well, all things considered. To me, he was the standout in every game Liquid played this tournament. But yeah, they're gonna have to unfortunately play another BO3. They wanna.
Yeah, another series that needs to be played for Liquid, but for Virtus Pro, they will move on to guarantee a spot in the playoffs. So congratulations to them. It's been an incredible run so far, 2 best of ones, and they definitely, without a doubt, have deserved all of the victories they've been able to get for them. So if they can keep playing Dota like this was a team we were expecting to have a pretty good showing from Virtus Pro, and definitely is seeming like that might be the case. So very solid overall from them. Bowie, just your quick thoughts really quick before our next series, like what do we want to see from Liquid going in? Because again, they need to take a quick break and then they have a best of 3.
Yeah, I think I like the type of hero they gave Tomato. I think it allowed him to play a decent game. But the support duo they ended up choosing, I think they needed to play that game much faster. So if you want to possibly, it feels like the game has, in general, the games are all super long. So I don't really like Undying that much in that situation. I don't feel like you can get that much farm. I don't feel like the hero necessarily scales that much. We saw some decent Tombstone shards, but maybe give Insania heroes that he could scale a bit more, shine a bit more, because Undying feels a bit one-dimensional right now.
Okay, well, let's see, of course, what Liquid are going to be able to do in their next series, but first, back to the panel to see what they have to say about this best of 1.
Who says right-click Lina is dead there? Double Rapier Daedalus to end out that game, and it was just an absolute slobber knocker for both teams coming up against it, but in the end it will be Liquid dropping down to the decider match, VP moving on, and I think we all got that one wrong coming into this one. So Hurry Freak, just to sum of that match quickly, you know, what are your final thoughts on how that game went?
I mean, Virtus Pro just played better Dota. To be honest, they played Dota in general, because Liquid, the times when they got the lead was Virtus Pro going aggressively, making mistakes, and then Liquid countering it rather than Liquid making moves of their own. So in general, I think Virtus Pro were just a better team today overall.
Yeah, and Milan, if you had to just pick out anything about that game, that you know, VP going well, just trying to force out those fights in the end of the buybacks coming through, but what was it that kept VP going all through that match?
I think we all knew this is gonna be a close match. We chose Liquid because we thought they're gonna have a slight advantage, but overall the standing factor maybe pitched in late into the game, like all like this, but this game was very close. I think for the early game, we'll see Bo3 kind of dominated with the LSA and whatnot, but this double carry lineup from the VP prevailed alongside the Kunkka. Like they had like the what it seems like a perfect synergy of like an offlaner that controls everybody, and two guys that just dish out a ton of damage. And Liquid, I think they played pretty well, but at the end it was too much. And about the right-click Lina, I think there's almost right now is the only way to play Lina. It's just to be right-click. It's just so much more versatile to do so.
Nobody wants the Aghanim Scepter Lina anymore.
I'm sure there's games and scenarios where you can do the Aghanim Lina, but they are just 1 out of 40, or other 39 times you'll be better off with. And we see here Liquid was kind of in control, you know, 8k up, minute 27, but then I talked to Harry, the red items started coming out, the Daedalus on Lina, the Daedalus on the Gyro, and then all these BKBs that they picked up on all their cores, that it didn't matter. And about the Bowie, just to add up final thought, is that this Undyne really looked like not a hero. Because Gyro and Lina, I would say, if I had to choose mid and carry hero to screw up with my Undyne, I'll pick these two heroes. They're way too good.
And I really like the point about the red items, the Daedalus. In that fight that was going on when Milan was talking about it, that's where the Lesh didn't have a single armor item, right? You feel like you have the Bloodstone BKB and you're unkillable. You come next to a Gyro with the Daedalus and he just kills you. And that's just too big of a problem. Then later on in the game, he got the Shiva's Garb, but at that point, it becomes too late.
I see here, he's raining hell on them. The Kiritich. Double kill, mega kill, the Daedalus, then Swift Blink, he was just way too strong.
Yeah, and you can see that they were just able to take these fights more comfortable, and Liquid were trying to get these trades, but it seemed like every time there was a fight VP, they were trading even at least, or then even taking the positives from these fights. And you can see that once that Lincoln Sphere came out as well, the protection on the Gyrocopter, Doom tried to get these multiple jumps in. I think in the end he tried to get the Dooms out onto the Kunkka, but for the most part it just felt like, you know, he wanted to Doom every single core on the side of VP, and he just couldn't get it off when he tried to jump in straight away. So the amount of control coming out here from VP, you know, the team fight felt like it was more than enough. And again, seeing the Blizzard Beach coming through here, FNG as well as the Kunkka teaming up to get some really good fights and kills. How do you think Liquid, coming down to the decider match now, they're going to go, coming up against Liga, what's the because they've only got a short break as well, how do you mentally reset and come back into this next game?
They're a very experienced team with a big team behind them, good coach as well. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Like, resetting mentally after this this game is not an issue whatsoever, because for the past 10 minutes also of the game, last 10 minutes of the game, you probably felt like you were gonna lose, so yeah. You are completely fine for that, and you are coming in as the heavy favorite, so it shouldn't bother you too much that you lost this one. It just means that you're going to be playing a little bit more, and most likely still going into the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Harry. It's just it's not that big of a deal. These guys, they're just gonna continue. They're gonna look at this as a first game of a best of 3 series, and now facing off versus Liga, I believe, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean they're just gonna come in swinging. I think, like these guys, they like playing Dota. They enjoy doing it, and just a couple of more Dota games, they're not gonna be too sad about it.
Their day doesn't change, right? Even if they won this one, they would just go in to play pubs. This way, they're playing competitive gameplay, which is usually a little bit more fun.
Okay, and yeah, maybe that pub game before the match actually pays off here for VP, because they did come in, looking like they were coming out swinging it in that match. One thing I want to touch on as well, I did say about, Doom wanted to target multiple heroes there with the Doom. There was one fight where he tried to escape, he was X-marked, so in the fountain he buys up a Yule Scepter, but he puts himself way behind on the refresher orb. Would you rather him have taken that death, and bought out parts for the refresher? Because it just seems like in that delay of buying the Yule Steps, he didn't have the multiple Dooms out to get them out in these fights, and it did seem to go wrong for Liquid a little bit after that.
I think just mathematically, if he dies there, and if he lives, is very different, because the gold he loses and the time he's probably like level 23-4, so around minute and a half dead. It just it amounts to the similar amount. Like so the time he spent dead and the goal he lost dying, it's probably around the same, so it doesn't change much. I really like that play. I think it was very cool.
And at that point in the game, there are big objectives that the opponents can go for that you might need to buy back for. So it was either buy a Yule to survive, not give gold to the enemy, not lose gold, or maybe die and still have to buy back to do something on the map.
Okay, and we saw coming through at the very end as well, the Weaver with the Rapier as well as the Brooch, but just couldn't finish off the kills, because it felt like you had the double cores on the side of VP, doing the damage, and Liquid only had that Weaver that was able to get in and do those, do the damage of the fights, because it felt like the Doom was being targeted down. So if you look at that again, do you think it was down to a little bit of draft weakness for Liquid, or was it just VP being the more dominant team coming into that best of 1?
I mean, he did attack the unwavering condition CM with the the Revenant's Brooch, so that's a bit of a problem. But I did like the double core of Virtus Pro a little bit more. And when it comes to the later portions of the game, when these two just start smacking everybody down, you kill one, the other one kills you, and you only had the Weaver on the other side. So Liquid probably needed to end this a little bit earlier, or have a different item set on 33 to set up for the late game. It's just that they were probably setting up for a different part of the map to win in it. It didn't work out, and then everything kind of went to hell.
Okay, and go on, Melon.
Yeah, I mean, the Undying was very amplified during the drive, so that part was like he didn't really stomp his lane. He slightly won. I mean, he won his lane. Like I saw, like 500-600 network advantage in 7-8 minutes was winning the lane, but he didn't stomp the lane, and later it was hard to have impact because of the draft. And yeah, I mean, they did have, like, going late game with the Doom. I think they did have their chances, but I would say slightly outdrafted. But definitely
we're going to be able to take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
go ahead.
Just saying we are going to be able to take a look at the prediction results to see how it's shaping up here today. I think we. Not surprising, I'm going to be 0-2 in terms of predictions. DK Truman rocking it with a 2 out of 2. Bowie and Aries here with the 1 out of 2. So 50% not bad, but Harry Milan, what's going on?
I mean, they had to stand in, it's simple.
It seems that we are just not good enough. That's what it seems. And we talked to production not to show this if Virtus Pro won and they betrayed us.
It's so hard to guess when the two top-notch teams are playing, but nonetheless, and especially in the BO ones. So, if I was very good at guessing, I wouldn't be casting. I would be gambling.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Best of ones, there's a stand-in. We don't see the drafts. We're predicting these before we go live. So, yeah, no, good reasons why we've got the games wrong today. But you do have a chance to come back. We're going to be seeing Liga versus Liquid coming up very, very soon. So, before we jump off, predictions in this next series, which is going to be a best of 3 as well. So, a little bit more data that you're going to have between the two teams.
I mean, Liquid all the way. I think there's no doubt in this one.
Okay. And Milan, are you feeling the same for Liquid, or are you gonna maybe back Liga here coming into this best of 3?
No. I'm not gonna go against Liquid here. I'll go with it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but Liga did show a little bit signs of life, but I don't think Ramses is gonna get to play Sven again, and I think Liquid will take it.
Okay, so looking at the draft coming up, like I say, it is going to be a best of 3, so you're going to have more chances to get yourselves through this one. The decider match going to be really important, and you see the two teams have already warmed up. They've got themselves that one game already. What are you looking at in terms of coming into this next game as well? Because Liga, like you say, maybe you see the Sven ban coming out from Liquid. So do you think that Liga might rely on those comfort heroes for Ramses, like the Alchemist, like the Wraith King coming out? Or is it going to be more leaning towards the meta heroes like the Luna, maybe like the Morphlins as well?
Depends. Really depends on the draft. Like, sure, they'll just definitely go with their comfort. Depends what's left, what's not. Who maybe Alchemist gets through, because both teams really, really like the Alchemist. So we'll see. Maybe we see that one. But really depends how the draft is going to shape up. But one thing is sure, Ramses is like the player of Liga. They play around him. He's the best player on the team, and everything will kind of revolve around him.
You kind of want him to have the 18th pick, or maybe even the last pick in the game. He's quite versatile, so being in the scene for so long gives you such great expertise on many of the heroes. So I think we're not going to be looking at him at like, oh, he's only going to play this hero. Sure, he only played the Sven, but that's just because he got really nice openings for it.
Okay, and on the side of Liquid as well, we'll see what's going to come after them. And again, what are we looking at comfort heroes wise for Liquid? Is it going to be more of the same, do you think, or do you think we shake it up after going down to VP in that last match?
I'm really curious what Liquid's going to do from a first pick. Like, I think some teams you have a clear first pick options, like in terms of offlane heroes, like a Centaur, Mars, or Timber. So where 3-3 really doesn't like, at least not first picking these heroes. And will they go again for the Lash, or maybe they will go more into some Insania hero? Well, that's very interesting for me. But for Liga, I think it will be like just classic meta, like either a big boy offlane or maybe like a Shadow Demon.
I like Liquid when they have a safe hero. So Undying kind of fits that scenario, but then I don't like it when that safe hero cannot make a play. So that's why I'd rather see a Shadow Demon, a Venge, an Oracle, something like that on Insania. I think that's where they should be able to shine.
Okay, well, I think production told me we are going to be jumping to a break, so we're going to take a quick one. We'll be back to see how this one's going to go between Liga and Liquid, and the winner will move on, the loser drops out. We'll find out how it's going to go after this break. Welcome back in, everyone. We're going to get straight into the draft. As you can see, it is underway. So the Chen, Batrider, Primal Beast, and the Dragon Knight are gone here for Liquid. And Liga, they're going to be taking out the Nagasar and the Tiny Timbersaw, as well as the Shadow Demon and the Enigma, Razor, and the Kunkka on the board. So, boys, thoughts on the draft as we get straight in?
Pretty interesting response to the Kunkka first pick. That's what I'm gonna say. They probably want to follow him wherever they go. I think. I mean, I think they can all play a Razor, all three of their cores.
No, not 3-3. I
Okay.
mean, I'm sure he can, but he can play any hero, but I think he prefers not to. And Liga will try to take a page out of VP's book, right? Take a Kunkka, ban similar heroes, and see if they can repeat the result. Now Liquid will be a second pick, right? It's a little bit different, and they'll take a Razor, as he said, and CM, maybe Gyro coming out, you know, to just repeat all the heroes the VP had, and that's it, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, if it works
twins.
with VP, it may as well, Liga may as well give it a go.
I mean, their mid laner has a 2-hero pool, and one of them is Lina, so you know, if they pick Gyro now, they might get all of them.
Yeah, true. Coming through, we are going to see Psychic with the Terrorblade coming out here as well. So I guess a different way to try and deal with that Undying Tombstone with all those illusions coming through. But Liga, yeah, going for Team Blue here, it looks like. We are going to see the Blizzard Beach once again. I'm calling that your Crystal Maiden Kunkka combination. It's coming out every time. But Team Liquid, how do they then respond to this one? What are you expecting back against this Terrorblade pick?
Magical damage burst.
Some team fight match from the 3-3. Definitely expect a 3-3 hero. So think a Boxy, maybe Rubik again, or I am prepared. Have everything open. Mirana is not so good. Kotal, he won't really. So Hoodwink or Rubik for Boxy, and for 3-3, it's a Brewmaster. Probably just a Brew, you know.
Okay, and we'll see what it's going to be. They're taking some of the reserve time here on the side of Team Liquid to think about this one, what they want to be picking up next. So we'll see what will be coming out for them. Meanwhile, on the side of Liga, so yeah, okay, it's going to be the Rubik. Is it going to be straight into this Brewmaster like Milan predicts? Because you've been on point, you know, with all these calls so far in the draft. So maybe are you in Discord though with Liquid? Are you doing some coaching on the side? Is that what's happening?
Just Harry messages me. So
I don't know, Milan is a genius. Whenever we cast together, like he would predict a hero, I would come up with a counterpoint, and he would always say, "Why are you not listening to me?" But the thing is, he has like a notebook next to him where he has everything written, right? So he always has notes, these notes that he comes back to heroes. So it is that makes it easier. There it is. That's the notebook. That one, it gives you so much power.
it's also good for scratching. It's gonna be a Slardar. Is it a flex? I mean, Nisha can play anything. Timado can play a lot of heroes. Do we have information if Mika is back?
I think it might be. No, I think he's off for the day, so I think it's going to be Tomato all the way through. Is what? Yeah, Ares is saying it's still Tomato, so it is going to be Tomato all the way through the day.
Well, okay, interesting. And Liga will instantly do the Windranger. One hero he matches very well against both Razor and Slardar, but he does give Rubik a bunch of good spells to steal. So Boxy once again. He might be shining again. Although they lost last game, he was playing pretty well.
Yeah, the second you got that LSA, it was a problem. And with the Windranger spells, it's even easier. Throughout the game, you have the power shot. You're way too strong with it. And then in a couple
That's
of fights, you
insane.
can also get good shackle shots as well.
Okay, so we're going to see that Doom ban coming out. Question as well, Liga. You know, I had it in my head that this was going to be the carry Terrorblade, but still that option for the support, right? Do you think that Windranger flexes between the 1 and 2, or do you think that's squarely locked in now to like the mid lane and we're looking at this carry Terrorblade?
Oh no, I think Terrorblade is locked in position 4 and Windranger is locked into position 1. Like just the nature of where they picked it, the slot just says we saw the Slardar and we're just gonna pick it, and it's with a CM. We already saw today they won against the CM Windranger 5-1 against the Quest, right? So but they were on the verge of losing that game, so it's just gonna be that, and they're gonna last pick Rabel hero, or maybe BB3 picks and put a Kunkka mid, which I really would love them not to, because in the other qualifier they played, Rabel Kunkka mid was not sight to be wanted to see again or something like that.
Okay.
Team Liquid seem to think that it is going to be a Kunkka mid banning out the MOUZ.
And maybe just trying to cover the gaps there. The Centaur is still available. I don't think we've seen it. Well, we saw it in the first match, but not in the last match. So maybe Team Liquid not benefit. And with the Slider already being here as well, is that something you think Liga might go back for? Is the ban out the Tide Hunter? That's something a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think Liga will either pick up like a hero like Lina, or they will go maybe into some more casual route of Pangwa. But their last ban should be telling.
What about a Quap?
Quap is fine, but you just put the Razor safe lane, have a good matchup versus Kunkka, pick another mid laner that has a good matchup versus Quap. They'll be super happy with that too.
Okay. And in terms of carry coming out for Liga, what are you looking at here? Because we've still got some big ones. The Luna, the Faceless Void are still there. Or coming up against this Slider potentially in the lane, are you looking for something just a little bit different to try and play that lane?
We still think it's gonna be a carry Wind Ranger. As Milan mentioned, they just picked it after the Slardar, so it's kind of telling.
Yeah.
Plus, Rabel has played 2 Wind Ranger games in the last 8 days, losing both of them. So I don't think he feels particularly confident to play the Wind Ranger.
Okay, well, we'll see what it is going to be. Looking through, just to kind of take the... I mean, because they've got a lot of reserve time as well here on Saudi Liga, so they can take the time to pick through it. So, yeah, any hero at all you think that's going to fit in here just to complete Liga's draft?
I mean, I'm telling you, they're having a discussion. They're speaking a bunch of Russian words, and at the end of he's gonna be like, "Yeah, give me Lina," and that's like that's just how this 1 minute discussion is gonna turn out. But yeah, just for purpose of having like a normal team comms, they will not instantly pick, but they'll say some words, and here it is, Lina, and then Liquid. Will they pick a Timado hero? Or will they go for some Nisha hero? I think that's the biggest question. Because let's see what was the Liga team pick, because it's gonna be much easier to predict the Liquid one.
Okay.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to see a Lina though. Like versus a Slardar is just way too easy to kill her. But I would like the rotation of the Crystal Maiden and the Terrorblade towards the mid lane. That's quite nice. But other than that, I think in the later portions of the game you just get crushed by the enemy offlaner.
What does Rabel actually play? That's good.
I mean, however this discussion's going here for Liga, they've got to make the minds up because they've got 5 seconds left.
It's going to be a TB carry versus a Slarda.
Okay, and not a fan of that, I guess, there, Milan?
I think that's fine. That's one of the better matchups for the TB. I'm not a fan of a TB carry right now. I think as support he does so much more. It's so much easier to execute. But if the draft shapes out in this way, where he has a free lane and a good game matchup, like versus the Razor, I think this is quite a good choice to turn out. And the Lifestealer will be for Timado, one hero he really likes, and probably the carry of the meta now, like the highest win rate in pubs and whatnot.
Okay, so draft is on the board here, Harry. Where are you leaning here between these two teams?
I really like the Terrorblade, not gonna lie. I feel like they always give Ramses the hero that he wants, and it's pretty much strong versus most of the heroes here. The problem is the combination, right? So here I see a problem where Razor, he can run in, there isn't much burst on Liga, so once you have a BKB, you're fine. And Lifestealer is bad versus the Terrorblade in general, but with the Slardar in there, maybe these two can deal with him. So I think I'm still gonna be staying with my prediction and staying with Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, Milan, you staying on there as well?
Yeah, I'll stay with Liquid. I think both teams have a decently shaped draft, like TB versus the Razor and the Slardar. But I think this Lifestealer is just way too big of a juicer last pick. Like versus the Kunkka lane should have a really good lane and combination. a very old, ages old, 10 years old Slardar infest into a lifestealer, or a lifestealer into a Slardar, finding these heroes and bursting them. I think Liquid has what it takes to get this first map.
Okay, well, we'll find out how it is going to go. Liga on the come up here with that win up against PSG. Liquid dropping down from VP, so we'll see if it is going to be the momentum of Liga or Liquid. Can they bounce back here in a full best of 3 to get themselves through into the playoffs? We are going to find out. It's going to be Aries and Bowie taking us through it once again. Boys, take it away.
Yep, thank you, Rob. Here we go. We've got our first best of 3 of the tournament as well. The decider series to determine who's going to be joining the likes of Virtus Pro in the grand final. Sorry, in the playoffs, I should say. Don't get ahead of myself just yet. And of course, we still need to wait to see who's coming in from Group B, which will be played later today. But we heard what the panel had to say, favoring and still on that Liquid train. Do you agree with a lot of the points that were made?
Yeah, I do. I think they have a really good combination of MOUZ armor, right, with the Slardar and the Razor.
Again, my friend.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I definitely like Liquid's draft. I think they have a good combination of MOUZ armor with the Razor Slardar. They only do physical damage, and sure, the TB has high armor, but everyone else might struggle. They have this Wind Ranger to try and offset that. But I do feel like once nullifiers come out, once the spells are available, it could be problematic. What I do like about Liga, though, is, as they said, Terrorblade with a free lane could potentially give them a really good head start for Ramses. And he showed that in games where he can just farm and hit his timings, he's very consistent, right? A lot of people didn't expect him to take the first series, and his Sven in that game was super good.
Mr. Boxy.
30 seconds.
That's that's not good. I know Nisha is giving off a bit of a sigh right now, seeing his opposition's mid laner have first blood.
Oh yeah, I thought that maybe Ramses was going to be able to pick that up, but yeah, either mid or carry picking first blood, you're always going to be really happy about it. Matchup-wise, it's probably kind of a snooze fest, although I would say Wind Ranger has the advantage. You probably never get to drain her damage too much past level 1.
Senyu can be a good little support. Mine actually doesn't guess correctly on where the observer is, unfortunately. This has got another sentry still for this bottom lane. And they did go back for the Undying as well, which is something you kind of critiqued in the previous game, especially with some of the heroes that had to really minimize the effectiveness of his late game, I guess, advantage in Tombstone. How do we feel overall, though, about the Undying this game for Insanio?
I think the Undying is better this game because it is much easier for them to take fights. You have this Razor that can just run in and force abilities, get vision, the Slardar. I think the biggest reason I like it is 33 playing a bit of a playmaking hero, something we don't get to see that often, right? He's known for his Beastmasters and Dooms and Brewmasters, so that's going to be interesting. Out of his hero pool, I don't think Slardar is even in the top 15. It's not a hero he plays very often.
Been very impressive with a lot of the Slardar games that I've been seeing, and like Milan brought up, this is an age-old combo where you have the Lifestealer and the Slardar together, so at least you got the Terrorblade with a decent amount of armor. Conker's also a hero that can kind of go for some of those armor items. Used to be in the past, though, phase boots, armlet, not really getting anything like that anymore, so he might have some difficulties. Without a doubt, the supports will as well, so gonna have to see how much physical damage that will come through eventually for Liquid.
Oh yeah, and even though this Terrorblade is supposed to be decent against Terrorblade, I feel like Lifestealer is a much better matchup against it than it used to be. Not only Radiance got buffed, but this new Eggs build allowing not only it's the Rage that prevents Sunder from being cast, but now you can infest the Terrorblade as he's trying to use it. I really feel like this Lifestealer is in general, honestly, a better hero than TB right now. I agree with Milan that as a carry, I am not impressed with most of the TB performance I've seen. It feels like this hero just farms and never really seems that strong. It's just a weird hero right now.
And him in top lane. Gets a kill to Boxy. Liquid thought they were strong enough to actually fight this, but it proves to be a big misstep in their judgment on their damage calculations and what League were able to pump out. So a double kill in their safe lane without the meta as well is the most important thing.
This is, I mean, it's a Crystal Maiden body blocking a slaughter and getting a kill. Usually this hero is that just gets beaten down the lane. Pantoman just being super aggressive. And they didn't even use this blood grenade. So as you said, once the Metamorphosis is back up with the blood grenade, this could potentially be another opportunity for them to strike. Mid lane is relatively even. Slight advantage. I mean, yeah, decent advantage to the Wind Ranger, which is what I expected. And bottom, Lifestealer doing pretty well, but the Kunkka is farming. He's just struggling with his region.
Yeah, it's just a big question of the creepy equilibrium and the current placement of the lane. You do have the small camp to be able to reposition back to top lane though. Pantomim should go down this time without Liquid dropping one of their own members as well in response. So this lane, at least for the CM in particular, is just only going to get more difficult once the levels are picked up. Especially every odd level for this Slardar. We know how strong he's truly able to be, and has that bracer. He's actually going to be offering for the phase boots next as well for the Slardar.
Alright, just to get that gap close. It really helps though that Pantoman got those kills and finished his boots first. I think he could have probably even survived there, but Ramses body blocked him a little bit as the CM was trying to run away. But once you get Tranquil Boots on Pantoman, it's not necessarily that easy to catch. The duration of lift telekinesis is pretty short. And you do have the actually 2 points in reflection here, maybe to try and help the Crystal Maiden in the lane. You don't see that very often.
Do you like this? What are your thoughts on 2 reflection?
I like it. It's a decent move speed slow buff, and I think this is because they're already winning this lane. It could even allow them to run down some of these heroes. It obviously slows down the farming speed of Ramses. Not a lane you want this Crystal Maiden to feed. Because Slardar is not a hero that farms too fast, so you don't want to feed him kills. As Bo3, there's an illusion here as well.
Yeah, Bo3, I don't think you win this, unfortunately, with the assistance of the illusion.
Ward?
Fate Bolt actually up in a couple of seconds. Pantoman's got his own spells, however, to work with as well. So, solo experience for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, that's huge. That's 400 gold already. Could finish the Tranquils, could finish the Wand. Ramses has Metamorphosis to zone away. Look at the net worth for 33 this game. He's not having a nice time whatsoever. Nisha dragging some creeps here, just being efficient with his time, I guess. Will get his level 6 as well. I guess with the level 6 on the Wind Ranger, have to be very careful. But anyone that connects to the mid lane could potentially kill you. And supports are rotating for the rune, so it's going to be probably a big fight in the mid lane.
Nisha doesn't have the greatest resources, though, to be able to take a bit of a skirmish right now.
Pops the OT.
Gonna pop the ultimate, and even Tombstone as well. We'll hope that's enough to zone them away. Seeing he's able to snag the haste. Hang on a second. Hang on. They're actually going to be able to get 1J. Can they get more? Insania wants to start slapping Rabel, but Focus File is going to be a big enough deterrent. Nisha still, he'll be able to secure the kill. It's a double for the Razor. Unfortunately, will of course go down, but not the worst in the end.
Yeah, I think this is fine. You got the kills, you denied the rune from Rebel, and at the end of the day, he focus fire, didn't get any kills. It's all right. The biggest problem to me is the Slardar, because even though Kunkka is struggling just as much CS-wise, he can farm stacks, right? Kunkka can actually recover and get his timings just as fine, whereas this Slardar hero, he is like farming from boots to blink dagger. If you have a terrible laning stage, can be pretty slow. And yeah, I mean, 33, very inventive player. Very curious to see what exactly he's gonna try and do to mitigate that. Here's the rune.
Insania should be dead here with a Conquer rotation, yeah. Looks like he's gonna start to swing on over. So unfortunately, Insania doesn't snipe the Wisdom and also gives a kill away as well, which is going to feel quite nice considering this Conqueror is still having a bit more of a difficult time down bottom. I mean, 33 is still very much struggling, so very intrigued on what Liquid are going to do to try and enable the Slardar in this game.
Yeah, once you get level 6, those kills do become a bit faster, a bit easier, so you can rotate this Razor. He is just using his ulti to farm though, so that rotation might not come right now. And the supports, once again, you have this Undying. Oh no.
Jump in. He gets a sprint off only level 1, and unfortunately no Quelling Blade to cut through the trees as well, so continuing the really slow start for this Slardar. And Liga are making some pretty good movements across the map.
Rune. Oh, denied by Bo3.
He wants revenge for that. Well, snipe on the Arcane, unfortunately Rabel not gonna have the damage now. And did commit Wind Run, but I guess he has maxed it out, so relatively low cooldown.
Okay, should be just fine. Timado just doing lifestealer things here. Didn't commit for the full Orb of Corrosion, but got at least the Orb of Venom to slow down the Kunkka. It's just gonna look for an Armlet. This is probably a Radiance game on the lifestealer, I'm assuming. Really good against illusions. The Mischance is awesome to have as well against the Wind Ranger. Oh, that's a Orchid build on 33.
Yeah, this is, I was casting with Lizard recently in the Elite League qualifiers, and he was saying that he's been seeing a lot more of the Orchid Slardar lately.
Yeah, I've seen it as well, but I've seen it like against the Puck, against the really mobile heroes. Wind Ranger is usually a hero that gets to pop Wind Run. Just like if you see her, she's gonna pop Wind Run instantly. But you know, it gives you farming speed. Slardar definitely struggles with HP and mana regen, so I guess I see why you would go for it. But it's a really slow build up for a hero like Slardar. Even though they like nerfed, or I guess buffed the items recipe a little bit, it's still like a 3,000 gold item.
Tomato looking to try and put a little bit of pressure onto the Kunkka, who's still only level 5. I think one more creep should give him that ultimate. So in case a fight does break out and they want to commit for him, it's going to be much more difficult now. Do you, like, overall, do you like this instead of something like a Blink Rush? Or, because Liquid, we are going to see some difficulties with how they can initiate some of the fights. Maybe you can just run the Razor down some lanes and act as like, if Liga don't contest the Razor, then they can just take objectives, but at least their way to get him with stuns is very much lacking before this Slardar's item.
Yeah, very similar to the other game that they played, but I do feel like their heroes this time are better. I feel like they scale better, so you don't necessarily care if you're gonna play passive. So it's really on Liga to make the moves and get that early advantage. Terrorblade's gonna be farming, as they do find Insania here with Rebel. So yeah, I mean,
freebie?
I don't think I hate the Orchid, but I do feel like it doesn't really fix Slardar's problems, which is he does farm really slowly, and at least in the past, the way to solve that was just to play aggressive with the hero and utilize like how much his burst damage is strong, how powerful he is very early. If you have to go, you know, Orchid into Blink, it does take a while. They are not getting punished at all by that. Timado is free farming. The Razor is recovering, actually pretty much almost tied up with Rebel. So things are looking okay for Liquid here.
You see there are some gigantic stacks that are back in the jungle of Liga. We got this big one over at the Triangle way top lane, a second 33. They made it go a little bit too early before the Conqueror actually committed with his TP, so 33 is going to be able to evade the gank.
There's also some stacks here for 33. Not the greatest hero at doing that, but at least you get those benefits from the puddle once you use your Zithering Crush, so he should be able to farm this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Time for the rune, 12-minute rune. Only 2 supports here so far, so let's see who's gonna get lucky. Oh, there you go.
Not bad. What is your current, like, favorite item build for the Razor? Because we can kind of see some different things out of this hero depending on the situation of games.
I like the Manta. I think now that the ultimate orb isn't as expensive, it feels much better to get this item early, right? Because if you're picking it as a second or third item, in general, you wouldn't have a slot for the ultimate orb. Whereas now, you can actually still afford it. You buy that item a bit faster as well, just because of getting the stats and the damage from... What even is the name? The diadem. So I like it. I think it's a fine build-up here. This is not necessarily the best meta game for Razor, though. You are against Focus Fire, X. I think BKB is going to be necessary. But it feels like Liquid, all they care about is farm. To break even in lanes with the strong picks, they literally went for the same supports from the other game. And they want to break even and then just utilize their stacking prowess and how they can play the map to outfarm their opponents. The thing is, they're not necessarily outfarming Liga, although Rams is here. Is gonna pressure a little bit now.
Oh, nice pathing. That's perfect. What a read from them. Pentiment and Rabel wrap all the way around, and they scanned as well. So Liquid were well aware that this movement was going on. Maybe thought they were continuing to play by the secret shop and potentially in a position to save the Terrorblade if it got jumped. And you've got the Wisdom Runes up in 20 seconds as well. And Liquid are having a lot of difficulties with the levels on the supports. I mean, Insania's still only level 5. Boxy just hit level 6. Speaking of Boxy as well, he's just going to run straight into them and give them another kill. He doesn't want to give them this Wisdom. I mean, they know the importance. Again, they're such low levels at the moment that they need to pick this up. But meanwhile...
Timado?
What's going on the opposite side of the map? I mean, Timado can always rage TP out, so he's never really under threat.
Alright, yeah, should be okay. That buyback, I mean, it is a lot of experience you're getting, but it's also gonna be costly for Boxy. I think his net worth was looking good, and now behind pretty much everyone but Insania. We've seen how much Boxy was able to do with that Rubik in the other game, but he was stacked. He had a lot of gold, a lot of kills. He's 1-4 this game. Well, the Orchid is pretty close here for 33. I think once he farms this gigantic stack, they should pretty much be getting it. You have the Manta on the Razor, but I wonder if that's enough for them to go for play, because without the BKB, as we said, it might still be a bit weird. And you also don't have any gap close on the Slaughter. So what does the Orchid by itself really gives you? That is kind of the question for me. It's not like a Magnus, you know? We see a lot of Orchid Magnuses in the offlane, but you do have the skill to initiate some fights. In general, his spells have more cast range. Oh no.
Making it go into the Razor. Look at the damage out of Rabel. Oh my, this early game from Liquid, just 0 moves from them. And I think there's big reason to highlight the potential build from 33. Like, this is leaving a lot to be desired. We need this Orchid to do a lot for them. Like, there's no doubt the stats are great on this hero, especially, you know, attack speed and everything else that it's able to provide, but if you don't get a couple kills off the back of this Orchid as soon as it's picked up, the game is going to look very difficult to play.
Exactly. Okay,
Nice
they find Insania as well. I mean, they're just splitting kills everywhere. Okay, they're gonna try and fight. They have the Orchid. Oh no, but he got Wind Rune off.
Careful the mines! Just runs into a couple. Oh, that's not what you're hoping for. Orchid just picked up at a perfect timing for Rabel to get the DD. Mines littering the ground. And this is... You have all this control, and just wait till the fight starts to break out with the Torrent Storm as well from the Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a free tower here for Liga. No, not enough time for the spawn of 33. This Lifestealer is still farming. Gonna get that Radiance. They will hit some timings in Liquid. Even in the other games, they were never too scared of bleeding some kills, of losing a couple of towers to get into those timings. I just can't help but wonder, sure, your core scale a bit better than Liga's, but your supports are starving. You need to enable them just at least a little bit.
So, like, what is the play for Liquid? What do you look to do? You're down 7,000 gold. You're yet to, you know, take mid or top tower. Are we looking for them to try and force this objective up top, or like it's still just maybe wait towards some items?
Yeah, you have to wait the Radiance Blink timing. I think that's it. Either BKB plus Radiance or Blink plus Radiance. Ideally, all three, because like they're slowly bleeding so many kills that if they lose another fight, oh Bo3, you are gone.
So much different game from Bo3. We just haven't really been able to see the Rubik have that impact they were, desiring from him. Last game, incredible performance. Unfortunately, not enough for him to get over the finish line. And this is going to be a completely different game where he doesn't have gold or experience to really utilize a lot of the spells that the panel was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha is still very farmed, Timado is still very farmed, and you're really going to have to make that count. Sacred Relic is done. He's also... Okay, that's another kill here. Liga, they don't stop. Timado, he is actually keeping his Sacred Relic in the backpack for a pretty long time here. I hope he realizes that. But it's been like 30 seconds. There we go.
Swaps it in. So let's see. I mean, this is going to be the true test of how strong this Lifestealer is. Like, how do you truly feel even about it against the Terrorblade? I know a lot of people kind of have some different opinions on how this matchup can work.
I think late into the game, it is definitely a good matchup. This early on, with only 2 points in Rage, I am not sure, especially because there's also a Wind Ranger. So the options here for Timado on the targets he can go for, it's pretty much only the supports. It takes too long to kill the Kanka, and you cannot kill either the Terrorblade or the Wind Ranger, unless you're smoked. But then you rely on that Blink we were talking about, and that Blink is still 700 gold away here. Not a lot of farming the map, and they will find him.
Another pick. And another great read. You move down bottom, get the tower, smoke through the portal as well. And, I mean, we definitely can be looking at some objectives to pick up pretty shortly here from Liga. Ramsey's, Scardy's almost up. But it looks like they've had enough of the status quo Liquid. Radiant, BKB, Nisha. They're ready to fight. They're going to take their fight without the Slaughter, though. And Nisha won't even be able to activate the BKB. Oh my, what is going on? Bo3 now. Can he get the TP off?
Oh, the X!
Oh, they got the X! wait, what?
He stole the X. Wait, what? Did he manage to do it? What? Because it didn't work that way the other time, right?
Yeah, I don't know about this mechanic now, because yeah, it really didn't work like that last game.
Maybe if you're far away enough from the initial X? I don't know. I don't know how this is coded, but it is weird. Like, if you're too far away from the X, maybe it works. I mean, he survived, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
As we said, Radiance is up. The Blink Dagger on the Slaughter still really far away, and that's gonna be... Is this Roche for them? They have the Wind Ranger bottom. I think they could brute force this Liga if they want to. They're actually wrapping it around.
Look at the Pinsir coming through from the south. It's gonna be the Wind Ranger and the Terrorblade as well. They're cutting off the pass. Tomato does somehow slip past, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be found.
Box is gonna be found in the tree line, however. We'll get the Rubik nonetheless. And we do see Tomato, his decision this game, it's... I believe he's bought the Shard. Yep, Shard's coming out in the corridor, and he wants a very early Scepter as well.
Yeah, I think that's the build. You need to be able to disarm either the Wind Ranger or the TB. It also gives you, the lower cooldown on Infest, which could possibly allow them to take some more fights alongside the Blink on Slaughter, which 33 is flying to him right now. That is, if he doesn't get picked off again.
Some of the heroes are doing Roche, though, so they don't have all their firepower for the attempt up top lane. That's not going to matter in the end. Roche will go for free. Let's see who they give the Aegis to, though. Looks like Ramsey's going to give it over to the Wind Ranger.
Oh, but dirty TP.
Now they're going to be setting up top lane. They've got a great Observer Ward down to the south, so it's going to scout 33.
He missed
and it's looking like a bit of a freebie. He misses some of the combo, but he's got plenty of spells to be able to make up for the mess.
0 and 6 on 33. It's very rare to see him having a game like this. You know, I guess we can attribute this for Slaughter not being a hero he's that comfortable with, right? It is, I think it's like 20th in his list of heroes. But yeah, kind of a really tough game here for Liquid.
I just want to point out real quick, like a really big fan of the item build from Rebel. I think Hurricane Pike this game, when you're against especially double melee cores and cores that want to be on top of you, and you got kind of lucky with the Grobo. So your ability to play the distance inside these team fights is going to be very easy. I mean, a Scepter, of course, really enables that as well. So, the Pike it's not like too crazy of a build that we do get it every now and then, especially being universal. But in games like this, it feels really, really nice for the Wind Ranger.
No, I agree. It's great. It's 2 melee heroes and a Razor, so you just get so much value out of it. You do find Timado here, but a quick rage will push him away. And it is also great because that attack range also allows them to deal with the Tombstone. Not that they necessarily need it. They have a lot of great attack range heroes. Techies has 700, and obviously the TB with a Hurricane Pike as well. And they have 2 Grove Balls, man. Those Tombstones are not going to be living for long.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They poke high ground? I feel like
They could poke. Yeah, I think you definitely poke. You want them to be forced to the base. Liquid, they've been farming the entire game.
Nisha, what a shackle, Rabel. No way he landed there into the creeps. Nisha can maybe think about the BKB.
Tombstone?
Insania would do his best with the Tombstone. Nice shields as well to help him get away. BKB's off the Frostbite, and Nisha's okay. It was with an Arcane Rune, I believe. Meanwhile, okay.
Solo kill?
I mean,
no,
nah, they had the Conquer there.
Okay. I mean, that's another tower, I think, because even when 33 spawns, there's not going to be a BKB for 50 seconds on Nisha. Liga, they are just playing a flawless game here. And that's with Liquid having the theoretical stronger lanes. Just very impressed with how they're playing.
DD now from Rabel. It's been pretty on point with the shackles. Let us see. I mean, Boxy's going to be fine. Of course, they're not going to go for it. They just want to get a free T2 tower and look to continue to put all the map pressure on that they would need. Top might be next. They don't have the greatest position currently with the creeps. They've got a pretty nice observer ward, though, that might be able to help out with this.
Alright, the Axe is very close on Timado. So yeah, if you're Liquid, your timing now is wait the Aegis out. Fight. Like, they never got to infest this larder. They never got to even use this blink. So wait the eggs and fight with that BKB Manta.
Here we go.
Oh, they are fighting each 3
Here's
here.
the infest, 33. It's the Conquer, though. He's pretty goddamn tanky. 2,400 health and first infest of the game from 33 and Tomato. It's just not good enough to get them back in.
Yeah, just Liga having good position around the map. It really felt like a YOLO smoke from Liquid. They have absolutely no vision. They just smoke and try to go for a play. Obviously, 33 so far behind that this doesn't matter that much, I think. Like, you force some TPs. This is a lane where Liga already took a tier 2 tower. So it's not the end of the world for Liquid, but it still feels really bad.
That's just free Tombstone gold as well, I suppose. They still see Nisha with this cliff ward as well. And Rebel has the focus fire to work with.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So many good shackles this game.
They know though. Observer ward. And still they're gonna go past him instead. It was exactly like we saw him the previous kill into the Undying. Nisha might pop out behind them. 33 is gonna miss on the crush though. Lacking some of the detection. But here comes Nisha from behind. You don't have your Terrorblade currently as well, but now Nisha's isolated. BKB, oh, the body blocks are on point now. They've got the damage from Rabel. No, whoa.
Oh, the Axe was on cooldown.
So
1
close.
second. 1 second for the Axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sheesh. Yeah, this is Aegis expiring, but like, out of all games that Liquid was able to come back, they were trading farm. Like, sure, they were bleeding kills, but in net worth, they were even the entire game. This really doesn't look like that at all. All of the possible advantage they had because of their cores is gone. Like, they're really poor. The Techies is gonna surpass 33 in about 2 minutes, probably. I do like that 33 is going for the shard though. That's probably the cheapest item you can get that's gonna bring you a lot of value. You probably need to fight for the next Aegis. I don't think their high ground defense is good at all on Liquid. Like, they pretty much, it's only Fade Bolt, and they're actually going high ground without the Aegis.
Nice, go hit him, Boxy. Let's see what they can do.
He's so small.
Scepter about to be picked up. That's a much better one. I feel like first time I've actually seen him still power shot this game as well.
Yeah, he did in one fight but died right afterwards, so he definitely struggled to really... I mean, Liquid struggled to play a full team fight this entire game.
Got Scepter now. Looks like building's gonna fall. Infest is at the ready if they want to go for it, but they're gonna jump the backline. Freshly completed yours for the Conquer's gonna be able to disrupt some of the initiation. Nisha's stealing a decent chunk of damage, but it's just the Conquer's damage. It's not gonna be good enough. And a defensive Infest only gives some momentary peace for Nisha to buff his health pull up. Tomato's gonna jump out. He's got a target with a crystal mated up on the high ground, but Rage is about to expire, so he's going to be dragged back to the face of Ramses.
Oh, the shackle.
The stolen shackle is pretty decent, but it's not stopping Rabel from right-clicking at all. It's a godlike streak from Ramses. Rabel wants more as well.
Oh, they have the X back.
It's just not what we were expecting at all coming into it.
Yeah, I gotta say, Ramses, he's looking so sharp. Every single... I think he had 0 deaths in that other game as well, or close to that. 9-0 and 8 this game with a third pick Terrorblade into counters, and he's just making it look easy. I mean, the entirety of Liga are playing super sharp. Obviously, this is a BO3, but I didn't expect at all that this game would be this fast, considering that Liga is leading right now. Look at Ramses' items. Daedalus Scotty, Manta, Hurricane Pike, Mina 29. Like, what even is his GPM right now? 868.
It's pretty high. They're gonna maybe think about setting up on Nisha. King Rabel might swing on over. In fact, Liquid, they're actually going to go for their own smoke away from Nisha. He's probably going to have to show in this lane, considering it's getting shoved out. And unfortunately, the beautiful thing about the tech is you just easily can scout them out with the mines. Now, Ramses, he's still here, though. Do they have the damage to be able to bring him down before the Sunder? Ramses is going to get some separation with the Force Staff. Has Conqueror as the Sunder target, but
he's alone.
He is still in no man's land. Liga, they're starting to respond, but they're going to be too late. Rabel's going to try and come through for the finishing blow. Almost kills off Insania. 33 is able to slither away. Boxy with a stolen Frostbite. Windrun still on cooldown for 5 seconds. This is huge from Liquid. A massive double kill. 33 got the godlike streak on Rabel. Tomato got the godlike streak on Ramses as well, and this one's not over just yet.
Big oversight from Ramses. You know, Caster Curse is definitely something that's real, because 20 seconds after that, he sees the mine explode. Maybe expected Liquid to totally give up on the smoke since it's too obvious, but they went for it, and finally they strike, healing the Terrorblade. Obviously, the Kunkka was behind, but 5 heroes is way too much even for Ramses to withstand. Roshan, though, is also alive, and on the Radiant side, will Liquid try to this out? Because they line up. Oh. Mines?
Oh, the slow mines.
Oh, God.
Probably would have died at the last one, actually.
They're coming, so I guess there's 2 heroes from Liga. You cannot stop this, probably. There's just... Can 1J steal this somehow? What are the chances?
Maybe. Let's see if he's perfect on the read.
They're smoking. Scan is
Unfortunately,
there.
you don't have the Wind Ranger to scout. Wait, how do they know? Radiant scan actually...
The mine.
Alright, Roche goes down a little bit too late. They're still going to look to try and take the team fight though, but 33. Infest gives him some bonus health back. Tomato's going to be able to strike back. They'll kill the techies. Now Ramses fighting at the moment without the meta, but it's not going to matter. Even with the damage stolen, you got the Aegis, but his first life's going to be cancelled out instantly. Now Nisha's going to be caught on the high ground as well. At the front of the portal, he will not be able to escape. I mean, Manta gets some distance down to the low ground somehow. And at least you do have Tomato that's able to TP way under the cover of the rage. But nonetheless, Liga still take an incredible fight.
Yeah, they did give 1 inch, but Tekis was in a great position. So many mines. It lowered the health of all of the Liquid heroes. Lifestealer was also pretty low as he ended up going through the Twin Gaze on the other side. And I guess you can probably force some buybacks here. I don't think you're going to get a lane, but you might be able to force Nishas.
How do they just start, though? How are you ever going to take a fight into this meta TB? Especially without the Razor as well.
I mean, it is a bit slower. They didn't commit Focus Fire because they're afraid of the fight that could start, and they didn't even have to use the Glyph. It's getting dangerous.
Ooh.
Wait, stolen fast? Is that it?
Oh, nice. Very nicely done. Send you with the Tombstone. Protects that X drag back into the Torrent Storm. And now this is going to give a bit of a window. Meta down, Torrent Storm out. Liga recognize this full retreat from them.
Looks like they're not going to be punished though. At least Liquid holds onto their buybacks. They don't really lose anything. They still have Glyph. They still have their barracks. But the status quo is still pretty hard. I think even the win probability, only 5%. The scaling, like, they need way more gold. Like, you need this Larder to have eggs, you need this Razor to have Refresher, which, by the way, Nisha is at least pretty farmed. He's not too far from that. But, yeah, you're also gonna need something to do with the evasion. Lifestealer had to buy BKB instead, so the MKB is still very far away for Timado.
No way. They're actually going to be able to scout out this potential Tormentor. It'll be a little bit too late to contest it, and
Wow.
Liga, no one's going to be low enough. They'll get back inside the base and look to group up potentially for a smoke as well.
Yeah. I think they're just
reading. I mean, look at the lanes. Like mid shoved out, top shoved out, bottom. It's very easy read.
There's no way that they're not smoked in. They will also smoke, knowing that there might be some Liquid heroes here, but they already TP. There you go. Liquid not going to be punished, but they also don't get anything out of that smoke.
You do get some really good wards at least.
True.
I mean, that's the big thing. Maybe you're going to be able to take a fight off the back of it. You've got double gem on die. There's no way they should be able to stay up.
Yeah, and Liga also has really good wards of their own. One very close to the base, one very close to that medium camp. I wonder, I think you want to poke here as Liga. Maybe you don't want to use the Metamorphosis as Ramses did that time, but you want to poke, force everyone back. Liquid already use all their TPs, so they can even move too far away from their base, or else... Yeah, it's only Nish, I think, that has it, this TP back on cooldown. Oh, they will meta for this, alright. Do have a series in a couple of hours, so maybe they do have to speed this up a little bit.
Lads pick up as well from 1J. Pretty good item with the Wind Ranger. Along with this Terror Blade. Mada's just going to try and brute force in, and 33's wanting to try and force some reactions out as well. Half duration left on the meta. Dude, look how much damage Nisha takes. Look at the damage. 33 finds an angle for a jump, and it's a pretty good one. Onto 2. They're going to be able to bring down the techies to start the fight. Now, Ramses' meta is about to expire as well. Of course, he's got the Sunder to look to work, but can he find an angle for it? Ramses tries to Satanic off. Sunder's over towards the Conquer, so he's got to refresh in the health pool. And meanwhile, Rabel is just killing off the backline with no remorse. They can't stand their ground. They do their best to deal with the Terror Blade, but you've got another gigantic issue in the Wind Ranger.
Only buyback for Timado here. He's gonna be forced to use it.
Nice shackle.
Yes. Okay, Timado.
Even better. Wait, double shackle bounce back. Ramses. His 4 stuff is out. Sunder's gonna be back up in 5 seconds as well, so there's not even a hope of you being able to kill this Terror Blade. And That's a huge victory for Liga. You get the full set of barracks. That's a second one for them now. You get the buyback out of Tomato as well.
Yeah. I mean, that was the perfect engage. They jumped the techies with Lotus on cooldown. They're able to burst him. But once the rage is over here, and there's even a BKB on Timado just to try and deal with that Scotty. But once both of those are over, he just can't stand his ground. Like, his lifesteal isn't enough. That Scotty just chews through all of that lifesteal. And yeah, way too much armor on Ramses. I think 33 died pretty early in that fight. He was just forced out of because of the focus fire. So corrosive haze and even on. And he is super far away from the undispellable corrosive haze as well. This is looking like Liquid's last stand. They pretty much out of resources here.
And they're going to be fighting into a DD as well.
Oh my god.
And hasted up Ramses for a little bit of time. I mean, how are you ever going to win the fight? It's another decent jump from 33, but this time without the lifesteal in Fess. They're soaking away some damage. Ramsey's going to have to reposition, but it looks like the rest of Liquid in some trouble. Knee shot, dragged back. Conquer spellcasting. It's been so frustrating with the tidal wave, and now with the Skadi slow, Tomato's in some trouble. Armlet toggles just keeps him alive momentarily. And while 33 is trying to find an angle onto the back line, Boxy's still looking as well with the shackles, unable to find that opportunity for them to jump back in. And now Ramsey's wanting the finishing blow. They'll catch up to Nisha. No tombstone this time to be able to keep the Razor alive. Two heroes without a buyback.
I mean, you can even blame Liquid. I think they played that fight really well. You're using Fast to deal with the Axe, and then you get the tombstone to deal, to save the Razor. He comes back full HP, but they just don't have the damage. They absolutely do not have the magic.
Yeah. That's not enough. The crush space, it's, yeah, you're just saying, if they don't have the damage, and they don't have the lives to be able to stay in this first game, Liga, I don't know what it is. Today, they are looking incredible, though.
I don't know. This is the upset day. This is the Dark Horse day. I'm not sure what's happening, but very impressive showing here for... I'll say it. Liga played well, but I was a bit underwhelmed by Liquid. I think they just didn't play well this game. The other one where they lost, I think it was a much closer showing, and it was like actually a game. Here, they were just farming the entire time. I'm not sure what the plan even was.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the item build from the starter really work out. I mean, that was the big thing, right? Where you don't particularly have some people to make plays on. I feel like some of the other lanes went far better than probably what they're expecting. You know, having a double kill when you don't have meta up on Terrorblade, yeah, it's always going to be a problematic situation. So unfortunately, we saw that be the case. And the tempo you're hoping that the starter would provide, and potentially with the Razor having a good lane, just wasn't there for Liquid.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. It is a BO3 now, so at least they do have that. You know, those BO1s can be tricky. And Liquid is definitely a team that can bounce back. They have the resources, they have the coach, so hopefully we're going to see a better showing for them game number 2.
Yes, without a doubt. Like you said, you know, they got the backing. Let's see if it's going to be enough, if they can wipe the slate clean and come in with a draft to set themselves up for success in second game. But first, back to the panel to see what they have to say.
So far, a day of defeat for Liquid, but not taking anything away from Liga here. They've set up with some great strategies coming into this one. You know, some amazing drafts. They've played really well, and they are one game away now from moving on, knocking Liquid out, moving themselves on into the playoffs round. So, Harry Freak, you know, how do you kind of come back onto this one as Liquid? Because Liga are just looking so strong here today.
I don't know. I feel like they are... Even the lanes, okay, they should lose. They're losing way too much. For me, it seems that they didn't feel too confident on what they were playing in this game. It looks to me like they're trying to accommodate Tomato rather than trying to implement Tomato in some way. And that doesn't seem to be working, because this isn't the Liquid that we are used to. Even though they've been underperforming, you know, Dream League and stuff, it still should be looking better than this.
I think he's trying to say they should have listened to Milan and just picked the Brewmaster, not the Slardar. I couldn't disagree with that. I think that's maybe one liability they had. And again, I think it's similar issues in the draft. Besides, first one is the Undying, again, being absolutely not the answer to the Kunkka. They need to try to go back to some Shadow Demon. Oracle, something along these lines. And the Slardar definitely didn't work out. The first blood on the Boxy and stuff didn't really help. And the lanes were the biggest issue, let's be honest. Even the later stages of the game, it looked for a moment Liquid, Liga did mess up, but look for a moment, Liquid maybe has what it takes to bring it back. And then like thinking just how big of a disadvantage they had from the laning stage, like in a retrospective, you're thinking, what if the lanes went even? Maybe they could have taken this game. So I'll not put it all in draft. I'll put it some on the play too. But Liga Stavok and especially Ramses, they're looking really sharp. Like Ramses is top 1 net worth by far every single game. He's making little to no mistakes, and I'm just very impressed with his net worth. The amount of farm he's being able to acquire every game is impressive.
Yeah, and we saw.
And I remember those things. They talk about it. If you know how to play a hero, it doesn't matter how much they counter you in the lane. You've just played the matchup so many times. And then we see 33, who is pretty well known on outplaying his enemies who have better matchups than him in lane. He's playing the Slardar that he's definitely not
lane is definitely on the pre-lane things. Like they come to a lane where like CM and CM got the first blood and a D-ward before the lane even started.
Did CM get the first blood?
One of them get the first blood. Anyhow, they both got XP and then they got the D-ward. So just like these things, the D-ward, the small camp too. It's just these things add up. These are 3 small things that add up into a lane that's already kind of bad for you. It turned out into a total disaster. They get a level 2 faster than you and they just thump them top.
Yeah, I think you and me, Milan, were casting when we talked about how a lot of teams don't want to go for these level 1 fights because they're not sure how they're gonna go, and it can destroy their laning phase. But recently I'm seeing more and more people drop the first blood before the creeps go down, and I'm not sure what's up with that. Just a month ago it just wasn't happening.
It was kind of a boxy moment. He solo went to block the smoke camp top and maybe put some cheeky ward, but he was kind of just YOLOing it. He had zero information. He was like, they're gonna smoke to the other side of the map or whatnot, and we're gonna see here the 3-3 Slardar doing 6,629 damage for the whole duration of the game. That's like, I don't really know the math, but that's like 4 times less than the 1J.
And do you think here there was just too much crowd control on the side of Liga for this Slardar to be effective? Because you look at the side of Liga, they all have either built-in stuns or some root slows like that. So was it just a problem for 3-3 to even close that gap and get on top of the hero to try and do that damage?
I mean, it's just the laning. Slardar is a hero that plays from ahead. The Orchid is a timing-based item that you buy before enemy has dispels or like tools to deal with it. Everything he wanted to do was kind of linked, attached to playing from ahead, and just he got behind and never managed to find a way back. I don't think there was even one. Like, I think this kind of a game is just like, he could have played perfect after minute 15, he would have still lost. Unless Liga made like some crucial mistakes.
And Harry, again, was it the similar thing for the lifesteal here as well? Because I mean, we saw that the one anchor point was 33 on that Slardar here for Team Liquid, and they couldn't get it off. Meanwhile, again, Liga had anchors on every single hero here. Every time that the lifestealer tried to fight, he either couldn't stick onto the Terrorblade or the Wind Ranger, or when he did, he was fighting up that Terrorblade and just couldn't get through the armor of the Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's just very tough for the lifestealer in general. Some people tend to say, oh, the lifestealer is solid versus the Terrorblade with the Radiance. I think mostly lifestealer versus illusion-based heroes was when lifestealer was being played versus the PL with the Radiance, when he would be good. Terrorblade just needs to wait out the rage and he can just sunder him. That's usually how it goes. It's very unlikely that the lifestealer will bring you down. But I have to say, Temado, out of all of the heroes, I think the lifestealer mostly did his job, especially in the first 10-15 minutes. He held his tower, he kept his net worths pretty much up there as much as he could, as his team was dying all the time, and he wasn't really giving away too many kills. So that's pretty much what the Lifestealer wants to accomplish, and a lot of the Lifestealer games that we see that accomplish, the hero usually wins. Well, not this time, he was way too far behind.
Yeah, and Milan, what are you expecting now? Because this is do or die now for Liquid. So is it time to throw this Undying experiment out the window, try and get something different here for them? Or do you think they stick with it here and try and make it work in potentially the last game of the one-win Spring Series?
I can tell you, knowing these guys, that we're not going to be seeing Undying on the side of Liquid next game. We are not going to be seeing Undying, and we're not gonna be seeing Slardar either. I think, I think they will definitely swap it out a bit. Like, although, like sometimes, like how teams adjust between series is just like, okay, it's not in the draft. The problem is not in the draft, but let's anyway, for the sake of like some other things, try something a little bit different. Not go pick Pudge Mirana now and like try something YOLO. Just some other comfort heroes of ours, you know?
Yeah.
Like not like Insania can only play Undying, you know?
Yeah. I mean, again, we did see that Oracle Huskar coming out yesterday up against PSG Quest, so that might be on the board again. They haven't been able to get through to, you know, the tiny that they like to get the comfort on. But looking at the two players here from Liga, just to see what they've been doing on the board, but you know, quite similar stats between the two players.
That's some KDA right there.
Yep. But look at Ramsey's gold per minute, 940. I mean, I saw that he was ultra farmed. This is kind of bizarre. You very rarely see a Terrorblade, especially now in the meta when everybody's playing him as a support, be that close to 1k gold GPM.
I mean, I like how production did the head-to-head with two Liga players. Yeah. They were so good, we had to compare them to each other. Oh, that was great.
Well, yeah, you don't want to depress the Liquid fans after that game. You know, maybe after the second game, if Liquid do well, we'll get a true head-to-head. But yeah, you can see that the two Liga cores there, you're playing really well. I'm putting a lot of work in against similar KDA stats. But like I say, the farm speed there on Ramses for that Terrorblade, he really did get his net worth. You know, he was miles ahead of everyone else. So if you're Liquid in the second game, again, do you look to put pressure onto Ramses? Do you look to shut down his game? Because Milan said it before, he is the big part of Liga that is the driving force here. So are you looking to just shut him down in game number 2?
Please yes. Like Boxy and 33, they have some hero combos that they can pressure the lane with. I mean, usually they do pick their heroes a little bit earlier, but you just have to get something that you're super confident with, that no matter what you lane up against, you're gonna have at least a decent lane. And then if the lanes are equal, then with a Insania rotation or maybe a Nisha rotation, you're always gonna be able to apply even more pressure on Ramses, even bring him down multiple times. But if the lane is just completely lost, then it becomes increasingly difficult.
Yeah,
agree. Just try at least not to give him as free of a lane. At least, like, I don't mind it that you pick some 50-50 matchup, but this Slardar versus TBCM, I think they also kind of messed up on the side of Liquid. They're like thinking this TB is 100% support. Like, you kind of see it so much right now that it kind of goes in behind of your brain. You're like, it's 100% support, and you're like, oh wait, what? They can just do it, you know? And then you're like, we forgot about it. And I think they're not gonna do it this game.
Okay. Well, and I know my analysts didn't forget about the Terrorblade carry coming through in that last draft. You know, they were both keeping it on your minds. You know, yeah, not thinking that last pick was going to be that carry, but
hire us, Liquid.
Yeah, Milan, you've got to get them on. Get 3-3 on the Steam chat. You know, let them know. Keep them focused on that there as well. But coming through into this next game, like I say, it is going to be Liquid's last chance. So draft-wise, they do need to be on the ball. Meanwhile, Liga, they've got to comfort. They've got that one game fallback here. So do you think they try and run it back? Because it went really well for them in that last game. And if they get the chance to draft the same heroes, do you think they just run it back for the second game?
Definitely some of them, like CM and Kunkka for sure, but the other they'll adjust. I think it will be very interesting to see who has the priority. The draft should be starting any minute, and like depends who has the first pick, who has the second pick. But I think Liga, especially like heroes like Kanka, they'll be very happy because they had Kanka versus Lifestealer and Undying. I think these are like two maybe hardest matchups for him in the lane, and Lifestealer in the game, because basically all your spells can be dodged by him, either Infest or Rage. So that hero for sure, and maybe a CM. These are the picks we should expect to see the same.
I'm actually super surprised people are still letting the Kunkka go through. The hero is so strong. I mean, even versus the counters, in every laning matchup, the hero just looks good. And the flexibility of it just allows it to be a first pick. It, for me, is a first phase ban, and there it is. Thank you, Liquid. Thank you for getting rid of that first ban in the game overall, because it's way too strong.
But you need to, like, I hear this a lot. Not to compare it to other people, but people complain a lot about some hero not being banned. But you always, whenever you think this way, there is always a trade-off. There's a certain amount of bans you have, and you have to let something through to ban something else. And this time they're gonna Bat and Chan will be the same bans, where either Primal or DK will be going through to next phase. And now they're deciding between these two. I like to ban Kunkka. I think let's deal with something else, because we tried our maybe best strategy, and now let's play against Primal. Let's see if Liga picks it up. And I like that. I think it's much easier to deal with Primal than the Kunkka. Like,
I don't know
he
what
has
you
so
pick
many more
versus the
holes.
Kunkka. What do you pick versus the Kunkka? Like, what's the response to a first pick Kunkka? I don't know. For a Primal Beast, it could be Shadow Demon that's now banned. It could be a Grimstroke, which is solid. Rubik is also pretty okay. But for a first pick Kunkka, I actually don't know how you respond.
I mean, I like their idea. Like, the Razor matches him in the lanes, and in the game can build like this double BKB, what's or not. And the Lifestealer later, of course, like for the later stages of the game. But they're gonna take the CM. Yeah, we spoke about this. Okay, Kunkka is banned, they're gonna get the CM. Because this hero he just seems like this position 5 right now in the meta. Like, meta developed from the Venges and whatnot, but CM, and you say Tiny is in the pool? Yep. It was in the pool last time too, before the second stage ban. So they picked the Razor, but I agree with you. I think Tiny, just go with it. Boxy Tiny.
Go. I mean, he has been playing godly with it, and they do tend to first pick it for him sometimes. Plus, there is a chance for Nisha to pick it up when there's a CM on the other side that's kind of food for you. So in general, I think that would be a great response.
What else? I mean,
that ain't a
Timber, Enigma. Enigma was the hero that was first phase banned last game, and that they now, like what we just spoke about, now they decide to ban Naga instead of Enigma. So they decide to deal with something else, and they're saying, okay, with the first pick CM, we'll have what it takes to deal with Enigma. They'll ban the Tiny for sure. Tiny Enigma, one of the strongest combos in the game, if not the strongest. And they will maybe ban another boxy hero, like maybe a Tuskar. What does Boxy play? Shaker he plays. That would be very interesting. Or Bounty Hunter, Shaker Bounty.
I haven't seen a Shaker in such a long time. That would be a really nice hero to look at, but we'll see if that's something that they want to go for.
And
Liga are taking their time.
Liquid will most definitely 100,000% ban the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, with that Doom ban coming through there as well, that might be something that Liga were thinking of. So Team Liquid wouldn't be surprised to see that banning out.
What about Insania? Insania did play 4 games of Enigma in last 8 days, so this is still a little bit of a flex for the Liquid, at least for now.
Okay, they actually banned the Terrorblade and not the Gyrocopter here, so they're going to let it through. Maybe the picket, maybe take Insania off the pick if that's the way it's going to go, if you are going to be going for that Gyrocopter. But looking through this for Team Liquid, you've talked about combos. I mean, again, the Primal Beast is still there. You've got some disruptions. A Pulverize maybe into a Black Hole is available. Because you are looking at, from what I've seen, this Enigma is a support more often than not instead of the offlaner. So do you think that might be a viable combination that Liquid could look towards?
They are probably okay. That's a nice one, so that your black hole doesn't get stolen. But the thing is, maybe they just let the gyro through because they think this is gonna be 100% a 5 Enigma, or they are still super confident in their flex. But I really like the gyro ban, because if Liga gets it, we've seen so many CM gyro lanes win versus anything. It's too much damage.
I think 5 Enigma, 3 Enigma. Of course, gyro is better against 3 Enigma, but they will get it anyway. And do they maybe get a core here to keep the gyro flex going too, if they would like, just in case? I really wouldn't mind them getting exactly a BB3 picks hero, like get his centaur. Like at the end of the day, if it turns out to be centaur gyro lane, it should be still strong enough to not care about whatever Liquid picks. But now Liquid has to make some decisions. Now Liquid has to make a decision where this Enigma is going, and pick up another core.
33 doesn't play a Mars, does he? This would be a perfect Mars game, but he is not very well known on it.
He is not a Mars player, but he is a Brew player once again. There's a Brew, Alchemist maybe. And yeah, I mean, out of blind picks, I think only Brew or Alchemist are there. Doom is banned, Batrider is banned, Slardar, we'll pretend it's banned.
And
Okay.
yeah, okay, they go for the Luna. I was going to ask that. Would you feel more comfortable picking up your carry right here, because
I mean,
you know what you're
they will pick up
against?
both.
Yeah.
They'll pick up both. They'll pick up a carry and Outflame most likely.
Okay.
Or a position 5 if they decide this Rubik, this Enigma can go 3 versus the Gyro CM, which I advise against. I truly advise against.
Don't do it. Just please don't do it. It's just free gold for the gyro, and you don't have the capability to kill them. The CM and the gyro cannot die versus a Rubik Enigma unless there's like a huge rotation. You cannot
Just
allow that to be the
Pick
case.
the Brewmaster. Just do it. You know how they say in this famous commercial? Just do it.
There you go. Gets it on the board. So Milan, he finally listens to you, and were you
Thank
just
you.
channeling the thoughts?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
on
you
the
so much.
on the TeamSpeak call there as well with Team Liquid, so they are going to be able to lock that one in. And Liga now, how are they going to look to respond? Because this Gyrocopter can still potentially be a flex. How is that Gyrocopter faring up against the Brewmaster lane? Is it still going to be comfortable, or do you think they pivot off this and go for something else for a carry?
I mean, as we said just before this game or the other game, it doesn't matter. Like the Gyro CM is going to do well, but now it's the Liga team time. Do we want to pick up a Slark? Do we want to pick up something to mess with this Brewmaster pick and just put the Gyro support? Maybe a Lifestealer. That would be an insane pick here. Like, do we want to do that? And then what Liquid needs to do is just say, Insania, we know you're a home player. You know how to micro. You will play a Brewmaster this game.
And what you put the Rubik mid? You know, you swap that off and make sure you just still don't get this off lane Enigma coming through as well.
No, it's fine to play Enigma versus the Lifestealer. That's the idea. So you don't want the Enigma versus the 4 Gyro, as the 4 Gyro can still go flat cannon. We've seen it multiple times. Even Gyro's preferring that build most of the times.
I mean, it's either that or you just pick some Rabel hero mid. But I feel like you just pick a puck.
Yeah, and they ban out the TA here as well, so Nisha not going to be able to play that one. So you're looking at this, you've got bans left on the board here for Team Liquid. What are you actually looking at taking out here against Liga?
I mean, I think we kind of covered it. Milan said Slark. I'm thinking Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Those are pretty solid bans in general here versus Liga team.
Yeah, I like these two. Like otherwise, if you're banking Gyro as a carry, you could ban out some techies or what does 1J famously play, like Skyrat Mage. But I don't think these heroes are like a game-winning heroes. So just get rid of a Slark and a Lifestealer. One of them is getting through though. Beaver will be the ban. a very good hero versus Brewmaster. Brewmaster really struggles with elusive heroes like Puck and Aviva. And the other one, will it be the Slark?
Sven. Also, the Sven is a problem.
Sven
He's still in the pool.
At least it gives like a super free lane for the Brew, I think.
That's true.
Okay, and looking at the balance, it is going to be that lifestealer, so they do take one away. So that Slark still potentially on the board here for Team Liga. We'll see if that's where they want to go. But there you have one more ban left. What else are you looking for here against Team Liquid to take away? Because it is more than likely going to be Nisha's hero to come out against that mid puck. Is there anything super strong that you want to be avoiding here in the Liga matchup?
Pango. Like, it's always like whenever you see that Kapak and these heroes, like you just ban the Pango. I think it goes without like kind of a necessary second thought. And when the Pango is banned, like what's actually Sniper? It's a Nisha special though. I forgot. Puck versus Sniper. Like I usually forget about Sniper versus Puck because not many players are capable of doing it, right? Like there's like Queen, Nisha, and maybe one other guy that can do this, and it's gonna be a Sven.
I was thinking about it. It goes better with the Liga lineup than the Slark. Sven loves playing with the Centaur on the team, with the CM in the lane, and with the Puck in the team as well. So that's why I went for it.
It's much more hotter hero right now. Slark has been fallen out of favor for quite time now, and it's like hard to pull out. But I would be very surprised not to see Pango for Nisha. What else is there when you think
Primal
Puck?
Beast.
No Primal. No, definitely not Primal. Too many stuns. You would think TA, you would think DK, both are banned. Storm Spirit is Void Spirit. I mean, Void Spirit is another casual Puck counter, quote unquote, that Nisha really plays. I would have liked to see Pango more, but I think Void Spirit is fine.
Yeah. Also offers that backline dive to be able to get on top of the Crystal Maiden there as well. A lot of control coming through, cancels with the Remnant. So looking at these two lineups, you've got the teams on the board now. Liga one game away from moving on, but Liquid, they have to come through on the reverse sweep here today after losing 2 in a row. So looking at these teams, Milan, to start with you, who are you favouring here to come through and win this game number 2?
I'll go like I did game 1. I think Liga has a better draft. Not game 1 of this series, but the previous one. But I still go with the Liquid. I'll stick with my prediction, gameplay wise. But once again, Liga is out drafting the Liquid.
Okay.
I feel like if Liquid are to win this, and I'm gonna be staying with them, Nisha really needs to crush the mid lane. I have seen some Void Spirits drop the ball versus the Puck. If it happens here, Liga might just take it 2-0.
Okay, and that is going to be how the draft is going to go. So we're going to go straight in, I think, with Aries and Bowie to see how this game is going to play out. And Aries, Bowie, I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts as well about how this draft went.
All right, thank you, Rob. Yeah, here we go. Bowie, let's see how this one's going to turn out, because of course Liga, very, very incredible performance from them in game 1 to be able to come out on top, but they need to repeat it now, considering it is a best of 3 versus Liquid. We saw some of those counters to the Puck were unfortunately not available. Definitely some of the better ones and some of the most recent ones we've seen from Liquid, really that Sniper in particular. They went down the Void Spirit route. Again, like Milan was saying, kind of a soft counter. We've seen, if it has a really good game, like Harry was hoping be the case, then he can be a bit of an issue for the Puck. How do you feel about the last pick, though, for Liquid?
I don't know. I get where they're coming from, and I know Nisha is a really good Void Spirit. I'm not sure I like the hero that much. As Harry said, the power curve of this hero is really wonky. He's strong in lane, but then he's really weak, especially once they changed the talent, the 15 talent to 20. It was between the 4-second Astral Step charge or the Outer Dissimulate ring. I think if Liquid's going to win this, it's going to be out of stomping lanes, which they can probably do. I think it was Milan that said that picking the Sven means that the Brewmaster has a good lane. And we know what happens when 33 has those lanes. I feel like this is definitely going to be a much easier showing than the Slaughter game. But yeah, they're going to have to stop these lanes. They do have a decent amount of push with this Enigma early on, but that's another thing they're going to struggle. This Luna is not necessarily going to be getting them early towers. It's only, post 15 minutes that you usually see Lunas joining fights. So yeah, if the Sven, it feels like all of these games where Ramses is uncontested, he really pops off hard. And even though Liquid might hit their timings, I think the Sven counters most of what they had. It's a good matchup against Luna. It's a good matchup against the Brew. I hope the Liquid really puts up some pressure here, especially rotating the Enigma to try and kill Ramses a couple of times. To me, seems very important.
Well, that's all going to start on Nisha's game here for the Void Spirit. So I do think at least to dive a little bit deeper into this matchup in particular, I do think there's a lane advantage for the Void Spirit just naturally being universal, and your attack animation is very, very good. It's not like Puck is going to struggle at all. Like Rabel's still going to have a great time, but we can see if you do outplay on the Void Spirit, you can just like edge out a bit of an advantage, and first level 6 with maybe some supports rotating can then get the kill on the Puck, and all of a sudden it can snowball. I'm still seeing a lot of this like Mage Slayer build, treads Mage Slayer into the Scepter. So probably nothing different this game, I imagine, for Nisha. But the matchup, different than what we used to see, right? Because it really used to be that Your Scepter that we were getting from the Void Spirit when it was like first introduced to counter the Puck.
And I think that's my point. I think in that iteration of Void Spirit, he was a much better counter of the Puck because you did go for that item. It buys time for your team to set up on the Puck. Then you get your stun with the Raider Remnant. This game, what's really the follow-up for the Remnant? It's like Lift. They don't really have, like, Enigma's cast ranges are all really minor. This is another game where Disable isn't necessarily 33's priority with his hero. So I don't think you counter the Puck. But if Nisha has a good game, this hero, as you said, scales immensely. He's a universal hero. Just like Wind Ranger, just like Magnus, can seem very strong in the later portions of the game. But yeah, once again, if it goes late, Liga, they're going to have a lot of scaling as well.
I guess a big thing that still needs to be mentioned is like no answer to BKB Black Hole, so that could just be the X factor potentially, depending on how much farm Insane's going to get. And I even wonder what some of the early game items are going to be for the Enigma. Like, do you have a favored position? Sorry, do you have a favored like item build for the +5 Enigma at the moment?
Yeah, I just like the Vlads. I like the, get some auras, be really strong. Your focus isn't really the black holes necessarily, just to outlast the fight. And eventually, once the stuns are on cooldown, some key here at a distant black hole. I'm way more that play style than just trying to get a blink. I think it's also a way where your Eidolons become way better at split pushing. So in some games, you can even like make use of that. No items, no clear indication of what Insania is building right now, though. But, either Drums or Vlad seems like the better options for me.
Well, do see Nisha is having a bit of an advantage at the moment in the mid lane. 16-5 compared to the 10-2. Rabel's still got a bunch of creeps. Unfortunately, we'll miss on the Remnant, so Nisha's not going to be able to mess around too much with the CS under the tower with Rabel.
Yeah, that melee, the animation on Void Spirit is insane. But I think, honestly, there's way higher chance that this Void Spirit dies a lot in the mid game than Rebel. Because Coil into, they have so many spells where you have the stand pitch also close the gap. Coil into Frostbite, to me, seems like a death sentence to Nisha every fight. You're going to have to play with the supports behind Nisha to make sure that he doesn't really die too much. This hero is one of those heroes that needs kind of a perfect game to really scale. He doesn't really farm nearly as fast as he used to.
Yeah. That is really the big concern about this Void Spirit here, is just your ability to be able to pick up farm across the map. So there's not many players who are able to play that fine line of fighting but also farming. As bottom lane, Centaur looks like they've lost the Maleficus ticks, but still Tomato wanting to chase him down under the tower. Some of the Eidolons to be able to tank up. Might lose a couple of them though. So this position for Gyrocopter opting for the flat cannon.
Yeah, pretty useful. Level 1. I wonder if he's willing to buy a buckler here as Insania. Gonna try and body block with the Eidolons.
Nicely done. Is it enough though? No, it's not. Split unfortunately not out just yet for the Eidolons, but I mean, you do so much damage. He does have a Self at least, so was able to recognize that it was going to be bought pretty low. Need more top lane.
Stack as well.
Making it go into Pentiment. Blood Grenade's going to be casted out. Looking for the TP. Have they got the... Oh, dude, of course he crit. Last hit, why not? Of course, yeah, luck kind of needs to be on their side a little bit. They haven't been having a good day, Liquid.
Yeah, that's the first big win here. No TP for the Crystal Maiden. Ramses probably doesn't get pressure too much in this lane, but he will be zoned out of the creeps for sure. And that's already a decent win. In terms of Puck and Void Spirit, still a decent... I mean, that's actually a pretty sizable advantage. Nisha just stomping this time around.
Really looking at the supports to rotate, because again, Nisha's going to hit level 6, and there is a window for a potential kill, especially if you can start to kind of bring the resources down on the Puck early on before that 6. He might be lacking some mana though, unfortunately doesn't have Bottle to play around with potentially all his spells.
Yeah, this Catapult Wave gives him the level 6. They already have Rubik nearby, but yeah, that's definitely not enough. There's a Fairy Fire and 8-6 charges on Rebel. Oh, he's going.
Fox is here as well. Oh, Nisha, he got level 6. And Nisha now is really low to contest his Phantom, but the DD might actually just kill Nisha. Ooh, gets a step away, but Boxy, without a doubt, is going to go down regardless.
Oh, that feels really bad. You lose the rune. All of that advantage is now kind of gone. He's probably... Yeah, you can sap some experience, but you gotta be careful here. One orb that connects into the silence could allow Rebel to totally turn this lane advantage around. Alright, should be good. Wisdom Rune's gonna spawn. Doesn't seem like anyone's gonna go for a snatch play.
Oh, should just be a 1-1 split.
Yeah.
I even scanning just to try and make sure that no one's up to some shenanigans of stealing these Wisdom Brooms, but very happy. But again, this Brewmaster, great time for 33. They're actually even going to give them Wisdom Rune as well. So how would we like to see him use the first primal split of the game?
You either TP to Ver's lane and you kill him because he doesn't have level 6, or you get someone to rotate here. Well, we're gonna get Pantoman, but you don't need your OT for that, I think, unless... Yeah, he doesn't even have the OT yet, but there you go. Now he does. But yeah, I think killing the center before level 6 is really good. You're not killing Rebel, no matter what you do. You can try and get a rotation going towards the mid lane, but it's kind of obvious at this stage of the game. Sure, the way it's switched up. I don't think Nisha has the resources to even afford that. Boxy going for some stacks here on the Liquid side. They also have some pretty big stacks on Liga in general. Both teams really trying to gear up for that scaling. Oh, he did miss the Dire stacks though.
It's a nice rune. I wonder if he looks to use it straight away. If they do have a ward around top that potentially might scout him out, looking to try and cut Ramses down. He wants to stack, which Insane is trying to farm, which is also struggling at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
There
attack.
we go. No, instead of just buying boots here, does have the Basilius, so we're not entirely sure what his build is going to be. For the Voice Spirit, Eggs is definitely amazing this game. Silencing the center means you might not get the Stampede off. Silencing the Pluck's obviously really, really powerful. But usually you see an intermediary item, and that's the, I guess, the tough choice. Do you go Mage Layer, as you said? Do you get an Echo Saber?
What
Oh, wait,
the
he
heck
has
is
a Ring of Tarask? Okay. No.
Did he get rid of it? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
This
That's
is...
good. Yeah.
I want to see... This is something I've kind of been bringing up in some of the casts where I've seen Void Spirit versus Puck. It seems like this... Because right, mate... I'll hold that, because we do have a bit of a gank. I mean, you see Phantom, bit of a free kill with the haste, so Nisha should be able to catch up with these. Also got to scout out some stacks as well, so you would love to be able to take them afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Actually hold that, because they're probably
Those are
actually going to take a
huge.
fight to protect it.
Okay, so who do you split for these stacks? This is a lot of money. That's Sven definitely wants and can't farm because his God Strength has been used.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, he's actually going there. Yeah, there's going to be some sort of fight for this, I believe.
Foxy. Should probably be coiled inside the river. Nisha, gotta be in some Careful state as well. Actually wants to jump over the top because 33 is going to make his rotation. 1J should be able to TP up, but they've actually got the telekinesis. Box is still holding that. And it will be a power in that spawns bottom. Do they want to continue to go for Pantomime? Cinderbrew still on cooldown from 33.
Is under attack.
I don't know if he wants to commit the ultimate for it. I mean, 5 seconds till it's back alive. They'll get the claps though. It's like, do they want to go into the T2 tower though? Yeah, bit of a chase, unfortunately. It's not going to work out. Do they get the stacks
Honestly, to me, that's a huge play from Liga. They actually go aggressive and allows Ramses to farm all of the stacks. He even farm the camp that spawn afterwards on both sides. I mean, you lose one support and you get all of that farm on your carry. Look at the difference in net worth here. 5.5k on Ramses, and every game he gets to play like this, he has been delivering. So I still feel like Liga is very comfortable, although this mid tower could be a problem with Coil being used.
Okay, so I do want to quickly go back to this Orchid. So you said, and 100% agree, that there needs to be an item before the Scepter is completed, and we've seen even after the patch, it's been the Mage Slayer. And I was thinking that Orchid might be that item just because you don't get as many stats, and honestly, I mean, you don't even with Mage Slayer for a universal hero, but what you get, I mean, attack speed's great, damage is great, you get 22. I mean, overall, the mana regen's going to feel really nice, but the big thing is just the cost reduction against the puck, like, feels incredible. And the only reason why I was thinking people were not going for that, because I don't know if you still want to go Scepter on Void Spirit, and like Scepter again is on a universal hero with the Void Spirit, which really amps up your Resonant Pulse damage, gives you double silence. It's like, is it worth going the Orchid if you're also not going to go the Scepter? So I'm very, very intrigued on what Nisha's full build is going to be.
I think you'll go both, and I think, like, sometimes too much of the same thing is bad in Dota, but if you think about the ways Puck would itemize against the silence, like the U-Scepter, having both silences allows you to still play around. Like, the U-Scepter is not a get-out-of-jail card for Rebel whatsoever. As Link will find Nisha, there you go.
That's a big one. And this is something that Liga do have in abundance. It's going to be control this game. You get caught once. Nisha should always be killed off afterwards.
Really big jump. I mean, this Centaur, he didn't really have the greatest lane stage, but finishing both Veil and Blink, usually I don't think you would have it at this time, having kind of a mediocre lane stage, but he didn't go for the phase boots, which makes sense. That's not a lane he really fears getting killed, so can just get straight up into the Veil Blink of the skipping the phase boots this game. Makes a lot of sense.
What do you think about the mechanism first for Insanio? We're not getting that Vlad's Rush.
I like it, right? He's probably gonna get the Dispel here for the Greaves. Pretty decent against Frostbite, pretty decent against the Puck as 1J. Will be killed. It's fine. They have a lot of burst damage, so also having that extra armor, especially that kicks in with the Greaves against Sven, might make, like, it probably forces Ramses to have to go for 1 or 2 extra swings. And those can really make a difference, especially as we saw in that game where they almost lost with the Sen, where you kind of your damage starts to temper off. So I really like Greaves. I think Vlad's is in general a better Enigma item, but in this game, the Dispel plus the extra armor makes sense. And look at 33, man. He's gonna finish a Radiance minute 14 and a half, I guess.
Yeah, pretty
Liquid is getting a lot out of this. I'm still a bit skeptical about the Void Spirit, but everyone else having a good game. Even Timaru keeping up with Ramses.
Let's see if they want to still go for their own play, though, across the map. You do have this Orchid now completed. They get ready to fight, though.
Stolen Silence.
That jump.
Orchid.
Nisha. Reveal of the Orchid. If they got the damage inside the Silencer, but the Stampede gets the puck back up to the high ground. Rabel still wants to turn to offer some spells. Has got to be cautious, though. Should be fine. 33. Not really much. He's actually, will he still be able to catch up to the puck, though?
Has a Radiance. Oh, no, he doesn't.
He should get him. Maybe. Oh, no Radiance. Okay, never mind. And looks like Rabel should be able to get out of dodge. I mean, 33 is not going to let him go away this easily. Tries to duck over to the northern tree line.
No mana.
Master hot pursuit. He'll actually get him in the end. And I think they got a glimpse of the Centaur as well, so nice blink to the trees. Now he does have some reinforcements starting to pivot on over.
Alright. Rams is getting pretty close here to a choice whether he wants the Blink Dagger or BKB. I really like the BKB this game. I don't think you... I'm sorry, I really like the Blink. You already have a lot of catch. If you get like a 2-man coil, that is pretty much a double kill for this man. There's really no way to deal with it so far. No BKBs, no saves. Bedouin?
They got the definitely with Ramses coming through for the Sven God Strength, they should have the damage. They just need the control though. Rebel still without coil, can't even get in range. And
No vision.
Boxer just snipes Pantoman on the back line. So Rebel coil is back up now. So it looks like kill into Boxy will be there. Make him work for it in the end. Oh.
So close, actually. Yeah. He felt like he could squeeze that extra second there to get out.
So weird to do.
Don't know how coil works, bro. Still, I mean, I don't think that's that good for Liga. It's still Liquid on the aggressive side. We haven't really seen them making any plays. I love that they actually played very aggressive there. He even has his Radiance now. So, next fights are probably not going to be easy here. And Ramses does get his BKB at the end of the day. Ooh.
Nisha. He doesn't actually see some other heroes playing behind the gyrocopter at the moment. The rest of the Liquid are actually again swinging over, but 33 is going to be cautious. Without the primal split, they might be able to blow him up. They're just lacking the damage at the moment without the puck nearby him. Freezing Field's going to do minimal amount of damage this early on into the game. Well, they smoked.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, they want more. They will have split, 7 seconds. So even though they fought there, they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. And yeah, Liga, they've been really good at reading these moves. They almost never got picked off in that other game, and they will be able to disengage. And I don't even think they can get this tower. Still kind of tough on Timado.
Who's had a silent game. 0 kill involvement for Tomato on the Luna. Very close to the Manta. You're wanting to maybe start to join the boys. Offer up that damage that we've seen could be in question, but really importantly with a successful team fight, look for an objective off the back of it.
Yeah, pretty much mimicking Timado. He's 0-0 and 1. They are relatively
trying to set up on him.
Silence.
Rebel will start. Centaur will
good,
follow.
good Orchid.
Great Orchid to be able to stop the hoof stomp. Is it going to matter in the end though?
It will.
Looks like it will. Nisha. Wow, quick fingers with the Orchid.
Damn. That was, yeah, that's really clutch. She 100% dies there. So, yeah, Crystal Maiden was not nearby. She is protecting Ramses at the moment. And with no coil, they cannot take a fight.
See, usually at this stage I would say like you could be considering Roche for Liquid as well. Like you have an Enigma with the Luna. Vlad's usually is what we see, but without the Vlad's, I think it's probably not a possibility without maybe some more items on the Luna.
Yeah, I think it's too slow for this game. Liga can definitely, if you know God's Strength is on cooldown, maybe you can try. I'm not sure they saw that Ramses popped God's Strength. Could be an opening here, especially when you have split. You can just brute force Roshan knowing you're gonna have the team fight advantage. But maybe they want to wait for the Radiant side, right? It's much safer if Liquid takes it there.
Ramses again is also going for this Blink build. We saw earlier today, in particular against the Wind Ranger. But really the big thing that it seemed like brought this hero back was the Scepter. So it's another game where he's not opting for it.
Yeah, pretty interesting, especially when pretty much every other carry I've seen is building it. You definitely, I think against elusive heroes, it makes sense to get Blink, right? Against your Pucks, against your Void Spirits, your Wind Rangers. Pretty hard to use the eggs, where you don't end up out of position. But so yeah, I think just because of the Void Spirit, you might want this. Also against the Brewmaster, right? Very easy for him to just press R and then you're out of position, probably force you pop BKB. But yeah, the Blink Dagger has been working pretty well for him. Looks like the entirety of Liquid now on the bottom side. They might be going for that rush play you talked about now. Is this a smoke?
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, 33 is going to run to Pantomime. There's so much hate, dude. Split for a CM. So I guess that's got to be Roche, but you've got a 20-second window now to get it before it's a 5v5, and Bo3 and Tomato aren't currently with them down bottom.
Yeah, Tomato not even close. So yeah, maybe they want to wait the BKB. Pretty chill, and I mean, this is a game where I like that Liquid's being chill. They have the advantage. They have a share amount of map control. You don't really care of trading farm right now. And
Do you actually like this slow game for them? Doesn't Puck just solo win this game?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, solo win the game is a
Oh, have you seen Puck
strong
right now?
word.
I don't know, dude.
I
This
have,
hero
but I
is
love-
pretty dumb.
I love his build. He's going BKB. He honestly doesn't want to have to deal with that Orchid. Oh, okay. Fine. Okay.
I think Ramses maybe thought there were more heroes here.
They could Roche. They will.
The BKB is something I saw actually a lot from Melrine, who without a doubt is probably the best Puck at the moment. Also, a unique kind of build from Melrine is just the second item Agshard. It's not much of a deviation, but it's like your people are going Agshard maybe after Blink or fourth item. But Melrine really likes to just go Witchblade, Agshard, and then into either Blink, BKB, whatever.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's really strong. A lot of people forget that you get the 35 bonus damage as well. It's so much AoE DPS. It even helps you farm without spending mana, which is one of the problems of going for this new style, let's say, where you don't really get that many mana regen items. So you do spam a lot of spells. Now, with these Aegis here on Rebel and the Blink BKB on L1, on Liga, I think they're ready to fight. Like, they don't really need anything else. There's BKB on center as well. So even that Orchid play we saw from Nisha, not going to be as effective.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, what are your thoughts so far with the Orchid? Because it definitely... I mean, the KDA doesn't look...
Is under attack.
It's fine for Nisha, but you'd probably have to say you're going down this route. You're hoping for a lot more kills off the back of the Orchid.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, it's a game where 33 is farming a lot. You don't have the best pick-off heroes. I think this Blink on Insania is a good step towards that direction, but it's a recent item, so they never got to really play with those heroes together. So yeah, and that's the thing. It feels like to me, Nisha used to shine a lot when he played this tempo controllers, your Embers, your Void Spirits and Pucks. But at least in this tournament, the drafts we've seen, there's not a lot of things that are there to enable him to really like double down on that sort of playstyle. So I'm fine. Like, I don't think he really, with the draft they have, they had a lot of options to really get many more kills. I think it's all right. You know, even forcing this Puck into a BKB is probably enough of an advantage already by getting the item. And you still get the mana regen, still farm pretty well. Should be okay. Is that a BKB flying out to Rebel? It is.
How they got a glimpse of Rubik. Maybe that actually lane ward up top was able to see him, so before the amulet. And they're all actually going to start to clump up top. Rebel will also try and shove out mid to deal with the Eidolons. And I guess the one thing about this slower paced game is just the fact that the supports are getting a little bit more farm on Liquid's side. We see Insane, a lot of last hits, Bo3 as well is, I mean, doing relatively okay. So we'll have to see how much we're going to get out of the supports in particular, because it does seem like there's a lot more playmaking potential, or impact, I really should say, from both the Enigma and the Rubik compared to like CM and Gyro late game.
Yeah, I mean, once you get that Blink KB on Insania, which he isn't necessarily too far away from, already halfway towards that item, it's going to start to get scary, especially because he has Eye of the Vizier. With extra cast range, it gets tricky, even for the Puck to deal with that. Maybe Abyssal Blade Puck is the option here. I don't know, but you're going to have to find a way. Because there's no Caudal Abyssal possibility in this game.
Where are my fights, though? What's going on? Just another farm game.
Yeah, it's pretty, very, very chill. Both carries just farming. 1-0-2 versus 0-0-0. Actually, 0-0-0 minute 25. This is crazy. On Timato, he's just chilling, you know, has the Spotify playlist in the background, just having fun.
Vibing out. Carry plays Wet Dream 0-0-0. Just listen to music, kill some creeps. He's got most last hits now. Actually, Sven's got a little bit more.
What's your role, by the way? What's your preferred role?
I've just made a transition back to mid, but I'm playing very casually, so.
Okay, okay. Because I was gonna ask, what's your preferred type of music? Because I think it has a lot to do with the role you play.
What do you think it is? Like, what do you think each preferred music is depending on the role?
I think, you know, for carries, you definitely want something like, because you don't really have to say much in the beginning and you're just farming. I think it can be anything. But like if you're playing support, if you actually have to talk a lot, at least for me, I prefer instrumental music. You know, like original soundtracks or anything that doesn't really have a lot of voices in my head, because I think I can really think straight. Do you even listen to songs playing, or you're more of a no music type guy?
Yeah. It's kind of some. It's a lot of techno at the moment though, so I feel like that kind of suits a mid laner. Just maybe a little bit of energy, just hype up the movements across the map. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of lo-fi while playing as well though. So also you're trying to zen out a little bit, just calm myself from the mental battle that are pubs.
True. So, I mean, age is over. Still pretty even game, but they are trying to set up mid lane here. Oh, Timato can? I don't think they can kill him with that BKB.
No, they're gonna try and actually sweep through their own jungle though.
Shiva's
is... Yeah, it's now completed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So
no
many big
dispel
items.
on 33. I feel like that's the biggest struggle. They do have some glimmers, so you're gonna have to have the detection.
They know, but look at the jump in. Somehow they're able to predict themselves inside the tree lane. BKB was activated before the Black Hole, so the damage is going to be lacking onto Ramses, who turns, beats on Tanisha. And now with a Stampede, they're going to be able to catch up to Insania as well. It just wasn't good enough, but maybe Timato can turn the tides. Coming a little late here for the Luna, but at least he doesn't have to worry about some spells with the magic damage. What a BKB! Oh, Timato! Quick on the fingers, avoids the hoof stomp. That was perfect. All the impact you were needing out of the Luna. And it would be worth it if you can get this Centaur kill. They still lose 3 heroes. You get a big one onto Ramses, but... Man, what was that BKB reaction?
That was a clutch Black Hole. And I mean, they didn't even had BKB on Insania, but the fact that they kind of slowed down the initial burst of damage, allowed Timato to connect to that fight, allowed the brew split to happen, because they had the silence, they had the control to kill 33, and once that happens, they slowly just get all of the backline, and Timato finally gets out of that 0-0-0. Is now a proud 1-0-1. All right, and Roshan might be on the Radiant side, which is definitely good for Liquid here.
Yes. You Puck with an enchanted quiver. There's just things you absolutely love to see.
And Parasma. Yep. We're getting there. Yeah. Shards on the way.
They gave him the Wisdom Room as well. It's just, why not?
This hero, I mean, the Black Hole is the only thing that might hold him down. Once he pops up, if they don't initiate on Insania, Black Hole comes in. But if you do, then the split is probably going to be used in the fight, and things are hard. But I feel like 33 has been doing a good job at splitting his brews as well. Like he's not clumping them all together, so the hits of the Sven take them down. And I think that's why a lot of people feel like, you know, Sven is this safe counter to the brew. But I think really good brew players know how to play around that. Like you just ignore the Sven, or you split them around. There's definitely some things that you can do about it.
Smoking, sweeping across the map's going to be Liquid. They've got a really good observe wall that's scouting out Ramses. The offlane Sentinel inside this jungle. They are going to start to leave the area. It's going to be a long path down to bottom. Let's see if League are able to read it. Don't have Puck if a fight does break out right now as well. BKB just got completed for Insania. Black Hole on cooldown for another 10 seconds.
This is huge. Level 2 Black Hole as well. They are not aware, or at least until the smoke is up, they're not going to be aware.
33 is a big kill. 33 is a huge kill. They're going to try and sit through the stun! Again, Tomato with the reactions. He's not going to get clipped by it, but it's not going to matter in the end unless Insania can turn it around with the back hole onto 2. And Anisha as well. Nothing he has to be worried about. He can look for the cleanup. Rabel gets the jaunt away, but they got a glimpse of Gyro. And they can chase him down. Ducks in the trees, it does not matter. No Astral Step to catch up for the moment. A TP is there, it's just going to be up to if he can juke inside the tree line. And 1J will actually make it away. Very nicely done, but what a gigantic black hole from Insania. I mean, almost Centaur got his own Ravage as well, but just not enough.
That was beautiful. You know, this is why I think Rebel might get a kill here. He has a gem. Very nice. Kills Boxy. Oh.
Yep. Maybe back live, we might need to go. Yeah, Nisha's
gem on the ground.
The entirety of your existence was but a single.
Alright. Just solo killing. Rebel got a little bit too greedy, unfortunately. Gem picked up back again.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, that's Void Spirit for you. You just do so much damage. That Orc duration. No Kaya Sanj on Puck. Usually you see that, but he ended up going for the BKB with some cooldown, and they're gonna find another one. 1J.
Very, very greedy positioning, and they're gonna condemn him for that. So, alright, Liquid. Highest net worth lead of the game now, up to 7,000. Like, nothing crazy or insurmountable at all. It's 32 minutes in. We've seen what League are gonna be able to do.
Roche with a Luna. Insania. Oh, what is this carrier supposed to be doing on the bottom side?
Has been
Well,
killed.
dying, I guess.
I want to re-point out Tomato at that first fight, dodging a stun with BKB, and actually that fight, looking back at the replay, dodged it with a Manta instead, and then instantly popped BKB afterwards. So, I don't know, this dude is apparently on one in this game for him to do this back-to-back.
Dude, when I worked for ESL,
Is under attack.
what was it? ESL Malaysia? We had a Manta Dodge tournament, and Tomato won out of all the carries in the tournament. Like,
Oh,
he
really?
says
Okay.
that he actually practices that mini game every day with the Manta Dodge.
Every damn. Alright.
Yeah. Before every pub, like before he starts playing pubs, he plays like 10 minutes of it. So definitely not behind our TZ there in the Manta Dodge department. And that's just free Roche here with a Luna. I feel like at this stage, Liquid heavy favorites. This Black Hole BKB, no real response. They don't have Abyssal, they don't have anything to stop it. And Luna, you know, only one tier 2 tower up. You win one fight. This game is wide open here for Liquid.
No, I don't know. These last couple of fights, we haven't felt that oomph that I feel like we were expecting out of Ramses, and especially what the net worth should be showing as well. He's still rivaling the Luna's net worth, but I don't know, he's having some difficulty in these previous team fights. I guess what, he's been blackholed in both though, right? So I mean, that's potentially that's a great net worth counter.
To me, that's the Insania difference right there. Like, giving him a hero that can do stuff like this. Like, he had some really good tombstone saves in the game, and obviously they won the lanes, but
Is under attack.
I really feel like if you give a player like Insania Enigma, he can just showcase so much more.
I think it was actually Bepim Dacha where he was asking some of the other teams to let the Enigma through because he was playing a lot of pubs with it leading up to the tournament and had a very high success rate.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, definitely not surprised here.
A little bit awkward of initiation with that Glimmer Cape. Ramsey's actually still farming at the moment. We'll give some time for Liquid to be able to move on over, but No one else was close enough to Tomato, so they won't be able to punish Ramses for his positioning, but I want to go up the high
Position
ground.
here by Liga. Amplify damage as well. Ooh, they find the
They're going to jump the backline instead. Bo3 gets blown up from 4-0. That is the coil committed, though. And now Insania once again is going to find another double black hole. Back-to-back team fights where the Enigma has been able to be that X factor Liquid were requiring. Is it enough, though? You are still taking a fight deep inside the base from Liga. They're going to be able to deal with the Aegis, but they have to spend buyback. There might just be nothing left in the tank.
Fair's still alive, but yeah, this Luna being alive is such a problem. They're gonna cut the mid wave. They pretty much dealt enough damage to the melee barracks bottom. Is this Megas? They need to do something right now.
Not sure what they can do. Puck is not at that stage just yet. I mean, Coil's still on cooldown, and Nisha recognizes the opening. Jump in, force out some spells. Oh, he had the remnant.
Ooh.
Look like it's gonna matter.
I mean, I think this is Megas, man. Koyo still, I guess, 5 seconds, but even if you have it, there's no stampede. All the damage comes from Ramses this game. Or, I mean, the puck does a little bit, but it's just not enough.
I mean,
they have a lot of
Koyo's in.
sustain.
It's a last attempt, but it might actually be enough damage. They get Tomato, they might get Nisha. Okay. Rabel's coil is enough. Unfortunately, 33 won't be scouted out TPing in that tree line, but at least Liga will not have to go up against Megas.
Yeah, they have a decent Megas lineup, but it feels really bad. And look at the rival puck Q items here. Straight up rapier, it seems.
33. Okay, it's just gonna split. No messing around.
Yep.
Not even gonna try and give them that opportunity. I thought he might even be able to get a kill into 1J, but probably not the case. I was gonna say maybe Ramses is like scouting out the Wind Panda, but it's just farming that bottom wave.
Yeah, it's just dragging the creeps to the fountain. Okay. What a hero.
Okay.
Should be just fine. Keeps on farming. I mean, the creep waves are now a big problem. Contesting Roche, going for any place, it's really awkward, Liga. Even though they have this wave clear, every minute they're out of the base, the creep equilibrium is going to be ruthless towards their base. That Rapier, though, maybe that's what they need.
That's
it's
it.
not that far away.
I was gonna say maybe this kill into 33 if he actually ran up the high ground. We're going to see Nisha TPing in, but you do have the threat of everyone about to be back alive with Tomato respawning, so they'll start to fall back onto their half of the map.
And I mean, you were talking about the lack of oomph on Ramses. He didn't go for Daedalus, right? I think he had a pretty early one in the other game, and he's still pretty far away. Decided to buy Satanic as a second dispel, but. And I guess it also makes him tankier, but he's not surviving these black holes, and there's no real save. There's no Wind Waker. Oh, I guess there's gonna be one. Centaur is very close to it.
Okay. But, like, good luck saving the black hole. You just have... somehow Insania has a net worth for Scepter. So... And it's going to get a little bit more damage as well with the extra level coming up shortly. He's, about 17 and 1/3, so... Well, all right, let's see. I haven't seen even a Scepter in a very long time.
Alright, he also has a Psyche Headband, so that extra cast range can always be really tricky. And Liquid, not waiting for Aegis, they just want to end this right now, or at least get the Megas.
I was going to say, there really could be an argument for them. Oh, Ramses pops gold strength. What did he sell for the Rapier gold? I think he sold something. Because he was lacking it before. What? How far did he get flying outside the base? Ramses, he needs to pop BKB. He won't be able to. Oh, no. Alright, it's all up to this Rapier coil.
And you probably want to fight now, or else Liquid's just going to wait for Roshan, and then... But yeah, you're also choosing to fight your Sven. don't want to force that buyback. You're gonna hold, but this is... Yeah, this is not ideal. Far from it.
I guess if you fight now, though, you're going to have to buy back on the Sven, and... Hang on. Rabel, he has to activate the BKB. The silence... Was it from the... What did he even get silence from? Oh, Mindbreaker. I'm so confused.
Is there a Mindbreaker? I don't think there is. Okay. Maybe stolen...
I don't even know.
Huh.
Well, 40 seconds still without the Sven, and they're going to posture in a position where, I mean, if Liquid can make the go, they really want to get this buyback out of Ramses. 30 seconds now.
Yeah,
He
no
does
God
have
Strength.
God Strength if he buys back now, though.
Yeah.
Oh, jump in. That's a pretty good target. That's the Enigma. No one else is really there to follow up at the moment, but the Wind Waker, of course, can help reset. Unfortunately, 1J doesn't have that same capability. They'll lose the gyro, but still, Ramses holding the buyback up in 8 seconds.
Oh, he bought
used it
now?
I mean, maybe they see an opportunity onto Tomato, but Centaur goes down. Ramses may not even get an opportunity to pop the BKB. Gets it off for the last second. He needs a Satanic. Is the health going to be nothing? Puck is nowhere to be seen. The Rapier for your mid laner just doesn't even get an opportunity. And Liga, some messy late game fights and some big black holes from Insania send us to a third game.
Yeah, this was the Insania show. Obviously, another way better draft from Liquid. I think their lanes were solid. You give 33 a hero he likes. The Void Spirit looked a bit iffy in the beginning, but I really liked the itemization. I think he also was able to scale. Liquid, they were very patient with their farming as well. I think they pretty much kept the same playstyle, but now they had the better heroes to execute it. And yeah, I love it. I think specifically in Sanya, I want to see more of that Enigma, because you know if they keep banning that Kunkka, something else is gonna have to go through. And I love his performance. I think he played really well.
I don't think the Enigma will be let through though, especially with the performance like that we saw. I mean, this hero seems to always be first base ban regardless, and now you have some incredible black holes like that from Insania. So it's just everything you were needing, and you know, who knows, position 5s apparently they can have all that impact that people don't think that we see from them, but truly there are some people that can show that impact, and Insania did in this game. And for Liquid, an incredible performance overall. So they've really struggled so far today. You know, in their previous best of one had some difficulty with versus Virtus Pro, and then in that game 1 as well versus Liga, they were having a bit of a tough time, but now they're able to bounce back, get that victory under their belt, which means we get to go to a game 3. So first, of course, we need to hear what the panel has to say about this, and then we can look forward to our game 3. So let's send it back to the panel.
We're going to be able to get ourselves into this
Rob.
one. Or was I muted in Discord? I was muted in Discord. Okay. That was a really cool entrance for me as well. But Liquid, they've got themselves back into it, like say one black hole at a time there in that last game. They were able to keep themselves going through those fights. And you look at what they were able to do, you know, jumping in. Tomato didn't even get a kill till the 28th minute mark. They were just able to space this game out, keep Liga from getting onto their cores, and drag their way back into this series. So Liquid definitely got to be feeling good about that. But Hurry, what have you thought? You know, what do you see in the game? You know, what thoughts have you got to show here coming through from game number just in the series?
I mean, we talked about before getting into the game about the Void Spirit and the Puck matchup, and that sometimes it does favor the Puck, but Nisha really crushed the mid lane. And despite that, it turned out to be a relatively hard game for Liquid. It wasn't easy by any means. So I think that they did set themselves up for success ever since the draft, and then a successful laning stage. This time around, they didn't have troubles in that regard.
Yeah. All it took was one phone call. One phone call. Don't pick Undying. Pick the Brewmaster. They did it, and that was a start of a change that needed to bring back the series. And as we'll see here, the Enigma did so much, but Brewmaster was the star of the show. Like from the laning stage into this mid game, just they had some timing on the Puck, on the Centaur to fight back, but the brew just thought this is the first black hole that really made the fight last so long that at the end actually Liquid managed to get on top of it. It looked disastrous for the moment, but now BKBs are out and the Timado comes and cleans up. Look at this BKB timing on Timado. I think this is the fight. He waits. Oh, right now. That's amazing. Just waiting for the Centaur to jump was super cute.
Yeah, and it's always super impressive when players are farming for the entirety of the game, because usually you get a little bit sleepy, right? But then you come into the fight and react like that after 28 minutes of pretty much being AFK. So I'm impressed with the focus that he was able to.
I mean, he was just in his ordinary flow, you know. He does it every day, just farming creeps. He's just like everything's going as planned, and then he was to react. But again, this is third black hole this game. That's pretty much amazing. Yeah, there's no BKB cancel, and it's pretty much free for him after this blink BKB, but still at the right place at the right time. Insania. I mean, I would still give MVP to 3-3 just because how much tempo he made this game, but definitely Insania impressed with the black holes this game.
Yeah, and the last couple of fights here as well, we're about to see it for Ramses. You know, he was trying to do what he can to deal with the Pandalins coming through from that bruise split, but being controlled out, he had 2 chances there to get off his BKB. He buys back with 8 seconds left on the clock, and then still can't get off that BKB here. How much of that do you know, how bad does that feel? Because surely you just want to run in pressing that BKB before the fight even breaks out, or does it just because it's only, you know, down to like a low cooldown, a low active time BKB, do you just have to try and find the perfect timing on that before you activate?
I mean, there the game was already lost pretty much, right? So in my mind, it wouldn't have mattered no matter what he did, buyback earlier, not buyback at all. It really wasn't gonna change the outcome of the game at that point. But as a Sven, as the game progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to get the BKB at the right time, because down to 6 seconds for Sven is a huge problem. The hero is overall pretty kiteable, and then you add only 6 seconds of a BKB on it. In the late game, there's a lot of hexes. You might need to preemptively pop it. It just becomes very, very tough to get the right decision in, and even if you do get it off early, the enemies can just disengage. It's almost impossible to play at that point.
Yes, these are some of the like basic Sven weaknesses, right? The BKB kiteability, and the Enigma really helps with it. Like any BKB control, black hole is 4-second duration, BKB last level is 6-second duration, so just pop it and it wastes all of it. And some instant control, right? Like the remnant from the Yules, the lift, all these things just make it so hard for Ramses to get a perfect BKB usage. And I think Liga played pretty much similar through all of these games today. Just the Liquid showed up this game and played much better than in previous 2.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes, because I mean, there's still that third game to play, so it's not over for either team just yet. Coming through into our first best of 3, we'll see how that is going to go between the 2 teams. And yeah, just looking at the draft as well, you had this the Enigma being able to get the jump ins, like Milan said as well. 3-3 looking really good on the Brewmaster, but it just felt like everything though was set up to help Tomato get into the, like say, 27 minutes in, didn't he just had his music on, like Bowie said, he was in, he has his headset, maybe a podcast going, he was just farming the creeps. So it feels like they were able here, Liquid, to get Tomato into that game a lot better. And yeah, they did keep the pressure off. Do you think that's something that Liquid need to do going forward into the third game here as well?
I mean, they finally played their own game and allowed Tomato to do his own thing. With the Weaver, it was somewhat there, but Weaver is still the type of hero that needs to somewhat rotate towards the team. Luna is now an ultra late game carry with the Shard and the level 20 talent. You can literally win on your own if you just have lockdown and if there's enough space created for you. So Liquid just went for that, a classic 4 protect one.
Okay. And yeah, moving through into this final game, you know, we've seen that what the Enigma and the Brewmaster can do. Are they going to be the specialized bands, you think, Milan? Do you think we're not going to be seeing them again in game number 3?
Let me check that for you real quickly. What did they ban? They banned Naga instead of Enigma, so I think they'll let that through. So they'll ban the Enigma for sure. About Brewmaster, that's a hard one because they'll need to play against the Doom, and not like he didn't have a lot of impact in the Doom game that we saw before against VP. So yeah, Enigma definitely not. Between Doom and Brew, we'll see in the point of the draft, I guess.
Okay, and yeah, I wonder if they are going to be able to get both of it. The Doom, with the Doom coming through, whether Liga looked to that, because I think they did pretty well having that multi-core setup in the last game that they played. I think it was where you just couldn't choose the target for the Doom, and making it harder to try and get that one through. So I wonder if that's something that Liga might lean towards again in this next draft. And like I say, this is going to be the do or die situation here. Both teams coming into this one, they need to win to progress on. If you do lose this best of 3, you drop out. There are no more second chances, and the winner will move through into the playoffs. So maybe that added a little bit of pressure, but like Milan says, players are going to thrive under this one. We'll see how it is going to go. And Hurry, coming into this third game, have you changed your mind? Because you've been a little bit back and forth on the drafts, but are you still back in Liquid? Are you thinking this game number 3 reverse sweep?
I think I am, right? I am not gonna flip-flop at this point. Liga, they still need some time together to really gel, and Liquid,
But
they
you
might
said-
not be at their best.
You said Liga is gonna 2-0. You said first game Liga is
What?
gonna win, and you said last game Liga is gonna win.
What? What are you
Yes.
talking about? You can check. Okay, this is good that we have Telegram, that we literally wrote down our predictions, and I can see that it says Harry
That was a
Freak, Liquid.
pre-draft. After the draft,
It says
Rob and
Liquid.
Roll asked the question, who wants to change his opinion? Who wants to be a chicken? And you were like, I want to be a chicken.
Virtus Pro. That was Virtus Pro, where I
Rob,
was the
is he
only one who
gaslighting
changed.
me?
No.
Well, we do have a VOD. We can go back and check it and find out exactly what Hurry Freak said, and we'll see which way, because even I don't remember. It's been 2 games, so there's been
We're
Dota
very
action
old
till then.
after all. Yeah.
Look at him. He has a horn, literally like a guy from hell. Look at him. He has a horn. So he's lying. He is lying. That's not a guy you should listen to.
I have a teddy bear too. Am I a movie star or something? Draft is going to be on the way, and we won't have to listen and endure Harry Freak nonsense anymore. Let's see what's gonna be changed. Nothing for now. And the last ban from now. So Liga team again with the first pick. I think this is the 3rd game they have the first pick. Kunkka and DK will be the ban. And now, is it a Naga or Enigma? Please beat Enigma for their own sake. This flex is too much to deal with.
And we are going to be seeing.
What did Liga open with the CM? Maybe they can open up with an Enigma themselves. Okay, no, they ban it out.
This is what I expected, and just ban Enigma, get a CM, because CM was a fine opening. The draft was fine.
Yeah. I think it was the Gyrocopter was the second pick, so Liquid go straight into that Brewmaster, make sure they can get it onto the board before the second phase of bans come out. And
Big brain.
Yeah. Big brain. Yeah, Milan, he's still got them on the phone call, on that Discord call there, making sure that they know to pick the hero up before it is ban out. And we are going to see the Naga Siren ban, as well as that Enigma. Timbersaw, Shadow Demon being taken away, as well as the Chen, Batrider, Kunkka again, and the DK. So, do you think the rest of the day, are we going to be seeing those Kunkka bans going forward as well?
Depending on the teams, but some teams might try to deal with it again. Nothing wrong with trying to deal with it. The Naga now should be a tiny ban, because the Doom doesn't have to be banned with the Brew picked up. But I really like the adjustment for Liquid. They truly understand. Enigma got banned first phase, second stage. This Brew was getting a ban. So if you want to take it, you need to take it right now.
I'm just looking forward to seeing what Liga are gonna do versus there's the Tiny they get rid of. So they had the Sven last game versus the Brewmaster. I'm kind of leaning more towards a Lifestealer to be able to make his life a living hell. So I'm kind of looking forward to Liga switching it up. Though Ramsey says played mostly Sven in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and we'll see if it is
Sven and TB.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they'll probably pick up a support hero for 1J, and a core. Do they want to pick up something like an X? I think they will try to wait for a 18 pick for a Ramses hero. But if they pick a standard BB3 pick Centaur or a Primal, Liquid will just snatch the X in front of their eyes. So they need to be careful.
Yeah, and
If you ask me, if I was
Which I do.
the coach of Liga team, I would say pick an X and a BB3 picks here. Pick both right now.
Yeah.
Lifestealer and Centaur, yeah, that would actually be quite nice.
I mean, that would be insane.
Yeah. And surprisingly the Centaur hasn't been touched yet. They are thinking about it, like you say. They're having that discussion, and in the end, Ramses will decide on what he wants to pick up here for these next two heroes. So yeah, maybe it is going to be, like I say, the Lifestealer coming through as well as that Centaur. Both are available, could be really strong. They go for the Skywrath though.
They go for the other route where they're gonna pick 1J hero as a Skywrath mage, is one of his favorite heroes, and now it's either an Nyx or a Centaur. Well, other heroes that come to a list is the Mars and the Mars.
Okay, but you are picking that into a Rubik, and Skywrath's entire kit is, it will feel nice for the Rubik to be stealing up. So, do you have to make sure that you blow this Rubik up when the fights start to kick off?
It's not always is like that, but it's not especially against the Sky. But it's always Rubik is the first priority. Sorry, Harry.
I'd rather get a Spear here or a Frostbite than the Skywrath Mage spells, to be honest. So I don't think he's necessary.
What is the Insania hero? Is it gonna be just a Nyx Oracle? Why not? That sounds great.
Versus Skywrath Mage, do you really want a Lifestealer? I think the idea here, of course, it is to burst down the Brewmaster.
It's crazy hard to be like they have a certain support hero and don't pick a core. The support heroes do not solve core heroes. It's just not how Dota works. Like people
Unless
have
you're Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor solves everything. Who calls a doctor? Anyhow, just pick the Nyx. Wait, let me do it. Pick the Nyx and the Oracle together right now.
Well, we're going to wait. There is the Nyx, and is it going to be the Oracle coming out as well? Maybe they're going to take a little bit of time to think about it, but yeah, maybe there's a little bit of interruption on the call there. They heard, pick up Nyx, but the go for both of them. Milan's cheating. He's cheating. What's he doing?
I'm just gonna explain this to you. He is like a godfather of Dota. He has always been hidden in the scene. Literally, when he makes a call, they pick what he says. And when he said, "I told them to pick the Brewmaster," and they don't, then he calls them and says, "Now you cannot win." That's pretty much how it goes. This is a good pick on the Slark. It is a Ramses special. He has been a god on this hero for 10 years already. Plus, there's nothing to control him. Like, literally nothing on the side of Team Liquid. Nighttime is when Liga wants to fight, because that's when you're going to be finding the Oracle quite easy.
I mean, the Slark was the hero that we asked for last game instead of Sven, right? It just... Yep. In vacuum, Slark 1v9s this game. But that's in a vacuum. In a real game, lane should be some sort of struggle, and the mid game should be too. But for now, if this Stark has an okay game and it passes a 25-minute mark, he's gonna win it right now. And the thing is, not many mid heroes deal with Slark. Like Clash is an okay, Primal Beast is an okay, Pango is an okay. They're all okay, but Pango's gonna be banned. They should ban the Primal themselves on Liga or pick it up. Probably just ban it. And then mid heroes do not solve the Slark. Carry somewhat, but mostly offlane heroes solve the Slark.
What about an OD? That solves the Slark, actually.
OD doesn't do anything on Slark.
Look, he kills him, drops the hammer, Slark dies.
I think you need to redo the math with the Santi Eclipse and the Slark. Especially if he turns out to buy Mage Slayer, which they often like.
Yeah,
that is true.
Do you think that's why we've seen the drop off on the Slark picks, because Mage Slayer has been not gutted but got reduced?
They banned out the OD. That's so weird because it doesn't deal with the Slark too well at all.
OD?
Okay, I'll just let my analysts fight it out.
I don't know, man. What's left? Nisha, let's check it out, versus the Wind Ranger and the Slark. He played only few pub games. Razor is not the thing. Leshrac is banned. OD is banned. Pak
Bottle?
is banned. TA and Koto left of what he played in the last 8 days. Koto, I mean, I would say it's rarely a bad Koto game. Like, it's just, Koto is a type of hero that can just play super fast, but with Koto you're putting yourself even more on a timer. Let me see what Google says. Google the Slark counters.
Okay, next we'll be calling on ChatGPT.
I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. That is the upgraded version. We don't have to go through Google.
I mean, you know the list of the heroes, but it's hard to just choose.
Yeah.
What Nisha plays and what's good. Like, it just, as I said, it's the mid heroes do not really. I mean, I would say Primal. Just Primal Beast is the hero. Like, because the like early on you can get the BKB and deal with most of what Liga has, like, and then afterwards the Aegon and Scepter is a repetitive break versus the Slark.
Yep. Good call.
I don't know, guys. Liquid is calling. I have to go. You'll have to take the rest of the day without me. I'm sorry.
Well, they're only going to need you for this one final match here, Milan, and we'll be moving through into the third and final game. So, last chance, boys. Are you going to be sticking with Liquid through this one, or do you think you're going to be jumping off the bandwagon and onto
Once again. Third time in this series, jumping.
I'm actually gonna be going towards Liga this time around. I really like what they have. I'm a big fan of the Ramses Slark. I've always been like him in Virtus Pro when him and no one were playing. This Slark has been something that I was always a fan of, and they still don't have much versus it. So I'm gonna go that route.
I'll go the same. Again, I'll say Liga has the better draft, but I think Liquid is a higher quality team, and they can win the 40 to 60 drafts like they did last game.
Okay. Well, that is going to be it for the panel here for this one. So we do have Aries and Bowie for one final time to take us through this final game in the best of three. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, here we go. We heard what the panel had to say. Well, I mean, some incredible predictions overall. Like, it was a treat to be able to sit here and hear all their thoughts and break down what was going on. So we'll see if it's they're going to be correct again in their overall prediction with Liga taking it, or if it will be Liquid that can book their ticket into the playoffs. Do you have any extra thoughts with the drop between these two teams?
Yeah, even though I like Liga's draft a bit more, to me the question mark isn't even the heroes, but the playstyle. I think Slark is a very different hero from anything else Ramses has played this tournament, right? He played the Svens, the TBs, and the playstyle is totally different. I wonder if he's going to be able to be as consistent as he was with this hero. Slark is probably one of the hardest carries to play, because understanding exactly when to farm, how to fight, when to fight, his timings are all over the place. It depends on so many things. So I think I'm going with Liquid, even though I like Liga's draft a bit more. I feel like their draft is easier to execute.
Okay. I don't know if there's like some pub beef or something between Tomato and the offlaner of Liga. This is 2 games now this series. He said free Pudge game. So I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not aware, but Tomato has been streaming a lot. Maybe Tomato viewers in the chat know what's up. I'm not sure if Var streams as well, but this cosmetic for Nisha, I love it. I honestly tried really hard to get it because Primal is one of my favorite heroes, but I never got it.
It's so ugly. It's just so.
It's ugly, but
mix.
It's cool.
Dude, I hate the mix that we're getting at the moment. I think it was... who was it? It was some China offlaner, maybe an XXS or JT in one of the tournaments, was going for like a combo of all these sets put together, and it was just an abomination of a Primal Beast.
That's what the hero's supposed to be, It's ugly, it's scary. I think it fits the hero quite a bit. glance value-wise, definitely weird, right? You look at this, you have no idea. Like, I guess there's no other here that looks like him, even though it doesn't look like Primal Beast at all.
I do wonder how he's going to be able to fare in this lane as well versus the Wind Ranger. Of course, it's kind of nice having a range hero just to be able to give you natural uproar stacks, and I feel like, I mean, Primal Beast again with your ability to dump your body on the creep wave and make it difficult for the enemy person to actually last it freely can be a bit frustrating.
This lane goes both ways. In the past, when Windrun used to slow, Primal Beast actually had no way to really beat Wind Ranger, but now it's on Power Shot. If by any chance Rebel uses it to get a CS, you do have an opening, especially with the build he ended up going for, Uproar level 1. Having that slow and 2 points of trample, there's a clear chance here that Rebel might die if he misplays.
And what are your thoughts about the Scarith Mage here? This is something that is really an Eastern Europe staple. I mean, we've seen this year, it doesn't really matter what meta it's in or whatever patch, you're going back multiple years. It's something that they've always really favored, and of course, lately, the big one, I think, is Nine Pandas, when they were having a lot of success in last year's DPC. But we haven't seen it for a little bit of time now. But what do you think about the hero?
I think the hero is good, but I think this hero gets worse the best your opponents are. I feel like you're extremely reliant in the early game on getting those, bursting people off. Obviously, Milan said you don't really solo kill most cores with this hero, but if Insania is well positioned, if Liquid is able to posture in a way where this Scarif Mage doesn't get those kills, I feel like this hero is pretty kind of falls off really hard. So you really have to snowball. I think it's a bit of a... I think it can be a bit of a bait pick, but I know it's very strong. But very curious to see how 1J is going to be able to perform. I think there's a lot of Q combo, right? A lot of their damage is magical. If you can reliably kill...
Oh, 33 actually ate the pound, so Ramses wasn't able to get that distance away that he was requiring to stay alive there. And we saw last game, 33 Boxy had a pretty decent lane on the Brewmaster, and it's already off to another good start.
Yeah, I honestly don't think Slark counters Brewmaster in lane nearly as much as people think he does. This hero... The reason this hero got popular was when they introduced that a base attack speed change, so that heroes... Oh, wait a second, here's Pantoman is definitely gonna die. And they reverted that change on Slark. I think he had 25 extra base agility, and he was zoning lanes, and I think back to 100. Yeah, I don't think this hero is that strong against Brewmaster. You have evasion, you have 2 slows, you can dispel one, but you can always just use one then the other as 33.
Yeah, actually hold that thought. 33.
For this.
Boxy is still got other stuff going on with the creep wave, but yeah, do you like that decision from Liquid? Boxy actually dragged the wave because it was a wave and a half getting shoved into Ramses' tower. What do you think the read was there from Liquid?
I like it. You don't really allow Ramses to be aggressive because he's now under a lot of harass. Boxy though is separated from 33. Well, okay, it's gonna be okay. I mean, this hero, dude, Brewmaster is so strong in lane. You always see, Ursas, Larks. I very rarely even see this hero dying in lane in professional matches. Just if you're good at toggling your Drunken Brawler and using all of your spells, I guess just like Kanka, any offlane that can go double bracer feels incredibly powerful in this patch.
Anisha's really struggling mid lane. The eyes look kind of nice, but 11-11 compared to the 23 and 10. I just watched him in that previous lane, in the previous wave, I should say. He's missing a lot of CS. Back to top though, Boxy. So they're not going to get chased down. Maybe the turnaround potential is going to be there. As 33 continuing to beat into Ramses. This Cinder Brew adding so much damage. It's not enough for the kill, however. And we do see in the end, they were able to find them. Rotation out of Nisha. Looks like should be rotated with the kill onto Phantom, but would love to be able to catch up to Ramses as well. But that one, I think,
these creeps
is not possible.
There's so many creeps in this lane. He just brought a full wave to the top lane. Just feeding 33 even more. Oh no, he's gonna drag him. Okay. He's gonna keep what is his. Mid lane though, they have a catapult wave, so they know Nisha doesn't really have any spells, doesn't have a way to address this. This could be a little bit of pressure.
I think earlier today we saw Rabel have a. I was very impressed with his Wind Ranger performance in game 1, so I'm kind of excited to see how he's going to be able to perform once again. I think he made some really solid outplays in that one, so speaking of him though, might be in a lot of trouble. At least he gets the spiteful deny onto the invis, but Insania will come in and snipe the kill. Meanwhile, that's a big one though. That is a huge one. 33 goes down, of course you recognize that. Supports are rotating to the mid lane, so the Brewmaster is going to be a little bit vulnerable there, and well, Liga, they jump on that opportunity.
This is very necessary. Look at the difference here. Slark's supposed to counter Brewing lane. He has 10 more CS, has a lot of denies. And I guess one thing we didn't even talk during the draft, that Oracle pick, also dispelling Windran could be really problematic for Rebel. Not as free of a game on the Wind Ranger than that other one he played.
Nisha top lane.
Ramses.
Nisha's going to be scattered up the ward, but Ramses going to be okay still nonetheless.
Ooh, nice cancel.
So, oh, yeah, nice frostbite. Pentman just able to get in range. I mean, 33 still hunting though. Cinderbro unfortunately still on cooldown, but this Pounce has a far longer cooldown, and it looks like he's going to run directly into Bo3 once picking up that Wisdom Room. So even more experience. I mean, on the opposite side of the map though, we do see Insania go down. So, I mean, you get something, I suppose. Did he get the Wisdom? Did he get the Wisdom?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so both Wisdom's going to Liquid.
Yeah, this is huge. Look at the support levels. 5 and 75% on Bo3, minute 7, and the Oracle also pretty close to his 6. The supports. Skyriff Mage specifically, this hero relies heavily on having levels to burst people down. TP from the sky.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
on Q33 top lane.
With a couple of supports once again showing mid. And they're doing such a good job to be able to punish 33 for his position when the supports aren't with him. It looks like they'll be rewarded for that for a second time now.
Oh, but what about mid? Rebel.
Mid lane, that's the big one, yeah. Rabel goes down under the tower, still top lane. You will also get a secondary kill, but 2 deaths now for Rabel's Wind Ranger. I was just praising him and the performance we saw earlier on. He had a great start in the lane, but these kills are really helping Nisha come back. In fact, he has higher net worth now than the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, right. I mean, the dispel is a big thing, and just having the control with Pulverize, it means that even with BKB, Rebel's gonna struggle a little bit. And in later portions of the game, once he has more HP, once he has BKB, right-click-wise, they don't really have it on Liquid to kill this Wind Ranger. There might have to be...
Ramses? Oh, oh no.
Okay. How is he this bright on the Primal Beast?
That's the shield room, brother. This is
What is this color? This is an unknown color.
I didn't know he has BKB already.
Alright, that's... Okay, I have never seen Shield Rune on this skin. This looks really dumb.
Nisha is kind of cooking though. I mean, these movements are looking effortless from Liquid. They have come to play in this third game. With that being said, again, 33 got no one with him. 33 is going to die. It's kind of the equation that it seems to be.
And the thing is, even with all of those skills they're trying to give Ramses, he's still really, really poor. He's like just barely ahead of Pantoman, and Slark's a hero that like you need to farm other heroes, and at the same time you need gold for that.
Arena
lane. A lot of damage.
Onto Nisha being able to contest it, and they're going to be able to bring him down, and now Bo3 as well. Give a double kill over, so the River's going to be that perfect spot for them to fight by the looks of it on Liga, and have to be very, very happy.
Really big move. Ramses is going for that Diffusal Blade, by the way. I expected that maybe he was considering Mage Layer just because of all that magic damage. Even the Oracle can do a lot of damage to you early on, but he will go for the Deeper instead.
No, again, it's... Oh, hold that. Nisha bottom lane.
Oh, the spear didn't
Nice
hit him.
attempt with the spear. And Nisha should be all they need to be able to get the kill into the MOUZ, especially with the Infest play. I was just going to say, like, Tomato's having another very quiet game. We saw it game 1 with the Lysil, we saw it second game with the Luna, but Nisha wants to get him involved.
Yeah, Timato's having another free lane. His armlet about to be delivered. Just straight up Radiance like in the other games, although this is not as good of a Radiance game as the other one, I think, but still definitely solid. That's definitely the most reliable build when you just keep your farm up. And the moves that Liga can do to really offset that heavily rely on 1J, but I think he's just gonna die here.
And he is, and they did smoke underneath the Observer Ward, so...
Oh, can they punish?
They might be able to, Tomato. Thanks to Shackle, and they will not actually be able to punish it. In fact, Liquid, they're responding with Boxy, and there's even the threat of potentially 33 wanting to come down. He's got that Primal Split already.
Oh, good position here for Boxy.
Now pokes out for a second. Not an easy kill, though. Take a bit of a stack. MOUZ has got the arena over there. Oh, the supports are over-positioned. And this is going to be a big opportunity. Level 8 for Insania. So max out Purifying Flames. I don't think the heal is going to be enough. In fact, he's going to use it aggressively instead. So he will go down as a result of the arena.
I mean, but it's still pretty good. You trade Arena for a False Promise. Your Lifestealer is gigantic. This Lark is still in recovery mode. And the Wind Ranger is even getting out-farmed as Ver. Oh, good. Yeah,
and Isha is... This is quite the Primal Beast performance so far.
Let's pick Primal.
Are you gonna get another?
And yeah, I mean, he
It's
has
still for a
Blade
little bit of
Mail as
time.
well. You cannot focus fire this Primal Beast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's got boys to play with. I mean, they're gonna TP in. Nisha will actually respect the rotations. Ramses even comes. A Diffuser
that's
Blade is
nice.
not completed, and especially with the Mystic Flare nuke, they will be able to slow down this strong early game that we're getting out of Nisha.
That's it. Space 433. Even with 3 deaths, looks like that 14-15 minute Radiance is gonna be coming up regardless. Already has the red. Timado, uncontested. He's actually changing his mind. I like this. I love that he might be going for Desolator, I think.
Oh, is this not a dead item?
Sort of. But I think in this game, like, you're gonna have 2 Radiances, first of all, right? So it's a bit weird to
Oh,
have
it's
it.
Maelstrom instead. Never mind.
Oh, Maelstrom. Okay. Just, yeah, still get the farming speed, but yeah, it is even a bit cheaper. I like it. I think the double Radiance, I've seen games where you go double Radiance and then you disassemble it in a hero to get a Nullifier, which is not even bad this game, so that's what I thought Timado was gonna do. But you do have that overlap for a pretty big portion of the game, which is not ideal.
Have you noticed the stacks from Liquid? Look at the triangle, man. Nisha. Oh my
Holy moly.
god. And even before he farmed like a quad stack at the hard camp and medium camp down bottom, which are already stacked once again with a triple.
Yeah,
Tomato?
that's the thing with Primal Beast.
Well, it didn't immediately TP out, but no, it's fine.
Okay. Primal Beast, even though it's a super early game type hero, can farm stack so nicely. Look at that, just farms the entire ancient stack with 1 spell, and now is pretty close to, what is this? Either Blink or Eggs. Both really good.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I-
under attack.
I wonder, actually. It doesn't seem like he's requiring the Blink Dagger at this stage of the game with his incredible positioning so far. I do wonder if he considers about the Scepter, but of course there's... Let's see, very intrigued.
They're gonna try and trade towers here. 33 just a bit faster. Although Vor does have some backup behind him. And yeah, to me that's the problem, right? Like you pick this Lark, you don't win your lane. Oh no, Ramses. What?
Speaking of the Slark,
He knew there was
they-
a ward there. He just walked into it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, that's
It's,
unfortunate.
Yeah, and 4 deaths for Rams is he's had some really solid performances so far throughout the 1-win series, but this one in particular is not one to remember. Bottom lane now, they're still yet to take the tower, and Liquid are going to be able to respond. Nisha there again in time to be able to cancel that TP.
They can even get the deny mid lane.
What just happened? Were you watching that? Were you watching the choreo snipe?
I didn't. What happened?
So, I'd hold that thought, because 33 might actually have to pop split. Silence is still on cooldown for the moment from 1J, so yeah, he's not going to have an opportunity. Might even look for the kill into the Crystal Maiden. This
force.
Staff's going to be able to get him away. Does he go for it? Ooh, I was thinking about it. They're coming, actually. Another Cyclone's going to be able to hold Rabel. Doesn't get it off, though, in time.
Alright. Split wasted, but you know, they just want to chill here. Liquid, they, to me at least, they have the late game. Unless Siskin get lots and lots of really good kills. Because this hero just doesn't farm fast enough. The matchup into Lifestealer, I think, used to be much better. But now with the eggs, with having all of those saves as well, I think longer fights usually benefit Slark. But I think these fights are way too long.
I don't know how they got the read, but
33.
still, it's not going to matter. 33 gets caught, but of course, Insania on the outskirts of the arena.
Silence
He's
on
silenced
Insania.
at the moment, but they don't have the damage to be able to kill the Brewmaster before the Oracle spells it back up. So it's just an all-out retreat. The initiation, it wasn't bad, but we just see the lack of damage at the moment with them playing from this large of a deficit, and maybe they got a glimpse of Ramses. Boxy not going to be able to get in range. Telekinesis was still on cooldown regardless.
Yeah,
Just
just
sitting
you
at
know,
bottom already. Instant TP's down for Rabel. Looks like he's out.
really quick moves from Liquid. And that's what happens. Like, you're smoking with no vision. Yeah, they dropped the ward in the cliff there, but it's still a really awkward engage to go up the high ground. There are several Liquid heroes. And even without the split, they can repel. Liga's Nisha.
He's in some danger. All heroes
tanky
required
boy.
to be able to get the kill, but he's got a lot of health. 4 stars up to the high ground. Are they actually going to be able to kill him? Rabel! Oh my god, she's not going to die! Come on, man. No way. How does Nisha live through it all? And not only that, he's even going to be able to run down the MOUZ. I mean, Pentiment, what can he really do? Gets a 4-star to help MOUZ maybe get some moments of peace, but Nisha's back in, catching up to the Crystal Maiden. And he just takes every single spell.
And that's with Timado not even joining the fight. He has been, you know, he's 2-0-2, a bit more active than the other game. I don't know. I feel like this Lark pick was a big debate. I think the playstyle that Ramses seems to be very good at with this team doesn't really fit Slark at all. And I think the item build,
Speaking of
no
Slark.
Diffusal, guess the Dispel.
No, ultimate for a couple of seconds. He's back up now, though, but still look at the AoE damage from Nisha. That's a decent arena. Quick Fingers with the telekinesis going to delay the spear for a little bit. Meanwhile, now finally, Tomato feels strong enough to show up to the fight, and 33's wraparound intercepts the escape, and they're going to call it. Liga, too large of a deficit from them. Liquid look too goddamn good as well, so they will move on to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, really good draft from Liquid. I think they found the things that work for them. They get this Brewmaster. I think the idea of countering lane, to me, doesn't... I feel like a lot of these strength melee offlaners, you just shouldn't really care about countering them in lane. It really put a lot of pressure on Ramses. He dies because he tried to play aggressive. He didn't go for the Maze Layer. I think if he had it, those fights could have probably been a bit better. He was just dying even through his ulti to like random spells, Oracle's Q, the Primal. And yeah, that Primal. Last pick Primal in a really good game. It's, even though he honestly struggling in the lane, you just go for rotations, you can farm stacks. Liquid really good at that, and I don't think Liga really even attempted to steal or do anything about that.
No, so with the stack, the count was actually 11 from Insania and 6 from Boxing.
God.
I mean, apparently even Tomato made 3 of his own as well, so there was just a ridiculous amount of stacks that were created overall from Team Liquid, a big reason why they were able to get this net worth lead, and of course off the back of some incredible rotations. But Liquid, again, had a really rough first half of the day, but the second half of the day was definitely what they needed from them to be able to make it into the playoffs. So in regards to us for today, we are done with one group in particular. Group A is all set. Liga and Quest are going to be eliminated from the one-win series. We still have Group B's action to go through, but first, back to the panel to hear what they have to say.
Yes, thank you very much, Aries and Bowie. We've seen all of Group A now, and 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, all Liquid needed to do was follow Milan's orders, and they get themselves through on that reverse sweep. And Milan, you've got to be proud of your boys then. You've got them on the call, you've got them on the phone, and they've absolutely rocked it here in this final best of 3 of the day for them.
Yeah. I mean, the draft is only a part of the story. They also brought their game up, and they played at incredible speed, especially Nisha. Like, I hope we're gonna get to see this region rune fight in a little bit, but top lane, sorry about that. Top lane, we saw Brewmaster and Rubik abuse the Slark weakness in the laning stage, which was very important, and then bottom lane, Nakes, Timado won his lane, and then it was all Nisha afterwards.
Yeah, it looked easy after that point, right? After the side lanes went so well for Liquid, and Nisha could easily come back into the game after, he had problems in terms of CS, but his denies were still okay. So in terms of levels, he was kind of on point next to the Wind Ranger, and then better rotations kind of gave them everything, right? You get the levels in your mid laner and a lot of farming levels in your side lanes. You can't even count that you really lost the mid lane all that much.
And it's gonna be here. We see him with the region rune. The region rune now stays active for 1/5 of its power, and he just never died there. And it was amazing to watch. And Liga kind of more so, like, they kind of crumbled, right? I know they have other tournament to play, some open qualifier, whatnot, and maybe that's why they called early GG so early, but they kind of crumbled this game. This was by far their worst showing today, and this was the 4th game they played in this tournament today, and it was much different story.
And Bowie kind of touched upon it, that Liga, the way that they played in this tournament thus far, and I mean, they're not going to be playing any longer if they're eliminated, has been more of a 4 protect 1 with Ramses playing that Sven or the Terrorblade. And now with the Slark, when they needed a bit more of an active lineup with a good laning stage, they just didn't do anything well. And I mean, look at that Slark. This is the guy that I praise. I was like, yeah, I love the Ramses Slark. I remember him 10 years ago, and then he does 5,000 damage.
Yeah, and I remember which analyst was it that was calling for that Slark in the draft? Who was asking for it? Was it both of you?
That was a game 1, game 2 actually.
So no one asked for it for game 3, Curry Freak.
I never in my life asked for a Slark. It never happened.
I asked explicitly for the Nakes to be picked with the Mars. So if they stole the Nakes, they would have won this game. So if they just need to give me their number. I didn't have their number this time around. I would have called them, but yeah, just when someone asks for your number, pay attention, give it to them. I never asked them.
Yeah, he just helped all of our boys in the world.
Great life advice, yeah. And moving through, I think that actually puts us on 1 each for the predictions here today. And again, guys, if you want to get involved, you can scan that QR code there in the bottom of the screen. It's going to link you to all of the one-win socials. Don't forget to follow up on the Twitch, the Twitter, any of the socials there from the QR code, so you can see whenever there is going to be any one-win events going on. I'm sure there's going to be more Dota coming up in the year, as well as other esports events. So don't forget to scan that QR code, get yourself on the one-win accounts. But yeah, in terms of predictions, we all get one on the board. Yay, pat on the back. And that's going to be, moving forward, it gets us off the mark here. But yeah, in that final game, you could see that on the highlights being shown, every single highlight, it didn't even seem like it was every single highlight was Nisha getting involved, or Nisha engaging, or him being in the middle of all these fights. So that Primal Beast pick here for Liquid really did pay off, and even if he wasn't the strongest starter in the lane, he was able to make those rotations out. He realized how powerful the hero is, just being able to get the charge in, the trample damage over the top there as well, made some early rotations to the top lanes for the Crystal Maiden. So if you're facing up against that in the future, how do you deal with the early power spike of the Primal Beast?
If you have squishy heroes like this, it's not going to be easy, but you really need to keep tabs on how he's rotating, right? Because he did rotate the first time pretty early, but every other rotation can be somewhat predicted, so you cannot allow yourself to be caught every single time. I think Liquid, whatever they thought of in this game, it came to fruition, and it wasn't stopped a single time, so their opponents weren't making a single move. If you're making moves, if you're going on the aggressive, the Primal Beast is not going to be as powerful.
Yeah, and we'll see how the other teams are going to answer back against that. And I wonder again if it's now becoming one of those heroes that you do just need to take out first phase, because it seems more often than not teams are really going to be able to run riot with this one. So Milan, any final thoughts on the series here? Liga going out, Liquid moving on. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, as we predicted, as we expected, kind of. But I think Liga showed a little bit of light, a little bit of potential. We spoke briefly before how they keep making changes and whatnot. I think they should try to improve on what they played. Like, showing you can play against teams like Liquid and who did they beat before? Quest.
PSG Quest, yeah.
It shows that like these are real teams. These are teams that played together for a long time. These are teams that in previous year fought for the major championships and like just potential is there. I don't think they expected to win this tournament. Maybe they hope to get out of group stage, but I think all in all, everything considered, they should be happy about it. And for Liquid, yes, they played the stand-in, but yes, they didn't get first in their group, but the first goal is kind of achieved. Getting out of group, second place, dodging the team spirit matchup in the playoffs. All happy. Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy today. So that's the conclusion.
Okay. And we are going to be taking a quick break. That is all of Group A done with, but we've still got Group B to come. So we are going to take a quick 5-minute break to see how it is going to break down on the other side of the groups. We'll see you in about 5 minutes' time.
beautiful bald face of yours?
I always do.
Nice, 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 nice.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get started here with the second half of the table. It is going to be Group B coming through, and I'm going to be joined by DK, Truman, and Bowie to help us get through these next few matches. Boys, how are you doing?
Fantastic. I'm glad to be here, especially for the matches that are coming up right now. They are beautiful, best of ones, everything on the line. I mean, it's elimination coming up next. Bowie, these matches are going to be absolutely fantastic.
No, they are, and we get to see a little bit of Eastern European Dota here. One Win versus Spirit. Obviously, not too hard to give Team Spirit the edge in this series, but we've seen a lot of upsets, and when you add in the BO1 thing, I feel like one good draft is all that One Win needs to take this.
Yeah.
So, are you saying that One Win need one win? Is that all we're looking for here? And yeah, I'll have more bangers coming up as the event goes on. You know, that's the host job as well, to come up with the most cringy jokes possible.
Thank you.
But yeah, moving through into this series, you know, like you said, it is going to be a best of one. So if we're looking at this one purely from just the draft perspective here, we did see One Win, you know, get upset by Entity yesterday. But the other new up and comers, there's not a lot of tape for them. So do you think Team Spirit has been spending time studying what One Win have been picking up in their recent events?
I wouldn't say they are studying like heavily, but they have the pub data. They have obviously all of the other games they played when they were Clean Sunnage. So there's definitely data on them. I think it's harder for One Win, even though Team Spirit has more games. Do you really like? They're kind of a new team. Do you really have all of that preparation ready for them? I'm not sure. They're playing a lot of qualifiers as well.
It's definitely easier to study Spirit because obviously they're playing on the big stages with the big streams all the time, and One Win slightly lower skill, but still a very scary team, a very young team as well, which is always nice to see. Which I mean, the plus side that I like to see on the side of One Win is they kind of have the same structure going on as Team Spirit, whereas their two supports are older, more experienced players, and then they have like a bunch of star players as their cores. So that's definitely a great aspect to handle the game. But as mentioned, you know, it's easier to see what Team Spirit picks and how they play because they just play that much more.
Yeah, that's true. I guess what I meant is more that whoever does preparation for One Win is doing preparation for like 5 tournaments, where Spirit, they have been playing that much, right? So if they're coming into this, they had way more time to prepare for one team than One Win had to prepare to. God knows how many qualifiers they've been playing. There's so many tournaments going on. But it's, you know, just like Liga, they do seem to be a bit overwhelmed, right? You're screaming, you're playing 6-7 hour days of Dota. Whereas Spirit, they came with a pretty decent result from Dream League. I think they're rested. It's super scary to play against them. Although, they did lose that first match. I was not expecting that to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, they did go down there. It was a little bit... just a bit of an upset, as we should be able to get ourselves into the draft. And just to go back to something you said, Bowie, even though the Spirit aren't playing that many qualifiers, you know, I think they're still going to be racking up the 7-8 hours a day of Dota, you know, trying to get as much as possible, because again, I think it was the first TI win, you know, they won TI and then they were immediately into pubs like 4 or 5 hours later. They were just looking to get as much Dota as possible, but we will be able to get into this draft. So seeing on the board heroes already, good to see the Timbersaw, the Wisp, as well as that Shadow Demon ban out, and then on the other side it's going to be the Primal Beast, the Centaur, the Magnus, and the Chen all being taken away. So a bit of respect back the ban there, with the Magnus. But we see on the board the Dragon Knight and the Terrorblade coming out already. So Truman, we're seeing 2 cores already. How do you feel about this for both teams?
Are you sure?
Exactly what Bo just said. Cores, that's the big question here, because One Win, obviously they can play that on Sweden Strong. He's played a decent amount of the Terrorblade in his pubs, as every position 4 has done in quite a decent amount of time lately. But on Team Spirit, you know, they pick up the DK, which is a really big flex for them because Mira plays it, Collapse plays it, Laurel plays it, and it wouldn't surprise me if Yataru would play it in case it's needed, but they'll probably just focus on giving him whatever he requires as the last pick.
Yeah, what I really like about that Terrorblade and why I think it's like 85% chance of being support, just having Reflection once DK has Dragon Form is so impactful. You're going to be applying that AoE, especially once the DK has more levels. It is insanely strong. Like, you're gonna have to menta that, or else it's gonna be like slowing everyone down for tons of seconds. You get all of that lane pressure that Terrorblade gives. The only problem with this here is that the laning stage is pretty garbage depending on the lane combinations you have. So just hoping they get sort of a strong carry. I feel like we've seen Primal Beast just run over Terrorblades. It is banned here, so 1 win, definitely nice ban there. But yeah, it's just kind of a squishy here that has no stun, so you got to be careful about that in the lane.
It does have insane amounts of damage, though, and a lot of cores / supports hate the Reflection. I think Venomancer is a hero that, of course, in this patch gets played a decent amount, but because Terrorblade is always being picked in whatever level you're playing Dota currently, that Reflection, it just annihilates the Venomancer's lane. A couple of other heroes out there that just... it becomes too scary to play against, especially when you're looking at like illusion-based heroes. The additions that they have, it makes Terrorblade with just Reflection already a worthwhile core.
Yeah, like you can dissuade Medusa from being picked, you can dissuade Naga from being picked. It is really a scary hero, and there's the save aspect. There's lots of ways you can play him. I've seen the Vessel Blink Dagger route, but you can go for the drums bearing. It is overall really versatile hero. They go for the techies as well, so not very open-ended draft. You have no idea what 1 win's doing here with these heroes.
Yeah, the techies could obviously be a 5, but I do know that Sweden Strong loves playing the techies as well. Still a bit of flex, but they are shutting it down pretty quickly. Team Spirit have an answer in case this is a core Terrorblade. They pick up the Pugna, you get the shard, you just drain all the illusions, instantly gone. It is one of the more obnoxious ways to deal with the Terrorblade, and as a support, I also think it is just in general one of the strongest laning supports out there.
Yeah, we are seeing the hero being picked up more and more here. It wasn't quite that popular a couple of weeks ago, but it does seem to be, at least in the 1 win Spring Series, a very popular pickup coming through. So we'll see how 1 win are going to answer back to this one. Team Spirit with this next pick as well. Are you looking potentially for the next support to come out for here for Team Spirit, just so they don't have to reveal too much before 1 win's next set of picks?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a Pugna. What was I think they had a Shadow Shaman Pugna combination in one of the games you watch. So you have the amp of the Crepify with the amp of Hex. So it's a total 25% amp on that hero. But they do go for a more stable Rubik here. So Pugna 5, Rubik's going to be playing 4. Not exactly sure with who. But yeah, I mean, solid draft. I think I'm not a big fan of this support combination. I think it's a bit... you don't really get to rotate that much. It's not very aggressive. It's very squishy. So curious to see if 1 win's gonna find some backline jump that can abuse those two supports in Spirit.
Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, the Pugna is really good against Terrorblade, so in that lane it should be fine. Rubik always has a little bit of a... will he be able to lane? Especially if he's up against the techies. That's a lane that you normally tend to lose. Luckily enough, you are playing with Collapse on your side, so most of the time you just pick some hero that doesn't really care about what the enemy throws at him regardless. But I do like the mention you made about that the supports are just really not the greatest at rotation and quick moves. That's also not... like, Team Spirit doesn't fully emphasize on making sure Laurel has an amazing game. They like the side lanes to win, and then Laurel evens out his lane, no matter who he's up against. And because they just focus on their side lanes so heavily, sometimes even tri-lane to make sure that Yatra has a great lane, it makes Team Spirit come out of the laning stage incredibly strong.
I do like the Kanka pick here. It kind of deals with those backline supports. It has a lot of reach. It's not a jumper necessarily, but it usually does have the reach to find a Pugna, find a Rubik, and and lock them down. Probably gonna be the duo here with Techies, although now they pick this Tiny and things are more confusing. Could be mid Tiny, but it could also be 4 Tiny with Kunkka mid, and they're gonna pick an offlaner, right? Very open-ended.
Yeah. Keeping it all up in the air as well. Looking at that one, like you said, they're going to be able to flex everybody. It is just a flexible draft. Going back to Team Spirit as well, though, I wonder if they're going to look to take these early towers, with the Pugna and the Dragon Knight combo. They actually go for the lifesteal here as well. So going to be really nice up against either the, whoever gets put in this offlane, it feels like, whether it's going to be the Kunkka or somebody else, or if it is that tiny position 4 coming through, then it feels like the lifesteal does always have a target to eat away at. So if you're Team Spirit, still think this is a really comfortable draft. They can use the Pugna and the Dragon Knight to take early towers here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tower fall pre-10 minutes and they start to roam around the map. So, one win. How are you looking to protect yourself coming through? Because you do have potential this mid pick or your last offlane pick to come. What is it that you've got in mind here, Truman, if you're looking at this draft here for one win?
I mean, when they picked up the Tiny, the first player, they have Sweet and Strong, who's a position 4 Tiny spammer. It's his favorite hero. I would think that would be the route that they're going. That they're going to go Kunkka mid, Tiny 4, Techies 5, and TB safe. TB, he's up against a Rubicon lane, so most certainly should have a good time in the lane. Downside is, of course, Lifestealer doesn't really care about the reflection, but if you get an entire army of illusions, he'll need to spend some time finding the real target, and Lifestealer is currently top 3 safe laners in this current patch. But yeah, one win. They're looking for probably an offlaner. If you're going to go for the route of just purely countering the Lifestealer, you're probably looking at maybe a Razor offlane, because you're also up against DK, so Razor in that regard is always great. You could go minus armor, get yourselves a Slardar, just to make sure that the Lifestealer of Yatoro gets completely shut down in the game.
Yeah, they do feel like it could be a carry, though. The PA ban, definitely a good matchup against Lifestealer. Maybe they're just making sure that there's no flex potential. I almost asked if it was one win that played that offlane Tiny, but I think it was a different team, right? Was it Spirit, maybe?
I think
it was definitely
won.
not one win. But
yeah, Collapse has played it a lot lately.
Team Spirit yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
Okay. So this offlane, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they're willing to play that offlane Tiny. I am not that big of a fan, especially against Lifestealer. I think it would be too weak. You have 0 armor early on, but we'll see. They're taking a long time here for the bans, and yeah, more obvious here. The Team Spirit needs either mid or an offlaner. So the Lash track. Maybe it is gonna be TB carry, especially with the Lash ban.
I think Razor Tiny lane as well. You get the toss back onto Razor. Lifestealer dies pretty quickly at that stage. Same with the Pugna, even though Pugna has incredibly fast movement speed, so most of the time should be able to dodge and weave about. And it does give Sweet and Strong a chance to maybe make rotations towards mid with the Kunkka added in with the Techies. You can definitely make some really aggressive plays if those are your 2 supports.
I love the Razor. They have almost no disable. It's only Dragon Tail that could stop it, and once you have BKB, you really don't care about anything. Just jumping the Pugna and the Rubik is really easy. It definitely feels like an easy bet. Spirit, they played it twice, I think, on one win. They lost, but it's still, I think it's a good pick.
Okay. We'll see what it is going to be. I mean, they don't have a lot of time left on this one, so they're going to have a quick discussion on the next ban. Burn through some of the reserve time here as well, so it is going to be like a little bit less time here coming through in this final pick. So we'll see what Spirit do actually want to be picking up. Again, whether you want to be flexing this Dragon Knight here as well. And you're looking at this, I mean, they probably don't go for Puck here, right, just because the Tiny's already on the board, so that could still be flexed out. They actually ban out the Slark, so with this final pick on the board here, 30 seconds left on the clock. I wonder which way they actually do want to go with this.
They have very tanky heroes on one win, right? I would like to see more damage. They lack a lot of burst here.
Okay, so maybe something like
Zeus?
Never mind, Sniper.
That's damage. That's definitely a lot of damage, especially if you go for like the Kanda build these days. Sniper can go completely nuts. And whoever they put in that mid lane, be it Kunkka, be it Tiny, it's a sniper. You just don't win against him. You just hear their meh, 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 duck shots and you get bullied out.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you want backline jump, especially for the sniper, but you're going to lose the lane as a Storm, as a Quap. Oh, okay, wait, so is it going to be mid Razor, or are they going to play Kunkka mid against that sniper?
I would assume Kunkka mid against the sniper, Razor off lane against the lifestealer. It seems like an easy, like, even if you leave the lane as a Tiny to go roam and maybe gank the safe or mid lane, it's a Razor. He just steals all the damage and doesn't care.
Okay, well, I've given Milan and Hurry chances to do this every draft here as well. So, anyone feeling like chicken out of the predictions? You're swapping teams. Who do you both feel like is going to be going through here? Barry, I'll start with you.
Easy game for Spirit. I think they have a lot of reset with Shard on this sniper with Hurricane Pike. You're gonna have Glimmer and Four Steps. All the initiation on one win. Like they can't really reset their fights too well. You pop Razor OT, you pop Metamorphosis, you're kind of committed for that period of cooldowns, whereas the cooldowns on the side of Spirit are much easier, and I think they're the better team. They should just take these fights better, and unless they get stomped in the laning stage, I feel like this is a 90-10 for Spirit.
Okay, and Truman, quickly before we jump over to our casters, are you still looking at Spirit here as well?
It's the 1-win series, Dota 2 Spring. I gotta go with 1 win on this one. I think the Razor can be a really big surprise factor. And I think their draft is very strong. Obviously, Spirit is the stronger team, that's without a doubt. But I think 1 win have a very good chance in the best of 1.
Okay, well, my analysts are split, but we're going to throw it over to Harry and Milan to see how they feel this best of 1 is going to go. Boys, take it away.
Thank you much, Rob and the gang. And Milan, we got a sniper, pew pew. So how do you feel about this Spirit draft?
I think it's a very, very interesting draft, especially like a blind pick sniper in a way. Last pick, before 1 to last pick. But the Razor, I like the Team Spirit draft a little bit more. I'll have to see it once again because I left Dota for some reason. Now it's disappeared from the screen. But it seems like 1 win is doing what they did yesterday in this tournament too, just sticking kind of to their own guns, just going for the heroes they want and not really going to counter the enemy heroes. Like the same when they put the DK carry yesterday. Now with the Razor last pick, it doesn't seem like a extra Razor game. Yeah, there's Nakes, but there's also Sniper and a DK that provide a lot of control on you, but they're just going for what they think is strong. Like to just follow up on the draft is just I really like how they opened the draft, like TB Tech is like they seem on top of meta, whatnot, ready for this DK, but the way they finished it with the Tiny and the Razor, I feel like there's a lot of room for Spirit to wiggle around.
Okay, so you said that 1 win they like to, go with their own thing, not really try to counter the enemy heroes. Do you think this is sometimes the right way to draft? Can this be a winning recipe?
Actually, with what they did right now, I actually forgot completely what they did. I really like the swap around. They're gonna put the TB carry and the Razor offlane with the Tiny 4. So this makes a lot more sense. Now their draft is like fully turned around. We're gonna have a level 1 fight. Just some trade, not too much, but this is a very cool cool adaptation. Always forget about TB carry.
I mean, wait. You didn't know that it was TB carry?
I thought it's something like a Razor carry and Tiny core.
Offlane Tiny, okay.
Or mid lane Tiny that people now they do. But this is very nice, and this mid lane will be very, very interesting.
Are you gonna change your mind? Are you now gonna say 1 win are winning this one?
I think 1 win has a better draft, but are they winning it? I cannot go so far.
How do you reckon they're gonna be catching the sniper, and how in general is Lars' lane gonna go versus Shira here?
I mean, definitely the Tiny. All he needs is a blink dagger. We saw it yesterday from the box. He just blink dagger, 4 stuff, avalanche into tossback, maybe a X mark before that. There's a lot of things to do.
That's gonna help for sure. Looking at the top lane, we're gonna see Collapse and Mira, Dragonite, and the Rubik versus a Terrorblade plus a Techies. Does seem like an okay lane for the Terrorblade.
It's kind of okay for both sides, but Techi's 5 is a really strong laner, and the level 2 will be the true test for the DK and the Rubik. But first, we're gonna have the pause.
I mean, we have to have a pause from time to time. That's just how it goes. Yadro will disconnect. Seems to be in a country where internet is pretty bad.
I don't know. He's in the same country as me. Maybe he just has the wrong provider. I have a very good internet. So I would like to shout out the One Win jerseys. I think their jerseys are pretty nice. Actually, pretty nice. What do you think about One Win jerseys? Like the color scheme is just lovely.
I like the color scheme. I have to say I like the color scheme, but I'm a big fan of like dragons and stuff. So this Team Spirit jersey is cool to me, as it does have that really cool dragon right next to it. And we had the Chinese New Year recently, plus all of those dragons defending the throne. I just feel like it goes with the team nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, saying One Win jerseys are beautiful doesn't make Team Spirit jerseys not beautiful. They're also. And
we still have to compare, right? It's not like, oh, One Win jerseys are beautiful and then we find 10 others that are more beautiful. Then, you know, it's not going to be so much. But if we say, oh, One Win jerseys are better than this, and this, then we can put our words where our mouth is.
Yeah, in this bottom lane, this is where the real pressure is for One Win, I feel. Like, you last pick this Razor with the Tiny against the Lifestealer. I think it's the right choice. Try to shut down the Yatoro. I mean, all the Spirit Predators are great. They're all TI winners, some 2 times, some 1 time. But shutting down the Yatoro, it's a really good approach. But you still need to execute.
Pugna, though, is a pretty strong laner. He always emphasizes it quite a lot of movement speed, a lot of range, spamming spells, and we can see that he's just attacking the Razor, doesn't even care about the Tiny. I mean, you can hit the Tiny sometimes when he's a little bit too aggressive, but it's about keeping the Razor low.
Yeah, but I would like to see Sweden and Cloud actually attack the Pugna. That's what I wanted to say. Like, get rid of this Pugna and then just even deny. Should it be first blood? Of course it will. Now just use this damage to deny this flag creep, and now you pressure. But on the top lane, Collapse is just gonna be harassed. Respect not committing the suicide or the blast off.
I mean, it's normal. Once you get level 2 in the Terrorblade, you just instantly start applying pressure. Though level 1 Dragon's Blood stronger than it used to be. 4 armor, 4 HP regen. Respect is dropping low as well. Mira, you have to be careful. These two, they do a lot of damage. Actually, Respect gonna be jumping forward. One more hit. This is gonna take him down. Mira in a lot of trouble. Has the Fairy Fire to keep him alive. And Collapse going to smack down this Terrorblade. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario with the meta expiring. It is gonna be Munkushi that is also under threat.
Yeah, at the end of the day, your first meta leads to a death on a support, so not something you want to see if you're a One Win fan. And by the way, it was Blast Off called suicide before?
No.
When it used to kill you?
When it used to just kill you, was it like killing you every time when it?
No, I think it was just lethal. It did like 50% of the damage. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyhow, this lane is not going as well as they expected to. I feel like with the DK against Techies and the TB should be going better. But Collapse will be very happy about it.
Collapse is one of those guys that just lanes well all the time. It's actually insane when he's in good form. Even in a losing matchup, even when he has a bad support, he just still gets a solid amount of farm. He does play these heroes that are quite tanky and have solid attack animation, but still.
Yeah, he's an offlane player. That's what they play. They play the big beefy boys.
Yeah, but what about this mid lane where the sniper is winning versus the Kunkka? Very rarely do we see a Kunkka lose a mid lane, and Larl is actually doing it, and he's doing it in style. That's a lot of an advantage. 24-10 to 17-3.
I cannot really judge the sniper lanes as they're not often seen in pubs or competitor, but I know for a fact that Larl is the specialist. And
That's true.
Iposhka is gonna hit the deck, like once again. This
Look at how
Razor,
low Sweden is.
Sweden, a very, very, very good tiny player. Maybe even his best hero, alongside Aya.
You recently played with him in a team, so you should know. He did play it quite long.
All respect, I'm gonna make a go.
Forwards. Yeah, I don't think you're killing Collapse. He actually turns around and says, fight me. He doesn't care with the Bracer and 2 points in Dragon's Blood, not even taking any significant damage.
Fight me, cowards. So TB says.
Yep, Collapse is gonna run away like a coward as Mira standing his ground. Collapse running forward, being very aggressive, has the Dragon Tail, and here comes the Sniper. There's the Specialist Respect. He's trying to do some damage to Collapse. He's literally doing 0 right-click damage to him. The Sticky Bomb will do some, but definitely not enough to get the kill. What a rotation from Laurel.
Exactly as we said, this guy's a specialist. You know, he's saying, guys, if they make a step forward top, I'm ready to TP. I might have 285 move speed, but I have a global teleport ability. If he makes a go on you top, I'm just coming, cleaning house, and what rotation. This Terrorblade is in for a rough one.
You do have 315 movement speed during nighttime.
During the
as a
nighttime.
sniper.
Yeah, I often forget it. Do you? I mean, I know you don't play Dota anymore, but do you actually actively think about this nighttime move speed buff? Because
Yes,
I think it
yes.
made Dota so much better. Like,
Yeah,
no joke.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I think about it a lot because we have seen the first thing that comes to mind is mid laners. When they get low, they walk back to the base when the 5-minute mark comes over. So I think that's the first thing where we all often see it. But also movements during nighttime. Smokes became better during nighttime than what they used to be. Right? You smoke during nighttime. If you don't have vision, it might just break you and you don't find anybody. But the sheer speed at which you move around the map, it really does help you. Well, let's see. Spirit, pretty much a clean laning phase from them. This Razor is ahead of the Lifestealer, but you talked about shutting him down. Yadoro doesn't seem shut down at all.
Yeah, especially in comparison to this TB. He's having a much better game, and you would expect Razor to be further ahead. This is still winning the lane, but if you compare like supports network to, oh, Torrent's gonna hit, Xmark is gonna hit, Bolt is coming, Sweden is here, do they have what it takes?
Let's see, Toss Avalanche, the damage, it is there, especially with the blast off, but now TP in from Collapse. That's Sweden strong, the blood grenade, it did connect, he's gonna die. Actually, the blast wasn't even needed. Respect next on the menu. You wanna kill our mid laner? Well, now you pay. They all burn in fire, and that's gonna be 2 kills for Spirit. Very nice response.
A very cute kill on the sniper, but committing so much, and in the end trading your 2 supports, this actually slightly favors Team Spirit, I would say, because just the XP you get from these kills is just so good for the supports on the side of Spirit. And Cloud, it's gonna be an indirect consequence. Sniper dies, gets the TP bottom, support is not there. Really big kill. Meta, Sweden is here.
Perhaps. Let's
Yeah,
see.
with the Kunkka TPing, it should be very free.
Yeah, he's all alone, really. Actually, it turns into a dragon. That's a mistake coming out from Collapse. For a minute and a half, he won't have his ultimate. But I'm really loving these sniper rotations. They're so unexpected.
Yeah, but both with a TP. I think mid laners got so much better at using TPs to rotate, but hold that thought. Mira is gonna dodge the 3-3 or whatever that you said yesterday. But I think Collapse just thought that he's gonna... Not okay. Thought he might leave if there was no Kunkka. He didn't expect Kunkka, but Cloud, once again, Sniper is here. It should not be enough in my book.
Damage? He doesn't have it.
He did already infest damage.
Yeah.
You need Aghanims to infest the enemies.
Yeah, very true, very true. As,
oh, this is my favorite part of the game.
Farming.
Yes, 2 supports farming the stacks. It's like, oh, it's the melody for my soul. I just love to see it.
No, you love to do it. That's what you love. And now you're just getting flashbacks and thinking, oh man, I would love to be this Pugna now.
I'm not a big of Pagna player, or for Rubik. Rubik is fun.
Very true, very true. As the goal lead of Team Spirit, it continues to increase. Usually this is what we expect from them versus teams that are of a weaker level at the moment, to just cleanly increase their lead until it becomes insurmountable. But of course one win will go for a smoke. Moving towards the top lane, this is a good move.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see. Definitely don't want to be giving up towers so early. DK and Pagna, they want to take it, but look at the Spirit. They're gonna split the house, run all the way, even if they get me Poshka at the end. It's a win for Spirit. It's a very good game rate. I mean, it's so hard to gank these tier 1 teams.
It wasn't even all that slow from one win. They had a ward also on the lane. Everything was set up. Munkushi is like the perfect bait, as you really want to annoy him some more, kill him some more, but that's a problem. One win, they I don't know where they're supposed to make a play.
I mean, this is the problem versus the Nakes. It's like, if you can't get kill on your safe lane, mid lane usually it's not the kill. Like, they're gonna try on Yatoro, but it breaks the link. Should be more than fine.
Yep.
Can they even turn?
They're thinking about it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that was cute.
Looks pretty good. They did kill his courier with an armlet, so that's gonna be slightly annoying for Yatoro for sure.
And they did save a siege for a while, so might fight is gonna continue. Munkushi is here.
Zero mana though. He does have some of it, goes for the meta, and that's gonna be Mira dead. They give it the kill to Cloud. Munkushi probably wanted that one for himself, but still, helping to push the Lifestealer tower is huge. Miposhka stunned up, the life drain is not gonna continue, has 10 wand charges, probably not gonna be using them, no reason to do so. Cloud gets a double kill, and a very clean rotation from one win.
Has fallen.
Very, very, very clean.
Squeaky. As speaking of squeaking and quacking, Sniper got the tower.
Yeah, not so clean, because they will eventually end up trading 1 for 2 towers. This mid lane by Sniper, and DK is just how this hero works. He's just gonna get your tower. This is what made him so popular in this meta, besides that level 18 timing.
Is under attack.
But they're not gonna give it for free. Sweden's coming.
Yep, they want to be able to rotate. They have kept that tower alive for quite a long time. I mean, killing the Dragon Knight once when Collapse made a mistake and went for the Dragon form just before he was gonna die. All of those things do add up, and you do want to delay it a little bit versus the Dragon Knight, which is nice, right? One win, they did take the enemy safe lane tower versus a Lifestealer pre-15 minutes. This is kind of a prerequisite for you to even play versus a Lifestealer.
Yeah, you're taking off one of his strongest sides. But let's see if they have what it takes to defend this tower. Munkushi will not be coming, no matter. Cloud, no ultimate for now, but he's ready to TP. Can they execute this? 4 heroes around.
Shrapnel is such a good spell. You cannot hide there behind the tower. They even scout the mines, so they're gonna know what's up there. And the creeps, that wasn't a good move for Sweden Strong. He probably wanted some tossbacks.
Still, tower stays defended, and they have 1 core more farming on the side of one win. This favors them, this stalemate. And Spirit will give up, at least for now.
This Terrorblade, who got demolished in the laning phase, is now actually doing okay. Spirit, they go back, they have some nice stacks that were made, and this time around it's not going to be only the supports farming them, but Mira more than happy to get some of the experience from the big ancient stack. So what's the item build for a Sniper? Let's talk about that. So he is going Dragonlance into an Aghanim Scepter.
To just put the discussion a little delay, I just want to mention, like, comparison to MOUZ game yesterday for Spirit. They're just kind of giving a little bit more respect to their opponents, right?
Yep.
Like, I feel like if it was MOUZ, they would definitely power through this top tower, which they will do now.
Yeah, well, Collapse is gonna try to run away, but the X marks the spot where we're gonna drown the dragon in the skies. He is strong, but not if he gets tossed even higher in the air. Respect is the one that gets the kill there with the proximity mines, and once again, Collapse goes down.
Yeah, I mean, offensive blink. I thought they're gonna poke the Tiny without blink, but once he blinks in, it just makes so easy for Kunkka to rotate. with a TP. And for the sniper build, I mean, we're gonna see something new. I was definitely not gonna say Dragonlance Aghanims, but I play some overthrow games. The arcade game that Team Spirit really likes to play. And snipers, they go Kanda every time.
Look at this move from the Lifestealer. He's gonna have the Hurricane to push him back and then come out, slow him down. Razor has no mana for a TP. He doesn't have a TP
DK is
anyways.
here.
Comes Collapse, Dragon Tail is there, and oh, they kill him before the Assassinate comes through.
And the one important thing I think many people forget, that the recent buff to Sniper Assassinate is that you refresh the cooldown once you kill a guy. So we could see some big sniping incoming.
Yeah, like bang, 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 and with an Aghanim Scepter, you just fire out so fast. It could be just those shots coming out super hard. This is Miposhka now on the top lane. Once this tower, he's gonna pay with his life most likely because of it. The Torrent connects. They also have the toss. The Crapify will expire, but the Tekis is there with the magical damage anyways, and Respect gets himself another.
Are you fine with that? Every day of a week, 4 heroes for you and a tower? You always take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mira? Yeah.
He's
He wants to
plotting
get some
something.
hate towards himself, and he's just continues to dig. He has this cobbled slave with him who is just giving him extra money. What's the next move for Spirit? I mean, they were 3k gold ahead. Now 1win are kind of completely back in the game, and they want to continue with the moves. You talked about this a little bit. These smokes that just get popped over and over again, and then from minute 22 to minute 30, nobody even has a smoke.
Yeah, you just try to play for right now and here. And DK is gonna get out. I'm not sure if that mid lane observer spotted the smoke, but that was a perfect timing to TP out. With Poshka, TP cooldown, he's gonna have to take a chill. I mean, what's the timing for Spirit? They have, I think it's the Radiance plus Aghanis plus another item on DK. I'm not sure what he's going for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Manta, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Manta
They
and then
see the
into Axe.
TB, but they're on top of Dire Ward 2 and TP from attack. He's with a smoke. He's pinging out. They want to smoke.
80 rune on Chira. They should be able to find this vision on the hill from Spirit. This Mira has been found. Steals the X, marks the spot.
They want
It's not
more,
really
they want
gonna
more.
change Mari. Oh, there it is. They found the sniper as well, and here comes the boat to drown them in the river. Literally, Respect does so much damage on this Techies as the Dragonite runs himself away before he gets caught as well. 1win. They are overwhelming Spirit at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this vision from the Respect or Sweden Strong, I'm not sure. If you look at the minimap, it's proving too much for Spirit. They just know everything on the side of 1win. They get 2 kills, they get 3 kills, now they get a tower. And you said it a minute ago, 3k lead for Spirit turns into a 6k swing, 5k swing basically. 1win, striking.
I mean, I like the sniper in this game in general, in the later portions of it. He's not too bad, though sniper is also pretty good at somewhat in this part of the game, but he's gonna die again, I think. Larl is gonna be found. No, they're not gonna X him. They're actually gonna throw him towards the torrent and towards the bomb, so Larl is just gonna be exploding. One more hit, and there it is. The Tidebringer brings him down as Collapse comes in with a blink into a proximity mine. The Pavis will be protecting Chira as he does have a haste rune running himself away. Yatoro wants to get something, at least a Courier of Respect will fall, but that is such a huge kill for 1win once again.
Oh, that looked like a tilt TP, man. There's so many different ways to TP to the mid lane, and he decides the most dangerous one and gets punished right after he respawns, but Collapse and Yatoro
Yeah,
looking
vision.
for more.
Ah, there it is. That should be Chira dead. It's time for Respect to run away. Actually, he's just being protected. He has the Aghanim Scepter running away. Yatoro, he's gonna get his damage drained. Actually pulled by DX. It does break the link, but it doesn't matter because Cloud is still
Yatoro
gonna
is
do
dead.
a massive amount of damage. This Radiance is making him miss a little bit. Mira finishes off Sweden Strong. At least they get the tiny torrent. Will connect on Mira as Cloud is still going for more. As Collapse will try to TP himself away, and unsuccessfully at that. You lose 2 supports, but you claim 2 cores, and Mira could be next on the menu if you're this Skunk Kunkka, you have to be extra careful. Another Fade Bolt could mean the end of your life as Mira goes for a TP out, whereas the exit is not going to be available. Chira a little bit too far away.
In the end, it actually turns out very bad for Spirit, losing both Collapse and Yatoro, but it looks for a moment, yeah, they're finally going to their vision. They're finally bringing back the Spirit, you know. That one thing that stood out in their TI wins is that they always get the fight on their own vision. This time one win is just, it just proves to have too much. This Kunkka is too tanky. Miposhka should be just fine with the TP. TP is too outpost, but anyhow, it's fine.
Yep, easy escape from him. Razor is just the type of hero that cannot stop you. We used to see Yule Scepters built onto Razor. Nowadays, it's usually not something that you want to go for.
Not in the current games. Sure, there's some games for it, but right now it's not. And
Sweden? Actually, the Centaur creep came over to assist Spirit even further.
We failed to mention this avalanche still. I mean, we mentioned a little bit, but that's a spell. When you get it, it kind of turns the game around. It's like a timing of itself. Like now, for next 3 minutes, this Rubik is a huge target. Chira Jr. gets the Miposhka.
Where is the
It's like the Crepify.
He's still gonna die. It's just a matter of time. You try with a life drain, you lose your life. We haven't mentioned the Skadi on the Terrorblade. That's a huge timing for one win. This Terrorblade is at the top of the network chart by a solid margin, and he had the worst laning phase out of all the 6 cores in the map.
Yeah, but still a TB, and with his team play, like how much his team turned the game around, he just had enough space to recover. This is what I wanted to see from Ramsey's team last game, Liga. Like I think they failed at this. Like when their carry gets punished, they tend to run to him and try to help him. Where one win shows another way that sometimes the offense is the best defense, and they just make enough space on the other part of the map for him to be a top 1 network.
I still want to see Laurel having some impact in this game. He had those early TPs, but other than that, the sniper has been very quiet. One win though, they're gonna be using that silence of the sniper to go for the Roche. Nobody's in the vicinity to stop them, and that is gonna be pretty much a freebie. None of your towers are gonna take some damage. Spirit, good at shoving out the waves at least, so maybe they can prepare for a fight later on.
Yeah, not even popping the meta means right after they push these waves, they'll be ready to fight. Give it to a TB, not the best Aegis carrier in the game, must say.
I mean, Razor has a BKB, and Kunkka, I don't know if you want to give an Aegis to Kunkka.
Yeah, still not too bad. You know, he gets to at least not be bursted so easily on the TB, so he can play around his refraction a little bit more. And Collapse and Yatoro gonna take the Wisdom and probably go for this Torment. What? Shards. Rubik is great. Pagna is okay, especially versus TB. So happy either way.
Those illusions might be even better on the Pagna here at the start.
That could be. This shard is, I feel, very underrated, even if there is no illusions in the game.
True. Just for the range of the Nether Ward and how you can place it on weird spots, it's gonna be worth it. Okay, they want to toss people towards the mines once again. I think Spirit this time around they're gonna be aware.
They will be, but they still need to push these waves. I mean, Poshka is gonna go for it. Sweden is gonna see him. He's hesitating.
He wanted to toss Miposhka towards the X'd Kunkka so that he flies quite a lot over. But with all of this pressure, you pushing out Spirit from the top lane, you claim the triangle, you claim the top tier 2, and Spirit are pretty much helpless to stop you in any way. So in terms of map control, one win did get quite a lot, but the goal lead has been decreasing. So Team Spirit, in terms of movements and farming, for the past 2 minutes, they have been doing a stellar job.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, it just feels dangerous. You're playing a lifestealer into a Razor and a the Terrorblade, I guess the sniper comes in handy, but you're gonna need some time before the sniper really does pack a punch.
Yeah, there is no clear draft advantage going to the later parts of the game. I mean, Rubik is pretty sick, and the DK timing. Oh, Miposhka. This should be a freebie here.
That looks very much dead. He's gonna try with the life drain. Nice X marks the spot there to stop it. They're trying to give the kill to Chira. Sweden Strong was to help as well. Chira, he's got it. He doesn't need any assistance as the Terrorblade. DP to the bottom lane. He wants another tier 2, it seems.
Yeah, Turret's gonna walk into some mines.
Yep, he's gonna get his damage taken away. 80 damage out, suddenly you run away. And this is one win controlling a triangle area with just 2 of their heroes.
Yeah, and bunch of mines. I mean, to continue on the on that late game, but I think Spirit doesn't often win games on their like late game draft. It's just the way they fight and they use abilities, and now we're gonna see it. This is an Aegis TB, maybe the worst target possible.
He's a hard target even when he doesn't have the Aegis, but with it he's a problem. 10 seconds until the rage is up. Maybe OneWin want to be using this one to go for a play. Miposhka in a good position not to get caught. Spirit, their movements just circling around OneWin, quite nice so far not to get taken down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's still a problem, Milan, because look at that. OneWin are the ones taking towers. They're the ones that are killing tier 2s. Spirit are kind of stuck on their side of the map.
They're still farming. The gold lead maintains 2 to 3k.
Middle tower.
But yeah, clearly on the back foot. I think when this Aegis is out, they might look for a fight. But Munkushi and Sweden Strong, this is very deep, but with X Mark it's kind of bulletproof.
Yeah, but they did assassinate him. That's the only reason that one of the supports didn't get tossed back. So that extra stun that is given to the sniper from his Aghanim Scepter actually saved, I'd say, Mira's life. I think Miposhka was a little bit farther there to the west.
They're gonna make a camp in these mines. In OneWin just showing some interesting gameplay, you know, always looking for the opportunities. Wisdom will be on the list of engagements now. Do they want to try with some X mark on the Tiny to steal it? Cloud?
They need the damage from the Lightstealer. Nice
Nice
force staff
Forza.
to keep him at bay. Assassinate on Techies.
No
Here comes the
rage.
strong toss back onto Yatoro, who's gonna
Someone
be running
help
away.
him.
Here comes the bow. They're gonna bring him back. The stun is there. He gets the infest onto collapse. Will be fine, but will
Torrent Storm?
collapse. We find the Torrent Storm is there. He's trying to dodge all of the water. Glimmer PK protecting him. Of course, they have vision. Here comes Yatoro coming out of it, knowing that he has the rage back. Going for Cloud. That's the hero that you want, and good positioning from the sniper. So now,
Oh
they want
my
more
God.
stolen Torrent. Perfect. They do use the Thunder. Here comes Sweden Strong Avalanche. Is there a toss? It is gonna be on the wrong target. Yatoro coming forward. The Sweden Strong gets the life drained out of him. What a team fight from Spirit and another Torrent. Mira, stop it. Don't do this to them. It's just not fair. Yatoro gets a triple kill and Spirit school OneWin in how you team fight.
I mean, this is what we said. This is what I said 30 seconds ago. Spirit doesn't win because they have better heroes. They just outplay the hell out of OneWin. I mean, that was beautiful to watch, man. This is, if you don't like this, you don't like Dota 2. That's all I'm gonna say.
Exactly. It's not a big team fight spell. It's not a black hole.
Like,
It's
let's look at it again.
perfect usage on every little thing.
Perfect infest, last second, and perfect glimmer. Perfect force stuff by the Mira. Steals the torrent. They fight back, and right now, 3, 2, 1, bam! Holy moly.
And did you see Larl's positioning there on the low ground all this time? He wasn't even behind his team. He was actually on the side without any chances of getting caught. He actually stopped the blast off there. He didn't catch that during the fight.
I'm still under impression, and 3k down, now there's 6k up, 9k goal swing. Now they're ready to take even a little bit less favorable fights. This Razor is soon going to stop being counter to this Lifestealer. With the Lincoln out, it's gonna be so hard.
Does that kind of a fight sometimes demoralize a team? Like, what the hell just happened? Is that something that might go through their minds?
Depending from the team, but usually through my mind goes just what can we do better next fight? Like what was the exact reason that we can change to have a better fight, and maybe playing more on the toss back, focus on different heroes. Let's see, Larl, he's a different hero.
Oh, they X'd him, so they're gonna bring him closer to his team. Doesn't matter, he's just dead. He will be taken down with ease. 69 seconds on the sidelines. Miposhka running more. With Glimmer Cape. Sweden strong, he's not done. Gets to the low ground, another toss back. Sweden is really crushing it on this Tiny, right? We are looking at Spirit, their spell usage, but this guy has been making the plays.
It's almost perfect, right? That's why we called his Tiny one of his best heroes. He just, once he gets on the roll, like these tossbacks don't stop. And I like Spirit also there, just cutting their losses, but they basically lost 50% of their lead. From 6k to 3k in 2 deaths. And Rosh will respawn in 1 minute. That might decide the whole game.
For sure. Terrorblade has a Daedalus, so if it comes down to just straight up right-clicking somebody, Munkushi will rip everybody apart. It's only the Radiance mischance that is slightly gonna annoy you. Everybody else just gets demolished.
It's the red item timing, but before that Collapse might be forced to BKB. Now he doesn't even have mana for both of BKB TP. Now he does, so if he wants, he can go. Oh my god, this red item, the Daedalus, you see? Even the DK suffers heavily.
I would understand you calling it the red item if it was the only red item, but there's so many red items.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, the carry players, you have to get a red item. Otherwise, you're not gonna have the damage.
Dragonlance?
Sometimes, Dragonlance doesn't go under that. It's not even red. Like, you get the point.
Okay, I get the point. I understand what you mean. It just seems to me that it's hard to discern which is the red item.
Do they just go for it? They have the data, so the red item also allows you to take a rush without popping the meta, but they're not gonna make a rush their enemy.
Okay.
5-on-5 smoke.
Here comes the Dragonite Illusions to scout out. It's only level 2 Dragon form. He doesn't have the Ags just yet, nor does he have level 18. Team Spirit in a good position, but one win in a better position at the moment.
These Dragon Illusions, they demine everything. And let's see, Tiny's going in with X-Mark.
Nice attempt, not good enough. They're dealing with mines first, then they're dealing with illusions. This is smart from Team Spirit, they're taking it slow.
Again, Sweden strong.
Gonna get slowed down, the stun is there, they want to kill the Tiny, they understand that this is the problem with the Dragon Tail follow-up, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Here comes the boat, nice and fast, onto the Dragonite Illusion. Yadaro is not gonna get stunned. The Torrent will catch him, Torrent Storm will be there as well, hella annoying to him.
Stolen Torrent Storm!
Let's see Mira, what can he do with it? Because now they're going to be going on the Kunkka. The assassin is there trying to save him. BKB a little bit too late. Does have a buyback. Tiny also dropping low. Will be losing his life. And Mira just making sure that his water park has a lot of a better revenue than the one on the Kunkka Cloud. Trying to TP away, will be successful at it. Respect. Some attempt as well. Collapse does not have the right click damage, but one win again get heavily outplayed.
Mira. It's all Mira. Whole game long. Once again, last time it was a Torrent, this time was a Torrent Storm. I mean, all Spirit played almost perfectly, but definitely a highlight of this fight. Again, beautiful stuff.
That will be the Aegis for Yadaro. It's the banner as well. This was the second Roche, right?
Easy banner.
Have you gotten better at using it? Have you gotten better and understanding it?
I just save it, and once we go high ground, I use it as a high ground ward.
Okay, that's actually super smart.
Nobody else uses it like that, and I didn't really get a chance to use it like that in competitor, but I think it's gonna be a new meta.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes on that. If they're gonna be stealing your ideas, of course, hopefully you patented it so that you can actually get some money.
I did not. Oh, Sweden's gonna get the room, but without X-Mark, he might be in trouble. Torrent Storm is gonna be used, and like how you don't actually get to play so much Dota, so you don't get the feeling of this Ogre Seal Totem. Like once you play heroes like Tiny or Batrider, they go in and out, and you have both Force Staff and Ogre Seal Totem. It makes you chuckle a little bit.
It's not like I didn't play for that long of a time. I played with the Ogre Seal Totem, so I understand just how strong it is. There will be a catch on Larl. Torrent Storm is there. This time around, perfect. Team Spirit running away. Sweden strong.
They see all of them.
More. They know where they are. Mira running away. His public enemy #1 has been a hell of a nuisance in the last couple of fights.
They're sticking around on Spirit. Torrent Storm might be coming off cooldown soon.
Mira, they're going in. Dragon Tail connects, trying to finish him off.
That's a Torrent Storm.
Force Staff. There's the BKB as well. Chiro will be fine. That stolen Torrent Storm being annoying. Yadaro think about going forward. He is gonna get tossed up in the air, losing a lot of his life in the process, as he still has the Aegis, the open wounds onto the Tiny, who blinks himself away. Collapse. A big black dragon now coming forward. Not able to catch anybody. Spirit, they stay without a kill.
But now meta is on the cooldown. That should mean with Sniper coming back in 15 seconds that Spirit can keep pushing this advantage.
Has fallen.
But they cannot go high ground. Just the tiny techies, you cannot go high ground unless 2 or 3 heroes are dead. Meta or no meta, so now we should see Spirit trying to choke out one win, not let them farm. They're gonna draw the line.
Okay, what's the approach, right? It used to be we get the enemy triangle, we control the bottom and the mid lane, and we choke them out, right? But nowadays, with the map being so big, it's not so easy. So what's the best way to approach choking out a team?
I mean, it's not so easy like before, but it's still the plan. It's just in advance, set up on the map, understand, deward everything set up on the map, and understand they will show. Understand they will want to cut this mid wave, and then kill the Tiny, and take it step by step.
Sweden Strong will cut the mid wave, and Team Spirit haven't understood it just yet. As TPs are coming through, they want Sweden Strong dead, as they are gonna be running towards him. Ogre Seal Totem allows him to escape. He has the Arcane Rune. This is a hero that you're not gonna catch easily. Mira, guess is wrong. Nice play from Sweden. Both teams have a glyph. Both teams haven't lost the tier 3. Only one tier 2 remaining for one win, but I guess not for long.
Not for long. That is the other way. Try to force them back by stepping onto the high ground, but that is a much riskier way. See, Viatoro is feeling himself. He's pinging it. He says, I want to hit for at least 3 seconds, but I'll need someone to infest in. There's a Kunkka on the other side. Break the Lincoln, and X-Mark can come out, but now it's on Sweden.
On himself. That's weird. I guess
they wanted to go for a play. The toss back into a torrent. That was very cute, but they're gonna get it. And with this wasted, they're gonna force the glyph. Maybe even get a tower.
Tower is dead. Rage in 2 seconds. We're just gonna go forward. The torrent does not connect. Yadaro, he trusts his instincts that he's gonna be able to react to the rage before the toss comes out. Staying in the creep wave, staying next to illusions. I guess you're fine with just the tower. Yule's on the Tiny there. He tried to go for a play, but it's just not gonna last long enough.
Still, Yadaro wants to use this Aegis, and at least for a Ranger Axe, every little thing matters. Ranger Axe is going to live 5 HP. Collapse should be able to finish it once he has a ulti off cooldown.
Mira has a toss stolen, so Team Spirit have a cool way of making a play. Let's say Larl gets jumped, you can toss him out of trouble.
Yeah, I like that thought. Like defensive play, yeah, but offensive, you'll just be killing yourself, and Ranger Axe will be finished. Still no Aegis, but they are not going back. This is what we talk. This is how you choke the enemy. You make them come back, and the mining squad of DK Illusions clear everything. Lincoln broken.
Oh, nice rage just in time. Yara also has the Aghanim Scepter, so he can infest his enemies too. Is there gonna be a glyph usage? OneWin decides not to. Team Spirit slowly but surely get what they came for.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful to watch how Spirit utilizes every little cooldown. You know, this tiny blinks in, but messes up. That means 10 free seconds of everything they want to do. And like most of the teams, 95% of the teams would not go for these plays, but Spirit, they show why they're best team, maybe ever. They just, every little mistake is punished.
Slow and respect, force left to the low ground, he'll be fine.
Mira
Actually,
blinks
Rubik
in.
brings him up there again. Avalanche, he got the rage off. Now Sweden Strong in trouble. He wants the Ogre still him down. Laurel, he has so many mobility spells. Concussive Grenade still available. Tiny is dead. Sweden Strong has a buyback. Nice infest to the low ground. They know exactly where the Razor is. Coming out of him, gonna be lifted up in the air. Stunned by the Assassinate. Nice Manta dodge and the BKB. This should allow Cloud to survive. Collapse still has a BKB. Will be forced back there with the X and the Torrent. As Munkushi did pop up the meta, so Spirit, if they want to, they can reset. There's another Assassinate on respect there.
Tiny dead, meta dead, BKB on the Razor dead. They're gonna be going high ground mid right here and now. Let's see what they have to defend. No creeps, that's the only thing that's stopping Spirit from rushing up the high ground. They're pinging top and that should be more than enough.
Completely different beast going mid lane push versus the Tiny and going a top lane push. In top lane, he really cannot toss you that deep into the base. In the mid lane, you're straight up in tier 4s, and that is way too dangerous. Stun on the Razor, doesn't have the BKB, gotta get pulled in. They have the Force Staff to keep him safe, as Cloud will escape barely, but the tower is gonna be taking a significant amount of damage from Collapse.
Oh, these DK illusions, please remove it.
All Sweden Strong is caught. He was trying to find something, and just look at that. DK illusions plus the shrapnel. They see him clearly. Yadaro, the second that he sees that his rage is going to be expiring, he gets away and Collapse. Once he gets the Manta, this can all continue.
Octarian finished on the Dragon Knight, and he's just getting more and more obnoxious. Bloodthorn will be next. I mean, this is like death by 1,000 cats for one win, and they need to change something, and they'll make a 5-man smoke. Get the Wisdom Rune first, but can't they get anything else?
Oh, Collapse
Respect.
is just going in. He doesn't care. You can't go... Oh, actually, you can go through the Defender's Gate because you have the Black Dragon form, but the OneWin will escape for now. The thing is that Team Spirit, what is stopping them from going forward? OneWin are helpless.
I mean, the meta is gonna come off the cooldown, and OneWin will have to try something. They have one last glyph. They'll have to expand it too, but glyph will not save you. They're waiting for some Kunk item for him to TP. This is 1 to last racks, only mid lane melee remaining.
Yeah, something came to the Kunkka. I don't know, he doesn't have anything new.
Not the refresher, maybe a BKB.
The 7-second BKB on the Kunkka, like it's not... I have no idea what he was waiting
They have
for.
a glyph, they have to try
refresher.
something.
It is the refresher on the Kunkka, so maybe with it, they're gonna be able to do something. The glyph is still available. Sweden Strong, Ogre still totem back into the base. He got slowed down by that open wounds of the lifestealer. These Spirit, they're not stopping, and they have no reason to stop. They're actually gonna be force staffing forward. Concussive Grenade, there's the Torrent, but they have the force staff for Laurel, trying to run away, gonna get infested. Cloud taking away his damage. Laurel doesn't really care about it. Nice Manta from Cloud, it is gonna be protecting him. He is gonna run, but just not fast enough versus lifestealer. Nice force staff, here comes the boat. They're
No
just gonna
mana for
disengage on
second
Spirit
turn,
and
so-
Collapse. He's not the one that needs to disengage because he's too tanky. The Yules keeping him safe. Actually, that was the Wind Waker, as again a re-engage from Yadaro feels pretty much untouchable. Lincoln's got broken. They are going to be taking away his damage. Sweden Strong in a lot of trouble, has the invis to keep himself alive, and Yadaro cannot finish him off there with the hammer, as now he does get himself inside of this Razor. From the inside, he's going to be ripping him apart as Laurel goes in to get himself a double. One win. They have two heroes which don't have buybacks, and they're just trying their best because they know, as guys on the home turf, they really needed to win. Everybody was cheering for them, but they are gonna get eliminated by Team Spirit. A triple kill for Laurel. Are we gonna be seeing our first rampage of the tournament? They're calling GG. They don't want to give it to him. Come on, make the tournament more awesome. Munkushi hiding in the trees. That's not gonna be happening. The tournament is awesome enough, and Spirit are going forward. One win are out.
Yeah, I mean, sad for one win as they're up and coming squad and like they are really promising team, but this is a team spirit. This is not a promising team. This is a very proven team. They're the best, one of the best teams in the history of Dota, and that's what they showed today. They didn't have the better draft, they didn't have the better heroes, but they just have better players.
Yeah, they had better players, and they showed it here, Milan. So, is this the type of spirit that we expect to win this tournament, and not the one that we saw yesterday?
If they keep this play and improve picks a little bit, I think definitely number one favorite.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they are looking incredibly strong here in the one win spring series here, and one win. Unfortunately, the tournament is still here, but the team isn't. Of course, that's gonna be it for this series, but don't worry guys, we still have some of them left. But before we get into them, we are gonna be going back to the panel, so guys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Harry and Milan. That game, we saw that it was just a absolute, I mean, back and forth between the two teams here. It was amazing to watch, but in the end, there was some great fights coming out from Team Spirit. You know, they hit that top corridor on the Radiant side, hit an amazing choke point, and the stolen torrent that sets up for those two kills. You saw the position on the sniper. So Bowie, coming into this game, you know, one win looks really amazing, but Team Spirit, they do it again. They move on into that deciders match. You know, just what are your thoughts on that game coming from that best of one?
I think to me the biggest issue I think that one win faced was the Terrorblade. I didn't like the pick. I was wishing for it to be that support we talked about. He struggled in the lane. Sure, he recovered, but playing Terrorblade against Sniper is already hard enough. But then there's this Life Stealer that I think does really well against it. And yeah, even still, maybe a better team could have won. But is there many better teams than Team Spirit? I'm not sure. I really feel like they outplayed one win here. Like they clearly, many of the fights were just sheer outplays.
Yeah, and looking through the highlights, as you can see, you know, the sniper did get caught out of position a few times, but in the end was able to find some great position. And not just for him, but Truman, you know, there was the 4-stars coming through, there was a save, so it wasn't just the lull in the position. It did feel like a bit of a team effort here from Team Spirit. Were you expecting anything else?
Well, obviously, you know, that's one of the biggest strengths of the Team Spirit lineup. They're not only individually some of the best players out there. I mean, there are cases to be made that they have the best safe laner and the best off laner in Dota in one squad. But I think the biggest difference maker for both these teams is, as you saw there, Sweden Strong on his Tiny, his best hero pretty much has been making plays for the early to mid game to get one win in the lead. But on the other hand, you had Mira just getting clutch catch after clutch catch, making insane plays as a response. And eventually Team Spirit, they had just an insanely strong scaling lineup. That's why you saw one win also trying to push the objective a little bit faster. And in this fight topside, it was the torrent of Mira that turned everything around. Munkushi got a little bit spooked here. Laurel on the side just popping shots the entire time. Munkushi can't do anything. Sweden Strong had a great catch, but like they were being bullied back by Laurel.
Yeah, and you can see that the torrent they're catching onto that blast off. You know, maybe the fight goes a little bit different. They might get the kill onto Laurel if that blast off didn't come through. But these steals, I mean, Mira, it seemed like every time he wanted it, he either got the avalanche or like the torrent storm coming through. He just made those spells work.
It does. I gotta say though, it was a really good, like for Rubik this game, the steals he had from the Dire side, it helps if the enemy has a lot of great steals.
I really think this game, like, yes, the Rubik played really well, but to me, a big part of these fights was just Team Spirit always luring one win away from their vision into nighttime fights where you have a sniper like that. A lot of people forget he has that 1300 night vision. So with that extra night vision, so easy to get the steals, it's so easy to find where the Tiny is going to engage from.
And yeah, that's how you're able to outplay, right? You can click faster. Like all of these pro players are really good, but you need to have the vision, you need to have the way to predict what the players are going to do. And I think Team Spirit very good at dragging them away, baiting fights that OneWing wants to do, but not exactly where they want to.
Yeah,
Well, it's a great job.
And being able to take a look at the difference between the two teams. I mean, the damage is close here between the two, but you can see that the Kunk are not quite catching up, and coming towards the end of the game here, even the supports from the side of the team Spirit. In fact, you look at the damage coming through, Maposhka on the Pugna did the third highest hero damage here on the team, and I think, in fact, inside the game, well, it might be the fourth. Munkushi just edges him out just a little bit there, but see, that's still the Pugna, the support. He's absolutely wrecking heroes when he gets the chance to get those drains off.
Yeah, Netherworld Gaming.
That shard is insane.
Yeah, just let it there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of an expected result. To be honest, I feel like OneWin played maybe even a bit better than I expected. They lost the laning stage, but still were able to come back and kind of get you off their timings. It's just that the way they tried to team fight was a bit reckless, and also this sniper was a really good last pick from Spirit. I really feel like Laro, yeah, he didn't really farm that fast. You look at his kill score, it doesn't look amazing, but just by outranging everyone and having that nighttime vision, the fights are so easy.
Yeah, the fact that you had the sniper as a last pick as well, plus a lifestealer, which is considered one of the strongest safe laners in this patch. DK off lane, also one incredibly heavy late game scaling core. It's just, when you get to later stages of the game, there's very little you can do, especially once the 4 staffs come in. His tossback play, it just didn't really work in the late game anymore. Because of BKBs and 4 staffs, and even if you got the toss back going, there was the Decrepify save or the Rubik lift to get his teammates out of there. There were just too many tools for Spirit to get taken down.
Yeah, and we even saw some really good infest as well coming out from the lifesteal, keeping heroes alive, and then being able to turn that around. Again, that top corridor fight where you got the infest on the Dragon Knight, you were able to pop yourself out, chase heroes down. Like I said, the torrent connecting there, it all just seemed to line up really well for Spirit. So OneWin, they had some amazing fights. Again, I don't want to take anything away from them because they were fighting up against the 2-time TI champions, and they stood their ground for most of the match. It could have gone either way here if it wasn't for some clutch swings in the team fight. So OneWin, I think they can be proud of what they've done, and again, I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can go in other events and maybe more OneWin series coming up throughout the rest of the year, because they've been super impressive. And again, to a team that nobody knew who they were 6 months ago, they've been kind of traveling around the tier 2 scene as well in different teams. So coming together, finding the synergy, it really has paid off. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much they're going to be able to do. And Bowie, I know you're going to be able to, looking forward to it too, because they're going to be coming out in a few events. So do you think they just need to keep this momentum up? Keep together, just keep practicing and moving forward like this?
I think so. They're grinders. These guys, as you said, they were not known at all. Or very little, unless you really follow the European scene, and they played so many tournaments. I think all of us actually cast a fair amount of their games, and they looked better and better. They eventually got picked up by OneWin, and now it's a new beast that they have to handle. Right now, you're not only playing against those tier 1.5, tier 2 teams, but you're playing against Spirit, you're playing against Liquid, you're playing against Virtus Pro. These are really strong teams, but because they're being invited, I think they are on the up and up. You gotta lose, you gotta get down to get back up, and I think they'll probably find their way.
Yeah, and watching them play as well. I mean, I know you mentioned it, Truman, that it is a young core to the squad. In fact, I think, again, oldest player on the squad is 24. And I think we're seeing this a bit more of a, I don't want to say a resurgence, because the Eastern European talent has always been good all the way through the Dota scene, but we are seeing more young blood coming through. So surely this is, getting the coach as well, getting those experience. It's only going to pay off for them, right, in the future.
Yeah, obviously, the fact that they have OneWin to back them up. They've got the coach included. Right now, they are the youngest of the teams that I'll be covering, at least on average, because the Team Spirit, MOUZ, and especially the Entity is actually pretty old. in their players. So there's a lot more to grow. We've seen the calendar of tournaments that are going on, the qualifiers coming up. I mean, there's an entire list of qualifiers coming through, and the fact that they're playing in what is arguably the most competitive open qualifier region in Dota, nothing comes close to Eastern Europe when it comes to getting like 20, 30 different stacks that can all make it to the closed qualifier. It is a bloodbath, and it does create some absolutely fantastic players.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing how they're going to move forward. Unfortunately, we are going to see them drop out today. Spirit moving through into that decider match. It is going to be a best of 3 coming up. They will play against the loser of Entity versus MOUZ. And don't forget, guys, if you want to keep up to date with what's happening in the One Win series, you can scan that QR code that is on the screen. That will link you to all the One Win social media accounts. You can follow the Twitch, you want the Twitter, everything that will give you information about not only Dota events, but other esports events going forwards. So if you want to keep up to date with the One Win series, just follow that QR code there on the screen and keep yourself up to date with what's coming up. And what is coming up, it is going to be Entity versus MOUZ in this next series. So gentlemen, any thoughts on this one? Because MOUZ, a bit of an upset, I say a bit of an upset, an absolute upset up against Team Spirit yesterday. But what are you expecting here between the two teams, Truman? Because I think you backed MOUZ yesterday as well, or somebody did. I know somebody did on the predictions, backed MOUZ coming into this one. So you think they're going to be able to take this game to Entity?
I think, I definitely think that they have a very good shot. I think MOUZ is a team that is hard to read because of the fact that they have players from all parts of the world right now, and they're slightly less known players than especially their opponents. The Entity roster that everyone knows by now. I think MOUZ is a scary team because their coach, I think their coach is one of the most dangerous coaches. He, of course, used to do the old lineup of Viking GG, and they always pulled out like the weirdest drafts and the wildest plays. So you have to be very careful when you play against them.
Yeah, and Bowie, we've seen them play recently in other events too. We've been keeping an eye on them. They have pulled out a couple of surprises, I think, in those matches that we've been seeing. So what are you expecting here from MOUZ moving through into this winners bracket match?
I mean, I'm expecting a fairly close game. I think MOUZ is very different than Entity. Like when you look how Entity is playing right now, it's mostly for Protect 1 drafts. You have no one in like a Kanka, DM playing the Centaur, and Watson is pretty much, I think they remind me a lot of Liga, but obviously a little bit of an upgraded version of that type of playstyle. Whereas MOUZ, I think they share a lot more in between each other. You know, sometimes it's Supreme being kind of that position 1.5. I think Own It is a solid carry, but his hero pool sometimes feels a bit lacking. Not that he doesn't play a lot of heroes, but I feel like he has like 2 or 3 that he's much better than the other ones. Whereas Entity, I think, has a much wider hero pool. You know, see Watson playing Pudge, and no one such a seasoned player can play anything. I feel like the draft is definitely going to be something that's going to dictate a lot of this game. And as DK Truman said, they do have Immortal Faith, so I do expect him to pull a lot of weight, at least in that regard.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see what they're going to try and draft around here Entity as well, and whether they've done the homework, because again, like you were saying, Bowie, the heroes that they've got, not only do you have to watch out for the Primal Beast, but they've been rocking that Leshrac on Supreme as well. There've been some really good picks in the other leagues that we've been watching here for MOUZ. That Invoker's playing the PAs as well, so it's not just the standard heroes that you have to ban. It's going to make it a little bit harder here for Entity to try and draft around, so we'll see how that is going to go. We're going to have our predictions coming up here as well, and we'll be able to see just how that one is being analyzed, and who's been going where with the prediction contest, who is going to be going for it. Only me on MOUZ.
Okay.
Yeah. It's that. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Entity, as like a team caliber point of view and position, that they're a team that you expect to make a couple of events per year. It also depends on exactly what event and how the close qualifiers are going to look, but they've got the ranked #1 safe laner in Dota. They've got Watson. He plays literally everything, so you cannot, even though I think that Immortal Faith is absolutely fantastic as a drafter and as a coach, it is hard to draft against a team that plays anything on the safe lane.
Yeah.
And I kind of had to swing with the fences. You know, I was a couple of predictions down yesterday, a couple of predictions down today as well. So I've just been going for some of the wild cards coming through. I think MOUZ, again, I think they have the ability to pull this out of the bag. And again, in a best of one scenario, I think they could maybe get something out, you know, some surprises through. But Bowie, you back in Entity here as well after all we watched of MOUZ over the past week or so.
Yeah, I mean, I am a MOUZ fan. I think they are definitely improving quite a bit, but I'm not sure they're still there. It is BO1, of course, so there's always going to be a little bit of variance. One really good draft could change things, but even just kind of hopping on what DK Truman said, I feel like you can be a really good drafter, but Entity, I think the way they are versatile with their picks is really going to be hard to cheese them. It's possible, for sure, but Entity, especially after they, watching a couple of recent games of them, I'm very confident they're going to be able to pull it off. Maybe MOUZ can, get that Primal Beast. As long as that Primal Beast is banned, I think that's when MOUZ looks the strongest. That's how they were able to upset some teams. If that Primal Beast is banned, I don't know if they have what it takes.
Okay. I mean, looking through the rest of the picks as well, like I say, I've mentioned that Leshrac, they've been pulling Shadow Demons and Gyrocopters out the back here as well. So there is a bit of a spread of heroes that they do like to play. Even pulling out a Medusa here for, Monkey King's coming through as well. So it's... I think the Monkey King was the game that they lost. I think that was the game that we were watching. The Monkey King was bouncing around onto that support hero that was trying to get in, cheesing out those supports as well. So I wonder if that's something that Entity are going to be aware of if they see that Monkey King, because again, it was just an absolute ridiculous game where it had something like 20 career kills by the end of the game, but it was down to about level 3 coming into 10, 12 minutes in. So we are going to be able to jump into the draft and see just how they are going to pick around it here, these two teams, and again, whether there is going to be any surprises on the board, and I can't wait to see how this best of one's going to go.
Yeah, it's definitely going to look like an exciting one. I think both these offlaners as well have a slightly more diverted offlane hero pool than most offlaners have currently. Obviously, Entity, they got DM, who has taken over as the Veno offlane player of the Entity roster after replacing Toby in the past. I think that's the one that's probably the most surprising that DM tends to play. Other heroes are Enigma, Brewmaster, he's very solid on as well. But the side of MOUZ, I was checking out Force's recent games, and he has been absolutely spamming the Bristleback, which I have not seen that hero being played whatsoever this patch.
All right, that is new for me as well. That hero got the nerf stick real hard after TI. I mean, Bloodstone got buffed, but I'm not even sure how much this favors him. Does it even increase the Quill's AoE? Because I'm not sure.
That's a good question, and if I was an analyst, I would answer you, but I'm just a host, so pressure's not on me. So,
no need for shade, bro. No need for shade.
But
right?
we make a video.
This is an actual legit question. But yeah, I mean, it would be really nice to have Bristleback. I think that's a hero that deals really well with Lifestealer. Slark right now seems to be pretty mediocre. That used to be another hero that you would play against the Bristle. Looking at the bans, they did ban Monkey King, but it's actually MOUZ taking it out and not Entity. So that's surprising.
Yeah. And Entity just banning out the Lesh, the Primal, as well as those Shadow Demons. So the 3 strong heroes that MOUZ have been playing, letting through that Tiny here as well. So that is a really big pickup, I think, for Entity. To me, Tiny is one of those heroes that are just, verging on the S tier of the hero totem. That it's one of those that maybe you do have to consider banning out every single game, because the displacements coming out from that Tiny, that jump in, immediately displace a hero, it just feels way too strong.
Yeah, Tiny is obviously the flex potential is great. Reposition all the time. Laning wise, you get that level 1 tree grab, and you just smack any other support that's in the lane pretty heavily to keep them out of there. With the denies, it also helps significantly. But on the other hand, you've got the Centaur from MOUZ. It has been also flexed possibly to a pulse 4 or pulse 5 by some teams, but the hero with the hoof stomp and the double edge, it's you put anything that is like a Terrorblade or a PL onto it, and it just gets instantly deleted when he gets on top of you.
Entity, I'm not sure if they have played this Tiny in the mid lane too much, so I'm expecting to just be a position 4. We do have one extra ban here. They're gonna take the Gyro, something that is definitely one of the most picked heroes here of MOUZ. It's actually the hero they picked the most in this month. No surprises. What else should they take out?
Looking at the draft between, what was it, the Elite League, so it was the Elite League close qualifiers between Entity and MOUZ. Entity did 1-2-0. The Terrorblade was being picked up there, the Brewmaster Morphling came out as well, even the Medusa being run in the Stormspit for Entity, so there is that wide hero pool for Entity to be drafting on. I wonder if MOUZ have taken any lessons here from that 2-0 defeat, because they pulled out some, the Bite Rider as well as the Bounty Hunter came out for MOUZ, and Earthshaker was coming out one game as well. Not too sure about the Bounty Hunter, so maybe MOUZ were just trying some things up, and yeah, it did unfortunately that MOUZ got knocked down to the lower bracket and then lost to team, well, they're going to be called Rest Farmers now, but they have been in other qualifiers, been known as Team Work or WK. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to ask Neff about the pronunciation of that, but yeah, MOUZ maybe looking for a little bit of revenge here up against Entity. And they do pick up the Dragon Knight, banning out the Timbersaw, Bat Rider, Brewmaster goes away here as well. On the other side is with the Gyro as well as a Puck being banned out. So again, more of these S-tier heroes being taken away from both sides. But MOUZ, they do get the two big tanky heroes here with the Centaur and the Dragon Knight. Entity go right back. And it is going to be that Venomancer that you were talking about. I think the first time here in the One Win Spring series. But that is going to be a scary hero before those Stampedes start to come out here for the Centaur.
It's such a dangerous offlane as well. You have a Veno offlane with possible either Tiny, which is great because you get the toss back onto the Veno with all the slows. Running away is going to be really tough, or you get maybe the Terrorblade Pulse 4 that you could run, which same story. It is, you're going to get the Reflect the entire time. You've got the dots, so you're maybe going to look at a Dispel hero. But on the other hand, I do know that on Entity side, if I am not mistaken, that is one of the more surprising things. Their position 5, the good old Fishman, does play a lot of Terrorblade in Pulse 5 in his pubs right now. So it is a potential position 5 Terrorblade to be dealing with as well.
Yeah, I think it is. And I'm not even sure if this Venomancer has to be core, regardless though, that just having that HP reduction on two heroes that have a lot of HP regen, both the DK and the Centaur, makes the fights a bit easier for them. The lane, obviously he's a great laner. And this Enigma, I think 0% chance of being a core because you already have both Centaur and DK here. Probably going to be a position 5 Enigma, and I guess you can pick your two supports or just make sure you have... It's hard to pick your carry though because you're not sure about this Terrorblade, as the DK said. It could be a support, so just securing a carry right now is tough, but Lifestealer is definitely going to be banned if you don't go for it now.
Yeah, Lifestealer is too scary.
No, they actually picked the Mirana, so it is going to be the two supports, unless we're going to see something completely different like a Mirana mid. But do you think the way that MOUZ is drafting here, so you've got a lot of stuns, a lot of lockdown coming through. What are you looking at to finish off this draft? Because you talked about the Lifestealer. We've seen the Lifestealer go down already once to the Terrorblade today. Do you still consider it a strong hero? You're the Radiance build into these Illusion heroes, or do you want something a little bit different here on the side of MOUZ?
I think having a Lifestealer obviously is great if you're playing against a Feno or Terrorblade Pulse 4 in that case, because you just, in the laning stage, you rage once you hit that level 3, maybe level 2 if it gets a little bit too annoying to get out of that area. He does have a problem against the Feno's ulti, but that is, you infest something and then you don't really care whatsoever. And laning wise, yeah, you can just run them down. The slow from Veno doesn't do anything. You have a Mirana, he hits one arrow, a lucky arrow. You can definitely deal with that as a Lifestealer safe lane. I think it would also make it really tough for Entity to kill anything, because then your cores on the side of MOUZ are a Centaur, DK, and a Lifestealer. It's just too tanky.
Yeah, and I like the Marana pick as well because now you have a way to deal with the Plague Wards on Entity. The way Venomaster wants to play, you just want to secure areas, just plant so many wards, and at least having, like, you're not going to rely on smokes every time to engage, and it makes those fights a bit better. You also get the evasion talent at 15, pretty good if this is going to be a Terrorblade core. I like the Marana, who have decent setup with the Dragon Tail, of the Malefice, the Who Stomp. She can play off of a lot of the other heroes here. I would be surprised if this is a core Marana though. I just think it's going to be a position 4 probably with the Centaur.
Yeah, and great Roman hero to come out as well. The Enigma, not really that easy to run with early on, but the Marana should be more than capable of making up for this one. You've got this Dragon Knight coming out here as well, more than likely going to be the mid lane hero against the Pangolier. Should we be looking at any kills in that lane, or do you think that's just going to be a trade on farm lane here? You know, both heroes just happy to kind of sit in the lane and just farm it out until the supports start to roam around?
It's impossible. I don't think it should happen. Maybe for rotation, right? If the Marana goes in, you can probably kill the Pango. I don't think it's that easy to kill the DK. Maybe if a toss back, it's possible, but more unlikely. I feel like MOUZ should probably have the upper hand with the rotations in that lane. They do take away the Dusa here, so still figuring that this Terrorblade could be support. I don't really like Dusa as a carry for TB. I think she doesn't benefit from Sunder at all. So probably like something that has either a high HP pool or, yeah, man, pretty much anything else. I guess they don't have damage for the Dusa. That's why they're scared of it. But I don't see a lot of synergy for the Entity heroes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think so as well. NT's lineup looks a little bit of a ragtag team on their side, whereas MOUZ they've got very scary supports. Obviously, Black Hole, the Marana ulti is always nasty because it's going to force you to get a bunch of dust during the game, and when they smoke together with it, it's very hard to catch them out, especially because the DK and Centaur are really heavy engagement heroes, and then you've got the Enigma as a counter engagement going on. Whereas Entity, the biggest plus that they do have is the Veno and the Terrorblade are good at scouting, but that is the strongest aspect that they have in their lineup right now.
Okay. And what are you thinking then? I mean, I'm just looking at, we're going to find out what it's going to do. They ban out the lifesteal here, an Entity that got themselves just under 30 seconds to think about this final pick. So do you still want to see this Terrorblade support? Are you looking at, you know, another carry to come out, or excuse me, a carry to come out here for Entity? Or are you happy now to put that Terrorblade in the one role?
I think Terrorblade support is great here. They don't have a lot of burst on MOUZ, so Black Hole, Dragon Tail, Arrow, all of those combinations, you buy enough time for this TB. Oh, never mind. It's going to be an Undying.
Okay.
But I honestly would love the Terrorblade support here. I think it's a great save. They kind of have all of their eggs in the Terrorblade basket, and it's always scary to play against Enigma in a 4 Protect 1. Sure, it's going to be a support, I think. So all of those timings, they take a while. Sometimes you don't even see Blink BKB on the Enigma. But if you look, the only possible cancel, it's like a basher on the Enigma once on the Pang once you have BKB on the Enigma. I am not a big fan of the last pick of Entity. I think, I don't know, not a fan.
Okay. And that last carry, so what are we looking at? Phantom Assassin, Morphlin coming out here from MOUZ. Is there anything that you like that completes that draft? You know, anything going to be able to deal with the tombs? I suppose you've got the Marana here as well. Can jump in and deal with that tombstone. So anything that you think here, Trim, that fits the puzzle piece for MOUZ to pick up last?
I think MOUZ have quite a big amount of heroes that they can choose from. As you said, PA is an okay one. Bloodseeker is not a hero I would have expected in the slightest. It's not a hero you see at all in this current patch, but it makes sense. I think the biggest problem, obviously, normally it's Watson, but the Pango might actually be the biggest issue that you have to deal with. You just rupture him, he gets taken out of the fight. Bowie mentioned he gets the basher. That's the only way to interrupt the Black Hole. So you just make sure he doesn't join any engagement. I'm really digging the MOUZ lineup here. I think the last pick, Undying, is actually not too bad because you are playing against pretty tanky heroes, and the Tombstone save is a good tool against the Black Hole. But yeah,
true.
Entity, they're playing another lineup where it's everything on Watson, hope it works out.
Okay. And once again, final chance before we get into the game. Any swapping sides? Any abandoning on your predictions? Do you want to swap it over? MOUZ for you, Truman?
Yeah, MOUZ for me. I like MOUZ's lineup. I think they're really tanky. I think the Bloodseeker with the percentage-based damage added into the mix is going to be very good to deal with the Terrorblade. And I mean, I haven't seen too many games where I have been incredibly impressed by a Feno offlane.
Okay. And Bowie, for you? Yes, no? MOUZ, Entity?
I am gonna keep Entity, but I'm scared. So let's hope they're gonna play well.
Okay, well, yeah, as the only MOUZ predictor officially, I'm looking forward to seeing this MOUZ draft, but Hurry, Freak, and Milan will be taking you through the game. So, boys, how are you going? Are you going to be sticking to your Entity prediction as well, or are you moving on to MOUZ?
Well, Rob, I'm actually really liking what MOUZ have here. I don't know how my analyst feels about this.
I just have to stick with my guns. I'm a man of my word. If I say something, I stay by it. But I think MOUZ has a very interesting draft, especially with Enigma not really being dealt with in the lane. But one thing, and one thing only I'm looking at with him, is the DM Venomancer paired with the Kataomi Tiny. This could turn into a most deadly lane that you ever saw, or MOUZ could make it look funny. So, all eyes, everything will be into this bottom lane if MOUZ is Radiant and is dire.
Yeah, MOUZ is Radiant here as if I was MOUZ and saw Spirit how they played today versus one win, I would want to win this game so hard because they are coming for revenge, and if MOUZ drops down to the decider match, they are gonna get crushed as that ward will get taken down. Bengen a little bit early with the ward placement, a bit of a mistake for sure. But talk to me about that Veno lane, right? In my mind, it is one of the strongest lanes, but you're versus a Seeker, and Seeker to me seems like maybe even the best hero to lane versus this.
I mean, it is very, very tricky. You know, it could go well for Seeker, but you make one or two mistakes, it could be a living hell. And that's why we don't see a Seeker all too much, because this hero cannot jungle. He needs to dominate the lane. He needs to at least get whatever health he wants. If they make one bad move, like he gets crushed, there's nowhere for him to go. Like, even this top lane, they might mess up a little bit on the Fishman and Watson, but we saw Munkushi last game. He didn't win, but he was top net worth, even with being sort of crushed in lane.
The battle begins.
And look,
that's just
already
what Terrorblade
starting as the 3, they know all the tricks. The DM is one of the most try-hard players in this, and this is already huge. Force the Bloodseeker to TP and not walk to the lane, so if he dies once, he's gonna be making a walk of shame.
Yeah, and we all know shame, then we hear the bell. Shame, hear the bell again. I really need to get a bell, as that's gonna help us really help people understand just how shameful that walk is. As the creeps are gonna be going into his tower. This is actually quite nice, and Kataomi is probably
He's
gonna
get
be
0 lasses. No, yes, they're gonna get zoned. So Bengan steals the one, of course. I mean, more secures it than steals, and the Tiny denies the other, and they already get what they want. They get the lane in perfect position with the Tiny and Veno. Can we just... I know the producers cannot really hear us, but we should just put our camera bottom and just continuously watch it. Well, Narman, a position 4 Centaur, also a thing we didn't see in a while, used to be very popular, and he's gonna do the lane shenanigans too.
I mean, you have to versus the Undying, right? It's kind of a necessity at the start of this lane. I feel like later on, though, the Enigma and the Centaur can actually do quite well versus an Undying.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma goes both ways, but he's the one that has minions and can fight back and kill the Tombstone, but still, Tombstone, if placed well, well positioned and well timed, it can lead to multiple kills here.
From the Gork stream, we have learned that Fishman is the best.
Never leave 5 on lane.
Never leave the lane. Never, ever, ever.
Never ever leave the lane as 5. Never. Ever. That was very funny.
Yeah, it really was one of the funniest clips I watched recently. I still chuckle sometimes just thinking about it, as there will be a Gale on Bengen. He does have leap charges, so he's definitely not gonna die, and the courier is bringing him a salve. It is on the way. We'll be using the arrow there. Gets the tomato creep, so some nice gold into the pockets of the Mirana. So far, Seeker is farming okay, but the lane is not in good position for him.
I think the level 3 is the scary point, as in many lanes, in this bottom lane too, that's where when it gets really scary.
Milan, explain to our less educated viewers why level 3 is usually the turning point in a lane.
It's where one of your abilities gets really strong, because like in Dota, the most jumps in the abilities grow from level 1 to 2. Like, it's much bigger jump than level 3 to 4 on the average. So you get one of these abilities in the bottom lane. It's probably gonna be a Poison Sting or Tiny getting all of his 3 abilities. And for Mirana and Bloodseeker, they're not gonna have this jump.
Yeah, their spells just don't work that way. Mirana is probably gonna have 1-1-1, which doesn't change much. And even if you have... He took an arrow early to secure the range creeps, to secure the creeps in the jungle, but even with a double Starstorm, I don't see them doing much. Of course, you do want to be getting people low. Fishman is super low. He puts down a tombstone. It has his name on it and will be taken down. However, the zombies are going for the brains of the Enigma. If it even has one tombstone, it's going to be dropping here. Narman focusing on it, but he's going to get denied as Watson finishes him off. And this is rank 1 carry, he was the only survivor in this lane. This is not that great for MOUZ.
As what we saw from Entity before, the Watson, just every time he gets what he wants from the lane, and then if you put him in a winning position, be sure the statistics, the matchmaking numbers, they say one thing, and that's that he delivers every single time almost.
They say that he wins. That's just how it goes. The guy has been top 1 rank for 3 years in Europe. Like that's hella impressive.
That's basically in the world. Let's be honest. The Europeans are overlords in Dota. It's like in the football. The Europeans are the best, and being ranked 1.
We have a Brazilian in our cast, and you're talking that Europeans are the best in football? Come on.
No, the leagues, the European leagues are by far the best, and they're much better than Brazilian or South American ones. So I know what I'm talking about. And Bengen, there's a toss back. Has a multiple leap, should be fine. Double Gale
and Blood Grenade as well. The Ulnet is
they have Glyph. They're looking at it. Glyph is gonna get popped. No, they're just gonna do that. You're getting way too excited, Milan. Chill out. It's a DM Veno. Yes, we all know it's a DM Veno, but relax, please.
He's very well known on this hero, has been playing it so much. Ulnet is gonna be caught. You talked about it, that this Bloodseeker could do badly. Bengen next on the menu. They're not gonna be diving forward any longer. Kataomi, he lost a lot of his HP, a lot of his mana, actually going for this. No leap charges on the Mirana. Kataomi tosses the tree, gets arrowed, and a couple of more hits should take him down. Still quite think he has a healing salve, will survive in the end.
Oh, he's fine. Holy moly, that was scary.
Ulnet still playing in the shower there. I still remember his room, as there will be an arrow only onto the undying zombie as Bengen leaps himself away. Zombies still want brains, and Narman, he did TP over. Not much he can do about this.
We didn't talk this. I mean, Narman is at least gonna save this tower for now, but we didn't even mention this Undying coming to the bottom lane, and this is what I said. Bloodseeker, he needs to dominate. Like, he cannot be 1800 net worth, I mean 6. He has nowhere to go, no recovery mode. You know, if you play a Sven, TB, some guy in the meta, you can't just go jungle, but if this happens on a Bloodseeker, he's gonna be staying 6th in the net worth for the almost reminding of this game. Or I'm messing up.
Do you know why Entity are gonna lose this game now, though?
Why is Entity gonna lose this game?
Fishman left the safe lane with the position 5. So
Never leave lane as 5. Don't forget, guys. Never.
As Supreme, he did do a lot of damage to this tower. No one will be coming over with the swashbuckle, shield crash, gets stunned up. So Supreme is the one that is having a good time here on MOUZ. And Enigma is not having a bad time. Of course, it's still quite nice for the Terrorblade as Fishman takes the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, stop it. They're already dead. Stop it, Fishman. I think this is 101 perfect position 5 gameplay. Hold that thought for a little bit.
Perfect gameplay in general from Entity. They were diving bottom, now they're diving top. Force gets taken down. The only hero that you have is the Dragon Knight, and he will take the tower down because he was left all alone. But it doesn't seem like Entity care whatsoever. How much of an impact on the game is this tower being dead gonna have?
I mean, it's just sometimes a reality to accept versus the DK, but it's most important what they get in return, and they get like basically they get the Ulnit kill after the TP bottom, they get the Wisdom Rune, they get the Enigma kill, like, and Ulnit gonna get going again. Watson is here, rank 1 player wants your ass, and he's gonna get it.
When a rank 1 player wants your ass, it's over.
Ah, no, man, this Bloodseeker, it just pains me to watch it. Like, I feel sad for this guy. Like, I'm just through my mind is going like, I'm this Bloodseeker. What the hell do I do? Do I walk to some jungle camp and hit it for 5 minutes? That's how long it takes for him to kill it. Oh no, man.
I think for these situations, Valve should add, like, if you get destroyed this much as a Bloodseeker, you get an Iron Talent. Maybe they can kill him. Arrow is coming through. It will be connecting, and that should be a dead Fishman trying to protect the tower unsuccessfully. So at least something from MOUZ.
Still, their DK is having the best game out of everyone, and their Enigma is having a decent game. So there is tools for other people to make space for him, and he just needs to grasp for whatever he can get, and that's what they're gonna do. And he's gonna farm this medium camp level 4 minute 9, and there's gonna be a half of it coming. But Entity, look at the Watson, look at the rank 1 player pulling the big camp with his illusion to prevent Bloodseeker getting free farm. I mean, that's what one rank players do. They know everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best in the world. That's how it goes. Rank 1 on the leaderboard. It's kind of annoying that Dota isn't like tennis, right? So you have rank 1, and that's the best guy. Everybody looks up to him. Norman caught, Rolling Thunder, stun into it, the Blood Grenade connects, he uses the Hoof Stomp onto the ground. That ground didn't stand a chance, and now Fishman, he's level 6, Ulnit is level 5. At least he has the phase boost to run away from the slows of the zombie. As Supreme comes back, the Tombstone will be placed. Now that is gonna be a very slow Dragonite, and there's gonna be so many zombies surrounding him, he doesn't know what to do. Supreme, he was the one having a good game, and now he's just not gonna move.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just grasping for words here. The Fishman, what a performance! I mean, we saw this Undying twice today for Insania and looked like a sort of creep, and now we see it for Fishman just being everywhere. Level 6 at minute 9, just punching this DK, making him look like he's made from paper. It's insane.
Yeah, DK movement speed like a Crystal Maiden. That's definitely not something that you want to see, as Entity have around the 4k goal lead. All 3 of their cores topping the network chart. Even the Dragonite, who was at the top a second ago, now is behind every single core of Entity. So, okay, you got kind of speechless there for a second, but your big Dota brain and your immense experience throughout the years gives you the knowledge to tell me what's the approach from MOUZ. Like, is there an approach you can take, 2 heroes that can work together, or something that can give you an advantage in the next like 4 or 5 minutes in the game?
Always kind of similar in a way. You just work with what you have. We're gonna watch. We didn't even speak about 11-minute defu on Pango, and like about this sick timing that we always speak about. There's just so much happening, and what they have is they have a DK Blink, they have Mirana with some levels, I guess, maybe level 5, they can combine to kill somebody, I believe. But right now, there's not much. They need to keep scaling on their own and just look for little opportunities, you know? But before that, Bengan is just gonna die. I mean, these games, in reality, should not be, like, how to say, recoverable. But everybody makes mistakes, and even just getting one kill is good, but nice black hole, that's beautiful.
It's gonna
Should
kill
mean
Fishman
that.
probably. Nice,
Or
surviving,
no.
but the K comes out, and the black hole is in the end useless. So another failed attempt or failed response from MOUZ as they do find the Bloodseeker. Have a toss to stop his TP. They don't need to stop anything as his heart will be stopped from the overtime damage of Kataomi and DM. No one in some trouble. Now he's not in any kind of trouble. The Stampede isn't even ready 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the double wisdom actually led to MOUZ supports not being level 6 at minute 13. You're running into a minute 14. That's actually ridiculous.
Yep, ridiculous, as they would say in Harry Potter, as that's a 5k gold lead. I mean, when you look at 5k gold at 13 minutes, it's a lot, but it's usually not insurmountable. In this game, it just feels that way. I'm looking at MOUZ, and yeah, they have some tools to make plays, but how is this Seeker ever gonna play the game?
Am I supposed to answer the question
No, you
that
don't
doesn't
have
have
to.
an
You don't
answer
have to.
to?
I'm gonna find an easier question for you, Milan. So, what did you have
Yeah,
for
thank
lunch
you.
today?
Oh, I had a fish, the orange fish.
Salmon.
Salmon, yeah. Yeah, it was very tasty.
We're living the dream, flying private jets, eating salmon, prepared by private chefs. Is that how it goes?
I mean,
Let's load
we're
down.
not gonna talk about it. No, don't talk about it. Oh, there's gonna be a turn. He's gonna die, but the turn around is coming. Deny him.
TP out, arrow is there, and DM
It's a huge
Starstorm
kill.
from the ground. He's seeing stars, as the Morana would say. So that's gonna be a big kill.
Kataomi.
They have the Malefice, a couple of hits from the Enigma. Let's see if it's gonna be enough for
Body
a kill.
blocks.
Avalanche is there. He throws rocks towards the Enigma without the black hole. You cannot keep him in place. Finds an illusion rune and just waves goodbye.
Yeah, I feel like they dropped the ball a little bit there, not killing this tiny two. Did they steal another wisdom? I didn't pay attention.
Okay, I'm gonna check. Okay, no problem. Watson, wisdom, Norman took the other one. So
Okay,
the answer is
God
no.
bless. That would be a total disaster, like it wasn't already. But they're gonna drop the tombstone, get the ancient farm, and get this top tower. I mean, I wanted to say the tiny kill. It seems like an only support kill, but in this situation, even these small, very, very small kills mean so much to MOUZ. At least they get a Venom though.
At least something. So, are we gonna be getting a score of 3-22? A very important score in the Dota community that the chat is always longing for.
I mean, Entity is gonna get 22 kills, but is MOUZ gonna stay on 3? That's the question. They have some tools, you know, here and there.
We'll find out. We'll find out. Seeker almost has
Stay
the
tuned.
Maelstrom. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z Reap Toriyama as they are gonna be making a move on top. Didn't really take this tower down. How do you feel about these custom towers, these crabs? Well, Narman doesn't have time to think about crabs. Will get taken down. No one is on a mega kill streak.
I think they ok, you know, just ok.
Okay. Are you one of those players that doesn't turn on any of the critters, any of the shadows because they take away your focus and stuff, or do you just play full on graphics? Let's go.
I think I play on like whatever recommended pretty much full on graphics, but I don't use any special terrains. Play on default.
Okay, okay.
Form and Smoke, they're gonna bump into each other. Supreme blinks out, Moonlight Shadow gonna be popped. Can they get anything? They have like very big vision advantage, and they're gonna spot Force should be dying here.
He's already dead. There's the slows. He's gonna be going to the edge of the map and then taken over the edge as well for 30 seconds. He will be spawning back in his fountain as Olnit has a Maelstrom, so his farming speed will increase to some heights at least now. Looking forward, because at the moment until this moment it was looking really slow for him.
He is set to go right now. He would like to be here like 6-7 minutes ago, but with level 4 Blood Rage and Maelstrom you actually farm pretty fast. It's just the attack speed you get from Blood Rage that has no downtime. Now he gets a tier 2 item, what it will be? Probably Apple if he has, but Fishman. This is a good kill if they can get it.
He's gonna get the mech and the ulti, the K. Actually not using his ulti, he accepts the death, that's fine. One thing we haven't discussed, so no 3 to 22. One thing we haven't discussed, the Seeker in the later portions of the game. With an Aghanim Scepter, with the Aghanim Shard, is actually a pretty good hero versus the Terrorblade in general.
Yeah, I mean, is also... I mean, depending what Terrorblade has, and at this pace, Terrorblade is just gonna have much more.
Okay, I need to explain something to you, so okay, just we're gonna see if Watson gets caught here. So this is the thing, you're the analyst and you're very smart, right? But in casting we over exaggerate things. Oh yes, Seeker is so good versus the Terrorblade in the late game, right? That's and that it makes it more exciting, even though it's somewhat true.
So it's just like I actually just lie for excitement. That sounds like a fake excitement. I hate it.
Okay. If you put it that way, sure, but if you're very good at acting, people are not even going to notice. Just kidding, of course. Our chat, 10k MMR average. They know every single little detail, so if we over-exaggerate anything, it is gonna be easily seen through by the awesome guys that we have in the chat. But Entity, they're gonna be going for the Roche, and even if MOUZ sees through this, they definitely don't have the guts, the strength to go and fight it.
Not at this point. This big disadvantage. They're gonna be... I mean, the problem with the Entity lineup is not that only TB is scaling. It kind of everybody is scaling. Even these supports, like look at Fishman, 5k net worth at minute 19. This is no joke. He's saying, Ulnet, I'm catching up. I'm getting there. You watch me farm, you watch me get net worth, we win one fight, I'm gonna get you.
We'll see if that does happen. Aegis gonna be going on to the Pango, who already has a Lincoln Sphere, so good luck killing this guy, right? You're thinking about Blink, Dragon Tail into an arrow, not versus this guy. They do have a Centaur, so that is the stun that you're not going to be able to dodge with the Lincoln's Moonlight Shadow. Oh, into the Sentry. He's going to get slowed down. Avalanche is there. They are going to be slowing him down, and even with the Stampede, he's only going to get a couple of steps away. Bengen jumping around. No one jumping around better, and they get themselves a double. The anime couple kicks the bucket.
Did you see the DK basically vanish? And that was without two main guys. I say two main guys, I mean TB and Pango. He died in like 2 seconds without two main guys. And he is by far strongest hero on Radiant, as we're gonna see. We're gonna ignore Narman die millionth time this game.
You want to say that Entity are magicians? Like, we're gonna make this Dragonite disappear.
Vanish. That's what Mirana says, actually. It's on the MOUZ side.
Cool.
Do you play with the... Let's talk about some other things, not about this game. Do you play with the, like, hero voices on? Like, them saying things?
I have them just, like, at 5%. So I hear them sometimes if there's not a lot of things happening.
Like, for example, like, whenever Mirana pops the Moonlight, she says, vanish. And stuff like that. I do not play without it, and sometimes I regret it, but it just would take too much time to get used to it.
Yeah, it's way too cool, right? Imagine playing an Ogre Magi without the sound. It's just dumb. It's a dumb hero, but then you hear, let's go left, no right, and then you're super happy about it. Right? It really does change the dynamic.
High ground. Minute 22. Sometimes we see this from the TB lineouts, but this is not only TB, this is Pango with the Aegis. whenever Glyph gets popped right after, we're gonna see Tombstone being dropped and MOUZ is not coming to defend. Please. They're coming with some, but I really hope for their own sake they don't come with other guys. This Rax is long gone.
They have a blink on the Enigma, but no BKB at the moment. So both Force and Olnit are gonna be farming those. I guess you just let it go. It's the best choice for sure.
Radiant's top barracks has
I mean, there's no other choice. You know, when in Dota, whenever I'm thinking about the problems and solutions, I'm like, what's the other choice? Like, letting it go or what? Just giving them more gold, giving them more gold and XP on top of it, and losing some of your own.
No, you have to. It is fighting like a man. Easy.
Nice.
That's probably the best thing that happened to the Seeker ever since the start of this game, that he forced out the Rolling Thunder and got himself out. Kadi next on the menu. He is gonna have it fairly soon. That is a 600 gold needed for the Terrorblade to finish it off. What big items are we looking at? Veno going for an Aghanim Scepter. He wants to get the Poison Nova, the old ulti. For people that don't know, the current ulti of the Venomancer is called Noxious Plague. People tend to forget that as hero isn't really in the meta, and I want to say changed it quite recently, but it has been at least a year.
I mean, the Aghanims is very, very, very interesting on the Venom. Like, I fail to recognize when it's really good to buy, but sometimes it just feels OP.
I mean, 30% of your HP gone, and magic resistance reduced by 20%. It's too much, to be honest. Like, it's an insane spell at every point in the game, especially in the later ones.
tower is under attack.
But the gold leading continues to increase here. MOUZ continue to be helpless. They're gonna be having their double BKBs. One in the Enigma is done, and Olnit will have his delivered at the moment. This is the final thing, right? You're gonna have to fight Dragon Tail onto the Tiny. Kataomi running away. Nice double hoof stomp. As they bring down the Tiny with an arrow to the back, they bring down the huge mountain. That is a nice kill.
That was a very beautiful execution from the MOUZ. BKB is on Bloodseeker and Enigma. Blink BKB on the Enigma. Tiny dead. This is time to go. If Entity slips and they get
Why is
caught.
Fishman sad? Look at that.
Why is Fishman sad? Maybe because he didn't caught any fish. Is that the joke?
No, dude. Literally, the hero is like all like sad looking.
Oh,
walking.
they missed the
Nice
jump.
stun. That was an illusion. As Rolling Thunder is coming over, Narman gonna be found. He has the Stampede. No one is still gonna be coming forward, stopping your Blink Dagger, and he decides to stop. Actually, no, doesn't want to go forward. I guess there's no reason for Entity to risk anything.
Just kind of safe gameplay right there. Like making a read and they might turn around, and probably in a vacuum he's right. It's just the only way they lose this game is if they throw. So playing it safe, you cannot blame. After all, whoever wins this game goes directly into playoff, and whoever loses gets to play Team Spirit in half an hour. So, better be
Hard
safe.
decision. Hard decision. Should I play it safe or should I risk it? Yeah, that's a tough one for Entity. Oh, dude, imagine how excited Team Spirit are to smack MOUZ. They lost yesterday. They played very aggressively and they got caught a couple of times. MOUZ is still a professional Dota team. If you give away too much gold, you're gonna lose. But I guess grudge does exist in Dota, and you definitely want to exercise your power.
They got Fontaine though by MOUZ. They're not gonna remember this season. Forget this easily. They're gonna be like, Bengan is gonna be spotted by Kataomi in Invis. He's calling his friend from no one. Get an avalanche toss into a swashbuckle. Easy peasy, nice and squeezy, coldy, arteasy.
Imagine you're a big mountain guy and you find some girl in the forest, some cat lady, and then you're like, oh, I need a friend to kill him. That's actually a pretty pathetic.
I thought you were gonna say that I called for Artesia again. I found a way.
No,
I did.
You did. It's pretty obvious now to every viewers. I don't need to be repeating it at all.
They're trying to protect this ward, at least for a little bit, but now they're gonna give it up. Without Mirana and DK showing bottom, I don't think there's a way to hold it.
Outpost taken, tier 2 tower. In the mid lane still alive, so there is still an outer tower for MOUZ to mount up a fight on. I always like fights on outer towers, because in the base it's so hard to do it unless you have some repositioning tool which they don't. Guess who does? Kataomi gets the toss back. Fishman
Nice
eats
arrow.
an arrow, and Nolnit will go for a TP out. 9-second BKB down. The drain gets nothing out of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Will be interesting if Entity actually tries to push the advantage before they go for the second rush, because they must know it's coming any moment. But no BKB on the Bloodseeker might be a green light.
How do we know that's Supreme? His face isn't really on the camera. Like it might be
I
somebody
can
else.
tell. I can tell it's Ondra. This camera position is ever since DPC started, and like from Corona days, where you had to have cameras, and online tournaments all required cameras. It's always been like this. So if you ever watched him play, it's you know it's him. Unless it's a very long scheme, you know, or con.
Yep, you got fooled, Milan, and now you got me fooled as well. But I'm gonna trust you because you're my analyst, and I always trust you, especially when you are predicting heroes. It's only a 70% win probability for Entity. Is that how much Gaben does favor this MOUZ draft?
Gaben just really likes black holes. He likes it. He likes big black holes. And then... Okay, that sounded very bad when I said it out loud, but... Gaben favors the Enigma, let's put it like that.
Okay, makes sense. There will be a Basher on the Pango, so that's a way to deal with that Enigma. You have to be very unlucky for the bash not to come through. 25% chance, 4 hits, and if you don't bash the Enigma, then you bash your keyboard or mouse or monitor, whatever.
Do they try to contest this rush? They're not really in the position, but he's gonna roar any moment.
Roar!
Roar! Why is he not roaring? Maybe I didn't hear it.
I mean...
Call for help, man!
Help! Help, please! Somebody, anybody, as nobody will be responding to the Roche. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of the map, there's a Dragonite that is caught. Rolling Thunder, Moonlight Shadow to protect him, arrow coming onto Fishman, as he doesn't really care if he's stunned. He's just gonna stay there, wait for his scores to do the job. DM gets the kill. Thank you for that nice analysis, Milan. Now people are just gonna think you're muted. Say something.
Say something, I'm full. Okay. Moving forward.
Are you good at singing? You actually sound really good.
Yeah, I know you're kidding with me, but I had the guy the other day. We're gonna ignore Bang at that. But I had the other guy said to me, random old dude in a store. As I was speaking to cashier, he told me I could be an opera singer. That he worked in famous operas.
Were you screaming inside of the store and he was like,
no,
yeah,
he said you have a very deep voice. Yeah, I was not screaming. He said it's not about screaming. You're such a barbarian. Like, you think operas are about screaming? Like this? Okay.
No. I don't think. Okay. I'm gonna take it there. It doesn't matter, as they're gonna go in for a fight and instantly delete this guy as
Black Hole.
Gonna be used only onto the Pango. Looking from side. Watsam rank 1 cannot be Black Hole. You cannot take the light out of the eyes of this guy, as there will be a use onto the Seeker. Actually, that's gonna be Terrorblade in trouble. He actually has Aegis and swaps with DM, who at least has the cheese. That wasn't the best Sunder, not a rank 1 Sunder for sure, but they still get their axes.
they get what they came for, and Pango recognizes this is the time to finish the game. I mean, very unorthodox buyback, but without Black Hole and BKBs on their course, like they really don't have anything to fight. Kataomi.
That wasn't a good decision. Jumping in, gets taken out, instantly buys back, doesn't want to stay dead for a long period of time. Moonlight Shadow, jumping in on Watson, gets out of the Blood Right, DM as well. Narman gonna get ran over, beep beep. No one got a new car, he wants to show it off, and gets the bash on the Enigma, but needs to ride away for now.
There, the Watson is taking care of what's important, and another jump.
Arrow only onto the creeps there that did get aggressive. Watson is just doing way too much damage. He doesn't have the Sunder. He doesn't need the Sunder as he has the Aegis still. GG will be called, and MOUZ, they're gonna have to pay for their actions. They beat Team Spirit yesterday. Now they're gonna have to fight him again in the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, this was a hell of a stomp. I think maybe a bigger stomp this tournament. Like, this game was over at like minute 6, when Bloodseeker died the second time to the Watson rotation, and we don't call for an MVP vote, but we agreed we want to give our own MVP, a caster's MVP, before we move to the analyst. For me, it's Fishman. I think he played very beautiful gameplay from him this game.
Yeah, he definitely did. And how did he do it? Well, he didn't listen to what other people told him in pubs. He actually played for his own team. But overall,
but never forget, never ever leave lane as 5. Never ever. Okay.
Never ever do it, guys. But what we are going to be doing is sending it back to the panel to hear their thoughts about this game.
It's okay, MOUZ fans. They are a game 2 team. It's still a best of 1. They're not going to have a game 2. They don't have to go up to Entity. Okay, well, then it is going to be Entity moving on, and it's going to be MOUZ dropping down to play up against Team Spirit in this decider match. Team Spirit going to be looking for some revenge here in this final best of 3 of the day. MOUZ, can they pull off another miracle? We'll find out in a little bit. But first, guys, what are your thoughts on that game, Truman? Because that looked really good, and maybe you are right. You know, we can't doubt that position, ranked 1 carry of Watson coming through here in any series.
Yeah, I mean, Entity played it insanely well. The laning stage was pretty nice, but the most important thing, I think, is that it's minute 8, Watson goes to the other side of the map, starts taking down buildings, making sure that the Bloodseeker, already who is struggling the entire game, has no game whatsoever. So the Bloodseeker's taken out of the equation, and they just keep on pushing together as a cohesive team. You have to deal with Plague Wards at that point, the Fishman obviously with the Tombstone and just being bulky, hard to kill at that stage with the Bloodseeker so undefarmed, and the Terrorblade also being really on top. It takes a while for DK to get active. It takes a while for Bloodseeker can't fight without a BKB, Milsum, or at least a BKB, especially against the Venomancer, and they really abuse that on the side of Entity.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to take a look at the highlights here. This was going to be the first blood coming through as well as that return kill. I think this was actually what you've got to worry about here. You know, there was the kill onto Olnet, and then the immediate, as soon as he TPs back into that lane, he gets killed off again. So not only does he have to do the the walk of shame back into the lane, he just gets nowhere to farm because they did put the pressure onto that tier 1 tower. So Bowie, Entity moving through as a unit here, being able to find out everybody. Was there anything MOUZ could have done different, or was it just down to this Entity supremacy coming through in this best of 1?
I think maybe a bit too obvious what I'm gonna say, but I didn't really like the Bloodseeker last pick. I understand it's a good counter to the Pango, but just looking at how Onit has played, I don't know. I don't think this hero. He actually has a really good win rate with the hero, albeit not that many games. I just feel like there were better heroes to deal with the Terrorblade. This is a first pick Terrorblade on the side of Entity, and I feel like this Bloodseeker is not that good of a response. Sure, it's supposed to counter the Pango, but they suffered way too much in the lanes. I like the other lanes though. I thought this Enigma plus Centaur was gonna do much better. They got trashed, And yeah, just a really good showing from Entity. They are looking super sharp, and we'll see here if MOUZ is going to be able to take Team Spirit. They didn't really look good now, but I still feel like they might at least take one game out of them. But yeah, in this series, it was not even close. Entity just looked amazing.
Yeah, and not able to. You can see the black holes trying to come through from Force, but he did get one or two okay ones, but they weren't having the impact that we have seen in prior matches today. And yeah, Team Spirit not looking at the tippy top of their game here. You're maybe just a little bit off. So MOUZ maybe have a chance to draw blood up against Team Spirit, but I think in the end, especially in a best of 3, once Team Spirit, they've had that warm-up match here as well. They've played some pubs. They've got the win against one win coming into this one, right? Like I say, they are warmed up. So we'll see how that one is going to go. Truman, though, back on this match. Entity, all the way through that draft, we weren't sure what it was going to be on the Terrorblade, whether it was going to be the support, it could be the carry on that one, and it just felt like all the way through, the Venomancer, we've not even seen the Venomancer, I don't think, here in the One Win Spring Series. Even with these odd picks, it just felt like they were in control right from the draft.
I mean, it is really comfort. I think DM plays one of his best / favorite heroes. You've got Watson, of course, on the team. Anything that's illusion based is really what Watson loves to play. You got Fishman on either Undying or Bane, and then he's a happy camper. And Kata Omi on a hero that can make plays. I think that, especially on the lineup, is one of the most important things. Kata Omi he likes to set trends, but he also is one of the more impactful players on the roster because he always is the one that has to make the plays, make the moves. His Tusk is amazing. We, of course, remember his Sven pulse 4, his Ember pulse 4. I think he has calmed down significantly in terms of his out there hero pool that he used to have, but he is still a very hard to deal with support because you never know where he's going to dive out.
Yeah, and we took a look there as well. I mean, just the lane dominance, like you say, all the way through Entity, maybe coming down to those position 4s that just made sure that the Bloodseeker, he stayed mid-table in terms of the net worth. He wasn't able to get too much impact out. He was always chasing the game. And Bauer, you said you didn't like that Bloodseeker pickup. Is there anything else on your mind that MOUZ could have gone for instead of this Bloodseeker that might have been a better answer to Entity?
Yeah, I think so. Out of the top of my head, the thing is, I expected the lane to be support Enigma and offlane Centaur. So I thought that they could have gone for a PA. I don't think that was banned in that game. No. I think PA to me looked like a really good option because Terrorblades usually, they take a while to really get online. I don't think PA also minds the Venomancer. You have the Blink Strike away from the Gale. And I think they could probably match the tempo. You pick this Bloodseeker. If you lose the laning stage, his hero looks absolutely weak, You kind of rely on... I think for a good Bloodseeker draft, you need lanes that are very aggressive and that want to trade a lot. And when you look at a hero like Enigma, he usually just wants to out-CS. You want to out-CS, you want to out-deny, and kind of play for yourself. So the Bloodseeker didn't really have the aggression he needed in the other lanes to be able to win his own lane. And to me, that was a big problem for them. So, a bit unfortunate. Maybe Onit can find a hero that he is more comfortable with, even though, as I said, he has a good win rate with the hero. Only 7 games. It's not really that much of the data points.
Yeah, and how did you feel about the Mirana in the lane as well? Because obviously you don't have that setup with the Bloodseeker. It didn't really feel like, you said, they could get aggressive with those para heroes because they weren't able to get the initial lockdown for the follow-up. Do you think that it was just a bit of a failed experiment there, that Mirana?
Well, the Mirana, it's not necessarily a failed experiment. I think in general... most position 5s in this batch play the Mirana. It is, Snaking, of course, brought it and made it insanely good, but it is, as a lane fighting support, really strong. Obviously, the utility that comes to play with the long duration arrow can easily disengage, and later down the line, getting the Mirana ulti for the global presence is really solid to have. The downside is you're playing against a Veno, and that's just it. Like, against Veno, you need Dispel. If you don't have Dispel or any way to get rid of the debuffs, he's just going to keep right-clicking, bullying you, and you cannot man-fight him in that regard unless you go for an aggressive diving support. But even then, it's hard to get on top of him. And with both of them not having a Dispel, not having a reliable setup to make that stun combo happen, it was really hard to deal with a player like DM who is a specialist on the hero.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be able to take a look at the predictions there as well, just to give all of our analysts a pat on the back, just to see, because again, I was the only one that backed MOUZ there, so everybody else is going to be looking really good, clever. That's why I do it. I take these picks so I can make my analysts look good. That is definitely the reason that I'm on like a 50% pick rate here today and yesterday here as well. But yeah, moving through, we can see on the prediction contest. Like I say, everybody, golf clap, round of applause. Well done for picking an entity over MOUZ here in this best of one.
So are you going to stay with MOUZ for the Spirit series as well, or
No.
are you going to let your boys down?
Listen, I've got the Spirit jersey in the wardrobe behind me. I could crack that out on stream. I don't know whether that's successful or not, or if I'm just going to be chucked off for having a bias. But in fact, when we come back, just to prove it, I'll be back in Spirit all the way through the rest of the event. As long as they're in it, I'll be staying with the Spirit team.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say that there's maybe a chance
just for
MOUZ
proof.
can take that.
Just
Okay. nice. I just feel like after seeing that match from Team Spirit, it really feels like they're back. They played such a great series. It is a BO3, but it's going to be tough on MOUZ. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 2-0. But yeah, I would be very impressed if MOUZ is able to take them in a BO3 right now.
Yeah, like I said, one win. They did look pretty good against Team Spirit. There was some back and forth early on, but it just felt like once Team Spirit got into that groove, they started playing together as a team. There was just nothing one would could do. So I imagine that it will be a good series. I think MOUZ will definitely give them a series here, but for the most part, I think you'd be a little bit mad to go against Team Spirit here in a best of 3. And, with just coming out into it, Truman, you're going to be going for Spirit, I assume, here as well. Do you think there's going to be anything that they need to really worry about coming through in this next one? You're nodding your head. Are you going for Spirit, or are you going to be backing MOUZ here coming through into this next best of 3?
I got to go with Spirit. I mean, obviously, the players are just insane. You're looking at definitely top 3 team in the world contention for number 1. Currently, the Falcons are looking mighty dangerous as well to make that challenge happen. We'll have to wait a couple of months before we get to see that showdown to decide the world champion. But yeah, Spurs is just too good. Whereas MOUZ feel like they need a little extra. Spirit can make, like, all of their players in their roster can make a play that wins them the game, whereas MOUZ needs to have a collective effort to make it happen. And I think that especially is the big difference maker. I think in this last game, they just didn't have heroes that could play early on the side of MOUZ, and they did manage to extend the game. And that's what you see in a lot of different teams, whereas like the old Tundra roster tended to do that. They lost the laning stage. They got beaten completely, but they were ahead in money in gold because they just spread the map. They cut the waves. They made sure the enemy couldn't take anything. And that's something I was missing on MOUZ this game.
Okay, well, we'll find out how it's going to go, but first we are going to take a quick 6-minute break, let the players rest, reset before they come into this best of 3, and let the analysts get a little rest and drink in there as well. So we are going to take a quick 6-minute break, guys. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back in for the final series of the day. It is going to be a best of 3 grudge match coming up between Team Spirit and MOUZ, and it's going to be. I'm really interested to see how this is going to go. Yeah, I think it was it Milan talking about it in the game as well, that MOUZ were fountain diving Spirit in that best of 1 yesterday. So Spirit maybe with a bit of an axe to grind here coming up into this finals. And Team Spirit, yeah, they look really good. They've woken up. They've got themselves into it. So Bowie, what are your thoughts here coming into this final series of the day?
Well, I definitely feel like Spirits are the favorites, but MOUZ, they seem to have found a couple of cracks in Spirits' armor. I felt like not only they won that game, but the way they won that game was pretty impressive. And to me, that's what MOUZ is lacking. Like when they have a draft that they play well, they're comfortable with, they're amazing. Sometimes games look like that. But yeah, I think Immortal Faith is gonna gather the boys. We know how he's being known for being a very tough coach, but I also feel like he can, really hype them up and find them. Like this tournament is worth a lot of money. I think MOUZ right now, they are in a position like this. MOUZ has way more to gain from this than Spirit, right? Spirit, a lot of recognition, 2 TIs in their belt. So I feel like they should be more hungry than Spirit, and which is why I ended up giving my prediction to MOUZ.
Okay, and Truman, for a very rare occurrence here, we are going to be seeing the Shadow Demon coming through on this draft here for MOUZ. Team Spirit, they do get this tiny. So which one are you a little bit more afraid of here between these 2 first picks?
That is, well, the tiny, obviously, because you're looking at Mira Tiny most likely. So another playmaking hero on one of the strongest playmaking players out there. I think Shadow Demon is a great hero and has a lot of potential in a lot of different traps. I do know that Bengen loves to play the hero, so it's probably looking at it as a 5. I love the fact that it's a save hero. It counters like an insane amount of heroes. The downside is it doesn't really do any burst damage at all. So in quick tanks, it makes the hero kind of weak. And if the lineup with the hero gets behind, it gets pretty problematic, because then you save your hero for a couple of seconds longer from the enemies, but he still gets demolished right after it. So the hero really needs to start to get ahead. And laning wise, I mean, it has its potential. It depends really on what he's playing up. Some heroes really don't care about the Shadow Demon at all. Other heroes, like the Venomancer, for instance, despises playing against the Shadow Demon for very obvious reasons. The Poison Dot's pretty nasty to get returned.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, we're going to see the bans here as well. Just going to run through both bans, actually. The Magnus, again, maybe a bit of a respect ban coming out here against Collapse with that, because we're not seeing it ban out against anyone else. The Chen, Centaur, Dragon Knight, and the Puck being taken away here by MOUZ. They do get that Bat Rider on the board. Meanwhile, Team Spirit going to be taking out the Lesh, the Sven, as well as that Undying Primal Beast and the Timbersaw here. So yeah, maybe learning the lesson from yesterday, Team Spirit, and just not letting that Primal Beast through, and they're going to be looking for the second pick. But again, Bat Rider Bowie, a hero that we are seeing ban out more often than not. So we have a support duo, it looks like, here for MOUZ already. The Shadow Demon coming out, being one of the save heroes, and then you've got that offensive drag back, that relocation hero here in the Bat Rider. So how are you liking the support pair here potentially for MOUZ?
I mean, Bat Rider is a really strong hero. I don't like it picking into Bat. Usually Tiny is the response, right? You first pick Bat and the response is Tiny. I wonder if they feel like they can flex this to a core position. I know it's very unlikely, but MOUZ, even in that other game, I think they were playing a lot with their flex, right? They first pick Centaur DK, eventually you expect anybody to be support, but they kind of swap it out. Maybe there's some funny business to be had with the Bat, but if it's just going to be support Bat, I don't know. I don't feel like it's that strong. Into the Tiny. Maybe this is going to be a Bat 4 into the Crystal Maiden. It could be a bit better. Darkseer still open. So that is kind of a cool combination with the Bat Rider. We did see a fair amount. I'm not sure if Force plays it, though. I got to double check.
I don't know if Force plays it himself.
Oh, he does. He does.
Okay. So he does. Well, Norman tends to play it a lot. Has played it a bunch in his pubs as well. There's definitely flex potential with it. The hero is one of the more insanely fast flash farming supports if you play it as support, which is a big plus that you can have. Very early Blink Dagger or Drums, depending on the item build that you want to go for. Laning against the Crystal Maiden, obviously she's got the freeze and the slow, that's pretty nasty, but if you get on top of her and you have anything to back it up, Crystal Maiden melts. Now that the fact that they picked up the Mira Rubik as well, they have multiple ways of trying to keep the Bat Rider away with, stuns and roots, a toss back potentially as well. So the Bat Rider might struggle a little bit, but if he gets on top of any of these two supports, they're easy.
And now the Tiny probably going to be a core, right? Unless this is some mid Rubik funny business, probably going to be Laro's hero here, which makes the Bat Rider's lane and maybe possibly even the game a bit better. But for MOUZ, I honestly like the
Collapse
Darkseeker.
also plays Tiny, so
true.
It's still very flexible on the side of Team Spirit.
I want to see the Darkseer. I think Darkseer Batrider should be able to overwhelm Crystal Maiden. Like you flame break into vacuum. It's really powerful. She is a slow hero. A lot of the Watson carry picks also don't have stuns. Pudge, Terrorblade, not necessarily that good at aiding Crystal Maiden in the lane. I'm not even sure what you would
Watson
pick.
is not in this game, by the way.
Yeah, but
that was
I'm
Entity.
sorry.
That was the previous game.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
We've been going now for about, I think we've been going
10
over 10 hours.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So do you Darkseer? I mean, it's actually 4 smalls picked here, which is why I'm kind of really hammering on this. I like it. There we go. Love it.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it does go well with the Luna as well. You'll be able to vacuum back into those bouncing glaives in a fight. We've seen more than one Luna just rip through teams here in the One Win Spring series. So interested to see how MOUZ are going to try and play around this one. Do you think Team Spirit are going to give them the time though to farm up onto the Luna? Because we saw the Tomato Luna before. Again, 27 minutes in, it was 0-0-0. It was a PvE Luna for the first half an hour of the game. Do you think Team Spirit are going to give that respect space to MOUZ with the Weaver pickup? It looks like they do want to get very aggressive very, very early on here for Team Spirit.
It's also really hard to play against this Weaver. They have Lasso. That's it. That's all the reliable control they have. Nothing else really works to hold down that nasty Shikuchiing bug. I really think MOUZ needs some big wombo combo maker because you got vacuum wall, which is a great tool to have, but you need something on top. You need a big hero that either gets big control spells going in that area. Unfortunately, most of them are banned, as we can see. No Primal Beast, no Magnus, no even the DK or Centaur. I don't think Centaur mid would be the greatest choice though. But you're looking at a last pick mid laner for MOUZ that has to make the team fight happen, because when you're going for individual skirmishes against the Weaver, you're not going to win those fights.
Yeah, I thought of Shaker mid, because that is one hero that I know is not being played in the mid lane for a long time, but the only thing that kind of makes it bad is the Rubik. But I know Vacuum into Echo, I also feel like it's a lot of control for the Weaver. I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick, but it really depends on whether the Tiny is going to be mid. I think Shaker mid kind of destroys Tiny, but as you said, Collapse also plays it, so there's the flex potential.
Do you maybe think we see something a little bit more bursty, actually, because you could get the Queen of Pain with an Orchid coming out, or do you think that Weaver is going to prioritize a Lincoln Sphere here very early on for Team Spirit and just being able to shrug off something like the Orchid coming out?
If you go Queen of Pain, he definitely is going to go Lincoln. That's the only two tools that control him at that point.
I prefer a stun. I think you need an instant stun that you can cast from fog, something that even BKB wouldn't be able to deal with. The TA is interesting here because I guess it would double down the physical damage, but I don't think that's what MOUZ needs. Maybe they're giving away the tiniest mid, honestly, with these bans, because those would all be good against Tiny, I think.
Okay. Is there any standout you were talking about stuns, BKB, Pierce, and stuns as well. Is there anything that stands out for you here in terms of? Oh no.
Okay.
Okay. Is this tiny off then?
Yeah, I think it should be tiny off at that stage. I mean, you could technically still flex it. Wouldn't surprise me if Collapse plays Pango offlane, because he plays pretty much everything. But
Shaker. Dude,
Shaker would be a
legit this game.
really kind of your best pick at this stage. I don't know what else you could realistically pick that would win.
Yeah, right.
Well,
It beats both Tiny and Pango in the lane. Sure, you might give away Fissure, but mid Shaker doesn't even rely that much on it. Sometimes you only have 1 point in the Fissure, anyways. It's all about the Echo and the Ancient Totem. You
got the Surge, so you got the fast as hell Shaker running after everyone, which is a nice plus.
I'm down for that. If you don't go that, if you want to go something a bit meta, a bit more bland, a bit more boring, let's say.
Go Meepo. I don't know. I don't know if he plays Meepo, but it's like I think your best bet at this stage. It's a surprise pick, last pick. Great
Slaughter
against
maybe?
Weaver.
Huh.
Storm does a decent job as well. It can, if you drag this game onto late, where you're looking at Aghanim Scepter, with the level 25 talent, the Shard on Storm, you have the team fight on that one hero.
I sense a little bit of disappointment though, Truman, as the Storm Spirit was picked up. So maybe not the hero that you were expecting to come out.
No, I was surprised. I think the last matches as well, there was no Meepo ban or pick. Especially considering how currently Meepo is looking insanely, ridiculously strong. And there were a couple of players in those previous series that actually are Meepo players. I don't think that Supreme plays Meepo. He's more... He does play Arc Warden, if I remember correctly, but Storm is probably the more safe option. But Meepo would have been such a Hail Mary pick that it could surprise Team Spirit.
Yeah, they'll probably lack the damage. But, I like the Storm because in these nighttime fights, you're going to have all of that Luna vision for you to jump the backlines. They have two very weak supports on the Rubik and the CM. So this, with an Orchid, Storm can definitely wreak havoc. He's going to have the Iron Shell. So similar. I guess, Storm is melee in a weird way. It's definitely not what I was expecting 100%, but I think it's a solid, decent pick. Should also deal well with the Pangolier. I'm going MOUZ, all right? I'm going MOUZ. I'm the only one that decided to believe in them, and I think their draft is good enough. Whether Spirit's gonna play like they did in the last series, it's a different beast.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Truman? I just can't go up against Yatoro Weaver. It is his pretty much second most played core in this the last couple of days that he's been spamming the Weaver. I think his most played is Muerta, which is very weird to see that one still being picked up in the pubs. But there's too little to counter him, and if there's too little to count Yatoro, it's a very, very rough game.
Okay, well, that's how my panel feels. It's going to be a 1-1 split between the two. I'm going to be back in Spirit because otherwise I'd probably have to burn the shirt and I'd never get forgiven. But we'll see how the casters are going to feel about it. It's going to be Hurry Freak and Milan once again take us into the game. So, boys, what are your thoughts here coming into this best of three?
Well, my thoughts are that Spirit are very mad and that they are ready to smack down MOUZ. And also, I don't know if you checked our group where we put our predictions, Milan, but Bowie, he put a rat emoji and he somehow thinks that's a mouse.
And he's from Brazil. They have their own ways, but I'll give him style points for the courage he has to go against the Spirit. And that's something to respect, but nonetheless, Spirit heavy favorites. And just to say to DK Truman, as an ex-teammate and a coach of Supreme, Ondra from the chat, he is the Meepo player.
He is the Meepo player.
I don't think he's not the Meepo player. He's just he plays it. He plays it. He played before. He most recently has beaten OG with his first pick Meepo or something. I was a very notorious fan, but
when I say he's the Meepo player, this is what I feel like. Recently, Even
Biha is
people
the
who
Meepo
don't play
player.
Meepo. Even people who don't play Meepo are playing Meepo. Supreme always played Meepo. Like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, he still played the Meepo.
Oh, for me, the Meepo player is Biha, right? It's a guy that when you say Meepo, you think of him. That's how.
What about your countryman Lizard? How can you forget him?
Lizard, he used to be a good Meepo player, but he was never like actually, he never was in the TI finals to say so. So Biha was there twice, so his Meepo achieved a little bit more. And the other one, who's the other one? Excalibur. He didn't achieve much, but he's very famous.
Yeah,
He has
remember
been,
when he showed up in the scene when he was 16 years old, when he played only Tinker and Meepo?
versus the Team DK with the Burning and all the gods from China, and he was just demolishing them. That was a hell of a time. That was like a lifetime away at this point. But good old days.
Yeah, you didn't give me your prediction here for this series.
I'm the guy on the right, and I'm saying Spirit all the way.
Okay.
We're gonna go back live on air.
No. I mean, we are gonna be ourselves. The thing is, production wants to keep our faces here as long as possible, and for some reason, my camera is laggy. Okay, now it's not. It was just for me. I'm hoping that you, Milan, got to see my my beautiful face.
Yes, you are very, very beautiful. The second
let's go back
most
into the
beautiful person on the screen.
Okay, I mean, I didn't really have...
Second place is still a medal. Silver one, but a medal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yatar are gonna lose the curve. And the lanes. The mid lane will be super exciting, and the bottom lane, the off lane tiny. Panel wasn't watching yesterday. We already saw it on Notice, and what Notice does, Collapse does, and vice versa. These are guys from same region, and they kind of copy each other in a way.
Okay. So, how do you feel about the Weaver CM lane? That does look pretty strong.
Yes, for sure, very, very strong lane. Especially if, as Bo3 said earlier today, if CM gets to fare out some mangoes and gets to skip the aura on level 2, this lane has like such a strong peak, and they're gonna draw. Yeah, they're gonna do exactly that.
Nice flame break there, but it is gonna be Miposhka getting the kill with the blood grenade. Narman, he offers himself up for a couple of more right clicks, so that's gonna be a huge deal. Team Spirit get themselves the first blood.
And that mango usage will instantly pay out, and now the CM, like in the good old days again, can just buy more and more. Of course, this time limited amount in the shop.
Do you like mangoes?
For real or in Dota?
I mean, you can answer however you want.
In Dota, I like. For real, I don't mind them, but it's not like a fruit I'll go and buy.
Mangoes in our country, they're not fresh, they kind of suck, but I can't wait to maybe try out the real deal. But either way, bottom lane, how is this one gonna go? I mean, Luna is a solid laner, but I don't know how much the Shadow Demon helps there.
Shadow Demon is like around the bush with being like an big to an okay laner. I would definitely say he's not strong, but being like an okay laner for sure. Like especially like the level 3 timing where we spoke about it in the previous series. He's level 2 poison something. Shadow poison that's really strong. Top lane.
He's a Shadow Demon, of course he's gonna have Shadow Poison. Not gonna be
I
light
don't know,
poison.
man. Dota is like weird game with weird names and everything. Oh,
Very true. Avalanche toss onto Mira. A couple more hits. They have the lift up as well. The blood grenade, the tree toss, the slows are there, but the damage will not be sufficient. There is a healing salve on Luna. Yulnit will be able to heal himself up. I mean, you know what's the good thing? No matter how bad your lane goes, it is not gonna be as bad as what you had in the previous game if you're old.
it's a Luna lane. Luna is strong top lane. Firefly, Narman going for Miposhka. Frostbite is there, but there is a surge. He has more than enough damage, but he has to dive the tower. Miposhka?
One more hit. This is so good for Spirit still, right?
Of course, but Supreme, hello?
How?
That's not a solo kill. I see on the minimap.
Okay.
Rubik is there, so... Because it's so exciting when you see a solo kill nowadays. You don't see it very often.
I'm not seeing telekinesis used, and I see almost full mana on the Rubik. I feel like it's a solo kill. Force has been marked there by the Swarm. Minus armor is there. Yatoro gets the kill. Narman is running forward for Miposhka. Will get frozen there. Cool off a little bit, buddy. Will bring down Miposhka, but I don't know, maybe at a cost of his life. It seems that Yatoro will decide to just continue farming there with the Weaver.
It's good for Yatoro, but it's very bad for Miposhka dying right after the TP. And about the mid lane, it's not always the spells. Maybe just positioning there that he has to run north instead of to the tower. Maybe it was enough. We will never know unless we watch the replay, which we will not, because we don't care. But anyhow, don't classify it as a solo kill.
Oh, I mean, look at the difference there between the mid laners. It is quite high. Also, Yatoro obviously beating Force, though. Darkseer isn't the best of laners, so this isn't the worst thing in the world for him.
Yeah, I mean, just surviving with the lane with Darkseer is a success in its own, because the hero brings so much to the game.
That's insane. Of course, Weaver Illusion isn't like the best that you would want, but it is still something. And of course, buffing up the Luna later on, making sure that she does have the mobility needed to do the damage is going to be a big deal. The Ulnit, in terms of net worth compared to the other cores, he is suffering, to say the least.
Struggling, and it should not get much better, because the Tiny with the levels is just so good at last hitting. But before that, we're gonna see a 6-minute rune. Haste up. Narman will be forced to take it. So both mid laners unhappy, but Narman is happy. Will he use his Firefight to farm the jungle? Or will he try to patch Weaver? For sure, just farm the jungle. This is the power of the Batrider. But Supreme, level 6.
He's fine. You have to be careful. Sometimes you just get bursted down. The Swashbuckle, one of those didn't connect on him. They get the root. Level 4 CM Larl wanted to go through Bengen so that there's no disruption, but then in the end he doesn't catch the Storm Spirit.
That's a roll use. So all this pressure will not stay there. Nice disruption. It will make him tank at least 1 tower hit, 2 tower hits. Narman TPing out. Storm going in. Should be Miposhka dead. Can they turn anything around? No.
Nope, not really. The Crystal Maiden is just a it seems like a standard kill. It does leave Ulnit all alone. He does have a raindrop, kind of the reason why he lives, but he cannot stay 1 versus 1 versus Collapse. It is now pretty apparent. Of course, last game he was a Seeker. This game he will be a Luna, and at least he can farm the jungle somewhat effectively.
That's why Luna is so popular this patch. Even me playing Luna, I get a low farm, because just it doesn't matter what happens in lane. You get low 5, you can already start farming the jungle, and you'll get there eventually.
Look at Collapse in his aggressive positioning. Bengen is actually level 5, more levels than Ulnit. Collapse trying to threaten this Luna. 3-4 stacks on him. He does have 10 stick charges, but this is going to be
a lot of damage.
Collapse has to be very careful, loses a ton of his life, but here comes Larl. It was a bait, and you fell for it. Ulnit is going to try to get some creeps before he dies. At least the flag bearer goes his way, but he goes the way of Larl, who is going to be quite happy with his rotation. Miposhka dodges this flame break as Yatoro is in the vicinity. He's going to reduce their armor, and they are gonna be flying towards Miposhka.
Nice
Want
fall.
to burn him down. He turns around and actually focuses down Narman. Miposhka will lose his life. Yatoro, of course, uses the time lapse, deals with illusions, and it might be time to just bail. But again, Team Spirit, they are not gonna be getting their Weaver in any kind of trouble.
Yes, but it's just funny. 4 kills for MOUZ, and they're all on this poor Miposhka. But nonetheless, every time he dies, one of his cores gets a kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is the case. Okay, in the mid lane, I think they didn't get anything, but other than that, he has been doing quite well. And he has a lot of levels on the CM either way. Usually we see these supports that are in a lot of fights.
Nice dust.
A ton of levels.
Yeah,
That
there's
is
no
a
time
dead
lapse.
Yatoro.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful and unexpected rotation. This is how you kill a 2-time TI winner, a Riyadh Masters winner. You come at minute 9 with a Storm Spirit and a Dust while he has this cooldown, the ultimate. But Lar will do the same. He's here.
Of course, in some trouble with the vacuum. Is there Lar dropping low? He's actually dead. Ho, Miposhka. He's gonna be taken down as well. Supreme is doing so much damage. Collapse says me as well. I wanna die too. Team Spirit. It seems that
Use everything.
yeah, Avalanche on the toss, and Supreme, he doesn't have the mana. He's running away from this TP of the Rubik, especially with Yatoro coming back to the fight. He will run down Narman as Supreme leaves. Oh, lift up.
Ooh, that was too close. But Supreme showing up big time top lane. 3 kills with his DD or amplification, call it whatever you want. Storm might be one of the best guys to carry it.
We're all gonna start calling it AD rune fairly soon, as just as I never wanted to call Necrolite Necrophos and Windranger Windrunner or Windrunner Windranger, but it is what it is nowadays, Milan.
Radiant's top tower.
Arcane Rune for Larl on bottom. Storm wishes he had that one. Be even crazier. But now Spirit is gonna chill a bit. Get level 6 on their supports, farm a Diffu on the Pango, maybe a Blink Dagger on a Tiny, and then it will be a go time.
Everything you just mentioned, they pretty much have. Larl is gonna have his Diffusal Blade done. The Tiny is 400 gold away from the Blink Dagger. It's pretty much go time if you look at it. On the other side, Supreme is going for an Orchid, but he's nowhere near close. Olnit, he's a Luna with 3.6k, 3.7k net worth, so his game is going rather slow, but of course without items, out of probably all the heroes in Dota apart from the TA, Luna is like the farmer, so he will be able to catch back up in some time.
Yeah, still Batrider is catching up on him, and at least it's his own teammate. But bottom lane, Collapse, TP from a Storm. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough?
Yeah, the TPs are
Help
coming
is
in.
coming.
Here comes Larl with an Arcane Rune. Supreme will die first as Collapse loses his life, but Narman is most definitely gonna be taken down as well. As here comes Larl going around the Lotus Well, and then Miposhka in the end is the one who claims the kill. That's gonna be a 2-for-1, and a Storm Spirit, the hero that actually everybody is relying on to create space in the game.
Yeah, there's a death after TP on the Storm Spirit, and the Shadow Demon TP also. It's gonna break the map for MOUZ, which will result in them giving up on this 12-minute rune. And Yatoro in the mid lane, known to be very active on many heroes. I still can see in front of my eyes this mid tower. Whenever I see it and I see Yatoro, I remember his first TI in the draw game. He was 0-3 and level 5 ganking mid, getting the kill. Do you remember this?
Yes.
That was just a sight to see.
Yep. You see that you're not gonna be farming because you're way too slow, and you have to find some impact on the map, and then you rotate with the level 5 Drow Ranger. You actually make a kill happen. That was beautiful. I mean, his performance on that TI was just top notch.
I think maybe a best performance ever on a TI of all.
I would say second OG victory, Thompson for me is was so dominant.
No. It was not even close. But nonetheless, top tower.
What's with the top tower? I just see Narman, who's dead. That's the stolen Shadow Poison.
Oh,
Rolling
cute.
Thunder. He's
dead for sure. But that was a cute flame break. Do you remember the bug with the flame break and the rolling thunder?
No.
That you,
no.
For some period of time, for a few months, there was a bug where with fissure and a flame break, you could, if you use it right at the start of rolling thunder, you would cancel the rolling thunder, but it would go on cooldown. The Pango players would go absolutely crazy. They would actually lose their mind.
Did you have sometimes like a bug like that bug you, like that you're so mad that it's
I was not a Pango player, so I was a bat and a shaker player, so I was very happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, was there ever one that impacted you so that you were mad? And look at that smoke from Spirit to steal the Wisdom Rune. I think MOUZ knows is they're not going there.
I mean, they're prioritizing the power rune. I don't know if they know, but they're gonna lose the power rune too. That is very, very tragic. We'll see. If they walk there, it means they didn't know. For now,
Also nice ward from Spirit.
that's a
They see
beautiful ward.
everything.
Do they decide to fight? They're gonna TP out. That's a smart.
Long TP there on Laurel, so it did take him a long time to get away. It's because Yadro actually TP'd to the mid lane just a couple of seconds earlier.
I mean, this non-contact sequence, as I like to call it, it got them so much. It's like a half of a team wipe. Like getting both wisdoms, a region rune out of Storm, and just TPing out while they're chasing in the jungle. It's like an insane non-contact victory.
Dire's top tower
If we're
just
saying
made it
half
up.
of a team fight, is that 2 kills or 3 kills? Or maybe like
2.5. 2 kills and a wall lasso expended.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Thank you for explaining that to me and our viewers as well. Ulnit has been spotted. Narman a little bit aggressive, gets the lasso after the jump, and there's the
I
stolen
made
lasso
this.
from Mira. Mira is just... He's playing Dota today, let's put it that way. It's insane what he's doing to these teams.
Yeah, Mira. Yesterday it was Mira.Corban. Today is all Mira. No Corban, and he's smashing everybody.
You want me to make you not like Mira as much?
Radiant's middle tower
You know what, there was an interview, and because they did come to Serbia, and when they asked him like, what do you dislike about Serbia, he said their food is too fat and greasy. He said that for our food, Milan.
I mean, he just ate at the wrong places. I'm sure there's a too fat and a greasy food in Serbia. He's just a noob.
All our food is too fat and greasy, like what?
No. That he can't possibly know that also. So
We know it though, as he still has that lasso.
Mid
We'll
lane?
have it for another usage. I don't know, very aggressive, but that's a Luna with night vision, so Ulnit knows that he's being hunted.
nonetheless has to run to the tier T tower on top. That's a very defensive position to be in.
Force, he does have a mech going for a pipe next. TP out will be successful. Okay, he didn't breathe while TPing out as Yatoro coming over. He says, this is my ancient creep. Poor Ulnit, he just can't get a break in this game.
Yatoro is such a nemesis, but they'll TP everybody in. They'll see the Battry. Battry, the insta-die by Orchid is there. Do they have what it takes to save him? Do they?
They can't kill him. It's just impossible. There's the lasso on the Storm Spirit with a lift into a lasso, Rolling Thunder, going for Ulnit. Yeah, they're gonna chase. This is what Spirit does, and they actually found Force as well. Avalanche will be there. Laurel trying to escape. He sees Bengen. Oh, while I'm escaping, I'm actually gonna get the kill. Let's it go there. Vacuum,
Nice
put him in.
vacuum.
You're not gonna be escaping. You're gonna be dying as Ulnit. Just when those glaives start bouncing, two heroes so close to each other, it is an insane amount of damage. So the fight actually ends up in a 2-for-2.
Team Spirit, remember your series from yesterday, a BO1 match versus MOUZ. It looked very similar. You were dominating the game. You were ready to continue dominating, but you threw similar to this. And the MOUZ is not a bad team. If you give them an opportunity, they'll come back.
Exactly. Ulnit, he's fourth on the network chart. The Storm and the Tiny are not even close to him, so a little bit more, and he's gonna become a problem. Mira has a stolen Iron Shell. That's actually quite nice, right? Because both the Pango and the Viewer do benefit quite a lot from it.
It's also the lanes get pushed so easy with it. And Agan is on the Pango level 14 almost. This guy is having a hell of a game. The mid lane though, it will be a dangerous if he gets jumped. They're trying. Narman blinks in.
Has the blink, the Rolling Thunder came out. That blink
Oh
is gonna
my
do
God.
nothing.
Oh
They have the Glacier and
my
the Storm
God.
follow up. There will be a disruption, but Rolling Thunder perfectly used. Yatoro waiting with the Shikuchi there, damage more than enough to finish off Supreme. They get a double, and it seems that the chase is not done. MOUZ doing their best to escape, and for now might be able to do so.
That bait, that's beautiful.
Penguin, run to the left. He will be able to. Oh boy, he didn't know how close to death he actually was there. As Yadro, he's actually gonna be hunting for Force. He has the Gleipnir. Of course, you don't want to use it instantly. The Swarm is gonna be removed by Force, but it takes a lot of time. Now you wait for it. There's the Gleipnir. Avalanche as well. Collapse. He comes over, says, "This is mine." Secures the kill on Force. And that's gonna be another one for Spirit.
It's so hard to split the map. Oh, hold the thought. Narman is just going to be deleted. Says they have a vision here. No, they're just way too ready.
This is now it's not as similar as the game yesterday versus MOUZ, because these Spirit, they had like a 3k goal lead, maybe 4k goal lead, and they had these high cooldown ulti heroes. This time around, pretty much every single one of their heroes can constantly fight, and it's a much bigger lead.
Yeah, all of them, literally, even like a Rolling Thunder is considered like a literally a basic spell cooldown ability, especially when you get to the Octarine and then to the level 25 timing. It kind of feels that the ability has no cooldown.
Exactly, every single fight you have it. Even here, you get a kill, and by the time they have respawned, it's pretty much there. It's something like a Kunkka boat.
They're gonna try to take 5v5 fight. I think that this is their best bet.
Yeah, I don't know. Now the Avalanche onto the Luna.
Pipe is there.
Goes for the Eclipse and is saved for a second Storm. A little bit deep. Glimmer Cape protecting Mira. They get the lasso on Yatoro, who pretty much doesn't care about it. The vacuum up there, but Yatoro immediately time-lapses. Collapse is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Goes for a TP out. Will be able to survive. Ilnit is already dead, and now everybody is going to start dropping. You already lost 2 of your cores. At least Supreme has full mana to work with, but he has been found. Nice silence on the CM to prevent the Frostbite from coming through, but he just dies to the damage. The stolen wall from Mira. Banging your head on a wall is always gonna end up in a lot of blood on your side, and MOUZ, they have 4 heroes dead to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked for a moment like this pipe might be enough with the vacuum to fight against the Team Spirit, but Larl, like, that was just as good of a Rolling Thunder as it gets. Perfectly chaining Luna there, and then it just proves that with Luna being chain stun, like, who's doing the damage? Batrider? No. Darkseer, he's not a damage dealer, he's like providing auras. Storm Spirit with the Orchid? No. So just not much in a tank on the side of MOUZ.
That definitely doesn't look good. Now Mira is gonna have the Blink Dagger as well. He has the Eye of the Vizier on the Rubik. Imagine if he steals the lasso again. It's just gonna be a disaster. 21 minutes in, you will focus on the Tormentor. That is gonna be a nice shard. We'll see for who. Actually, Rubik Shard is considered like really good, but to be honest, I like the CM more.
Depending on what spells he can steal. Like, for example, if he has ability that being stolen gets better with a shard like a Splitter, then it's like amazing. If he can only just use it to save himself and the teammates, then it's like just good. But the CM one is just good, so they're pretty similar.
I don't know, I feel like this CM shard is actually really good now when you can actually pop it whenever you want by using the Crystal Nova on it.
But it's just like, still like A tier, I guess, maybe a high B, definitely not S. S tier shard is like, what is S tier shard? Phoenix? Phoenix is S tier shard.
Yeah. It is really a powerful shard. Yadro will get himself an Aegis. You couldn't kill this Weaver for the majority of the game. You're probably not going to be able to now, as he does have the Lincoln Series. Gave it to Larl when he was TPing to the top lane, so you don't get lasso. Now that this is going to expire, but Narman is already away, so he isn't really going to be trying to catch Larl and kill him, as the Spirit are the ones surrounding the top lane, not MOUZ.
Has fallen.
Let's see, Shadow Demon following these Luna Illusions. He wants to create his own. Very good at shoving out the waves. The disruption illusions do 75% damage of the hero, so they're really, really powerful.
Yeah, it's 2 of them, so showing out lanes with...
Oh, it's 50. When did they reduce that? It always used to be 75.
I don't know, but only it's gonna get caught. There is no BKB lift into the Rolling Thunder and the wall, just for a good measure. Mira, Mira, Mira. It's a Mira shows today. We already said it.
Yeah.
Laurel?
Not done. Mira has this illusion of the Luna to continue farming, and he definitely deserves it. Storm Courier almost dies. There will be a BKB on Luna right now, so at least only didn't lose much of the gold there. So that's something going for you. Gleipnir on the Storm. He's gonna get lifted up, tossed up as well. The Avalanche too, and they have the Stolen Lucent Beam as well to finish off the kill. It's just looking beautiful what Spirit are doing, not only in this game, but today overall. Their first series that they played was quite beautiful too.
That was a team talk, I can tell. Like, after they lost the game to MOUZ, there was a team talk, and they said, guys, this is an online tournament, and we are 2-time TI winners and a Riyadh Master, so basically a 3-time TI winners. We need to get our shit together, and that's what they're doing right now. I'm not gonna collapse a shard.
Not too bad. If it's
not too bad. If it's a support, then it's like I wanna cry. But on a core, it's like a B tier shard. Do a tier. The shard tier list every time Tormentor dies. Just like a
You have a shard tier list in your notebook, maybe. They get the last onto the CM.
Oh, that's a gem drop.
Taken down, Gem on the ground. Yatoro gonna be fighting versus them, and here comes the Storm onto Mira. Finally, they're gonna bring him down as well. Only gets a double. Did they reclaim the Gem? Not really. It is on the Dark Series, so Spirit gonna be re-engaging. Yatoro fighting Ulnit, who has the BKB. Let's go of the Eclipse. Collapse is gonna be taking a ton of damage. Avalanche gets used. There's the Gleipnir as well, as Yatoro gets a double kill. Ulnit standing his ground. He's gonna be losing this man fight, and only Bengen and Force are gonna be left. These are not heroes that can deal with the Weaver, especially not one with the Aegis. Where's my ultra kill? Collapse says it is not here, as he picks up Bengen and throws him up into the air for the kill.
Looks like they could have turned it on the side of MOUZ. They were killing some heroes, but BKB Luna not enough against this 19,000 net worth Weaver with the Aegis level 20. This guy is a beast. Daedalus on the courier.
It's not Daedalus. You told me it's called, it has another name.
Hey, the red item. If you are a Weaver and it passed 27 minutes and you don't have a red item, you're not a Weaver player. And of course, Yatoro is gonna have it delivered right now.
There it is. He's gonna be coming over. The second tier 2 of the game going in favor of Spirit. Yatoro will take it down with ease. He does have that shard. It is insane how it works. It's actually quite funny that...
That's a S tier shard.
Yeah, that is an S tier shard. You come out of the Shikuchi and you attack everybody you went through. And then if you go for a second Shikuchi before that buff expires, you don't have to go through somebody again. You're still going to be attacking minus armor on Ulnit. Okay, this is just... At this point, it's not fair. He just 5-shotted the enemy carry. There's nothing you can hope for. Collapse gets a kill on Arman. They know that Force is in the vicinity. They have the Gleipnir. You're not gonna escape. Nothing to remove that. Lift up in the air. The Surge is gonna be used if needed. Nice vacuum. And the Yatoro, of course, he turns back time. Nice blink out. That is just some beautiful gameplay coming out from Force. Mira will be giving him a tip. He definitely does deserve it. As Storm gonna be caught. Laurel trying to finish him off, and just perfect spell usage coming out from him. Darkseer gets caught 6 seconds before he has the TP, and he will lose his life. Did everything perfect. Perfect is not enough versus Spirit. You need more.
It hurts. If you're a MOUZ fan, it hurts. Everything is going wrong, but let's be honest, it was over. After the fight on bottom and even this top fight where they got most of their spells perfectly executed on the MOUZ, it just wasn't even close enough. And now they're getting hunted around the map.
Is there even a play you can make? Like, I see a lot of teams not wanting to GG out, even though it does look like the game is over. Though Dota Plus says 10% win probability, so there is still some chance for MOUZ to win. Pass on Mira, up on the high ground. No, they're actually going to use the Eclipse. He's looking very much dead. Stolen Surge will not allow him to live. The gem gets stolen once again by MOUZ.
I mean, in a close game, this would be a very big throw. But in a game like this, they can even use it to their advantage to use the loss and Eclipse cooldown. But a sign of non-discipline. He might get yelled on by Silent after this game. Never know.
Do you think that happens in Spirit? Do you think they? I watch a lot of their videos on YouTube, and I never saw it. But maybe they do it behind the scenes.
His name is Silent. He doesn't really yell. I played with Silent. It's a less known fact. I played with him for a month in Minstrike. I was in a bootcamp with him for a month. He never yelled. We discussed Dota a lot. He's a very smart guy. Obviously, it showed after and before, but he never yelled.
That's because you're scary, Milan. You know, Mira might.
I was very fat back then.
Yeah, you were like, if you yell at me, I'm gonna sit on you, and that's a real threat.
TP back. Smoke is ready. Do they wanna make a goal? Sometimes engaging first is the answer to all of your problems. I don't think it's this time, but maybe MOUZ's best bet. He's gonna switch in the smoke. This is like 15 seconds late, pushing out top, and should be ready to go.
Is there like an answer to all of their problems in this game? That doesn't even exist, no?
It does. It exists. If this is like a Space Jam movie and Teen Spirits gets possessed by some spirits and they forget how to play Dota at all, and like that's the only answer.
And MOUZ gets Michael Jordan. Okay, well, who would be Michael Jordan of Dota? Miracle? Would it be Miracle?
No, it needs to be someone more successful. I mean, Dota is like Michael Jordan won 6 TIs, so it's hard to compare in this way. But if you compare it in a way that the greatest player to play Dota ever, it's probably Yatoro.
Yeah, but he's on the other team, so that cannot be done.
I mean, you would just get hold it. Who's the GOAT in your opinion?
I think it is Yatoro, but I would say that Miracle was the most dominant player when he was.
I mean, Miracle is a miracle. Once my brother said the Miracle is not played a bad game, and we don't talk ever since.
Yeah, I can understand it. Like that is a really valid reason to stop talking to your brother. 100%. Spirit, Storm Spirit, he is gonna be zipping away versus Larly. Don't want to fight, and look at just Yatoro being everywhere on the map, pulling it. He's gonna be dealing with the swarm bug, but who's gonna help him? There's gonna be an avalanche in the backlines towards that help force. Uses the vacuum. Yatoro turns back time, doesn't want to go to the low ground. Wasn't even there, to be honest. Just gets a double kill. At what point do you say, I don't want to get punched in the face any longer if you're MOUZ?
I don't know, maybe some things have this thing of not giving up no matter what. Like Nigma, for example. They never call the GG before the throne falls, so it's maybe it's their thing, but in my team we would have called GG like 5 minutes ago maybe, but it just there's always a hope, I would say.
Yeah, why you tap out to go to sleep, you know, as you would say, but I guess Milan would rather tap out. Yatoro is level 25. That's gonna be another Geminate attack, so good luck to anybody who gets hit by that. He will have an MKB as well, so even more damage on the Weaver. I thought Teen Spirit, you know, because they tend to add a little bit of disrespect from time to time to buy a Rapier, but he's not gonna be doing it. They want to play clean.
Okay. They're gonna even go for the Roshan. The Nemesis Curse plus the Daedalus MKB. Oh, and the level 25. Which talent did he take? Probably just another Geminate. I mean, this got fixed, to say so, the Gemini, another Gemini attack is not applied. But who'd have thought? It's just gonna be a Rolling Thunder Force. Now, another Gemini attack is not applied with a shard. That used to be way too broke.
Yep.
But even without it, he's just going to start deleting people in 1 second.
Collapse and Mira, the two guys from the off lane, they do bring down Olnit without any chances of surviving. I really like the Nemesis Curse icon. It looks like that thing, you know, that you use to mark cows or horses. You know, you get it all hot, then you mark like, this is my cow. Of course, I don't know if they use it still. They now use all of those earrings, right? But
I don't know if they, maybe they use it for the MOUZes. Let's see.
For mice.
For mice? Mouse is nice. Mice, nice. For the mice.
As Yatoro going for the tower here. Luna not gonna be up for 29 seconds. No buyback.
I just want to see him Shukuchi on top of somebody. I just want to see it.
On Yatoro, we want to see it. Do it. Do it now.
I mean, that's only if he doesn't hit them before that, because he's gonna kill them.
Yeah, doesn't even get close. That's a huge vacuum wall. And Yatoro just deals with all the illusions with relative ease. Narman trying to hunt, but in the end he's just burning down some trees, destroying forests, and let's see if this forest ruiner, nature ruiner, is gonna be punished by Spirit. Weaver has that wasp set. We all know what wasps want to do. They want to sting. They want to sting super hard, though. This looks like a very giant, very scary wasp. Lasso's there, instant lift, pull from the stolen Storm Spirit. Now there's the lasso as well. Mira is just pulling everybody with him. He seems to be a cowboy.
Oh,
today.
look at this Luna! Look at this
Yatoro
Luna!
Going forward, and yeah, I'm looking at the Luna that is killing the Weaver for the first time. Is that?
There's a BKB.
Pops the BKB. Goodbye, Narman. Goodbye, Storm. Who's next? Avalanche is there on the Luna. The disruption save. Bengen gonna be taken down. Ultra kill for
Rampage!
There's the Rampage. The second
Double
rampage as
Rampage.
well. We wanted to see it, and of course, who's gonna deliver other than Yatoro himself?
Basically, the GOAT himself delivering the double Rampage. You love to see it. And this Weaver, this performance was one for the books. Besides the Storm Spirit surprise and killing him on the top, he basically dominated the whole game.
Yeah, pretty much nothing surprised Yatoro in that game. 22-1 and 11, and Team Spirit with a completely dominating performance. Chat 47-14. So Milan, like what are the chances of MOUZ in this series, right? Because Team Spirit kind of schooled them on how he played Dota here.
I mean, this is what we thought is going to happen in first place. I think their chances are around 10 to 15% if they play at their best and MOUZ and Spirit messes up. But considering how Spirit is playing today and how they're just treating this game, going back for Roshan, not diving too much, like they're just not going to give them an opportunity.
Yeah, no opportunity was given, and maybe none will be given. Let's go back to the panel to see what they think about this first game of the best of 3 series.
MOUZ have woken the dragon here. We saw that one, the Rampage coming through from Yatoro. Everybody winning their lanes here on Team Spirit. It just looked absolutely amazing. You saw the difference in net worth. The Storm Spirit was only ahead of the Rubik support by about 100 gold or so. And that just shows how dominant Team Spirit were here in that first game. So, Truman, looking at this one, Milan said MOUZ have a 15% chance here to win this one. Do you agree, or do you think those chances are looking a little bit slimmer?
Well, yeah, no, 15% seems about right. I think that game, obviously the draft wasn't in their favor, but it wasn't only the draft, it was just Team Spirit ran over them and MOUZ couldn't respond in kind. They weren't ready for any moves together. There were no saves coming out. The biggest problem in my eyes was just the fact that they had no team fight and Team Spirit were constantly looking to fight.
Yeah, but do you think these...
I like looking at this lane here because to me that was one of the biggest problems for MOUZ. I truly believe that the Darkseer Batrider should be able to do much better, but they got level 2 faster on Team Spirit. They get those kills, and it really felt like they snowballed that lane hard. Storm also, it didn't get solo killed mid, but good rotation from the Rubik. Overall, I feel like the lanes were a big problem. Like if you don't snowball out of this draft because of the lack of team fighting, Truman was saying, the game becomes really hard, and obviously Team Spirit made pretty much no mistakes.
Yeah, and absolutely not. You can see the rotations coming through. It seemed like every time they set their eye on a target, they were able to lock it down. The Weaver coming through as well. The net worth-wise, I think it had something like 3 times the net worth of the Luna at the end of the game, which, you know, Luna, that farming hero, just wasn't given the space and time, and this is something that we discussed pre-game, and Spirit, they just had this pace, you know, they had this momentum coming through, and MOUZ just weren't able to match up to it. So in the next game, do you think that MOUZ just needs to go for a little bit more of an early fighting draft here, Truman, or do you think that you know, Team Spirit are just going to outpace them no matter what they pick up?
I think in general, obviously, trying to rush down Team Spirit is going to be really hard because they have very experienced players and they know how to extend the game for as long as possible. They tend to like to play the little bit more guaranteed late game lineups where they feel like they're in control. But, you know, the most important thing that you have in the bag to try and win a match like this, if you're MOUZ, is even though it doesn't exist as much as it used to, cheese is still a very big strength. Your mid laner likes to play, as we heard from Milan, Meepo back in the day. He's also an Arc Warden player. You could even drop in a Husker for all I care. Just something to surprise the enemies and put them off suit, because the Storm just, it could not do anything that entire game.
Yeah, it definitely felt underwhelming, that pick. Like it did some of the things we said that maybe the Shaker could, but it didn't do any of them strong enough. Like, he doesn't stomp the Pangos lane. In fact, he got killed in that lane. The Orchid came a bit too late. It was definitely partly a draft issue, but the skill also came in play real strong. So MOUZ, obviously you're not going to get better from one game to the other like this. So I think draft really has to be where they can, you know, fix most of their issues.
Yeah, looking at these team stats, you can see Yatoro, he only died once, 22, 1, and 11 here, 41,000, nearly 42k damage here coming through on the Weaver, and he just looked like he was able to rip through everybody. We saw the fight, it wasn't even a fight, it was just that he came across the Luna, you know, in 5 shots was able to completely take down Allnet, and Team Spirit were just able to ride the back of this here. You can see the stats coming through there. Every single hero here on the side of Team Spirit just having a positive impact. So MOUZ, like I say, it's just coming into the second game. How do you reset mentally? You know, what are you going to be looking to draft up here, Bowie, to get yourself into a good position?
I think they just need to focus a bit more. Like, I feel like in this draft, at least they try to pick for comfort. So, like, you see Tiny in the opposing side, you get the Batrider. They try to make the whole Darkseer thing work out. They picked Storm. Definitely, I think it's Supreme, one of Supreme's most picked heroes. But I don't think they were necessarily addressing what they had. And they had overall last pick. So to me, when you have overall last pick in a draft, you need to be, at least to some degree, countering what they had. I think there's definitely some merit into picking to what you like and for comfort. But it was not enough. I think Team Spirit is the type of team where you need to kind of go the extra mile, beating them in the draft, and that never happened. And in the game, Spirit just proved to be the superior team.
Yeah, and being able to come back like this after going down to MOUZ yesterday, and maybe that was right, Truman, that there was a little bit of a surprise coming out for MOUZ in terms of draft that Spirit just weren't ready to handle. But here, they've looked really good, so they've got themselves a 1-game advantage here. It is a knockout best of 3 as well. The winner will go through, the loser goes down, and I think it's going to be VP that the winner plays here in the playoffs. So Entity Team Liquid is the other bracket, and we'll see if that Eastern European matchup is going to be coming out once again. But yeah, you've talked about it, you know, the cheese coming through, but it's not just MOUZ that can go for the cheese, because Spirit, you know, they've got some things up their sleeves. So are you expecting again in this maybe final match for Spirit to spring some surprises as well?
Well, Spirit, the thing is, they've got so many tournaments that they obviously want to keep some of their tricks in the bag, so they won't, you know, bring out their biggest plan that they practiced just yet, maybe in the finals when it gets dicey, especially not if you're ahead in this series. You want to just stick to maybe something close to this round. I don't think in the last game they had to really go out their way in terms of drafting, especially because the Weaver pick, Yatoro has spammed it in pubs the entire time. So it is a very obvious pick that he goes for it, and they had 0 to counter it. At that point, they have nothing to fear. They can just pick the heroes that they play in the pubs. Everyone can see exactly what they play in the pubs. I also don't really expect them to go for something really wild unless they actually want to use this as like some big practice match. But they have lost to them before. They're not. Yeah. The difference is probably that they might have underestimated them previously. This time they gave them the full respect. They did not take the foot off the gas. They kept on going. Weaver only needed to get a Lincoln Sphere and then not killable at all the entire game. So there was no reason for them to stop at any point.
Yeah, and you can see that. I mean, that's the issue, right, Barry? That you're talking about Yatoro, that he can play so many different heroes, so it's really impossible to draft him out of the game. And how do you play around that? You know, if you're drafting up against such a wide hero pool, do you just have to kind of focus on what you're doing and just ignore what could potentially come out for Yatoro?
No, I think you definitely have to address that. I think, especially in that game, number one, the Storm, it was supposed to be that hero, right? You have the Orchid. Sure, you can get a Lincoln, but if the Orchid timing comes fast enough and you pressure enough, you should be able to maybe deal with the Weaver. The biggest problem was that they just lost the lanes real hard, and whether they think they lost the lanes because Spirit just played better or because they made mistakes that are fixable, it's a different conversation. I feel like, yes, you need to address Yatoro. They tried the Storm, just don't try it again. I think, even though it's comfort for Supreme, that here is a bit weird right now. I feel like this whole Orchid thing, we're seeing, we cast a Void Spirit with Orchid today. We've seen Kankas with Orchid. There's some heroes that I think use that item really well. I feel like Storm, Witchblade just seems to be so much better. I know it's a classic Storm item in the past, but I've seen so many times where a Storm gets an Orchid, you try to go for a play, you don't get the kill, you die. That hero doesn't give you nearly as much mana regen as it used to be. I feel like this item can be a bait sometimes, and in this game it was no different. It was not only the item though. I think they just lost the lanes real hard, and it's hard to make Storm. Storm is a snowbally hero, and when you lose the lanes, he just doesn't seem as strong.
Yeah, I think we've seen the past few days as well a lot of Storm Spirits that, like you say, they've not been able to snowball. They've been forced into either like a Yule's or a BKB as their second item. So if you aren't winning that lane, if you aren't building up, coming into 20 minutes, if you're not something like 7-0-11 in terms of kills, and even that seems like a low score here for the Storm Spirit, you just aren't able to get that impact in the game. So maybe they do need to draft something that's more designed around not losing the lane, you're not falling behind, compared to being one of those heroes that just need to jump ahead in the snowball. Heroes like something like the Dragon Knight, that can sit in the mid, just soak up the pressure, maybe take towers, or the Conqueror as well, that just wants to go for the Blade Mail Ags and be able to get yourself in the game that way. But again, Team Spirit winning every single lane, it does mean that they were effectively, they were able to drag that net worth ahead, and it was a really hard game for MOUZ to catch up with. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the game plan is going to be coming into game number 2. But yeah, Team Spirit, they are in a commanding position here, and it will be when they win. If they win, excuse me, that's slip of the tongue, getting ahead of himself. But if they win, they will be moving through to play up against Virtus Pro in the playoffs. Other side of that's going to be NTT versus Team Liquid. So that's going to be the 2 best of 3s coming up tomorrow. But now we are going to focus on potentially the last game of the day here, Team Spirit versus MOUZ. And I'm just looking forward to seeing how this is going to go, because Team Spirit are ahead. So MOUZ, if there was any time to pull it out the bag, like you say, Truman, any cheese here, now is the time to do it. So I want Meepos, I want Tinkers, I want Arc Wardens, I want the Huskars. I want to be seeing these heroes that we don't usually see. And I want to see them all in one lineup, just see how MOUZ are going to be able to play this. But looking at it realistically, how much cheese is available to sit in the draft? If you're going for the Pudge, Tinker, Arc Warden, Meepo, Huskar, do you think you're even going to be able to pull that game out?
I think that's a bit too much cheese. Obviously, cheese is kind of not really the word these days. Cheese, there used to be a couple of games, a couple of heroes that were cheese. I think with how those heroes are actually being played in high-level pubs, in pro matches, Arc Warden slightly less so. But I wouldn't necessarily call it cheese. I think like the biggest cheese might still be maybe Broodmother mid, something along those lines, where you're like, we got to win in the next 15 minutes. Pick out the hero that dumpsters everyone, just has a really good mid lane matchup and go ham. But yeah, some surprise picks, heroes that they're not too used to playing against, might be very advantageous, because obviously these guys, they play against all the teams in the world, they scrim tons of games, they play pubs whenever they're awake. They have a lot of experience against your Bat Rider supports all these days, your Shadow Demons. They're not the scariest heroes, but if you can get a good surprising hero, it might be a big difference maker. I also think that with those two supports, you had a Bat Rider, Shadow Demon, you were really lacking in playmaking potential. Yeah. Everything came down to Storm Zip in, or like some godlike vacuum wall, and then hope there's some damage somewhere to be gained from that fight. But your supports couldn't make any moves. And I think, especially in this patch, you need at least one of the supports to be a bit more proactive, to be either a melee that like gets a blink dagger, jumps off, or have any other way of engaging your opponents. Otherwise, your cores are going to be buying a blink dagger way too soon.
Yeah, and looking at those kind of initiation heroes, like the Techie's been able to jump in, like you say, we're not seeing the big ones anymore. The Clockwork, the Spirit Breaker, they're just being taken completely out of the meta. We're seeing maybe a Bane every so often, but even just the ET coming through, just be able to get those stomps would be a nice setup. And we have seen ET the past few days, so maybe that is something that MOUZ might be thinking about here coming into these next games. Like you say, just having that hero that's going to have the setup for the rest of the team to get those dives on those anchor points coming out as well. But Bowie, what do you consider to be the strongest anchor hero, or the strongest initiation hero coming through in these support roles? Is it just going to be something like the Enigma coming through that's getting banned out, or is there something else you like here that MOUZ could look towards instead of just that Shadow Demon Bat Rider combo?
I mean, I like Bat Rider. I think he's probably one of the best initiating heroes. It's just that the hero relies heavily on the lane. I think when you see Bat Riders losing lanes, they cut a lot of waves. They find ways to hide in the jungle, drag some creeps, farm camps at the same time. And we didn't really see that much from MOUZ. So maybe that could have been a way to accelerate the Blink Dagger, accelerate when he was going to be able to take these fights. And about the Elder Titan you mentioned, I think we might see it, but probably Spirit. There's no ET games on MOUZ, but Team Spirit, I think they have a fair amount, and they look really good. They only lost one game from when they're playing ET. That hero looks so good. Like, you get that with a Pugna or some sort of another source of damage amplification. I think Koto was picked with ET in one of the games. And it's really powerful. That aura plus the amplification of Koto, like, it's an absurd amount of damage. And most offlaners, like Pipe, is pretty much only being bought by Darkseer. We saw it last game. I don't think there's any other offlaner that feels happy buying that item right now. So in general, I think magic amplification is something that not a lot of drafts can deal with right now.
Okay, and we are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft. We're going to see the Centaur quick bans coming out here. So MOUZ banning out the Centaur, the Timsaw, Tiny, as well as that Primal Beast. Team Spirit taking it out the Chen and the Magnus here as well. So not wanting to give that Magnus away either. A hero that we haven't seen today, but does always have that, again, that initiation factor, being able to get in and get a good 2-3 man RP, drag those heroes away, and then force the rest of the team to chase and engage. You know, it is always a nice hero to see. So Team Spirit, they don't want to be giving that one away, not thinking about drafting them here themselves, so they will just ban this one out. Again, heroes like the Shadow Demon and the Batrider are still here. Don't think we'll be seeing them as a pair, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one or the other being taken away here from Team Spirit in this first phase.
I think they're gonna take away the Shadow Demon. Even though they lost, MOUZ had 100% win rate with DSD. I think it's still comfort for them. To me, that's... I feel like they look better with the Shadow Demon than they looked at Batrider.
Okay, but they do let through this Supreme Leshrac if they want to pick this up first, but I suppose that's you're locking in your mid laner first pick. That is at risk of being counterpicked. But yeah, Team Spirit, they steal away the Shadow Demon. We'll see how MOUZ are going to be able to respond.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty nice one. They know MOUZ's hero picks. Silence done his homework. Get one, ban the other. It's a really solid choice. Of course, they have their own Miposhka who loves to play the Shadow Demon a lot. I've seen Mira play it a couple of times in the past as well, so a bit of flex potential. One thing that I do hope that MOUZ does slightly different is not pick both their supports in the first two picks. They did it last game. I think supports, especially the position 4, leaving that pick for a little bit later in the game might be very advantageous, especially in this batch, because I think position 4s are probably the most important players in this current patch. They make or break games with their early rotations. So hopefully they can delay that one slightly more. I like the line. I think the line is a very good position 4. Position 5, now with the mana drain, it has definitely looked a lot better than it used to in the past, because it used to be really bad in the past. But in general, you know, if you get a quick blink dagger, it counters illusion, pretty much most illusion-based heroes except for the PL, and yeah, it's ready to blow up any core that's very low HP.
Yeah, and we can see the other bands coming out here. Team Spirit, take away the perk and the Dragon Knight. Yeah, I wonder what they're actually going to pair here with the line, what the feel is going to be going well. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, again, they're kind of wide open here. They've had a great last game, so they've got a chance to play around with the draft. Maybe they'll have something that they want to bring up, maybe they want to practice. MOUZ going to be banning out the Lifestealer, so they could go on, actually they ban out the Centaur first ban, excuse me, so that isn't going to be making an appearance, but it does feel like the Lifestealer again is the carry, the most contested carry in the game at the minute here, so we'll be taking that one away. It might open up something like the Sven here as well for MOUZ, so we'll just have to see how they want to try and play around this draft.
Yeah, they're intentionally leaving the Leshrac open because Shadow Demon counters the hero heavily. Just having the Demonic Purge on him, Zero relies on closing the gap, relies on being close range, and I really feel like Shadow Demon is a great asset against that. But once again, MOUZ picking the 2 supports all at once, huh? There's no real flex there. You can't really play... I guess you can play Phoenix offlane, but, you know, this is no Whisper team. We're not going to see that. And they get the Shaker and the Lash. I love what Spirit's doing here. Just snatching all of those heroes for themselves.
That's a lot of damage coming through. Magic damage off the chart. So you're going to, as you mentioned, you're looking for a pipe builder probably. But, yeah... There aren't many heroes that really are amazing at building pipe in this current patch. It's a great way to counter anything illusion-based, so MOUZ cannot go for an illusion-based hero. They have Shadow Demon, Lesh, and Shaker. It's too dangerous, so you're going to be more positioned towards those not single target, but those one bulky hero, and in this case it's Sven. Well, I think Sven's actually a lot better now with the Aghanim Scepter build, because Shadow Demons, like, that's the biggest fear. You get hit by the Shadow Demon's ulti, and then you're just, like, standing AFK in the middle of nowhere. But it's like a 3rd item Aghanim Scepter in this patch, so you just Superman onto the enemies and you smack them quickly.
I think it's either that or PA. And PA, like considering how the lanes have been going for MOUZ, I think that's way too big of a bet. Sven is more stable. Even if you lose the lane, you can still get back. You're going to have stacks with this Phoenix, just getting some fire spirits around. Ooh, okay, now that is one hero I wasn't expecting.
That's a good counter to the Lesh mid. I actually really like that sniper pick.
Ooh, do you think it is going to be the Lesh mid? Because he could flex that off to the 4 if they wanted to here with his sniper pickup. But then, I guess what, you'd be throwing the Shaker mid in?
Yeah, it's worse.
Maybe a Shaker for Mira 4 and then Lesh off lane.
Yeah, or even Shaker offlane support Lesh, right? And you pick carry in a mid.
They have quite a decent flex on Team Spirit still left.
So now you need
Just
some
looking through as well.
backline here for Spirit. You need to find a lion, you need to find a sniper. Storm is honestly... I mean, you have this lion, right? So it kind of goes both ways. But in a game Spirit's ahead, the Storm can hunt the lion and just kill him with Orchid. They go Doom instead, though, so they break the flex.
Okay.
Don't care about the healing. I think that's okay. I don't really see the biggest advantage of the Doom, except for that, of course, you know, collapse. But yeah, okay. It does win really strong in that lane, though. His lane is going to be easy.
And it will be able to later on in the game if it goes that late as well. You're going to be able to deal with that Sven Satanic if you are going to be able to get the ultimate off on him. The Sunray healing coming through as well. Looking at it now, Team Spirit, you know, you've got these heroes coming out, but you don't have that kind of egg hitter here. So do you think that they might go back for that Weaver pick on Team Spirit? You know, get something that can dive into the back lines, try and crack that egg before the Supernova comes out?
I like it.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Weaver is... You're going to need to get an egg hitter because the big threats, of course, you have Doom. You can use it on the Phoenix, but if the Phoenix... on the Sven, but if the Phoenix at one point manages to get himself an Aghanim Scepter, and you have 0 egg hitters, he's going to be able to save anyone who gets doomed. And then if you try to get close, you got the duck shots from the sniper to push them away. Lion will at that point get like the big spread on his stun, so it gets really rough. You're looking for something like the Weaver to counter it. They have only the Lion to counter the Weaver, and even his Hex is not great when the Weaver Shikuchi.
Yeah, I think Weaver's... especially considering they came from a win with that hero. It's just easy for Spirit. Probably take that out. Not a lot of stuns, as we said. I mean, you have Stormhammer besides the Lion, but it's really underwhelming. So
maybe Muerta. Jotaro plays it a lot in his pubs. It's not that bad. Good egg hitter.
Yeah, has some attack range. Dispel for the Fire Spirits. It's interesting.
Yeah, having a look at the other heroes as well that we could be seeing. You know, there's been a lot of Morphlins, the Faceless Voids coming out as well. So maybe if you can get on top of the heroes with the Chronosphere, even stop that Supernova from coming out with the Chronosphere before it even gets cast. There is still choices. We'll see what MOUZ want to be banning out. And yeah, it's... You know, it's taking them a little bit too. They're thinking through this one. They just want to figure out what they don't want to be playing up against. So we'll see what MOUZ feel like the ban is going to be. But yeah, still completely open options here for Team Spirit. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they want to pick with this too.
Morphling is a good one. I think in general, Morphling is better hero than Weaver. But they actually do take the Deuce out. Not as all what I was expecting. But you do have a Shadow Demon. So having those illusion heroes, having those interactions is cool. And Spirit, what are they afraid of here? Because they need the offlaner here for MOUZ. I think Darkseer, even though you don't really have that many combinations in lane, I like having the pipe. I like having that big team fight so that the Sven and the Sniper can do their thing. But if you don't want to go that route again, maybe it has to be melee.
I think the biggest problem with the Darkseer is Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Demonic Purge just counters everything you get, all the buffs you build. It's really hard to deal with the Shadow Demon.
For MOUZ.
Enigma could be a pretty nice, but it really depends on what Team Spirit want to get rid of / pick.
It is a bit squishy though, because they don't really have a hero that can be first point of contact. I like the Black Hole here. You only have Doom to cancel it. but it's kind of a squishy hero. Ideally, want something that has more beef, and a lot of those beefy heroes are down. They did play Omni Knight one game.
Ooh, okay.
I wonder if that one could be decent.
I would not go Enigma now.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's just free money.
Yep.
Oof. Okay, so you could be
Omni.
just nasty. Viper, Omni, Slardar.
Now that you don't dispel the W anymore, I think that's pretty good against the Shadow Demon. You kind of give a second BKB to your team. You're going to be able to deal with... You don't really deal with the Doom that much, but I think the lane is actually pretty strong. Omni can bully quite a bit with his Z. It's a strong hero. Just having the heals for those mid-game fights is nice. They're just going to like stuns. They're going to be awful at stun, but all of the offlaners with stuns are banned. Centaur, Tiny, DK, Mars. Kunkka is open, I guess, right?
Kunkka was just fan out.
Slaughter.
Okay.
I mean, it's good against... it's really good against Alchemist in lane. You don't really fear the Shadow Demon whatsoever. It gives you really early Roche potential, which I think is very important for their team if they want to push the objective. I don't think they necessarily have the threat of late versus early game for MOUZ this time around, because they're strong in any point of the game with the minus armor, sniper, and the Svengo and Superman on anyone he sees. I'm actually digging the MOUZ lineup this game. They also have the percentage-based damage from the Phoenix, which is really good against pretty much everything from the Team Spirit lineup.
Okay, so is that going to be your answer? I'm going to ask you the question anyway, but is it going to be the MOUZ draft that you're going to be backing here coming into game number 2?
I'm going to go with MOUZ. It really does depend on if they can extend the game, because that's going to be the most important factor. They don't have like the best creep cutting wave kind of heroes, but if Sniper gets to a point where you get that beautiful Kanda and Aghanim Scepter and Rapier maybe, then it's a really hard hero to get on top of, especially for this Team Spirit lineup.
Okay, and Bowie, you've been backing MOUZ officially as well in your predictions, so coming in second game here, are you going to be sticking to your guns, or do you think you're going to be jumping over to Spirit?
Nah, the boat's sinking. I'm gonna go with it. I think I like this draft. I think it's solid. To me, the Leshrac rotations are really going to be the scary part. They don't have a lot of saves. I feel like a lot of their heroes want to be farming. Right when you look Sven, Sniper, Slaughter needs Blink, Sniper needs everything, and Sven, it's kind of a slow hero. That's the scariest part. If the Lash has a good lane, Spirit known to have good rotations and kind of just pressure those cores. If they don't get stumped in the lanes, though, those timings might come fast enough, and you're not gonna be pressured as much by Spirit. So yeah, I'm going with MOUZ.
Okay. I think I'm going to stick with Spirit, and we'll see how this is going to go. So potentially for the final time, we're going to be joining Hurry Freak and Milan to see how this game between MOUZ and Spirit is going to go. Boys, what are your predictions here coming into game number 2?
The problem here is you guys can throw your predictions out the window, as the teams there, they weren't showing the right heroes. So Milan, you're not in the lobby, so you don't know, but actually the Sniper lineup is on Spirit, and the Doom Shaker lineup is actually gonna be on MOUZ. So yeah, I just guess we're gonna invert all of their words.
No, that's actually a cute trick. I didn't know that. You should have tested me. You should have been like, what do you think? What's gonna happen? You missed your chance.
No, I don't want to do it, because I want people to think that you actually know what you're talking about.
So, very interesting, because I think, I would say that Radiant has a better lineup. Like, let's say it was shown that MOUZ was on the left. I would say MOUZ is, Radiant has a better lineup, but the Dire, quote-unquote Spirit, could execute their lineup too. But now seeing teams reverted, I think Spirit is gonna stomp this one too.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a stomp 100%. A Sniper, Sven, and the Slardar, these three are gonna work so well together.
Yeah, it's all about Narman and Force. Like, this top lane will go pretty bad for Bengan and Ulnet, I feel. But can Narman create a lot of advantage bottom so Doom can solo and then he can pressure back the sniper mid? That's gonna be the main question this game.
Do you think he's going to be focusing more on the sniper rather than maybe rotating towards the top lane if he does get the opportunity to do so?
The mid lane rotation is just much easier. It's closer, it's a better hero to rotate to, it's a easier hero to kill than a Slardar, so probably
true.
just mid.
Very true, very true. That's gonna be an annoying feature for Yatoro, but doesn't really stop him from farming. Mira dropping low. That minus armor is something that you have to be careful of. As Collapse did start off with the crush, so some people go for the crush, some people go for the bash. What are you the fan of?
Level 1? Depends. Depends, but I'm a big fan of a crash. It just feels like a really strong level 1 ability. It does both stun and slow afterwards, and it's AoE.
Also, I don't know if you were following the chat there, but we pretty much created World War III in chat by talking about Yatoro being the GOAT and something along those lines, because people are now just fighting each other on who's the GOAT. You know, it kind of reminds me of other sports as well, where there's always a discussion about it.
I like to see it. The discussion leads to fun times, as long as it's a friendly banter, and Yatoro is the goal. Anyone can say something else, but the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty
And he's
friendly
like
banter.
19, 20 something. So there's more time for him to do it.
Very true, very true. Ulnet does get stunned up. There's Spike. Let's see, can they get the bash in? He does have the unstable concoction. The bash is there. They want to get away. He does get the stun off at the last possible moment. And we're getting a lot of these bugs when a hero just looks like he's still stunned.
He looks like he's very sad. And maybe that changes in some time, but not right now.
I hate my life.
Nice, Mira, beautiful.
Yeah. Literally just like snap out of it, Ulnet, and Ulnet is gonna be fine. I'm gonna be doing that. There's Narman rotating towards the top lane, so he didn't want to kill a sniper, he wanted to kill Collapse, and that's gonna be a dead fish. Narman gets the first blood, quite deserved. It's all because of him.
Narman and MOUZ are creating a little bit of a new meta here with this roaming 4 kinda, and against lower tier teams it works super well. For example, against my team, but against the Team Spirit, they show they know how to deal with it. But it's gonna be a good start. And mid lane, yeah, another kill. That's what we talked about. It's all about Narman, and right now, 2 out of 2.
Let's go, Narman. Those are some nice rotations, and not something that you really expect. As you say, it's new meta, and you told me Spirit know how to deal with it. They just lost 2 of their cores.
Yes, they did lost 2 of their cores, but first part of dealing with it is not letting Doom get anything else on this bottom lane. So they're currently zoning him out of XP and gold. And now it's gonna be, can they dodge one of these ganks? Or maybe turn it around. Narman is eyeing top.
Yeah, he's coming towards the top lane again. Only he has vision there. Mira and Collapse this time around, they're gonna read this situation quite nicely. They pulled away back, and it is gonna be a lot tougher to do it now. Yeah, they're going. Lion is gonna be the target. Crush is there. Nice fissure block. Mira nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just a couple of more hits. Here comes Miposhka to try to change something. And Ulnet is in a lot of trouble, so that's a big change if you can get it, and they will. So definitely this rotation of Narman is not going to be worth it. And yeah, Milan, you were actually right. Spirit did deal with it quite nicely.
Yes, I mean, they bring the Phoenix, and we didn't mention it, but Collapse is rocking Orb of Corrosion. And, oh, Lara.
It's kind of dangerous for him. Gonna stand his ground, fight supreme. Here comes Mira. They turn it around. Another shrapnel. Narman running into it. You have to be careful. Sure, the Diabolic Edict is still going. But look from the side. Miposhka will come over, slowing down Narman. One more hit. Laurel gets a double. MOUZ. Very unsuccessful in the rotations now in the second round.
Yeah, the second round already proving to be a disaster. And that's what we said. Spirit knows how to deal with it. And right now they're showing that timely reaction is the way.
And oh, they want to kill Lesh again. Supreme. He's getting pinged out. They see him. There's the shrapnel. He's right in the middle of it. The Hex as well. As Miposhka coming from the side, they're burning him. He needs to run away. The Blood Grenade will connect as well. One more hit. Supreme will die. Lucky for him, he has 4 legs. So he'll be able to run back to the mid lane quite fast.
Power. He's gonna take some damage already in minute 6. That's not what you want to see if you have a Lash on your team.
You want to be the one applying damage, not losing half of your tower 6 minutes in. That does leave Force all alone. Here comes Lara with a sniper. He kills the courier first, and Mira is there. Yeah, you're gonna be TPing back home. But it will be a one-way ticket. A rotating sniper coming over. Neutral creeps, they are the ones who get the kill, finally, because sniper somehow missed on the high ground like 5 times in a row.
Pengan is gonna do the classic Shadow Demon. I think Miposhka kind of patented this play. Pause for Shadow. Do they see him on the tower? That was pretty close. I don't think so. And he's gonna be able to get it. Can Norman secure the other one? No way. So at least 1 for 1.
Laurel gets this Wisdom Rune, so one of the supports of Spirit is not going to be getting the extra experience, which is kind of annoying for each of them. But I guess it was the Lion, or maybe I have no idea. Either way, the level 6 is not going to come as fast, but still quite high levels on the Spirit supports. Mira is on the top lane, and it is nighttime. Ult needs to be careful without the ulti. The Alchemist is an easy kill. Archers on the Slardar. You come to that lane. He just bashes your face in. Things are looking quite good for Spirit at the moment, and Yatoro, his God Strength is not going to be used for farming.
2k up. 3k up against the Alchemist. I mean, Sven is a Alchemist on his own, in a way, and 8 Mirror going to Miposhka. What's important, going to Supreme, and they cannot use the smoke. Very, very early smoke. They want to try to punish someone. Who will it be? Or will it be someone?
Yeah, it feels like Miposhka is just gonna break that smoke. He has an Icarus dive away if he wants to use it. And there he goes to the low ground. Actually comes back instantly, says, oh wait, I'm actually stronger. Narman, Earth Spike is there. They have some illusions coming towards him. Will turn him into a fishy. And Narman for now will escape as Supreme. Turning it around, here comes the sniper. Perfectly placed Shrapnel Supreme. He cannot run away, but he doesn't want to run away. He wants to run forward. And you do get the kill on Miposhka. Inside of the acid spray with a low armor hero, you just die.
Yeah, Phoenix is the one. A little bit of confusion there from Miposhka. Does he want to go in or out? Waste the dive, and after it's a pretty long cooldown.
He gets 36 seconds, right?
Something among it on top.
He doesn't have the chemical rage. Will get the stun out. You have to do it. That stun would have hurt you quite a lot. It's physical damage, and you had the corrosive haze on you. Supreme going for TP out. Nice vision for the Sven. Supreme, he stole the stacks, but it seems by the law of Team Spirit, a sentence for stealing is gonna be death.
Nothing comes for free. Still gonna go back to the TI-10 that they won, and this true side. The famous Silent Horse, don't give them anything for free. Not even an inch of a map for free. And right there, they're gonna listen to him make Supreme on Leshrak pay with his life.
Norman, he really wants his level 6 and the Blink Dagger. Of course, it is going to take some time for the Shaker to go there. Doom on the Lion. Does have the Siege Shot. That's a lot of damage. And Force will be getting himself a kill. I feel like Force has been the best performer on MOUZ.
Yeah, he's kind of... He's pretty stable, I would say. Or consistent is the better word.
Okay.
And it seems to me that the Narman and Force have a huge synergy. I mean, they've been playing together for 6 months, and maybe even more. And
I think they played before as well in Southeast Asia.
they were in Europe. The MOUZ was supporting Team Tickles for the last 6 months, and these guys basically lived and breathed together, breathe, I don't know. And so they have a really good game. So.
Collapse, the demonic purge will be there. He's literally not moving. Will mark Supreme. The TPs are coming in. Phoenix is on the top lane. Now, actually, it is going to be only Mira has the ulti, but of course, it's not going to be enough to bring down any of the MOUZ heroes. So there is just going to be giving up on it.
Shadow Demon Demonic Purge is a very good spell, especially against the heroes like Slarda. Limits his impact heavily.
You can purge off his Guardian Sprint, and then the hero is just... I mean, you take away his mobility spell, and then you take away his movement speed because the Demonic Purge does slow you down, and it just becomes impossible to run away. So Sven going into the enemy triangle to steal some stacks. As the TPs are coming in, he is under enemy vision. He thinks that his own ward is going to be enough to protect him. Yadaro, he decides to run himself away. Supreme coming from the other side. There's going to be a Icarus dive in from Eposhka. Slows down Supreme. Stun connects. Nice fissure to keep away Yatoro, but it's not going to keep away Laurel.
Supreme having a rough one. Flash, known for being one of the strongest lanes, but hold it thought, they're gonna re-engage. They have a ward, as you said, they de-ward the enemy ward. Again, supports farming the ancient.
I feel like you get... I never heard you so happy than when when you see supports farming the ancients. It's kind of weird. It gets so warm around your heart when you see it.
It really does a tiny bit, because it saves the dive there by using the summary. Eposhka, two-time tier winner. MOUZ Ulnet is coming. You get a flank, he does get it.
Laurel, there will be a follow-up Earth Splitter as well. That unstable concoction lasts so long. Here comes the Doom. There will be Infernal Blade on the Phoenix. The Flaming Bird will be turned to ashes. And MOUZ, a much better early game performance for them in this than in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, this is some proactive moves, you know. Instantly using this Radiance not only to farm more, of course he's gonna go back to it, but getting a kill. It's beautiful to see.
Does look really beautiful from the side of MOUZ. Still a slight lead for Spirit, which is quite nice for them, as you are playing versus an Alchemist who is now at the top of the network chart, but Sven is right behind him. You also have a Doom, who kind of has a built-in Midas with a Devour, only level 2 at the moment, but of course it will be leveled up more as time moves on.
Dire are scanning.
Mira not crazy. He understood that he's probably not going to be going that way. Very close to the Blink Dagger on Mira. How's it looking at the Shaker? Okay, Narman is a lot closer than the Lion at the moment. Turned into a... Fishy, Force, very speedy, Collapse coming from the side, has a Blink Dagger, will be jumping in on Bengen, gets stunned up immediately. That's a beautiful Earth Spike from the Lion, as Infernal Blade will make sure that Collapse loses his life. Bengen gets the kill. Force looking for more, super speedy, a follow-up fissure, and there with your Splitter, Supreme gets the kill. Laurel, lucky for him, is in a safe position.
Not for long, they see him clearly, they will TP Yatoro.
Oh, that's so much damage on the Supreme. God. Now they're looking towards Laurel Narman. He has the Echo Slam going for it. Nice fissure as well, stunning them all. As Laurel now stands his ground and is gonna start shooting them in the face. As Force still super speedy. Ulnit waiting on the high ground. Hello, Yatoro, what are you doing? Oh, you're dying to my damage. That's exactly what's gonna happen. The Radiance sticks him out. The Warcry actually helped him survive quite a long time versus the physical damage of Ulnit, but he does burn a little bit of magic as well.
I mean, MOUZ just had all the information in the world there. There's this high ground ward, and then Ulnit making a timely rotation. I think that Ulnit is the one that's making this game a very, very different than the last one. Last one, he just was never asked anything, but this game around, he's having top 1 network and actually making the moves.
Yeah, completely shut down in game 1 with the Was it the Seeker? No, the Luna.
The Luna. The game one was versus Entity.
Yeah.
And Supreme just lies there, Finger. So much burst on this lineup of Spirit.
This is the thing that scares me, right? This Lash is not gonna be a hero. You have to find a way to be useful on Supreme. Larl farming in the jungle. He is gonna get targeted. It seems that MOUZ know exactly where he is. The tower. Larl seems to feel something is up. It will stun himself 100%. Of course, Spirit, they don't know about this. Mira in the vicinity. There to protect his buddy. Narman has the blink. That might be a double stun. They don't see them. They're gonna be blindly blinking in, but here's Collapse ready. It took too long. A Fissure will be nice. Mira dropping low, and there will be a Doom onto the Slaughter, but they lost their Alchemist, and now Yatoro coming forward. That is a big sword, and he will be using it to cut down a demon. The Shadow Demon, however, will be escaping for now, as Supreme, the only thing that is left to run.
That was so YOLO. This is for the thought Supreme's gonna get stunned. God strength with the Echo Saber. Oh, gonna get stunned.
Laser. Enough. Burns the backside of the Lash.
That was so YOLO. Let's look at it again. They were thinking about it for a long time, but then tried to jump on this tower. Lift is ready. They don't even use it, and they kill all of them. This is some YOLO stuff from MOUZ.
And they're like, we're going. We made the decision that we're gonna dive, so no matter what happens, we are gonna be doing it. They did leave some nice vision there, so maybe in the future they can go with a little bit of a less risk if they can find somebody.
This does give Yatoro a lot of space, and he overtakes Ulnet. He was like 2k behind, but now he's just above him, and he finishes this BKB.
Oh boy. Blink Dagger, BKB, didn't even go for the Aghanim Scepter. We saw a Blink Dagger today on Ramses, so Sven seemed to be going more for it. I guess you switch it up a bit. People start buying Blinks, they understand how to play versus your Ags, they buy Lotus or Blink and Spheres, then you switch it up, go for the Blink Dagger, and those items don't really work as well.
Not gonna find anyone top. If they wanna go bottom to the gate, it will be very risky. Or do they just take the rush? They have the Slaughter after all.
Exactly, they're gonna be going in. Collapse, only level 11, so he doesn't have .2 in Corrosive Haze. They need to break the Lincoln on the Roche now. He's gonna be making sure that Yatoro does an amazing amount of damage. He does have the shield rune there that is now gonna be cut through by the Roche, but very hard through these Fire Spirits as well. MOUZ are getting a response on the bottom and doing a solid amount of damage to the tower.
I think it's a fun decision. Way too far to contest this rush too far. In the corner of the map, but pull up to the bottom. That's cool.
Then managed to dodge it, Corrosive Haze onto the poor Lesh. He's actually doing quite a lot of damage there, standing his ground, but Supreme will finally be taken out as Doom again. This is just as much YOLO as that one. Assassinate keeps him in place. Larl gets a double as the rest of MOUZ get themselves away. I don't know why they hate this bottom lane, and Force will post-mortem get the kill on the Slaughter as he did use the Doom.
And they have to be there to mirror the map is the right decision, but then either they need to be staying as 5 and killing them one by one as they're TPing if that's their thing, if they think they have, or they just need to bail. Because they're kind of in between. They're not there with the Alchemist, not there with the Shadow Demon, but they're trying to take a fight 3v5 on the tower versus the Aegis, whatnot. It's just not happening.
So sub 1k gold lead, but you're still versus an Alchemist lineup. So what is the Alch gonna be getting next? He has the BKB. It is gonna be an AC. I mean, quite natural versus the Slaughter and the Sven. The sniper already has the concussive grenade, so the shard is there for Larl and did find the AD rune. This is not the guy that you want to face anytime soon, especially during the duration of the Sagas. What's the next like objective for Spirit? Are you gonna be going for tier 2s, or is it area control and trying to catch the enemies? Like, can you brute force a tower?
5v5, not really. If the map is not in such a state that enemy is just mirroring you and you're kind of getting it for free, but they're just gonna go for the normal play, the Grand Theft or Mentor, as you like to call it. Okay.
Yeah, plus Bengun. Oh, Earth Spike completely off the mark. Yatoro goes in, one hit, stun as well, and Mira. In the end, it's him that gets the kill. Narman on the other side of the map is going to be dewarding some wards. This collapse, he knows you're here. Narman goes for a TP out, will be successful at getting himself away, but they did lose the Tormentor, and Collapse got himself a shard, which is huge. You reduce armor on everybody, and then when the Sven starts cleaving, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, the Slaughter shard is on the verge of S tier. I would say A tier, close to the S tier. It just, I don't know how many times you play with it, but it feels so good.
Yep, it's insane.
Hold
It
it.
feels so good because of the vision as well. Larl,
Wow,
nice concussive grenade,
that's a
pushes
quick.
him away while the unstable concoction was still flying. There is a shard and a shaker, so they keep him in place a little bit longer, but that's gonna be fine. Yatoro is not that close, but he can connect to his team in like 5-6 seconds.
Check in PC right now. I don't know. That was some insane reactions. If he doesn't do it, he probably loses the Aegis for free, kinda. But the moment he sees the Alchemist, instantly pops it.
Were you the type of guy in PC game clubs when a kid in Counter-Strike kills you, then you go towards his PC and you're like checking the console for something?
No, I'm definitely not that kind of a guy. I thought we know each other for long enough.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that back in the day?
I was the kid that got his PC checked.
Okay, then go ahead. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Me too. Like I would come in, kill everybody, and they would always check my PC for hacks and all of that. But anyways, Team Spirit, they're not hacking, but they seem to be smurfing here in this series versus MOUZ. That is not allowed. They might get banned. That's why Mira yesterday didn't have his account as Spirit. They are going to be pushing on the top lane, and it seems that this time around MOUZ are not going to be in position to defend it, so this should be a tower. Glyph is available though.
This worries me a little bit for MOUZ. This Lashrak is getting so far behind it. He might not have any impact in this game, but still, their late game is good. Collapse is gonna get on top of Doom.
Yep, protected by the Solar Crest. The Earth Spike is there. Nice disruption. Might be able to blink away. No, not gonna be allowed by Yatoro. They use the finger as well. Force is so freaking fast there with the Cobalt Foreman. As look at the slows from Epashka jumping and deleting two heroes. And Team Spirit, they just found the perfect opening. They are going to be getting themselves a nice bonus there as well. Bash, a couple of more hits, and Larl is the one who claims it with a headshot from afar.
Easy peasy for the Spirit. 3 kills. Not losing anybody and only expanding like God's Strength, which is kind of a... I just feel with the duration it has, it feels like God's Strength is almost already up. Like by the time Lash is up, they press a smoke, God's Strength will be like 20 seconds of cooldown. Hard to use the downtime of it.
When you started with the easy peasy, I'm like, oh, he's so uncreative, he's gonna go with the Arteezy once again. But okay, you're probably gonna be finding another creative way to implement him in our cast.
This is
you did,
exactly.
you used me.
I used you. Holy moly, it worked. I was thinking about it and I was like, he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it. He did it.
Oh, I got manipulated. Oh boy. Oh man, this
AC ready on Olnit, so one of the things that will help dealing with the Slardar, will it be enough? I mean, the MOUZ supports, they're playing well this game, I would say too, but they're also playing heroes that scale incredibly well into the late game. But for that they need items, they need gold.
I mean, Shaker pretty much has everything he needs. Blink Dagger Shard. What else do you need? You need
For now.
levels, I guess.
For now, then later on you need, of course, Wind Waker, Octarine, what's or not. Because these Phoenix and Lion, especially Phoenix, he's catching up onto the Supreme Lash. It's gonna have a lot of gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I remember when the shard was first added and when it was full duration aftershock, you just didn't need the blink at all. You literally didn't need the blink. You would just stay in the back, buy arcane boots, and spam out the enchant totem and win the game. It was that strong. One crucial part of that shard that people do tend to forget is that you can walk freely around the fissure, so you can actually move over a cliff and stuff. It's actually quite useful when escaping, especially.
For sure. I mean, the good Shaker players, they make you remember it. They use it very wisely. In bottom,
Norman setting up for Supreme and collapse. That was a bit too deep. Bird Spike completely off the mark. Laurel finds Bengen, who will be using the disruption. It's time to bail Laurel as MOUZ are gonna be collapsing. And you don't have yours as Miposhka. No Icarus dive. He's gonna have to accept his death.
Lar might get caught. Narman is blinking it out. He has the fissure, as you said, with a shard. He's gonna see the shrapnel come out. Can they chain? But Spirit, one of the most known teams to like fight from a weird position, like fight 3v5 and win the fight, because they're just so good at understanding the game.
Yeah, I think their MOUZ didn't expend their spells enough for you to make that decision. So yeah, I agree, Spirit are very good at it, but at that point, if they decide to fight, there isn't an angle at which they win the engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the part of being good at it is also not doing it when it's not supposed to be done. I'm gonna show it here. 5 heroes up now though. Rush potentially up, they don't know it. But they're gonna be on top of that ward. Amazing ward by MOUZ, I think. Should be. I cannot see it right now. It is a dire ward. You're gonna see everybody. Let's for a little
running
moment.
in, collapses the first one, but Supreme has been found and nobody's there to help him. He just gets deleted. No Echo Slam, that was a solid fissure onto the 2 cores, and you have to run away right now. If the Shaker gets caught, that's not gonna be good, but he does get himself out with a TP. Supreme's still suffering in this game. He can't get a break.
I mean, it's just the nature of the Lash hero. You have to be ahead. You have to buy the items to protect yourself. The armor, the magic, the BKBs, whatnot, Wind Wakers, whatnot. Otherwise, like, you cannot be impactful. Your hero relies being inside of other heroes, and Benga gets caught. That was a very quick Solar Crest.
Yep, he responded super quickly there, but it didn't change the fact that he got destroyed. Mira coming in with the finger. It's more than enough damage. How many stacks is that on the line? It actually has only 2 stacks, so Mira hasn't been too eager to use that finger.
4-man smoke though. Shell Demon is that he has a buyback, but they have the vision advantage.
Smoke broken, they find the Slardar, that's a good
Echo Slam.
way to start it. They Echo Slam, follow-up stun on Miposhka, instant Icarus dive to the left. He will be safe for now. Mira gets himself away too. No buyback on the Slardar, so you probably don't want to take this fight. There's no ulti on Sven, they get the Doom. BKB is out. He can TP if he wants to, but he's deciding just to run, and that might cost him his life. He's thinking he can bait them onto Laurel, but is this actually good for Laurel? He's standing his ground. The Kakasa grenade pushes them away. Stun on Olnit. He has his BKB, and Laurel will be going down. A bad decision from Team Spirit. Egg will come out. More than enough attack speed on the Alchemist to deal with it. No issue. Olnit gets himself another one, and MOUZ don't lose a single hero for their troubles.
Yeah, a very good play from MOUZ, and that ward that we mentioned before, right next to Narman, paying out dividends. Like, that started off everything. Of course, Force being in the right place at the right time, but the Vision is winning the game right now. The strongest weapon of Spirit being used against them.
I'm actually very surprised that it wasn't just Sven BKB TP out, MOUZ wouldn't have continued the chase, and then you would have a better preparation to fight the Roche. Right now, MOUZ, they're quite hesitant about going for it. They also have a Basher on the Alchemist, so finally he can actually stand his ground and fight the Sven once he has the BKB.
They are gonna decide to let it go. Can't blame them. Same as the first rush for Spirit, it's just really hard to come to this corner of the map. It's
It's
Supreme.
almost impossible.
It's gonna get ages for his trouble. That might help him get back
Yeah, for
into
sure.
this game.
I mean, he's always getting deleted. I just don't know how much you want to give it to him. If he can just die early on in the fight, it could be problematic, because Slardar, he's the Infernal Blade, has to pop the BKB. Unstable Concoction was flying out. Nice reactions from Collapse, but it is still a BKB charge down the drain.
It seems like they keep forcing their BKBs on the side of MOUZ. They're doing a very good job. Constantly poking and prodding.
Alchemist is approaching level 20. Once he gets level 20 with the Skull Basher, he's just gonna be bashing everybody so much with the base attack.